For 35, it comprehends little about Chinese cuisine. After the post-match group interview concluded, Gu Xing spotted his sister amidst the crowd and made his way over, beginning to chatter away. You truly are something, Gu Mu. You didn't even bother to inform me of your arrival? Gu Pan was packing her laptop into her bag. Today, with rare leisure time on my hands, I decided to watch the match. Coincidentally, he was temporarily unable to recruit suitable employees. So I took the initiative to obtain a press pass to participate in the group interview without informing you. Since her epiphany, she had been intent on transforming into a diversified esports community, thereby better retaining the website's audience. Interviews concerning professional players naturally took precedence. As many viewers expressed keen interest, Gu Pan seized the opportunity to both watch her brother's match and attend to some work, thus achieving a dual purpose. The process of acquiring a press pass was not complicated. As long as the website held the necessary qualifications, it sufficed. Moreover, having interned at Tu Wan, Gu Pan maintained amicable relationships with numerous staff members, making the temporary acquisition of credentials quite effortless. A reporter from Tu Wan stood nearby. Intrigued by the relationship between the two, she felt that Gu Pan looked familiar and almost blurted out that she had seen this sister before. Yes, my younger sister. Gu Xing smiled. Due to work commitments, she may frequently come for interviews. Gu Pan capitalized on this, her smile radiant as she closed the distance between them. Ah, yes. Yes. I noticed your BP question earlier was so professional, truly impressive. I couldn't fathom why IG forced VG to choose Zach, but didn't opt for Xayah themselves. If I encounter any processes I don't understand in the future, may I consult you? The Tu Wan reporter finally recalled why Gu Pan's face seemed so familiar. She had seen her in Gu Xing's livestream clips. Realizing this connection and being flattered by Gu Pan's praise, she found it difficult to refuse the girl's proposal. Let us add each other on WeChat. You can directly ask me any questions later, the reporter said, pulling out her phone to reveal the QR code. Gu Pan, showcasing her social prowess, soon transitioned from discussing surnames to fashion choices, growing increasingly close with the female reporter. As they descended in the elevator, the two had linked arms, whispering to each other. Gu Xing felt a sense of bewilderment. He was aware of Gu Pan's charm with the same sex, but was the pace of this budding friendship not a tad excessive? It wasn't until they reached the parking lot that the two reluctantly waved goodbye. Wanshan, over here, Gu Xing called out to his girlfriend, who was leaning against the wall a short distance away. Wanshan, sporting a backpack with her thumb nestled between the strap and her collarbone, had neatly cropped hair and wore a white t-shirt emblazoned with Patrick's star. The slightly fitted hem paired with skinny jeans accentuated her slender waist and graceful figure. Compared to her previous attire, she appeared considerably more polished, yet still resembled an inexperienced student. She glanced at the departing Tu Wan reporter and curiously inquired, "Who was that?" Gu Pan immediately linked her arm with her best friend, a newly acquainted esports media reporter. Gu Xing updated his girlfriend, "You wouldn't believe it. The two were chatting so merrily in the elevator that I began to suspect they might be long-lost sisters." "Is that true?" Guanshan asked, intrigued. "Do not be overly critical. I intentionally sought to bridge the gap. Perhaps I can entice her to join us at later." Gu Pan defended her position. Gu Xing was taken aback by his sister's intentions to poach someone. "What's the matter?" Gu Pan replied with an air of certainty. "I offer a competitive salary, and as long as she adheres to her contract, isn't it reasonable for her to transition to E?" The newly formed journalist team was in dire need of personnel, and the most effective strategy was to have experienced professionals mentor a few newcomers, ensuring an exceptional balance of quality and cost. Surely, such journalists wouldn't be bound by any non-compete agreements, would they? Guanshan casually remarked, naturally extending her hand to her boyfriend. As their fingers intertwined, she felt an overwhelming sense of security from the warmth and strength of his palm. "Of course not," Gu Pan explained to the workplace novice. "Employees with substantial experience, who are not in management, do not typically sign non-compete agreements. Moreover, non-compete clauses are not prevalent in the esports realm. When have you ever seen a coach or player in our field bound by such an agreement?" Guanshan understood. "Let me share something amusing," Gu Pan eagerly began. "Today, during a group interview, I didn't inform Gucci about it. When I stood to pose a question, can you guess his reaction?" Gu Xing cleared his throat. He was startled. Gu Pan laughed, emboldened by the absence of others, her demeanor quite unrestrained as she mocked him. "The expression you just had was strikingly similar to Song Xiaobao's." Gu Xing could not resist commenting. Gu Pan immediately stifled her laughter, transforming her expression in an instant. Now it was Shun Guanshan's turn to suppress a smile. Let us find the car keys. Gu Pan redirected the conversation, rummaging through a sealed compartment in her document bag to produce a sleek black key inscribed with the Mercedes-Benz emblem. She cautiously pressed the button. The lights in the parking space flickered. Before them stood a colossal SUV. A few days prior, Gu Xing had arranged for the vehicle to be delivered and had sent the keys to his sister, intending only to enjoy the ride. Gu Xing, could you not have chosen a more sensible vehicle? Gu Pan complained. Didn't you always express a preference for larger cars? Gu Xing responded, standing proudly before his new acquisition. This model undoubtedly meets your criteria. Did you really have to get one this large? Gu Pan remarked, a hint of exasperation in her tone. The Maybach GLS measures an impressive 5.2 meters in length, with a wheelbase of 3.1 meters, a width of 2 meters, and a height of 1.8 meters, making it an undeniable titan from every angle. The exaggerated grille at the front, paired with a silver-gray finish, accentuated the vehicle's formidable presence. Standing at just shy of 1.7 meters, Gu Pan fancied herself tall, yet beside the SUV, she felt diminutive indeed. Get in quickly. It's sweltering out here, Gu Xing urged, stepping onto the automatically descending running board to access the rear seat. Shun Guanshan wished to join him and opened the door from the opposite side. Wait, Gu Pan exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Do you both truly regard me as your chauffeur? Come sit with me in the front passenger seat. Gu Xing reconsidered, realizing it was rather unreasonable to leave his sister alone in the front driving. Settling into the passenger seat, he opened an app to display the restaurant he had reserved. Tomorrow, I will not have a day off. Today is merely a simple outing for a meal, and I shall return shortly. Gu Pan declared as she took the phone and activated the navigation system. Rest assured, there is no need for unnecessary sentiments. No one desires to spend an entire evening with you, she retorted sharply. Shun Guanshan, seated in the back, was fiddling with the control panel, attempting to select a comfortable massage option for her partner, and inexplicably blushed at her remark. Fortunately, the Gu siblings were in the front row, oblivious to her reaction. Gu Pan glanced once more at the destination. Wow, one-star tire? How delightful, she exclaimed joyfully. We're going all out today? Gu Xing scoffed lightly. When have I ever treated you poorly after making money? That's true, Gu Pan chuckled awkwardly, and as she started the vehicle, the powerful roar of the engine was invigorating. Ready for departure. Despite having criticized the GLS's size during her conversation with Gu Xing, she adopted a different demeanor once behind the wheel. This power, this handling, Gu Pan exclaimed, her hands gripping the steering wheel with enthusiasm. It's far superior to the cars at driving school. As they exited the parking lot, she suppressed her amusement while explaining the vehicle's features to her two passengers. I did some research yesterday. This Maybach has a rather intriguing function. Let me demonstrate, Gu Pan said cheerfully as she fiddled with the dashboard. Watch closely. The car began to sway up and down. Shun Guanshan was startled and quickly grasped the armrest. Gu Pan, what on earth is this? This is the escape mode, Gu Pan said excitedly. If you find yourself stuck in a sandpit, activating this function allows the vehicle to move rhythmically to extricate itself. She let out an ambiguous laugh. Doesn't this motion remind you of? Before she could finish, Gu Xing playfully tapped her on the head. Enough with the innuendos, just drive. Gu Pan covered her head, defending herself. Gu Xing, how can you have the audacity to criticize me? If you truly understood, you wouldn't misconstrue my intentions. Her logic was impeccable, leaving Gu Xing speechless. Shun Guanshan couldn't help but smile faintly at the playful banter between the siblings in the front. Try this massage option. It's called back hot stones. I am not entirely sure of its efficacy, but we can switch if it doesn't work, she said, leaning forward just enough to catch a glimpse of her boyfriend's fine sweat hairs at the nape of his neck and the prominent 7th cervical vertebra. Shun Guanshan blinked, as if to etch the scene into her memory. This is quite nice, very comfortable, Gu Xing replied, reclining against the seat as the massage chair worked its magic. Guanshan, did you see the Xayah I chose today? I specifically picked a vibrant pink. I did, Shun Guanshan responded softly, reaching out to knead the area around his shoulder blades, helping him relax in places the seat couldn't reach, while also indulging her own modest desires. It seems quite suitable for me. I should try practicing Xayah later. As Xayah is currently too weak, she had reached a plateau, likely around the Diamond 2 level. She had entered a phase where victories relied heavily on her teammates. And on good days, She might win a few matches in a row, only to lose all her points shortly after. Although her understanding of the game was sound, her execution left much to be desired. In ranked matches, solely relying on awareness to climb the ranks proves exceedingly challenging. There are instances when one comprehends the situation clearly, yet struggles to convey these insights to teammates, resulting in no change in outcome. Furthermore, the current version of Xayah exhibits an average strength, while Tu Wan finds herself in a precarious position, unable to ascend or descend, trapped in Diamond 2 as if reigning as an emperor. With her win rate plummeting toward 50, she is eager to discover a solution. Gu Xing's use of Xayah today demonstrates a level of operational difficulty that is evidently within an acceptable range, and it heavily depends on the user's timing for engagement and sense for ganks, making it seem quite suitable for Tu Wan. If you truly wish to rank up, I might have a method to offer some assistance. Gu Xing pondered for a moment before speaking. Gu Pan maneuvered into an elevated roadway, the path ahead clear, allowing her nerves to slightly relax as she seized the moment to introduce a new topic. You're not suggesting hiring a booster, are you? Of course not. Gu Xing's gaze toward her sister was laced with disdain. How could I possibly become a booster? Isn't Tu Wan's understanding of the game a bit better? If she can operate well, then during ranked matches, you could just pull up a chair and sit next to Gu Pan to collate information and give commands. Their gaming styles were entirely contrasting, yet perfectly complementary. If Gu Pan's skills could be combined with Tu Wan's intellect, surpassing the current bottleneck would be a mere formality. I estimate it might take some time. Tu Wan reflected briefly. We can only play one game simultaneously, but the efficiency of ranking up should be quite high. Being able to rank up is already a win. Gu Pan placed her fingers beneath the steering wheel. Let us give it a try when we get back. I think it's a splendid idea. As the vehicle entered Huaihai Road, she navigated according to the map. This navigation system is quite effective. Gu Pan couldn't help but complain. Thank goodness we're not in Chongqing. Otherwise, we wouldn't be dining tonight. Somehow, this statement struck Tu Wan's funny bone, causing her to chuckle uncontrollably in the back seat. Gu Xing was accustomed to his girlfriend's peculiar thought processes. However, seeing her in high spirits brought a smile to his face as well. What are you laughing at? Gu Pan, infected by the continuous laughter of the two, couldn't help but join in. Can you stop laughing? Eventually, she parked the car in front of Yongfu Restaurant. The name itself indicated a focus on dishes from their hometown of Ningbo. Try the 18 cuts here. Gu Xing gestured for the two women to sample the pickled crab that was served first. Tu Wan took a bite and remarked, I personally feel it's no different from Ninghai Food House. The restaurant she referenced is quite renowned locally, comparable to Zhuangyuan Building. How much is this dish? Gu Pan whispered. 400? Gu Xing was also uncertain, having not closely examined the price earlier. That's reasonable. It would cost 200 to 300 back home. Given that crabs are inherently expensive, considering the premium of the tires and land prices in Shanghai, the pricing seems justified. To be honest, searching for Ningbo cuisine here is hardly worth it. It would be more sensible to take a high-speed train back home for a meal, as it is not particularly far. Gu Pan remarked, always keen on frugality. The price difference for just one dish could cover the ticket fare. Frankly, I can't discern any difference between this 18 cuts and the restaurants back home. But it's Michelin-rated, Gu Xing interjected in an attempt to console her. Michelin, the tire company? What do they know about Chinese cuisine? Gu Pan retorted with conviction. Despite her words, she chose not to delve deeper into the pricing. After all, they had come this far, and it would be a shame to let it spoil their experience. Furthermore, with the recent flourishing of her economic status had significantly improved, making it unnecessary to be as frugal as before. Her attitude towards high-priced dishes was often laced with jest. In all fairness, if one disregarded the cost, the overall quality of the dishes was commendable. The taste of the pomfret with rice cakes was exquisite, the salt-baked golden snail was remarkably fresh, and the small octopus, known as Wang Chow, had a delightful crunch, enhanced by a hint of mustard in the sauce. Gu Pan maintained her refined demeanor until the vegetables were served. Choy some, she exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she grabbed a piece. This tastes delightful. Tu Wan also appeared satisfied, noting the tenderness of the greens. If I told you the price, you might not be so pleased, Gu Xing informed his sister with a somber tone. This dish costs 98 yuan. Gu Pan, who had been reveling in her discovery of a hidden culinary gem, froze in disbelief. How much? She asked, her voice trembling. Gu Xing reiterated the price. 98? I could buy 20 pounds of greens for that. Gu Pan exclaimed, utterly shocked. She glanced at the dish's name. Quite a name they've chosen. It feels like they're mocking me for being a fool. Gu Pan deemed the price outrageous. Xin Guanshan, however, remained calm. Aside from her initial surprise upon hearing the price, she felt no further disturbance. She did not prioritize cost-effectiveness. As long as the food was delicious, she believed the expenditure was justified. By the way, Guanshan, have you officially begun your internship in the League of Legends department? Gu Xing asked, spearing a piece of rice cake. Xin Guanshan nodded eagerly. I went there after helping out at EGA, but the tasks I'm currently responsible for are quite simple. Gu Xing's expression showed his eagerness to learn more. After all, as an intern, it was unlikely her work involved any confidential matters, so inquiring was harmless. Xin Guanshan felt a bit shy. It's just monitoring the skin drop rates from Hextech chests to see if the big data aligns with the regulations. For the domestic server, those who know. Those who don't cannot help it, she added. It was only after entering that she truly understood the uniqueness of the domestic server, realizing it was more complex than what she had initially perceived. Since its inception, the domestic server had been detached from Riot's control. Firstly, due to legal regulations, Riot could not collect and transmit player data, which was understandable. Secondly, the conditions for applying for a license were rather complicated, requiring a domestic company to act as an agent, a task that naturally fell to Tencent, Riot's parent company. This was all well and good, but Riot's position in the gaming agency was surprisingly low. Look at Blizzard and NetEase. Despite the stringent terms of their partnership, the pig farm still agreed. Xin Guanshan shook his head. Now consider Riot Games. I've heard their Shanghai office comprises a mere 20 individuals. The primary function of Riot's Shanghai office is to prod with a jab of the elbow, their tone dripping with sarcasm. What is that term again, rich lady? Keeping someone. He occasionally overheard teammates uttering similar phrases in the training room, likely to depict the current situation with Gu Xing. This car I purchased, is it not? Gu Xing fibbed casually. That woman from earlier is my driver. Song Jinghao, having rarely encountered Gu Pan, failed to recognize that the one behind the wheel was his jungler's sister and took his words at face value. C8 is truly affluent, SB murmured. No wonder Hecarim rushed over during S5. The LCK is presently rather impoverished, offering players generally modest salaries. Only Faker stands out, earning over 10 million before tax. Yet this pales in comparison to the contract offers made to Lee Sang-hyok from foreign leagues. In recent years, the LPL has become synonymous with extravagance in the eyes of LCK players, akin to throwing money around. Cash seems almost worthless as it rains down, enticing a multitude of Korean imports. SB truly rose to prominence while with the Tigers. Considering ROX's financial state, merely avoiding salary delays would be deemed a success, let alone securing pay raises. Song Jinghao's first significant contract was from VG, and he firmly believes in the financial prowess of the LPL's presidents. Don't worry. As long as we clinch the championship this year, the earnings will surely be enough for your retirement, Gu Xing reassured as they entered the training facility together. Upon stepping inside, they spotted a parcel at the entrance. Gu Xing glanced at the recipient's name, picked it up, and headed toward the training room. Old Duan, your package. Upon seeing the sender's information, Duan Deliang's expression instantly darkened. No way, absolutely not. Gu Xing was perplexed by the shift in his support player's demeanor. What on earth is happening? Duan Deliang sighed softly. He retrieved the keys from his pocket, sliced through the tape, and opened the package to reveal duck eggs from Weishan Lake. A specialty from Jining? Gu Xing was intrigued. How do they compare to the Gaoyu duck eggs? I only remember the vivid descriptions by Mr. Wang Zhengqi, which left my classmates drooling, making it one of the most compelling advertisements in our language textbooks. Duan Deliang shrugged. That's subjective. My mother sent these. What a delightful surprise. Gu Xing felt genuinely happy for his friend. It seemed familial relations had improved. Having been teammates for a year, he had some understanding of Duan Deliang's childhood experiences. One could say it was a touch of Mo Yan's magical realism from Shandong. After dropping out of school, Duan Deliang never spent a dime from his family. He worked as an internet cafe manager to make ends meet, and, after discovering League of Legends, began training others for profit. During that time, he lived, ate, and slept in the internet cafe for an entire month, without returning home, completely out of touch with his parents. Remarkably, his parents never called him. After finishing his shift, when he returned to pack a change of clothes, his parents showed no reaction whatsoever. In the eyes of Duan Deliang's family, it is likely that he has already squandered his potential. They neglect him, allowing him to fend for himself on the streets, and even at the age of 40, they go so far as to create a younger sister for him. It was only later, after his talents were discovered, that he accepted a friend's invitation to Tu Wan, which marked the beginning of his professional career. Eventually, he joined VG's youth training team and subsequently secured a position on the main roster. In terms of timing, he entered the LPL merely 6 months after Gu Xing, yet he managed to accumulate a considerable sum of money. Ding Jun was exceptionally generous, offering even lesser-known players salaries significantly higher than those in other teams. With a monthly income of several tens of thousands, Tu Wan undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle among laborers in his hometown of Jining. After improving his financial situation, he helped his family repay 300,000 yuan in debt. This gesture led to a remarkable 180-degree shift in his parents' attitude. They began to show genuine concern for his well-being, inquiring about his culinary preferences during holidays, seemingly shifting the family's focus entirely onto Tu Wan. Although Gu Xing found their opportunistic behavior towards their son distasteful, he sincerely wished for a harmonious and blissful life for his supportive teammate. Observing Tu Wan's mother sending a box of salted duck eggs as a symbol of maternal care, Gu Xing felt a sense of joy for his comrade. However, Tu Wan found himself at a loss, as she was merely asking him for money. What? Smev's Mandarin is becoming increasingly proficient, yet his understanding of the Chinese context remains quite lacking. Do I really have to pay for these duck eggs? He wondered. It's not about the cost of the eggs. Why should I look so troubled? Tu Wan explained that his parents wanted to buy an apartment in a school district for his sister, hence their newfound enthusiasm in sending him gifts. Fearing he might forget them. As he spoke, he scoffed, realizing the importance of education from an early age, a sentiment Smev could relate to. In Seoul, housing prices are closely linked to school districts. Certain areas in Gangnam maintain high prices due to the quality of nearby schools. The obsession with children's education is a commonality among the 3 East Asian nations, collectively striving forward, fiercely competitive yet resilient. However, Tu Wan was reluctant to spend such a substantial amount of money. Having only recently cleared debts, he believed he had fulfilled his filial duty. And considering his parents' laissez-faire approach to raising him, he speculated that the total cost would not even reach 300,000 yuan. While familial affection certainly existed, it was not abundant. Now, being asked to purchase a house for the son they once deemed worthless felt a bit like an unreasonable demand. His primary concern was that after purchasing this one property, he would be expected to shell out even more money in the following year. If it turns into a bottomless pit, no matter how much I earn, it will never suffice, he expressed, revealing his inner turmoil. Gu Xing scratched his head, feeling powerless regarding such domestic matters. Standing with Tu Wan's parents felt like crossing an insurmountable barrier. His teammate had already endured enough hardships in his youth, and he could not pressure him to fulfill his parents' demands. Conversely, completely siding with Tu Wan did not seem appropriate either, for despite the estrangement, they were still flesh and blood. Who knows how their relationship might evolve in the future? At that moment, Gu Xing could not help but reflect on his family dynamics, pondering how he might unwittingly become a target of quiet criticism for his suggestions, particularly when taking Xiao Duan's side. He recalled his childhood, filled with the incessant bickering with Gu Pan, who would contest everything, from academic achievements to the order of morning rituals. Such disputes were the norm in their household. Financially, their situation was precarious, relying heavily on the small shop at the entrance of Gushi community for sustenance. Nonetheless, his parents endeavored to provide a better living environment for their children within their means, striving for fairness between the siblings. Their approach to parenting was notably progressive. When Gu Xing expressed his desire to pursue a career, his father was the first to offer unwavering support, accompanying him to find a club for trials. Now, as he began to find success, his parents remained remarkably composed, their lives undisturbed, continuing to manage the small shop with plans to work until Gu Pan graduated before retiring. In contrast to other families, Gu Xing felt immensely grateful for his own. After pondering for a moment, he shared his thoughts, inquiring about the housing prices in their area. Tu Wan nodded, confirming that they were indeed affordable, with the best school district's 3-bedroom apartments reaching a maximum of 2 to 3 million. This amount would barely suffice for a larger bathroom in the Shermao Binjiang Garden, where the IG base is located. For Tu Wan, the financial pressure was manageable. He lived quite frugally, though not to the extreme of someone like Faker. he spent very little each month, not engaging in investments or stock trading. He saved all his money in the bank. Considering his yet-to-be-distributed earnings from the S6 championship skin and prize money from various tournaments, he was undoubtedly the cash king of VG. Let us wait a little longer, Gu Xing proposed, suggesting they avoid giving his parents the impression that money could instantly fulfill their wishes. He advised delaying the purchase of the school district property for a while. The deed can be in your name, and you can have your sister's household registration transferred there for her future schooling, he elaborated, framing it as an investment in real estate in their hometown, which could later be sold. This, he believed, was the most prudent approach he could conceive. Gu Xing was not particularly adept at handling such matters, and the execution would ultimately depend on Tu Wan himself. This arrangement would ensure that his sister had access to a good school, his parents' superficial desires were met, and his own assets would not depreciate. It could indeed be deemed a true win-win-win situation. Tu Wan suddenly grasped the concept, recognizing the high feasibility of Gu Xing's seemingly simple solution, which he had previously overlooked. This oversight was not entirely his fault. Having been a gaming addict since childhood, he had entered the professional scene before reaching adulthood, lacking any knowledge of social nuances or emotional intelligence. No one had taught him these things. His handling of everyday affairs was virtually non-existent. Just look at the likes of RNG's Xianghua. If not for his exceptional skills, Liu Xiyu would have long been beaten to a pulp, relying solely on his ability to flaunt his words. In the realm of domestic esports, where oddities abound, Tu Wan, despite being somewhat introverted and detached from reality, could be considered one of the few normal individuals in this chaotic environment. After your retirement, it would be prudent to seek a partner of simpler disposition. Gu Xing, with a heartfelt pat on Tu Wan's shoulder, advised him against finding someone from the esports realm, for their cunning and guile would surely outmatch him. This wisdom, imparted by Ming Kai, served as a poignant reminder of the lessons learned during their earlier days, crafting a humorous anecdote for himself. Gu Xing shared this with Tu Wan, hoping to spare his teammate from being deceived and losing his fortune in the future. Tu Wan chuckled sheepishly, having resolved his inner turmoil. He felt a wave of relief and began distributing neatly arranged salted duck eggs from the packaging to Gu Xing. Smeb, unfamiliar with salted duck eggs, curiously took one, intending to enjoy it as a side dish. Upon returning to his seat, Gu Xing glanced at the time and commenced his live stream. Here I am again, diligently putting in extra hours, he said, reclining in his chair to relax. Good evening, everyone. The chatroom was soon inundated with messages, streaming right after a match. Some lazy folks should take note of the streamer's work ethic. Following in the footsteps of Xing Gu and Doim, the two diligent live streamers of the professional scene. Doim streams after a victory but goes silent after a defeat. What a character. Isn't that only natural? Who would want to face criticism right after a loss? I reckon only a masochist would do that. Ordinary people might behave that way, but not the toxic coin. He thrives on attention. Doim not only excels at weeping but can effortlessly shift to a smile, his acting skills rivaling seasoned veterans. I would contest the awarding of the KR Blue Dragon Award to anyone but him. Blue Dragon Award? I want the Golden Rooster Award. I have no interest in KR accolades. Gu Xing, upon reading the barrage of comments, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Both he and Doim streamed on Douyu, and as relatively popular professional players, comparisons were inevitable. Furthermore, Douyu was infamous for its gathering of rhythm-driven personalities. The audience, shaped by the efforts of Haifan and others, exhibited a distinct online demeanor that thrived on creating drama. Today, the chatter had turned to Doim's propensity to stream only after winning, and Gu Xing could easily surmise that the recent loss by QG had driven disgruntled fans to his stream to vent their frustrations. Though he was not intimately acquainted with Doim, the latter's flamboyant streaming style and controversial remarks were bound to attract attention. Moreover, the lingering aftermath of a 1-minute BO5 match had left a generally unfavorable impression of Doim among viewers. Without a championship title, it would be challenging for him to redeem his reputation. Observing the escalating tension, Gu Xing opted for a tactic that had proven effective in his previous interactions with Gu Pan, diverting the conversation. How did you all know that I played as the tanky champions Zac and Makai today, both securing MVP? He boasted to the audience, exclaiming, Indeed, I am the true carry. However, before he could finish his sentence, a sudden fit of intense coughing interrupted him. Who is it? Are we in a rebellious phase? Disagreeing with my comments? He quipped for comedic effect, turning his head to locate the source of the disturbance. There, he found Smeb hunched over a trash bin, coughing violently. His palm repeatedly striking his chest, his face flushed with excitement akin to Uzi during his fervent moments. What on earth is happening? Gu Xing wondered, perplexed. I took a bite of the salty duck egg, and Smeb's eyes welled up with tears. Why is it so salty? Gu Xing glanced down at the table. The culprit behind Song Jinghao's cough lay above, a half-eaten shell remaining. Smeb had devoured half of the salted duck egg in one go. Who taught you to eat this way? Tu Wan initially suspected there might be a safety issue with the duck egg and hurried over, only to realize that the fault lay with Smeb himself. He let out a sigh of relief. Taking a half-bite could be quite perilous. I pondered. Who taught me how to eat as well? Song Jinghao protested. Now it was Tu Wan's turn to fall silent. He assumed everyone knew how to eat a salted duck egg, overlooking the fact that Smeb's life experience was quite different from theirs. Ha ha ha. Jack burst into hearty laughter, resembling a Shiba Inu, half a salted duck egg in one bite. My boy, you're quite bold. Gu Xing couldn't contain himself. Surprised that Song Yijin had fallen for it before, and now my boy was destined to experience it again. The entire training room erupted in laughter. When the meat chicken first arrived in the LPL, he had been tricked by the audience into taking a bite of a salted duck egg. His facial expression resembling that of someone who had just bitten into a lemon, which even led to a gif circulating. Now, Smeb's performance felt like a revival of that classic moment. Gu Xing turned back to the livestream, noticing that viewers had caught Smeb's mishap with the half-duck egg, and the barrage of teasing comments began to flood in. That's enough. He took a sip of ice water. If you're so capable, go to the next match and mock my boy in person. Xiao Gu. Song Jinghao slapped the jungler's back. Are you looking for trouble? Gu Xing was clearly baiting him. The netizens were known for their rebellious spirit, and the more you told them not to, the more they would. In the next match, someone might very well laugh at themselves. Not chatting with you anymore. Buddy, I'm entering ranked. Gu Xing clicked to accept the match, and the BP panel appeared before him. He first checked his teammates' IDs. Unsurprisingly, familiar faces filled the high-ranking Korean server. This match featured Peanut. Gu Xing was assigned to mid lane, with Peanut as the jungler. With two seasoned high-ranking junglers in this game, the overall hidden score would undoubtedly be high. My ADC is Uzi. Upon seeing Clearlove77's ID, Gu Xing immediately recalled his true identity. This match had a clear strategy. He knew that protecting Uzi would increase their chances of victory, so he naturally intended to move down to the bot lane frequently. Peanut recognized Gu Xing and was in the chat channel considering giving up his jungler position. Gu Xing quickly typed, No, I'm playing mid Yasuo, let me enjoy a game. Upon seeing this, Peanut immediately switched his originally selected champion from Elise to Gragas, aiming to execute a splendid combo with Gu Xing. Did you see that? Gu Xing shouted to the livestream audience. This is called having clout. He had to change champions to coordinate with you. After confirming his runes and talents, he just entered the loading screen when he saw the mid laner's nickname, Xayah Tancha 7. Compared to Gu Xing's ID, it merely had a 7 at the end. Turtle, what does that mean? Gu Xing chuckled. So now the Korean server's rank is filled with my 7 sauce. Huh. Gu Xing is known as Little Bear Shun, while Uzi is recognized as Clearlove77. Opposing them is another Little Bear Shun, number 7. The essence of the number 7 is omnipresent. Although this ranked match does not feature the real Ming Kai, his presence is felt everywhere. The adversary has chosen Zed, a classic mid-lane matchup against Yasuo, particularly common in lower tiers. To be fair, Zed holds an advantage in the early game, but as Yasuo acquires items later, his margin for error increases. Thus, Gu Xing plays cautiously in the early phase, controlling the wave near the tower, gradually last-hitting with basic attacks and Q, Steel Tempest. Relying on his passive shield and the health regeneration from his Doran's items, he believes he has the upper hand. Yet, is the opposing Zed's Q2 accurate? After finishing a dagger, Gu Xing, with his health severely diminished, has no choice but to retreat. Is this the prowess of a Master Zed player? He cannot fathom why the Q is so precise. The audience's comments flood in. I knew the outcome as soon as I saw Xing play Yasuo. If you can't win, just admit it. Why drag others into it? Stuck under the tower, he was thinking of supporting Uzi. Oh no, Xing seems to have caught the Q virus from Jack. Xayah is like this. Junglers usually face off against rough opponents. Unyielding, Gu Xing aims to confront Zed after reaching level 6. However, Zed activates his ultimate and ignites him immediately after breaking the shield with E. Gu Xing predicts Zed's landing behind him and deliberately casts Wind Wall to evade the potential boomerang. He then follows up with Steel Tempest, hoping to stack his wind. Yet, Zed exhibits remarkable patience. He seemingly anticipates that Gu Xing's full combo will not suffice to eliminate him, deliberately holding his Q until the wind wall dissipates. Gu Xing, admittedly inexperienced with Yasuo, quickly realizes that he erred by deploying Wind Wall at the moment Zed unleashed his ultimate. With his reflexes, he could have waited for Zed's Q before utilizing his evasion skill. Fortunately, Gu Xing retains E's Sweeping Blade. As Zed nears death, he executes E to dash through Zed, aiming to create distance and avoid the flying daggers. However, in the instant he dashes forward, Zed releases his Q. 3 daggers, including the W shadow, soar toward Yasuo. To Gu Xing's astonishment, the daggers target the very spot where he landed after using E. He can no longer evade through movement, helplessly watching as Yasuo collides with the daggers. A triumphant 3 flowers converge. The daggers pierce Yasuo, turning Gu Xing's screen monochrome. Well, Gu Xing concedes. This Zed is exceptionally skilled. I estimate he has played at least 1,000 games. Otherwise, such proficiency is unattainable. Jack strolls by, sipping his cola, and notices his jungler praising the opposing Zed, so he stops to watch the spectacle. Seeing the flashy ID of the opposing player, Little Bear Shin 7, Jack's jaw drops. Whose Master Zed is this? He shakes Gu Xing's shoulder vigorously. It's undoubtedly Miko. What? Gu Xing cannot believe this revelation, hesitating for a moment before dismissively waving his hand. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Indeed, Jack beamed with delight. Just an hour prior, he had confided in me that he intended to change his ID to resemble that of a factory manager, emulating your beloved Bear Shrug. Breaking news. Breaking news. Lao Gu was single-handedly slain by Miko in the mid lane. Yu Wenba, reveling in the chaos, incessantly urged his teammates to come and witness the spectacle. Get lost. What is there to see? Gu Xing's face flushed. Isn't it just because he was aided by Dan Xayah? Neither of us is primarily a lane hero. It's only reasonable to be occasionally bested, right? Sure, Kuro wholeheartedly agreed, affirming Gu's sentiments. Smeb scoffed, what nonsense. Losing a solo to a support and still having the audacity to boast. If you utter another word, I shall flood your fan group with screenshots of salted duck eggs. Gu Xing, incensed by shame, bristled. The atmosphere in the training room was jovial, until the clock struck 2 in the morning, when Jack suddenly erupted with exuberant exclamations. What on earth is this mouse demon doing? Is he using a script? His voice resonated, piercing the air. Gu Xing had just ended his stream and, upon hearing this, was instantly invigorated, scrolling to see who possessed the audacity to employ scripts in a Korean server-ranked match. Upon glimpsing the opposing ID, he felt a strange mixture of familiarity and strangeness. Happy game. Originally, today was meant to yield an additional 3,000 words. Yet after completing that section, I reflected and found it unsuitable, hence I deleted it entirely. However, we are about to delve into the main plot, and updates will be added. End of this chapter. As Gu Xing pondered the real-life figure corresponding to that ID, he overheard a slightly inebriated Song Jinghao remark. Jack, why are you acting just like Gu now? When you can't win, you insist on praising your opponent as formidable, hailing their Zed as a masterstroke, while deriding the opposing ADC as a script user. Why can't you just admit you're lacking? Hearing SB persistently dwell on his defeat to Tiany's Zed and Dan Xayah, Gu Xing was displeased. You little rascal. Do you have any inkling of Eco's true prowess? He is not akin to an ordinary support. In the common consensus, supports are perceived as the weakest players in terms of mechanics, earning the least among the 5 roles. After all, if one were truly skilled, why not play a carry role? Those characters wield greater influence over the overall game and can easily secure victory. It is rare to witness players like Courage, Lu Qingsong, or Beryl transition from ADC to support. Such reverse role shifts are exceedingly uncommon. Supports often serve as a fallback for players who realize their mechanical skills are lacking and thus shift to the support role, liberating their mental capacity by not having to last hit, allowing them to focus on strategizing for the team. Overall, the role of support demands a higher level of awareness than mechanics. However, this must be analyzed based on the prevailing meta, as one cannot generalize, though it is true for the majority. Nonetheless, not all supports prioritize awareness at the expense of mechanics. The world is vast, and a few players are indeed exceptional. For instance, Tu Wan focuses intensely on mechanics, seldom engaging in team decision-making, his dominance once allowing Uzi to see the support roll through his eyes, resulting in a heartfelt duo Q with Xiao Duan. It is precisely for this reason that he triumphed in the S6 World Championship, a time when lane control was of paramount importance. Tian Yi is another exception, referred to as a top-tier player in the realm of assistance. It is no exaggeration to say that even a mere canine companion in the bottom lane can secure a victory. His dexterity surpasses that of Tu Wan, and he is renowned for his mastery of Thresh and Nami, though in truth, few champions elude his expertise, including those in other positions. In ranked matches, he traverses the solo lane with a prowess that outshines many professional players in the same role. Gu Xing himself is not particularly skilled with Yasuo, so being soloed by the opponent comes as no surprise. Kuro resonates with this sentiment. I recall last year during my time with the Tigers. We frequently faced EDG and scrims. Eco and Deft were truly formidable, consistently overpowering our bottom lane. It felt as though we were up against monsters. Despite the Tu Wan duo boasting only one league championship and one MSI title, they remain prominently ranked among the greatest bottom lanes in professional league history, primarily due to their terrifying landing capabilities. Back in the day, only the duo of Gu Xing and Ping Yiling within the LPL could rival them, having decisively vanquished the nascent Wolfstick duo at the 2015 Mid-Season Invitational, a testament to their strength. Stop chatting and watch this mouse's mechanics, Jack exclaimed. If it weren't for scripts, I'd be eating 5 pounds of dung. Gu Xing focused intently as the player known as Xayah controlled the mouse, unleashing our full firepower amidst the laughter of the female commentator, raining arrows upon Jack's formation. Following the activation of Q ambush, the fully equipped mouse achieved an astonishing attack speed cap of 25, allowing for 5 arrows to be fired every 2 seconds. Under such rapid-fire conditions, the marksman must exhibit unparalleled dexterity in kiting, which elevates the demands on hand speed to an extreme level. Moreover, mere hand speed is insufficient. A seamless coordination between the mind and fingers is essential to execute rapid kiting without delay, as one might inadvertently issue an auto-attack command only to find the champion unprepared to strike, leaving them immobile. Conversely, pressing the keys too slowly risks missing auto-attacks, adversely affecting damage output. Players capable of flawlessly achieving a 25 attack speed kiting while maintaining consistent output frequency do exist. To Gu Xing's knowledge, the likes of I and Deft from Samsung's roster were able to accomplish this feat in their prime. However, this undoubtedly signifies the pinnacle of ADC prowess within the contemporary esports landscape. Aside from exceptional instances such as sprinting for ranks, they would not employ such techniques in ranked matches. Simply put, it is far too cumbersome. It is illogical for top-tier professional players to engage in such tactics in ranked play when they can reserve them for the grand stage. Therefore, theoretically, one would not expect to see seamless kiting at an attack speed of 25 in ranked matches. Yet now, the player with the ID Xayah demonstrates perfect kiting within the match, executed with remarkable fluidity. The VG players are intently focused on the mouse's kiting, confirming that there are no hiccups in the opponent's execution nor any missed auto-attacks. This leaves only one possibility. Whose subordinate is this? Tu Wan exclaimed in admiration. He truly dares to use scripts. What audacity! Let us host a tournament. Yu Winba, disturbed by the disruption to the gaming experience, retorted, couldn't he face Faker? That would expedite the ban process. They, as LPL professional players with super accounts registered in the Korean Punch system, possess no other privileges aside from hidden high scores and full skins. Reporting must still follow the standard procedure. Li Xianhe, a player of unparalleled popularity in the LCK, is renowned for his decisive presence. If Faker encounters a scripting issue, he can swiftly contact the officials, and if the situation is verified, he might exclaim, "What on earth are you doing?" Lu Wenjun found himself utterly perplexed. He had just concluded a 3-party discussion with the headquarters of Riot Games and IEG regarding the distribution of prize earnings when he removed his noise-canceling headphones and heard his team members shouting excitedly. Someone is scripting in the Korean server S ranked matches. SB gleefully shared the news. Even if Faker were not involved, given the swift response time of Korean esports, the account Xayah would likely be banned by tomorrow at the latest. Song Jinghao sensed that this individual must be quite reckless to use scripts in the highly competitive environment of the Korean server. Let me take a look, Lu Wenjun, intrigued, decided to see which audacious player dared to script. Peering out, his expression shifted through a spectrum of emotions. Is this person primarily an ADC player? Jack had already lost his match and entered the post-game statistics interface. Upon hearing the manager's inquiry, he switched screens, logged in, and entered the mouse ID to verify the historical performance. A page of green indicators filled with the mouse, a script-loving marksman known for his APM. Any professional player would recognize this as a classic scripted style. Indeed, all ADC, Jack remarked just as Lu Wenjun interjected, "That's right. This is one of our second team members." Huh. The VG team chorused, astonished. Is that true? Jack's mouth fell open, disbelief evident in his gaze. I wouldn't lie about this. It can't be fake, Lu Wenjun replied. He oversaw all matters related to the League of Legends division and had a clear understanding of the second team members. Gu Xing finally recalled the familiar yet strange feeling he experienced upon seeing the ID Hapiga. K was indeed a member of the second team. At the end of last year, when VGP was re-established, Gu Xing had met the young trainees and not only taken photos and signed autographs, but also added them as friends on the Korean server. Happy GA was one of them. However, Gu Xing had far too many friends, and his memory was not as sharp as Shun Guanshan's. He primarily remembered IDs of those he was closer to, which was why he failed to immediately connect the nickname to the corresponding player. If he is a second team member, does that imply Jack realized the issue and couldn't help but swallow hard? He isn't scripting? Although he belonged to the second team's training roster, he had still crossed the threshold into professional player status, training at the club surrounded by coaches and teammates. Scripting would only invite trouble upon oneself. Thus, the earlier logical chain led to a dead end. Circling back, the most plausible conclusion was that Happy GA indeed possessed the hard skills for seamless, perfect kiting at 25 attack speed. Gu Xing let out a soft gasp. Could it be that the team had truly stumbled upon a gem? The players exchanged glances, and through simple deduction, they all arrived at the same conclusion. The atmosphere in the training room instantly lightened. I'll make a call to summon him for a brief inquiry, Lu Wenjun said, pulling out his phone and dialing Zhu Xiaolong's number. Brother Long, could you please locate the player with the Korean ID Hapiga and bring him to the first team's base? I appreciate it. Gu Xingtou gazed out through the curtains. The night had enveloped Howlong Mountain in darkness, and the distant villas were shrouded in shadow. Only a few clusters of buildings around Team VG remained illuminated, with nearby training bases for their Dota 2 division, Alliance's second team, and LGD's first team. The early hours of 2 or 3 in the morning typically belong to the realm of slumber for ordinary humans, yet it is the prime time for professional players' alertness. Before long, Brother Long entered the base, accompanied by 2 young men. Long time no see, Xingge, by Jiahao, having successfully shed weight, rushed forward to embrace Gu Xing. The room's occupants froze momentarily upon seeing Bai Jiahao, erupting into a series of chuckles. Memories of his iconic bald egghead from the promotional photos flashed in their minds. What is going on? Bai Jiahao asked, bewildered. What are you all laughing about? He remained oblivious to the fact that his past misadventures had been immortalized in the VG members gallery, and seeing his seniors grinning widely left him utterly perplexed. It's nothing. Just reminiscing about something amusing. SB waved his hand dismissively. Even as an old joke, it was rather novel for him as an outsider. I came over to snag some snacks, Bai Jiahao said, making his way to the kitchen and retrieving a box of chips. All the snacks the second team bought a few days ago have been devoured by Zhu and Toothpaste. Those two are gluttons. How have they not burst? Zhu Xiaolong, however, was focused on the task at hand. He introduced the young boy behind him to everyone. Old Lu, this is the Hapiga you were looking for. He just turned 17 this year and is rotating with Puff at VGP, going by the professional ideable. Gu Xing suddenly realized. After the mid-season tournament this year, he had followed Zhu Xiaolong around the second team and even participated in VGP's summer strategy discussion meeting. Brother Long had been curious, clarifying, no ulterior motives. Merely a bit of curiosity. Dai Jichuan did not hesitate. He entered training mode, equipped with 6 core items, and began to unleash a flurry of attacks on the wooden dummy. The VG players and coaches gathered around, occasionally expressing their admiration with exclamations. Wow, it's really smooth without lag. Such fluid movement and last hitting. Who just claimed this mouse was scripted? Not me. I certainly didn't say that. Jack flushed with embarrassment. recalling how he had vehemently asserted moments ago that the opponent was undoubtedly using scripts, only to be swiftly contradicted. Indeed, it's quite impressive, Jack conceded. His attack speed and kiting are more fluid than mine. Yu Wenba was not renowned for his speed or kiting skills in the professional arena. It was evident that a Draven streamer could not possibly master the intricacies of extreme kiting. With a 3-hit advantage, one would expect a child to excel. Yet being relentlessly pursued by an opposing warrior rendered that impossible to achieve a full 25 attack speed. Lacking practice conditions, Jack naturally found himself less adept. His strengths lay in generating damage during team fights, carving out his unique style amidst a sea of ADCs. Abel, basking in Jack's praise, felt a rush of youthful exuberance surge within him. His emotions were written all over his face, almost as if the words "I am proud" were emblazoned there. Gu Xing, with his remarkable acumen in understanding others' psychology, immediately chimed in. "We even doubted you were scripted back then," he remarked with a smile. "Knowing so many professional players, few can match your level of kiting. I watched your kiting video, and your skill is comparable to top players like Deft and I. If I possessed your kiting skills, perhaps I would not have pursued jungling, as top-tier marksmen command higher salaries." Gu Xing's flattery was indeed commendable. With Abel being young and somewhat immature, he was easily swept away by the praise, his lips involuntarily curling upward, unable to conceal his joy and delight. "Your talent is remarkable," Hongmi expressed his appreciation, believing that the team had uncovered a promising prospect after viewing Abel's fluid kiting video. "Xiaolong, make sure to nurture him well. Don't let his potential go to waste." He felt that mere verbal encouragement was too insubstantial and sought to implement more tangible measures. "How about this? If you arrange for Abel to participate in training matches, you can share the recordings with Ji Sun for a joint review. It will yield better results." Hongmi, who was typically engrossed in managing the first team's training tasks from dawn till dusk, surely lacked the time to provide individual guidance to Abel. Ultimately, Daiji Chun, though a promising talent from the second team's youth training, was not exceptional enough to warrant Hongmi's exclusive attention. However, having assistant coach Ho Yi assist in training would be just right, also serving to enhance Li Ji Sun's capabilities. Zhu Xiaolong, overjoyed, nodded repeatedly. Unearthing promising talents was the very essence of establishing the second team. Should Abel ascend in the future, it would be a significant achievement for him as a coach. Daiji Chun quickly thanked brother Hongmi. Abel was equally delighted. Although he lacked social finesse, he was no fool. Just by making this visit, he could become a familiar face to the VG first team and receive the careful guidance of Zhu Xiaolong and Li Ji Sun, 2 former world champions. Having 2 tournament champions at his service was indeed a stroke of fortune. "Oh, by the way," Lu Wenjun called Zhu Xiaolong. "I brought you over for a specific matter. Earlier, I inquired with Riot about the possibility of releasing last year's tournament prize money. As for the champion skins revenue, that has only just concluded its sale, and all major servers need time to compile the data. I estimate we might have to wait until the early stages of the S8 season before taxes are deducted and payments are made." The efficiency of Riot's financial department was indeed lacking. The tournament prize money had been delayed for over half a year. Had it not been for Lu Wenjun's relentless calls, it could have been postponed for several more months. The 10% discount was even processed through an expedited channel. As per Riot's claims, striving to deposit the prize money into the players' accounts at the earliest possible moment. One wonders if their interpretation of the earliest possible time aligns with Li Jia's expectations. The revenue from champion skins is even more substantial. With a more complex calculation method, and given the inefficiency of the staff, delays of several years in payment are not uncommon. According to Gu Xing's understanding, Riot Games has indeed perfected the art of catering to its audience. On September 23rd of last year, Riot unveiled a plan for reforming esports, linking in-game revenue to the prize pools of world-class tournaments. Consequently, 25 of the sales from champion skins, Champion Series skins, and team logos would be allocated to the victorious teams. Previous world champions would also receive compensation from the sales of skins from prior years. Due to the timing of the reform announcement preceding the global finals, certain teams, such as SKT, receive their revenue shares ahead of VG. For instance, the earnings from the champion skin for Faker had already been credited in the spring of this year. However, to this day, the revenue from ICE's Samsung White skins remains elusive. Ultimately, it boils down to SKT's stature as a top-tier organization, with Faker being a pivotal figure in Riot's competitive ecosystem. thus ensuring that their benefits are prioritized. As for Samsung White, their connection seems tenuous. The 5 players from SS had previously engaged in a standoff with club management over salary increases, and after the merger with Blue and White, the team underwent a significant reshuffle. Now that they have departed, no one in management is inclined to pursue their skin earnings. Riot will undoubtedly compensate them, but the timeline remains uncertain. Delays are likely. This has led to I expressing frustration in their WeChat group chat, lamenting why Faker could access his skin revenue first. In comparison, VG's wait for their championship prize seems relatively brief, which has left Gu Xing rather content. We should attend an event at IEG. Poppy wants to take this opportunity to meet us, Lu Wenjun mentioned, ensuring that Zhu Xiaolong would clear his schedule to join the team that day. How much can we expect from the prize money? Tu Wan Deliang mused. With a pre-tax income of 202,000 USD, each of us should net nearly 2 million renminbi. Quite comfortable. Initially, this portion of the prize was to be shared with the club. However, Ding Jun, in his excitement, waived the club's share, allowing the players and coaches to distribute the earnings directly after taxes. Little Duan's budget for purchasing a school district apartment in Jining was roughly 200,000, which aligns perfectly with the prize money for a full payment. The accomplished members of VG began to dream about how they would handle their newfound wealth. Yet Abel found the conversation mundane. Each voice chimed in with figures in the millions, as if money were falling from the sky. Even if it were in Korean won, a few million was still a significant sum for Abel in the present day, let alone in RMB. He was reluctant to remain at the VG base, fearing that his long-held views on money might be irrevocably shattered. Noticing Abel's retreating demeanor, Gu Xing approached him with keen insight. Are you leaving? Let me see you off. As they walked toward the exit, Gu Xing utilized his affable nature, smiling and engaging in friendly conversation, almost as if he were checking Abel's background. Do visit often. Gu Xing opened the heavy door. Perhaps we might even face off in the LPL someday. Abel was eager to leave, but suddenly turned back to glance at Gu Xing, hesitating to speak. What's wrong? Gu Xing inquired, puzzled. Well, Abel pondered for a moment. He may not be particularly astute in the intricacies of human relationships. Yet this evening, his logical reasoning is remarkably clear. Excelling in his qualifying matches and triumphing over Jack in a game, he was subsequently summoned by a team for a visit, which led to the appointment of Easyhoon as a coach to guide him. Abel, having watched the Lord's matches before entering the youth training program, is acutely aware of the latter's esteemed position as a dual champion mid laner. The mere thought of receiving mentorship from a player of such caliber fills Abel with a sense of surreal wonder. As he savors this sweet opportunity, a bold idea takes shape in his mind. If he can further showcase his potential, might he garner greater attention from VG? This thought ignites a spark of excitement within him. Brother Xing, I recently developed a new strategy, he whispers to Gu Xing. Its potency is remarkable. It is my secret weapon. Oh, Gu Xing raises an eyebrow. While he does not expect a mere youth trainee to possess anything of substantial worth, out of politeness, he lends a silent ear. Abel, mistaking Gu Xing's interest for genuine curiosity, eagerly divulges his insights. Do you know why I enjoy playing the rat so much? It's not just that the kiting style suits me. There's another reason, he confides, revealing secrets to Gu Xing, whom he has only known for a brief half hour. Were it not for Gu Xing's amiable and understanding demeanor, coupled with Abel's own self-interest, he would have been reluctant to share. However, he recognizes the importance of discernment. By keeping his new strategy to himself, Abel could merely gain a few points in ranked matches, which would offer little to his professional career. In contrast, revealing it to Gu Xing could yield far more valuable rewards. Upon returning to the training room, Gu Xing finds Bai Jiahao sprawled across his gaming chair, watching SB play Crocodile, intermittently crunching on potato chips with a loud crackle. Brother Xing, would you like some? Bai Jiahao offers, presenting a bag of chips. Cucumber flavor. Incredibly delicious. Gu Xing, still in a state of shock, appears lost in thought. No, you can keep them, he replies, dismissing the offer. It's getting late. Bai Jiahao, perceptive enough to notice Gu Xing's evident preoccupation, refrains from probing further. Instead, he simply gets up and leaves. Kuro, wielding an electric toothbrush, busily attends to his dental hygiene, the noise echoing throughout the training room. Red Rice, let us hold a meeting. Li Ruiying's eyes widen. Another meeting? Seeing that the room is filled with familiar faces, Gu Xing finally speaks up. Just now, Abel mentioned he has devised an exceptionally powerful strategy for climbing the ranks. After careful consideration, I believe it is well suited for the professional arena and could complement our hidden strategies. Upon addressing the matter at hand, Kuro switches off his electric toothbrush, allowing the once pervasive noise to dissipate. Red Rice, intrigued, prompts him for more details. Elaborate. Gu Xing, unhesitant, continues. He has recently taken a liking to the attack speed ADC build. Firstly, because he excels at kiting, and this build maximizes his capabilities. Secondly, because he has discovered that a particular item in the current meta is exceptionally overpowered. The Luminous Lantern. The Lantern. The Lantern. Everyone is well acquainted with the Luminous Lantern. This is an item that was introduced into the Rift by Riot Games some time ago, primarily aimed at protective support champions capable of providing shields and healing, allowing them to enhance their buffing effects. For instance, champions like Lulu, Karma, and Xayah almost universally include the Staff of Flowing Water in their build. What's the point? Asked Hongmi, furrowing his brow. It's entirely normal for a soft support to build the staff. No, Gu Xing clarified. What Abel means is not merely to build the staff, but to prioritize it as the first item. Traditionally, the build path for soft supports begins with the Eye of Ladin, followed by the completion of a gold generation item, then the redemption, and finally the staff. The reasoning is straightforward. The Eye provides vision for the entire team, redemption offers group healing to allies, and the staff requires shields to activate, enhancing attributes primarily beneficial for auto-attack reliant characters, rendering it somewhat ineffective for AP champions. Thus, it is logical to first acquire the universally valuable Eye and reserve the situational item, the staff, for later. However, Abel's approach entirely discards the conventional wisdom of prioritizing the Eye, elevating the staff's importance to unprecedented heights. Upon hearing this, members of the training department murmured amongst themselves, perplexed by Abel's strategy. What utility does prioritizing the staff serve? Is it solely to assist the ADC? Such an order of itemization defies conventional logic. In professional play, it is widely accepted that supports serve the team rather than functioning merely as tools for the ADC. Only a handful of teams and a select few ADC players treat their supports as personal assets, insisting on tethering them to their side. This is also one of the reasons why support itemization progresses from the Eye to redemption and ultimately to the staff. Prioritizing the staff clearly challenges long-standing perceptions. Everyone, listen to me. Ho Yi, please check the data on the staff, specifically the version updates, Gu Xing instructed, directing his gaze towards Li Jixuan. This historical data exists within the database provided by E, accessible to VG for a fee. In a short while, all modifications and foundational data regarding the staff from its inception to the present were displayed before everyone. According to Abel's theory, the first advantage is that the staff is remarkably affordable, and its synthesis curve is exceptionally smooth, making it ideal for support champions. Gu Xing picked up a laser pointer and circled the information displayed on the screen. The current recipe for the staff consists of the Forbidden Idol, 800 gold, and the Ether Wisp, 850 gold, with a synthesis cost of 650 gold, totaling only 2,300 gold. It can be said to be quite economical, especially since the individual component prices are not steep, making it a boon for support players. After all, given the economic acquisition speed of supports, amassing over 1,000 gold for a significant item can be quite a challenge. A build path that does not hinder economic growth yet allows for the synthesis of major items is undoubtedly invaluable. Moreover, the intrinsic attributes of the staff are even more crucial. Gu Xing signaled for his teammates to continue observing. It grants the bearer 60 ability power, 10 cooldown reduction, 50 base mana regeneration, 10 healing and shield strength, and 8 movement speed increase, and the passive effect of the staff. Frankly speaking, in terms of attribute value alone, the staff is already quite formidable. The incense burner is priced at a mere 300 gold coins, a sum insufficient even to procure 2 useless sticks. What more could one desire? Naturally, as a support, the discussion surrounding the value of equipment primarily hinges on functionality. Gu Xing had already organized his thoughts logically in his mind during his earlier contemplation, and now he gradually articulates them. The passive effects of the incense burner underwent 2 modifications from late last year to early this year. All members of the training department shifted their gaze to the projection screen. The conceptual mechanics of the incense burner remained unchanged when the bearer provides shields or healing. The affected allies receive a buff lasting 6 seconds, enhancing attack speed and increasing basic attack damage, among other benefits. The data presented indicates that the 622 version corresponds to the S7 preseason, wherein the incense burner transitioned from an original 15 attack speed and an additional 30 magic damage per basic attack to 20 attack speed, 20 magic damage per attack, and the absorption of 20 health points upon landing a basic attack. In version 72, the attack speed bonus from the incense burner increased from 20 to a range dependent on the target's level, specifically 20 to 35. The healing effect per basic attack rose from 20 points to a variable range of 20 to 35 health points based on level. Judging solely from the text, the magnitude of these two enhancements is unprecedented. The earlier confusion on Hong Mi's face transformed into contemplative realization. Let us dissect this. The addition of 20 magic damage per basic attack is the simplest and most intuitive form of damage, equating to an increase of 20 attack power, albeit in a different output format akin to a planes transformation. A longsword costs 350 gold and provides merely 10 additional AD. The enhancement from the incense burner alone equates to an increase in offensive attributes valued at 700 gold for an ADC. Calculating the attack speed is equally straightforward. Gu Xing continued eloquently. While the values scale with level, one cannot expect to start the game with an incense burner. We shall calculate based on a 24 increase, equivalent to the attack speed provided by 2 short swords, totaling 600 gold. Jack unconsciously bit his lip, engrossed in the explanation of his jungler. His partner, Tu Wan, wore a serious expression, clearly beginning to grasp the absurdity of the incense burner. The remaining healing effect is the crucial point. Gu Xing raised his voice. Each basic attack restores between 20 to 35 health points. Following the same principle, one cannot begin with an incense burner. At level 6, the healing per basic attack would reach 25 points, so we will use this foundational number for our calculations. For instance, the Bloodthirster provides a 20 lifesteal effect, which is already one of the strongest lifesteal items. To regain 25 health points, a champion must inflict 125 points of damage through basic attacks. Gu Xing reminded everyone. Note that this is damage, which must account for the enemy's armor. If the opponent possesses 100 points of armor, that results in a 50 reduction in physical output, meaning the champion must possess 250 attack power to recover 25 health points. The strength of the incense burner lies in its independence from the opponent's armor and the need to consider one's own damage output. As long as a basic attack connects, the healing effect can be triggered. Furthermore, another significant advantage of the incense burner is that its buff effect is categorized as a basic attack special effect, which can be triggered by the hurricane. Ordinarily, a basic attack restores 25 health points. However, after utilizing the hurricane, a single basic attack unleashes 3 arrows, each striking different foes, resulting in a remarkable restoration of 75 health points. At this moment, the VG training room was filled with a chorus of astonished gasps, as if everyone collectively sought to contribute to global warming. They all understood the implications of the enhancements provided by the relic. If the magical damage increase and attack speed could be equated to basic items for calculating benefits, then the health restoration was truly priceless. In the late game, at level 18, an ADC augmented by the relic could recover 35 health points with a single basic attack. When combined with Luana's Hurricane, achieving a full build with maximum attack speed of 25 is certainly feasible, especially since the relic also grants a 35 attack speed boost, which is effortlessly attainable for attack, speed-oriented marksmen. Once all these prerequisites are met, what would be the maximum health restoration? An astonishing 2,625 health points per second. It is essential to recognize that this is merely the enhancement from the relic alone, truly a terrifying prospect. It's over, a change is coming, murmured Song Jinghao. His eyes glazed. Gu Xing was not surprised by his teammate's reaction. He bore a similar expression after hearing Abel's explanation. Is Riot Games really going to enhance the relic twice? Tu Wan asked, bewildered. The reason is quite straightforward. Gu Xing articulated his thoughts. At the end of Season 6 and the beginning of Season 7, would there be any supports building the relic? Almost none. At that time, champions like Xayah and Gragas dominated the scene, while Lulu and Karma were relatively underappreciated. Riot aimed to elevate their status to compete with the mages, hence the enhancement of the relic. However, with the nerf to Spell Thief's Edge, mage supports have entirely vanished from the professional stage, while protective soft supports have also suffered. Ancient Coin was just recently buffed, making it entirely viable for play. Gu Xing's excitement was palpable as he looked at his teammates. The result is that the monstrous mage supports that could counter the relic have disappeared, leaving only protective soft supports. He challenged his teammates. Would you consider it a loss to invest 2,300 gold in a relic for such attribute value? A loss. Not at all, Jack exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. As long as the soft support prioritizes the relic, the ADC will be invincible. Attack speed, damage enhancement, health restoration. The relic provides all that a marksman desires. The increase in statistics is not insignificant. The combined value of just the first two enhancements reaches an astonishing 1,300 gold. Tu Wan comprehended the situation thoroughly. In the late game, once the ADC has developed, the attribute bonuses from the relic may not yield a decisive impact, which was one reason why it had been overlooked previously. Players tended to prioritize the Ice Stone before redemption, placing the relic at a low priority. By the time the support constructs their third major item, the game has already progressed into the mid to late stages, with the marksman's build fully realized and the relic's impact relatively limited. But what about in the early game? When the ADC has only a major item and attack speed boots, the support can already construct the relic. At this moment, the equipment's enhancement to the marksman's attributes is simply astonishing, resembling a supermodel. It is no exaggeration to say that within 10 minutes, I can craft a locket with a support champion, effortlessly overcoming a 2-3 situation, Jack proclaimed with bravado. Homie felt a sudden clarity. Abel's ideas are remarkable, he exclaimed. His admiration for Dai Zhichuan elevated further. The fact that a young trainee could independently conceive such a sophisticated strategy marked him as a true prodigy. It is essential to note that these trainees have yet to engage with a formal training regimen, akin to an unrefined gem awaiting polish. Most trainees excel in mechanical skills, relying solely on speed and damage calculations to reach higher ranks. However, in terms of game comprehension, they evidently lag behind. Yet Abel first demonstrated his mechanical prowess by utilizing a full attack speed approach, subsequently developing a unique strategy prioritizing the locket for support champions, thus showcasing his exceptional understanding. Among trainees, he is undoubtedly in the top tier. It is astonishing that a little-known newcomer discovered a new system that even professional players and coaches had not conceived. Homie felt compelled to nurture this talent. Abel's future is boundless. I was equally astonished. Abel is indeed a genius. And elevating the priority of the locket undoubtedly benefits our support-focused composition, Gu Xing said, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Exactly. The hidden strategy was inherently a support-centric approach. Homie nodded in agreement. The locket significantly enhances the mid-game strength of this concept. The support champions suitable for the locket are few and far between, predominantly long-range heroes who, once they gain the advantage in range, possess a superior landing pressure compared to many short-range supports. As the lane transitions, these support champions wielding the locket can provide ADCs with an exhilarating experience, the strength of which is indisputable. Once the game reaches the late stages, support champions become the turbochargers for ADCs. Previously, it was stated that the locket's amplification effects on marksmen in the late game are not as pronounced as in the mid-game. But this is relative. Compared to support champions who cannot even purchase a locket, the advantages for these support champions are overwhelming. Protective support champions significantly enhance the margin for error for ADCs. As the late-game core damage dealers, marksmen's damage output becomes remarkably stable, and with the support of protective champions, they need not worry excessively about their output environment, easily reaching their potential. Thus, protective support champions seamlessly integrate the three major game phases, free from any periods of ineffectiveness. Truly flawless. The atmosphere in the room became charged with excitement. Not just the locket, Gu Xing added fuel to the fire. As I was contemplating, I thought of another beneficial aspect. Huh? Song Jinghao inquired curiously. Hurry up, don't keep us in suspense. Gu Xing requested that Hou Yi gather all the data related to the equipment suited for support champions and project it onto the screen. Li Zhishuan obediently complied, completing the task shortly. Gazing at the intricate information on the screen, Gu Xing turned to his teammates. It's quite straightforward. The locket, redemption, the cauldron, and the forbidden statue share common attributes. He did not wait for his teammates' responses and revealed the answer himself. Healing and shield strength. Did you see that? The crowd nodded in agreement, like chicks pecking at grains. Each piece of specialized soft support equipment bore this attribute enhancement. Now let us examine redemption. In the recent 712 version update, the designers made alterations to this item. Gu Xing directed everyone's attention to the specific item he had mentioned. The health points of redemption were reduced by 100, and the active healing effect was changed from 65 for 190 at level 118 to 30, 370 at level 118. At first glance, it appeared to be a substantial nerf. However, do not overlook this adjustment, Gu Xing emphasized with his laser pointer. The enhancement effects of healing and shields will triple the healing amount of redemption. He intended to elaborate further, but upon glancing sideways, he noticed Jack's puzzled expression, indicating he had not comprehended. After a brief pause, Gu Xing decided to clarify the concept. The information may sound obscure, but a simple example will elucidate its meaning. One of the attributes of Incandescent Hearth is 10 healing and shield strength. If you purchase the hearth and subsequently use redemption, the healing amount from redemption will increase by not just 10, but rather 30. Gu Xing's explanation was straightforward, and Jack finally grasped the concept. Is that what it means? It's that simple? Previously, he had been baffled while reading the patch notes. It was common knowledge that redemption had been nerfed, and even if it was occasionally useful, it was a matter for support players to ponder, not something that concerned him. Sure. Jack had approached such seemingly insignificant patch details with a somewhat indifferent attitude. However, after listening to his jungler's explanation, everything became clear to him. Riot's intention behind altering redemption is quite transparent. It aims to differentiate the uniqueness of various support roles. Gu Xing briefly outlined the designer's thoughts. After all, previously, redemption ranked at the top of the priority list for various support builds. Whether it be consumable mage supports, tanky hard supports, or protective soft supports, everyone had a redemption, treating it as a universal item. This alteration has lowered the base healing of redemption, compelling other supports to abandon the notion of forcibly acquiring redemption. However, the enhancement of healing and shield strength is intended to allow protective soft supports to possess their own exclusive item. As Gu Xing spoke, a smile appeared on his face. Unfortunately, Riot seems to have miscalculated. They altered redemption to be too potent, oblivious to the strength of this tripling effect. The enhancement effects of healing and shield strength can stack. Gu Xing elaborated. As we saw in the images of the soft support equipment, the hearth, cauldron, and the item, taboo statue, all come with this effect that enhances healing and shields, and even redemption itself possesses it. Moreover, the Keystone Mastery, Blessing of the Windwalker, provides an additional 10 healing and shield strength. Gu Xing became increasingly animated in his explanation. Windwalker, hearth, and redemption each contribute a 10 bonus, while the cauldron offers 20, and the taboo statue provides 8. When combined, does that not amount to 58? Jack may not be particularly educated. He only attended high school for a brief period. In the VG Club, overseen by Gu Xing and Lord Ho, he might not be deemed a cultured individual, yet when placed alongside other clubs, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a high achiever, proficient in the fundamental operations of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. He effortlessly articulated the correct answer. Upon hearing the number 58, Gu Xing was momentarily reminded of a set of cannon punches. Regaining his focus, he promptly echoed Jack. Indeed, it is 58. Now, let us revisit the enhancement effects of redemption. Do they not appear astonishing? In version 712, the maximum healing amount of redemption after being nerfed is 370 health points, but the 58 enhancement effect for healing and shields will triple, resulting in a staggering 174. A healing of 370 health points will ultimately transform into 1014. Gu Xing exclaimed passionately, I am certain everyone comprehends the implications of this. Healing 1000 health points, particularly as a group healing effect. Theoretically, it could restore 5,000 health points to the entire team. Soraka is simply a nuisance. With one ultimate ability, even the tail light of redemption would be out of sight. When the designers at Riot initially modified redemption, they likely intended to provide a modest compensation for protective support champions by tripling the healing effect. Little did they anticipate the emergence of such an exaggeratedly overpowered item. It is noteworthy that when a protective support champion utilizes redemption, the group healing effect will also bestow the incense burner effect upon everyone. The atmosphere within the room erupted in fervor. Had it not been for the excellent soundproofing, they would surely have attracted complaints from other residents. In the late hours of the night, every face in the VG training room radiated with an exhilarating and fervent smile. They understood the significance of this meeting. The incense burner and redemption had evidently become the solution for the new version. The long-concealed dual protection support strategy of VG was destined to shine brilliantly with the assistance of this new equipment configuration. Everyone, please remain calm. Hongmi stepped forward to regain control of the situation. We must not become overly excited. The circumstances are exceptionally favorable, and we cannot let our efforts go to waste. This dual protection support system has been concealed for much of the summer season. We must exercise restraint. He advised the team, practice secretly. Quiet success is the most resounding. If we recklessly implement it now, Riot will undoubtedly work overtime to nerf it. The current version is progressing in the direction we envisioned, and the finish line is just ahead. We must keep our strategies hidden until the playoffs. By then, with the global finals approaching, the designers would be hesitant to make arbitrary adjustments. No problem. The team members confidently pledged to keep the secret, ensuring that no one else would discover it. As for Abel, Hongmi, beaming with excitement, turned to Gu Xing. Make sure to inform him not to utilize it in ranked matches. Gu Xing responded with a bright smile. I have already planned for him to observe the upcoming training matches with the first team as a small form of compensation. Add him to the main roster, Hongmi suggested, slicing a larger piece of the metaphorical cake. Tomorrow, Lu, you will issue an announcement. Hongmi held absolute authority over training matters within the club, and Lu Wenjun promptly agreed without hesitation. Brothers, let us strive harder, he encouraged his teammates. Victory lies just ahead. The VG training room was ablaze with enthusiasm, each member brimming with determination. They not only glimpsed the dawn of success, but were also acutely aware that the path ahead was illuminated with promise. The following day, upon rising, the VG training department resolved to delve into the intricacies of the incense burner strategy. Their commitment to this endeavor surpassed even the fervor displayed when they first established the dual support system. The rationale was straightforward. The incense burner was exceptionally overpowered. Particularly when paired with redemption, the support's capacity to enhance the marksman's combat prowess was unparalleled. Throughout the annals of League of Legends, have there been instances of overpowered support versions? Indeed. Without delving too far into history, one can reference the recent S6 World Championship, where the poke-style support led by Xayah exhibited formidable strength. She capitalized on the overwhelming damage from Lord of Thunder's edict, allowing her to consistently exert pressure on her opponents and dismantle the first blood tower valued at 600 gold, ultimately leading her team to victory. However, upon reflection, while the incense burner may be formidable, its dominance is not as exaggerated as it may seem, especially considering the existence of even more overpowering elements during that time. Namely, the jungle core. Even champions like Lee Sin were played as central figures, alongside traditional roles such as Nidalee and Graves, which commanded attention and established an exaggerated presence in every match, drawing the world's focus. Moreover, the responsibilities assigned to the jungler inherently conferred a substantial degree of early-game dominance in the Rift. To be fair, it was the junglers during the S6 World Championship who truly reigned supreme. The nearly frenetic performances of players like Koro, Peanut, and Yankos remain a topic of delight for many audiences, rightfully earning them the title of the three great jungle kings of the league. Consequently, the jungler's role began to overshadow that of the support, emerging as the true version of an overpowered archetype. Yet, the tides have since shifted. Ever since Riot Games weakened the carnivorous junglers while bolstering the herbivorous tanky ones, the jungler's esteemed position has steadily declined. Now relegated to the role of a mere team utility, the situation for top lane champions is similarly bleak. Tank heroes, leveraging Gargoyle's courage, often achieve damage-free trades in lane while providing commendable frontline capabilities, thereby constraining the survival space of carry-type champions. The remaining mid-lane champions pose no significant threat to the dominance of support. To assert that the current top, mid, and jungle roles lack any carry potential would be unrealistic. Select champions can certainly shine. However, the difficulty involved is markedly high. When one opts for carry-capable heroes in these roles, victory becomes more elusive compared to leveraging the incense burner system. In the pursuit of securing victory in the most straightforward manner within the competitive arena, The emergence of the incense burner inevitably diminishes the presence of other carry champions in the top and mid lanes. If one can secure wins simply by playing a support role, why select powerful champions for the top and mid lanes? After all, they could merely serve as utility for the bot lane. Thus, it is conceivable that the top and mid lanes may become subservient to the support role. Yet, this is the nature of the current meta. One could argue that the incense burner support stands unrivaled, dominating the power struggle on the competitive stage without any contenders. Naturally, VG places immense importance on this strategy. Due to their commitment to confidentiality, they dared not challenge other teams, even their close ally, Longzhu, for fear that there might be an insider among the staff. Once the transaction had commenced, it would be impossible to halt it. Adhering to the principle that fewer individuals should be privy to the information, VG could only conduct internal training sessions. The focus was on enhancing their bottom lane sensitivity and strength regarding the incense burner. Don't take it personally, Yuwenbaum murmured. Why are you getting so worked up? However, he was accustomed to Kuro's reactions and merely made a light-hearted remark without probing further. Just as the VG players were engaged in conversation, the base door was suddenly flung open. Come help me. Zhu Xiaolong called out for assistance. Gu Xing rose to see the former top laner, panting and carrying 2 suitcases, and hurried to lend a hand. This is all of Dai Zhichuan's luggage, Zhu Xiaolong remarked, glancing at Hongmi. From now on, Abel is in your care. He patted the shoulder of the somewhat awkward youth beside him. Make sure to get along with your teammates, and please don't sulk or isolate yourself. It was uncertain whether Abel absorbed this advice. Long Gu exchanged greetings with his former teammates, requesting them to look after the newcomer before hastening back to the second team's base. Once Abel noticed that the familiar Long Gu had departed, he felt a twinge of nervousness. However, before his emotions could fully surface, Gu Xing enveloped him in an embrace. Come, let's head upstairs to check out the dormitory. Unable to refuse the warm invitation, Abel picked up his luggage and followed Gu Xing upstairs. Since the second team members moved out at the end of last year, the base has become quite spacious, and there are numerous vacant rooms in the dormitory for you to choose from, Gu Xing enthusiastically explained to the new member, eager for him to integrate into the team quickly. After a moment of hesitation, Abel settled on a relatively central room. Gu Xing pushed the suitcase inside. This should have been the room of World May. Overall, it's clean and spacious, he briefly introduced. The private bathroom is to the side. But we'll need to replace this desk as it was damaged by World 6 before they left. Abel wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, this desk won't do. After they had tidied up the suitcase, Gu Xing led him downstairs into the training room. During this time, Jin Wenhe had already prepared the long table, clearing a space beside Tu Wan Deliang, and had powered on the main computer, ready for Abel to connect his peripherals. The schedules for the first and second teams are quite similar, as you are likely aware, so I want to elaborate further, Homie said kindly. Abel, your task is to observe the training matches and then participate in the team reviews, gradually enhancing your understanding of the game and familiarizing yourself with the rhythm of professional competitions. At this moment, given Abel's skill level, he was eager to compete with Jack in the bot lane, quickly directing the cursor towards his own marksman. Unfortunately, before he could execute his E ability to assist, Karma's skill had already struck. The damage from the Q ability, enhanced by the curse, was astounding, significantly depleting Abel's health. Caught off guard, he found himself outmaneuvered by the seasoned Tu Wan Deliang. Losing over 100 health points, and trapped within a ring of fire, he struggled to move forward. The remaining members of VG stood nearby, occasionally offering their insights. What incredible pressure from the duo, exclaimed Jin Wenhe, his eyes wide with astonishment. What a fierce Karma. This is quite unfortunate. Jack needs to get in closer for a couple of shots, SB speculated. Yet, it soon became evident that he was equally uninformed about the dynamics in the bot lane. Jack advanced, seemingly intent on seizing the opportunity as Kog'Maw was momentarily slowed. With a range of 550, Twitch outstripped Kog'Maw's basic attack distance by 50 units. Given Kog'Maw's sluggishness, Jack could exploit his speed advantage to position himself for a sneaky strike. If Abel retreated from the coverage of the fire ring, it would mean passively taking damage. The only viable solution was to activate Biochemical Barrage to extend his attack range for a counterattack, as Gu Xing's shield was deployed to protect Kog'Maw. And upon witnessing Kog'Maw transform, it became clear that he had activated Biochemical Barrage, prompting an immediate decision to withdraw. In essence, Jack had successfully baited out all the skills of both Gu Xing and Abel with a forward maneuver. A significant gain indeed. Kog'Maw, realizing something was amiss, hesitated to waste his abilities in the state of biochemical barrage and hurriedly fired a basic attack at the minions. However, Kog'Maw's attack speed in the early game was painfully slow. After Abel had spat towards a melee minion, Twitch surprisingly launched a counterattack. Jack swiftly pulled the enemy within his attack range, unleashing a volley of arrows before turning back. By the time Kog'Maw was ready to strike again, Twitch had already distanced himself to a safe zone beyond his range, landing yet another free hit. Although Gu Xing had just provided an E-shield with Help, Pixar, the shield proved inadequate, shattering almost instantaneously under the second strike of Karma's RQ and Kog'Maw's basic attacks, leaving Abel with a significant health deficit. With his health and skills in jeopardy, Abel had no choice but to concede the right to the lane. What a loss, Gu Xing lamented, bemused. He recognized that, in their first collaboration in the bot lane, there existed a considerable gap in strength compared to VG's duo. If they could not coordinate effectively to overcome Jack and Little Tu Wan, then those two really shouldn't be competing in the LPL. However, Gu Xing had not anticipated the disparity to be this pronounced. Within a mere 10 seconds of their arrival, their lane was already on the brink of collapse. Do you think we're just pushovers? Let us show them what we're made of. Jack taunted, wearing a confident grin. Announce it, he declared arrogantly. Victory is already ours. Gu Xing retorted, stop barking. We agreed on first blood and first tower. You need to secure those before boasting about stealing a level 2. Their agreed-upon rules had eliminated the need for 100 minion kills. The imbalance in the strength of the two bottom lane pairs was glaringly evident. If Jack were to mindlessly farm just for victory, no one could stop him, judging by kills and tower pushes. There remained a glimmer of opportunity for Gu Xing and Dai Zichuan. Hongmi shook his head repeatedly, whispering with Lord Ho, they're still too young. Their lane management is rather crude. Li Zixuan, ever understanding, remarked, it's only natural. The youth must pay their dues. How many professional players achieve greatness right from their debut? As he uttered those words, his gaze swept over the players' bench, and then he fell silent. It appeared that his earlier remarks might not have been entirely accurate. Within the VG team alone, there were two prodigious young talents, Gu Xing and Jack, who had garnered numerous championships since their debut. It is evident that one cannot make sweeping generalizations about individuals. Abel gritted his teeth. Just yesterday in the ranked matches, he had easily overpowered Jack, yet now, as the 2v2 commenced, he found himself being relentlessly pressured by the opposing team. The disparity in skill was striking. They were not even on the same level. Was this truly the caliber of the world's finest bot lane? Abel had previously mocked the lower-tier LPL bot lane duo that had been overwhelmed by the VG duo, believing he could perform even better. However, this encounter made him realize that he was still quite young. No LPL bot lane crumbles at level 1 without cause. Stay composed. Gu Xing reassured his teammate. I delayed my shield earlier, so don't rush. Focus on farming to regain some health. With his Darius equipped with a Doran's blade, he could utilize the lifesteal effect to restore health and stabilize their condition. For the time being, they would not face any immediate danger. The root of the issue was that Duan Delian's previous RQ bombardment had affected the minions, gradually pushing the wave towards Gu Xing's turret. All Abel needed to do now was to farm the turret minions steadily. Gu Xing's wave management was commendable. As the minions were pushed in, he expertly utilized his skills in conjunction with the turret to whittle down their health. Ultimately, Abel managed to secure all the turret minions, missing only 2 in a total of 3 waves, a commendable achievement in terms of withstanding pressure. How was my wave management? Gu Xing boasted, lightheartedly attempting to alleviate the pressure off Abel's shoulders. Under the tutelage of Bagu, my skills are undoubtedly top-notch. Dai Zichuan gradually regained his composure after a brief moment of tension, realizing that the opposing team could not suppress him. As long as Gu Xing provided timely shields, he had no reason to worry about the VG duo's harassment. While Duan Delian's Karma was indeed formidable, Jack's Rat was simply too weak. Although the advantage in the bot lane largely depended on the support, the damage output fundamentally relied on the ADC. Rat's early game damage was almost laughable. Gu Xing's shields consistently nullified Karma's skill damage, making it increasingly difficult for the VG duo to chip away at Abel's health. I'm done. Jack realized something was amiss. We can't outlast them. The VG duo had lane control and could push to suppress, yet they could not secure a kill. By the 14-minute mark, Gu Xing's turret still boasted 30% of its health, while Abel had only been pressured to lose 20 minions. This was entirely acceptable for their newly formed bot lane duo. Such resilience is top tier? Kuro was astounded. No wonder they can withstand pressure without any need for synergy. Both sides exchanged equipment, and thanks to his earnings and the automatic gold generation from the system, Gu Xing finally acquired the locket of the Iron Solari. Abel, too, had his blade of the Ruined King and Berserker's Greaves in hand, marking the initial formation of their combat prowess. Charge forward. As Gu Xing became invigorated, he declared, "Follow my lead, strike where I point." The duo across from them sported equipment comparable to theirs, with their support wielding a similar incense stick. Albeit Jack possessed 2 additional swift swords. Overall, the disparity was minimal, and Gu Xing brimmed with confidence in securing victory. Jack, sensing urgency, had been left frustrated. After languishing in the lower lane for over 10 minutes, not a single kill had transpired. Stealthily, he cloaked himself and ventured alone to trouble the enemy. "Here I come." The rat concealed its form, silently inching closer to the adversary. The spectators from VG held their breath, anxious not to miss a single detail. "Greetings." Twitch equipped his crossbow and unleashed a barrage of fire upon Lulu. Jack aimed to leave the enemy south lower lane either dead or severely wounded. Even if he couldn't secure a kill, he intended to force them back to their base. As long as the enemy south lower lane was weakened, Yu Wenba would seize the opportunity to dismantle the next tower, which lacked defensive strength. At the instant the rat emerged from invisibility and activated his ultimate, Karma, who had feigned indifference from the backline, cast a shield upon her allies. Twitch, radiating a crimson glow, appeared to enter a bloodthirsty state. The incense effect triggered. The massive arrows swiftly pierced Lulu's form, relentlessly draining her health. Gu Xing reacted swiftly. "Counterattack. Focus on the rat," he shouted, casting a healing spell upon his ally. The mouth of the abyss similarly shimmered with a reddish hue. Gu Xing then bestowed creative inspiration upon Kog'Maw, enhancing his attack speed. Jack had taken cleanse, evidently preparing to counter any transformation into a sheep. Gu Xing, however, wished not to squander his skills needlessly. Abel's counterattack was decisive as he unleashed biochemically charged projectiles. Turning to spray the rat, "Remember to dodge Karma's Q," he reminded. Yet, Tu Wan anticipated the ensuing clash. Realizing that the sole purpose of Flash in such a scenario was to evade skills, he boldly flashed forward to deal damage with RQ. In close proximity, Gu Xing was caught off guard and struck by Spirit Flame, causing his health to diminish once more. However, a flash of golden light appeared. Lulu charged forth to intercept the rat. "What the?" Jack could hardly believe his eyes. After flashing, Lulu's petite form suddenly swelled. Quickly, she transformed and unleashed her ultimate, sending the rat soaring into the air. In the tumult of the lower lane skirmish, every second of output was critical. Even with Jack's advantage of 2 swords, the damage did not surpass that of the mouth of the abyss. The primary reason lay in Kog'Maw's biochemically enhanced attacks, which inflicted grievous percentage-based damage. Furthermore, Gu Xing's provision of creative inspiration mitigated Kog'Maw's attack speed disadvantage. In a situation of equal footing, the victor would be determined by who could sustain their output longer. Gu Xing flashed in, executing his ultimate to disrupt the rat's damage output. Do not underestimate that fleeting moment of displacement. The damage and healing effects bestowed by the incense could easily amount to a discrepancy of at least 100 health points. The outcome was clear. Upon landing, Jack discovered his health had become disadvantageous, prompting him to hastily attempt an escape via flash. Yet, Abel relentlessly pursued, following with a flash of his own, sending the rat joyfully to its demise. "Send it." The VG training room erupted with the resounding cheer of SB. "Incredible." Kuro sincerely applauded Gu Xing. "Well done, Du. Lulu's flash initiation is something only you could pull off." His praise was unceasing. Gu Xing, in a buoyant mood, waved his hands dismissively. "You're exaggerating. I heard that in Europe, some supports like to use Lulu's body flash to initiate team fights. If we trace it back, the inspiration was indeed mine. It just happened that the conditions were right today, so I showcased it," he remarked, turning to Abel. "Well played, Dai Jichuan." A bright smile adorned Abel's youthful face. "Your control was exceptional. I hardly had to retreat, just pushed forward, and it was truly effortless." Dai Jichuan grinned from ear to ear. He had never dreamed that he could partner with Gu Xing, who had just transitioned to support, to triumph over the top-tier bot lane duo in the LPL. "Keep calling out," You win, Ba. Gu Xing teased Jack. Aren't you fond of shouting? The bloody history should serve as a lesson. Never pop champagne halfway through the match. Yet you chose to ignore it. He sighed dramatically. Now the retribution has come. Hasn't it? You Win Ba began to fidget nervously. After partnering with Tu Wan for over half a year, describing their synergy as unstoppable would not be an exaggeration. Yet now, he found himself defeated by a rookie duo who had just switched roles. The Locket is just too formidable. Tu Wan interjected, with 2 Locket combos in the bot lane. There's no hope of creating a gap during the landing phase. If it weren't for the Locket, Jack and I would have long since taken down Gu Xing's first tower. He complained. Under normal circumstances, Gu Xing and Abel would not have lasted close to 15 minutes. Had Tu Wan opted for a controlling champion like Thresh, they could have exchanged a couple of blows and commenced discussions on tower diving. The snowball effect would have allowed them to dictate the match. However, the Locket necessitated a protective support, which inherently lacked crowd control. Although they seemed to have a long reach, when 2 Locket users traded blows, their damage merely absorbed by shields essentially resulted in no harm. The inability to exert pressure allowed Gu Xing and Abel to successfully accumulate their items and decisively defeat Jack and Tu Wan. Moreover, Jack grumbled. The limitations of the marksman role are too severe. How can you exert pressure in lane with champions like Twitch or Kog'Maw? Upon hearing this, Gu Xing shrugged. There's nothing we can do. They simply synergize better with the Locket. The very essence of the Locket's enhancement suggests that ADCs should ideally choose champions with lengthy reach and high attack speed, thus maximizing the triggers for healing and additional damage effects. Champions like Jhin or Draven are left waiting on the sidelines in the Locket's current meta. Characters like Twitch and Kog'Maw, being turret-like, generally suffer from subpar landing abilities. Most of the time, they're merely focused on farming and acquiring items. The landing strength of both ADC and support roles has plummeted, directly impacting their capacity to assert dominance. In summary, the limitations of the incense burner version in the bottom lane have become increasingly narrow. As stated by Hongmi, composition's adept at landing face the dilemma of failing to suppress their opponents. Even if the enemy suffers a loss of 20 or 30 minions, they can still delay the destruction of their tower until approximately 15 minutes into the game. Let us further examine the strength of the incense burner composition in the current version of the bottom lane, Hongmi suggested, prompting the team to continue their testing. By 8 o'clock that evening, a post surged to the top of social media trends. The announcement from VG's League of Legends division read, after thorough communication and negotiation, we are thrilled to announce that Dai Zichuan, ID, Abel, has officially joined VG's League of Legends division as a player. This seemingly simple Weibo post created ripples of excitement. The comments section soon filled with curious netizens. Abel? Who is this person? I've never heard of them before. Isn't he just the starting ADC from the second team? What is going on? I specifically watched the second team's Korean server recordings, and I've hardly seen this ID. The ADC substitute. Could it be that Jack has gotten into trouble recently? Oh no, we're facing Uzi tomorrow, and you're telling me there's a substitute today? Clearly, Jack won't be playing. Jack isn't playing? What a disaster. However, the concerns of some Jack fans were swiftly alleviated. VG announced that the starting lineup for their match against RNG the next day would remain unchanged. This left the audience quite perplexed. If there was no rotation, what was the purpose of adding an unknown player to the main roster? Were they merely idling about? They were unaware of Abel's significant contribution to VG's Incense Burner dual support soft auxiliary system. The disparity in information left them in the dark. Amidst the crowd's confusion, the highly anticipated match between VG and RNG had arrived. As the bus emblazoned with the VG logo slowly came to a halt beside the central plaza, the fans gathered there were quick to notice, rushing over for photographs and autographs. Jin Wonha acted as a bodyguard, ensuring the safety of the players. Gu Xing smiled and chatted with them. Don't wait out here. It's so hot. Let's get inside where there's air conditioning. As soon as he finished speaking, someone chimed in, I didn't get a ticket, brother. If I had a ticket, why would I be standing out here? Gu Xing, with his bag slung over his shoulder, walked toward the venue, finally grasping from the supporters just how popular today's regular season match was. The venue rented by the competition was rather small, accommodating only a few hundred people. Yet, how could the interest in witnessing a showdown between two popular teams like VG and RNG be confined to such a limited number of spectators? It's worth noting that during the prime weekend hours, tickets for the best seats in the LPL were priced at 150 yuan. comparable to the cost of 2 movie tickets. However, for 3 BO3 matches from afternoon to evening in an area as valuable as the Shanghai market, the cost-effectiveness was exceptionally high. The low prices led to an overwhelming demand for tickets to the matches of these popular teams, ultimately allowing only a small fraction of fans to enter. Those unable to secure tickets decided to take a leisurely stroll at Central Plaza over the weekend, hoping to chance upon their favorite players. As it turned out, they were indeed fortunate. Upon hearing the reason, Gu Xing felt a sense of reluctance to let his fans leave empty-handed on such a sweltering day. Noticing that there was still ample time, he graciously suggested taking photographs and signing autographs as a memento. His profound empathy led him to understand that even the most trivial gesture from someone they admire could bring immense joy to fans. Having been an ardent admirer of Jay Chou during his student days, Gu Xing was well aware of this sentiment. If he were to encounter Jay Chou on the street and obtain a signature or a photo, it would undoubtedly brighten his spirits for several days. Naturally, Gu Xing's stature could not be compared to that of a superstar, and the impact might be slightly diminished. However, for him, taking just a minute or two to bring joy to his fans was undeniably worthwhile. Gu Xing was always accommodating. He did not refuse a male fan who leaned in for a photo, smiling warmly as he exchanged pleasantries. His amiability was palpable throughout the encounter. When a female fan cheekily asked, "Could we make a heart gesture in our photo, Brother Xing?" he decisively declined, stating, "I have a partner. You're pushing me into a pit of fire." Although the heart gesture was off the table, she wondered if the peace sign might seem outdated. She murmured to herself, continuously dismissing her own thoughts. After all, this was a rare opportunity to capture a moment with Gu Xing, and she wanted to cherish it fully. Even carefully considering the hand gestures for the photo, Gu Xing then understood why Faker simply gives a thumbs up for photos. It's straightforward and effortless. After the group of fans had their photographs taken, a light sheen of sweat formed on Gu Xing's forehead. The weather in Shanghai at the end of July was oppressively humid, akin to a steam room, making it difficult to breathe. The discomfort of the heat was inevitable. Yet witnessing the radiant smiles of his supporters brought genuine relief to his spirit. The fans, having their wishes fulfilled, cheered him on. "Brother Xing, good luck in today's match. Crush RNG." One fan joked, "Will you be able to train Uzi today? I want to see him in action." The last remark left Gu Xing at a loss for words, and he could only manage an awkward yet polite smile. A male fan dashed to a nearby convenience store and returned, handing Gu Xing a chilled Coke. The fan, likely a regular viewer of the streams, immediately engaged in banter. "I specifically didn't buy Pepsi. What do you think, Brother Xing? Am I cool, or what?" The fan's pride was evident as he added, "Who drinks toilet cleaner anyway?" Another nearby fan quickly retorted, "What is wrong with Pepsi? It's 10 times better than Coke." Observing the conversation veering off course, Gu Xing decided to make his exit, saying, "You keep the Coke. There are drinks and ice backstage that taste far superior to bottled versions. I must be off now. Let us meet again if fate allows." He hurriedly made his way backstage, rejoining other members of the VG training department. Upon signing in and receiving his access pass, Dai Jichuan glanced around curiously, taking in the surroundings. "Have you never been to a competition venue before?" Gu Xing asked casually. "No," Abel replied softly, shaking his head. "When I was in the second team, I couldn't enter the rotation lineup and couldn't visit the venue either." The second team, known as the Youth Training Squad, typically comprised a dozen or so players, including starters, substitutes, and various high-ranking trialists. The proportion of players eligible to participate in the rotation was quite low. The synergy exhibited by VGP's bottom lane duo, Nanfu, is indeed remarkable, and their prowess in the secondary league is quite commendable. It stands to reason that Longgu would not opt for a rotation with the duo, especially since they are not akin to last year's IG, where such permutations hold no significance. In contrast, Zhu Xiaolong, as the top laner, prefers to take Bai Jiahui along to broaden his horizons. Meanwhile, Abel finds himself confined to the Korean server, striving to climb the ranks and study various strategies for ascension. This pursuit ultimately led to the inception of the fervent incense furnace system. Consequently, Dai Jichuan garnered the attention of a team and, with remarkable speed, was directly enlisted into VG's roster. Presently, VG boasts a total of 6 players, and Lu Wenjun took it upon himself to bring Abel to Zhongda Square to observe how elite professional players prepare for matches and engage in vocal communication. As Dai Jichuan arrived, he was filled with an endless sense of novelty regarding the happenings within the venue. The staff in the backstage corridor moved swiftly, communicating with colleagues over walkie-talkies at an astonishing pace, their brows furrowed in concentration, clearly engrossed in their tasks. Is the lighting set? Soon, it will be IG versus EDG. So don't forget to illuminate the banners of both teams. What about the audio? There are numerous EDG fans present. Ensure you don't capture all the sound. Balance it a bit, otherwise, the contrast will be too stark. Chief referee, please check the debugging of the selection machines for both teams. If all is well, I'll notify the director to prepare for the match. Dai Zichuan, who was not scheduled to play, felt the urgency merely by listening to the hurried conversations. We will be up next, Gu Xing said, elegantly signing his name on the roster, smiling as he suggested to Abel, if you're quite intrigued. Seek out Brother Wenhut to show you around. Dai Zichuan shook his head. His profoundly introverted nature rendered him hesitant to converse with strangers, and his interactions with Gu Xing were rather restrained, a result of the latter's formidable social skills. The mere thought of roaming with the team leader sent shivers down Abel's spine. Dai Zichuan voiced a lingering concern that had troubled him. Is that incense furnace system truly that formidable? Initially, he was drawn to VG's promising assistant coach, Ho Yi, whose analysis was quite enticing, coupled with Gu Xing's subtle yet profound congeniality, which led him to share the secret of the incense furnace he had kept hidden. Abel had yet to participate in a single professional match and remained oblivious to the true strength of the incense furnace, merely believing that the strategies he had developed would be highly effective for climbing ranks. Indeed, it is quite powerful, Gu Xing reassured him. Do not undervalue yourself. I've seen many professional team coaches who merely replicate strategies, lacking the originality you possess. Is that really true? Abel replied, feeling skeptical. Please do not fabricate tales merely to console me. I assure you, I do not lie. Gu Xing, noticing the doubt from the younger team member, raised his voice. Before he could elaborate further, someone called out to him. Is that not Gu Xing? Shi Guo approached with a playful grin. Wait, tonight I must claim your first kill. How many times have you uttered that line? Gu Xing scoffed. As far as I recall, I have never witnessed you emerge victorious. He rubbed his ears, subtly indicating that he had heard that line far too often. Xiang was face flushed with indignation, cautioning not to be overly arrogant. This time will undoubtedly be different. Just wait and see, he asserted. Gu Xing feigned agreement, saying, Indeed, it's spicy. I shall not refute that. Such proclamations, reminiscent of the sentiment that RNG possesses a formidable ultimate while VG is destined to suffer, were not new for Xianghua, whether it bore any significance. Gu Xing remained unsure. In any case, he always emerged victorious in the end. Yesterday, I stumbled upon an intriguing discussion on the forum. Can you guess what it was about? Gu Xing attempted to launch a counterattack. Xianghua, perplexed, responded with curiosity. To his surprise, someone had declared that VG and RNG were arch-rivals. Gu Xing erupted in laughter. After reviewing the records, it's clear that RNG has yet to win even a single BO3 against me. His laughter bore a striking resemblance to that of a member of the Uchiha clan, incredulous about how they could audaciously claim to be rivals with a win rate below 10. Leveraging his good rapport with Xianghua, Gu Xing, known for their playful banter, adopted a notably aggressive stance, aiming to shatter the opponent's morale before the match. The effectiveness of his provocation was soon evident. Lu Shiyu panted heavily, his frail chest heaving as he resembled an enraged bull. Are you anxious? Don't rush, Gu Xing chuckled. Meanwhile, Shi Sun Ming, accompanying Xianghua, intervened to diffuse the tension, suggesting, how about we celebrate after the match? He jovially draped himself over Gu Xing, lamenting how long it had been since they last dined together. Gu Xing acquiesced. All right. I just fear that after I thoroughly defeat you, you'll harbor thoughts of revenge. Get lost. Shi Sun Ming retorted playfully. Should we lose the match, dinner will be on you. His gaze shifted to Dai Zichuan, whom he curiously inquired about. This is our new ADC, Gu Xing introduced. Just call him Abel. As for the identities of the two, I needn't elaborate. You must already be acquainted. Earlier, while Gu Xing chatted with the RNG jungle and support, Abel had remained withdrawn, embodying the essence of solitude. Now, summoned by name, he finally raised his head to acknowledge the others with a mere nod, still standing with hands in pockets. His posture identical to when he first arrived at the VG headquarters. Shi Sinming's smile dimmed slightly, sensing that Abel looked down upon him. Shouldn't he, a rookie just entering the professional league, at least display the basic courtesy of acknowledgement toward their seniors? Was it excessively presumptuous to greet in such a manner? Xiang Guo was unfazed, perceiving no issue, as he typically maintained a similar demeanor when meeting strangers. My conduct is undoubtedly appropriate. For Lu Xiyu, Abel's behavior seemed entirely justified. Gu Xing, well-versed in emotional intelligence and adept at reading micro-expressions, discerned the emotional shifts of the RNG jungle and support from subtle cues. Left with no choice but to casually respond, he quickly ushered Abel back to the VG lounge. After finishing their makeup, the match set to commence at 5 p.m. featured IG facing off against EDG. Following a thrashing from Gu Xing, the youthful Storm finally solidified their starting lineup. With the Xayah and Ning in the jungle, while the bottom lane consisted of Xiaohai and Yushin Baolan. This system revolves around a free-range bottom lane. Although Kid has been notorious for his poor performances at the World Championship, earning the nickname Soft-Shelled Shrimp, he undeniably ranks as a competent marksman in the regular league. As long as the duo maintains their lane presence, IG can focus on the upper half of the map, allowing the aggressively inclined Xayah to break through enemy lines. However, the dream is often more splendid than reality. At first glance, IG's strategy appears sound. Yet, they encountered the formidable Chi-Chi. The Xayah believed he could showcase his skills against Mouse, promptly selecting his signature champion, Rumble, in hopes of overwhelming his adversaries. Unfortunately, he underestimated the presence of the jungler. Chi-Chi was adept at capitalizing on Rumble's vulnerabilities. Years ago, Ma Dada nearly succumbed to despair at the hands of the optimistic team, with Clear Love contributing significantly to that ordeal. Witnessing the Xayah's audacity to choose Rumble, Chi-Chi grinned as he initiated an onslaught in the top lane. Within 15 minutes, Rumble had already succumbed 5 times, leading to a catastrophic collapse in Gu Xing's jungle. Rumble has certainly made quite a noise today, Gu Xing remarked. You win, Ba, while indulging in egg tarts to satiate his hunger. Found his appetite piqued by the match's unfolding drama. Am I to believe we are once again in the realm of trusting old Song? Song Yijin remained in the mid lane as grim tidings spread across all 3 lanes. Down bottom, Miko and Eboi effortlessly toyed with IG's duo, even achieving a line kill. The consistent pressure had the meat chicken sweating profusely. The level of his counterpart's play had evidently sharpened since last year, establishing him as a top-tier mid laner. Song Yijin could not subdue him. When the team fight phase commenced, IG's formation crumbled at the slightest touch. Seizing the opportunity, EDG swiftly snowballed their advantage. The Xayah finished with a mere 17 kills, facing relentless targeting. Gu Xing opened the comments section only to find a flurry of ridicule. So this top laner is a joke. ISNT he goes all in as soon as he hits the lane, and Chi-Chi immediately capitalizes on it. ISNT that Rumble, just a sitting duck? I've never seen a top laner so reckless. His deaths are numerous, yet his damage is undeniably high. Perhaps you haven't witnessed Xiandog's streams. The resemblance is uncanny, even down to the angle of his smirk. I shall henceforth refer to the Xayah as Little Xian. The i7 development has become a legend. Intel hastily recruits the Xayah as their technical advisor. The meat chicken has once again exerted himself. I suspect he possesses some magnetic aura. Anyone who teams up with him seems to automatically falter, allowing Song Yijin to continue as the dean. In the second game, the meat chicken persisted in his efforts. He truly exerted himself. After securing lane control, he frequently harassed Chi-Chi in the jungle, preventing Nguyen from establishing his rhythm and partially stifling the jungler's influence. The Xayah, determined to redeem himself, decisively eliminated Mouse in a one-on-one confrontation. However, the gap in the bottom lane was too vast. Eboi gradually reached his peak, and the synergy with Miko was absurdly powerful, leaving IG's duo hanging from a tree and suffering a beating. As the match approached the 25-minute mark, Eboi's Varus executed a miraculous quadruple kill, enabling EDG to secure the Baron and firmly establish their dominance. IG's penchant for relentless team engagements was exploited by EDG, who transformed their advantage into an inevitable victory, 2-0. Remembering the resounding voice, EDG is in prime form. Closely trailing VG in the battle for the top of Group A, Gu Xing lowers the television volume, bestowing a silence buff upon Remember, then rises to clap his hands, signaling for everyone's attention. This match is pivotal for us. He gathers all teammates together. Historically, VG holds a significant advantage, yet I urge everyone not to become complacent. The opponent's strength should not be underestimated, as there are numerous instances of unexpected defeats. Especially you, Jack, Play cautiously. Uzi is not an easy adversary. Yu Wenba takes a sip of Sprite, nodding solemnly in agreement. Rest assured, I will play steadily today. He only shows his true face when facing inexperienced foes. When confronting formidable opponents, his playstyle tends to be considerably more prudent. Gu Xing has great faith in Jack in this regard. After a brief motivational speech, they pile their hands together. 3, 2, 1, VG, let's go. Abel sits quietly in the corner, observing. This is his first time participating in such an event, and he can't help but feel a wave of emotions. Play well, my brothers. Hongmi urges in his halting Chinese. Show them what you've got. The VG training department takes to the stage, armed with their peripherals. Before donning their noise-canceling headphones, Gu Xing can still hear the commentators analyzing the team's playstyle. RNG heavily relies on early game synergy. Xiang Guo enjoys coordinating actions between the top and mid lanes. The jungle affinity ranking reflects this. Remember speaks eloquently. In contrast, VG prefers to assist the bot lane. This marks a significant shift from the spring season. Miller interjects. In spring, VG favored ganks in the top lane. At that time, Smeb's MVP count was on par with his peers, but now the situation is entirely different. Remember articulates his thoughts, primarily attributing it to changes in the meta. In spring, top jungle synergy was mainstream, with the bot lane consisting of soft supports, but now we see a variety of controlling supports. Additionally, the top and jungle roles are primarily tanky champions, which deal less damage, making it difficult to eliminate opponents. Even aiding the top laner is challenging for the team. It can only be said that Xing Ji's style is immensely adaptable. He can shift his tactical focus according to the meta's trends. Miller praises him, noting that many junglers remain fixed in their styles throughout their careers. Forcing them to change can lead to difficulties, but Xing faces no such challenges. Remember adjusts his headset. With everything in place, let us proceed to the BP phase of this match. Accompanied by a resounding clang, the BP panel is presented before all. An unexpected card. In this match, VG has the priority selection, securing the blue side, and they immediately ban away Rockin. Remember analyzes earnestly. Xiaoming's Rockin showcased an impressive display of control against OMG the other day, using flash and movement speed to immobilize for enemy champions. Ultimately escaping with E, dancing with duality, leading the team to a smooth teamfight victory. In truth, his statement is somewhat biased. Currently, Xiaoming's Rockin still falls short compared to the top-tier supports. During the summer competition, a total of 5 matches were played with the championed by the player, who suffered defeats in the first 3 games, exhibiting rather mediocre performance. However, there was a slight improvement when facing OMG, where he secured 2 consecutive victories. Logically, this performance did not warrant VG granting him a ban position in the first round. Redmi's apprehension was not about Xiaoming's performance with the champion, but rather the fear of RNG's duo unleashing the formidable combination of Xayah and Rockin, which balances strength throughout the early, mid, and late game phases. As of now, he remains unaware of RNG's astonishing secret and continues with standard bans. In the RNG player S seat, Huahu observed the opposing team S-ban phase with amusement. Look how frightened they are of Xayah and Rockin, Xiaogo. Did you see that? VG dares not let them through. He quipped, you ought to practice more, otherwise, you might find yourself in a pinch during crucial moments. Huahu typically spoke with a playful tone, albeit less pronounced than Karsa's heavy accent. I know, Uzi mumbled, but I can't shake the feeling that this champion is rather peculiar. He had tried using her, but felt it didn't quite resonate with him. When the champion's mechanics were first revealed, Uzi showed little enthusiasm. He was categorized as an auto-attack marksman, yet she heavily relied on the angle of her abilities. Conversely, if labeled as a skill-based marksman, her demands for kiting were exceedingly high. To Uzi, she felt somewhat out of place. Consequently, after Xayah was released in the Chinese server on April 25th, Uzi did not play her until July 6th during a live stream, and his proficiency was fairly average. Fortunately, the recent nerf to Deadly Plumage's cooldown and the mechanism allowing auto-attacks to be interspersed with Q, Double Dagger, made her less formidable. Currently, RNG has not faced any setbacks in the LPL League, and the looming threats have yet to materialize. Let us ban Zac first. Huahu instructed his teammates during the banning phase. We must not follow in IG's footsteps and allow this champion to fall into the enemy's hands. The painful lessons from IG were still fresh in everyone's minds. Gu Xing had let Gu Xing's Zac through, hoping to punish him with Xayah, only to be countered by a powerful performance from Starfish. Huahu's greatest flaw might be his stubbornness. However, with ample bans available, he was not inclined to experiment recklessly. Redmi's second ban was conventional, eliminating the top lane champion Jarvan 4, whom Let had recently favored. Liu and Hao, what do you think about using Taliyah against Galio? Huahu inquired while standing behind Xiaohu. His implication was to leave both Galio and Taliyah available for selection, allowing either team to secure a champion. According to their pre-match discussions, the entire RNG team believed that neither mid laner would take on a core damage-dealing role, but would instead focus more on supporting and establishing momentum. Galio and Taliyah were undoubtedly the strongest roaming mid laners in the current patch, with Galio's priority likely being slightly higher. Huahu aimed to allow VG to pick Galio first, while he would take Taliyah, thereby securing another potent champion in the process. Xiaohu rested his chin on his hand and pondered for a moment. That works, I can accept that. Xianghua, eager to contribute, chimed in, Liu and Hao, you take Taliyah? And we can roam the side lanes together. We'll make them regret it. He was enthusiastic about finding opportunities with the mid laner and relished using champions like Taliyah. Upon receiving Xiaohu's agreement, Huahu decided to ban Gu Xing's proficient champion, Elise. Meanwhile, the commentators keenly observed the ban phase. In the final ban of the first round, VG targeted the top lane champion Shun, while RNG opted to prohibit Rek'Sai. Goodness. RNG's first 3 bans are all aimed at Brother Xing. Miller exclaimed with admiration. One must admit, the flexibility in the ban pick phase is truly terrifying when a team possesses a star player. Brother Xing alone has filled RNG's initial ban slots. Gu Xing, however, remained unfazed, sipping his iced cola as he felt the relentless chill emanating from the side of the stage. In the voice chat, Kuro was voicing his discontent. What does this mean? Li Ruixing expressed his dissatisfaction. Everyone's fixated on targeting Gu, aren't they? Such focused bans show a complete lack of respect. Gu Xing anticipated that Li Ruixing would follow up with a statement about needing to teach the opposing team a lesson and prove his strength, perhaps even demanding a ban on Kuro in the next game. However, Li Ruixing took an unexpected turn. The prowess of Gu cannot be confined by just 3 bans. What a fanciful notion, he shouted. A silence enveloped the team's communication channel. Jack raised a hand to his forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. SB turned away, unwilling to look at his mid laner, feeling utterly embarrassed. Duan Deliong stifled a laugh, covering his mouth, though the shaking of his shoulders betrayed his amusement. Even the impeccably dressed Lord Ho cast a look of astonishment. Gu Xing, flattered yet speechless, faced a similar reaction in the backstage lounge. Abel was utterly dumbfounded. He had previously listened to VG's microphone program and was aware of Kuro's adept flattery. However, Dai Jichuan assumed there would be a modicum of performance involved. Considering only a couple of segments were cut from the match, he had thought Kuro would only occasionally compliment Gu Xing. Little did he expect that before the match had even commenced, Li Ruixing would transform into a fervent admirer. Redmi fought hard to suppress his laughter, coughing and turning red in the face. Let us first secure Galio. He finally managed to articulate his thoughts. SB adjusted their strategy, claiming the strongest supportive mid laner of the current patch. RNG has chosen to lock in Taliyah first, allowing Xiaohu to take a mid lane pick. After VG selects Galio, it seems Taliyah could be picked in the 3rd slot, but time does not permit, Miller explained briefly. In the previous matches, the optimistic team had utilized a flexible pick, allowing Xayah to take Galio into the support role. The mighty Galio specializes in functionality, offering shields, crowd control, and support, attributes that are highly sought after in the current meta. It is entirely reasonable for him to be deployed to the bottom lane. Should RNG fail to secure Taliyah in their first 2 picks, VG could very well snatch her away with their 2nd and 3rd selections, achieving a dual support strategy. Remembering his partner's viewpoint, Firefox nodded in agreement. RNG should then select a top laner proficient in Let, perhaps the Steel Shadow. This strategy is quite sound. The synergy between Galio and Steel Shadow is currently unparalleled. Provided Hexdeck Ultimatum ensnares the enemy, Galio can swiftly follow up with additional control, creating an exceptionally formidable combination. RNG's strategy to secure Xayah not only assists Let in acquiring a champion he excels with, but also serves to counterban, dismantling potential compositions that VG might select. Moreover, the champion Shun, who possesses a relative advantage against Xayah, has already been relegated to the ban list by VG themselves. Let need not fret over a recurrence of the spring season scenario, where he and Xiaohu attempted a tower dive only to be outplayed by 957 Shun. Selecting Qiyana poses no issue whatsoever. Observing the composition chosen by Huahu, Hongmi could not help but smile. The trap he had laid was designed for the opponent to fall into. Huahu, still somewhat inexperienced, revealed his intentions during the second round of bans. Upon witnessing RNG ban out the spider rather than Galio, he surmised that RNG might very well allow both roaming mid laners to remain available. Seizing the opportunity, Hongmi, being on the blue side and possessing ample ban slots, decided to craft a ruse. He placed Shun on the ban list, creating an illusion of fear regarding Let's potential selection of this champion. After all, Shun is the premier choice for a tanky top laner in the current meta. His landing phase is robust, allowing him to maintain lane control, and during the transition phase, he can effectively maneuver against enemy split pushers, albeit at the risk of fatigue in combat. However, compared to a mere punching bag tank, Shun's capabilities are commendable. Furthermore, with our secret technique, Compassionate Soulfall, providing long-range support, Shun is highly prioritized among blue-collar top laners. Hongmi's intention was to eliminate all obstacles for Let's Qiyana and to coax Huahu into locking in Camille. If RNG does not secure it, I shall take it. As anticipated, Huahu, aiming to dismantle the Galio-Qiyana combination, followed this line of thought and promptly selected Qiyana. The plan was unfolding perfectly. VG's second pick secures Xayah, creating a favorable output space for Jax. Gu remarked with a furrowed brow. However, does this champion synergize well with Galio? Galio, brimming with control and boasting formidable protective capabilities for his allies, theoretically negates the need for an overly self-sufficient ADC in the bot lane. Xayah's strength alone is not particularly high. Miller pondered in confusion, only to suddenly have a revelation. Could VG be attempting to prevent Uzi from selecting champions that provide self-protection? He hypothesized, Xayah is among the few ADCs capable of countering strong initiation. Miller's conjecture was swiftly dismissed when VG revealed their third pick, Master E. Jax, Gu exclaimed. Is he here to punish Qiyana? This is an unequivocal counter. Master E, despite facing some challenges against Camille during the early landing phase, would gain a clear advantage as the game progressed. It is well known that Qiyana's primary source of damage in one-on-one encounters stems from her Q, precision, elegance. The second activation can often inflict over 1,000 points of true damage in the late game, a true strike that could pierce an artery. Once the first portion of precision elegance is executed, the second can be unleashed within a span of 35 seconds. However, a cooldown of 15 seconds must be observed before triggering the true damage. Thus, Qiyana's window to inflict true damage with her second Q is limited to a mere 2 seconds. Jax's E, counter-strike, can effectively block the second strike of Qiyana as precision attack, which is regarded as a basic attack, with the skill lasting for 2 seconds. Provided that the Grandmaster of Arms executes counter-strike with impeccable timing, Qiyana's true damage will struggle to find its mark. In the brutal melee of warrior duels, should Qiyana be deprived of a portion of her damage output, she will undoubtedly find herself at a disadvantage. Furthermore, the Grandmaster is renowned for his mindless late-game damage, primarily concentrated in forms of basic attacks that cannot be blocked. Coupled with the disparity in individual prowess between the top laners, one can only imagine how arduous Let's situation will be. The true intention of VG is to split push. The tone shifted to an exuberant octave as they accurately deduced the team's strategy through their draft phase. Their selection of Galio is aimed at safeguarding Jax's advance on the side lanes. Xayah's self-preservation abilities make it exceedingly difficult for RNG to initiate a frontal assault. The split-pushing tactic is particularly vulnerable to being caught off guard by the opponent's sudden engagement. However, Xayah and Galio possess numerous self-protective skills, rendering them unfazed by RNG's aggressive initiation methods. Upon witnessing Jax's appearance, the fox instantly realized he had been outsmarted. Did they really set a trap for me? He pondered helplessly. VG's roster boasts a near-flawless hero pool, which dictates that unless in a particularly skewed version, their draft phase is remarkably advantageous. Creating a trap by freeing up a ban slot at first glance seems extravagant, yet VG manages to pull it off. In the entirety of the LPL League, only VG can accomplish such a feat. The fox clenched his teeth, impeccably attired in a crisp white shirt, with the top button always fastened. Wearing a tactical visor akin to that of his teammate, he meticulously styled his hair with pomade, his pristine appearance now marred by frustration. What do you think, Xiaogua? Should we consider Sejuani? The fox inquired about his teammate's thoughts. If not, I'll ban her in the second round. He feared VG might secure her. If Gu Xing were to choose Sejuani for the jungle, the synergy with mid-jungle Jax and Galio would yield outstanding results, placing immense pressure on RNG. Xiaogua is also quite adept with Sejuani. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xiu responded, I don't think it's a good idea. Our mid-jungle synergy lacks damage. The combination of Sejuani and Lee Sandra indeed seems lackluster, likely failing to inflict significant damage on Galio. If they opt for Ignite, Sejuani's lack of flash would exacerbate the difficulty of forcing VG into engagements during mid to late game team fights. Not only is there a dearth of damage, but their combined synergy is also rather mediocre, making it challenging to gain an advantage in mid-jungle 2v2 scenarios. Without stable lane control, they cannot effectively roam with Xiaohu. In Xiaogua's view, while Sejuani could be selected, it feels somewhat forced, and the anticipated benefits do not appear promising. The fox nodded in agreement. In truth, he found Sejuani to be quite a decent choice, potentially yielding surprising results when paired with Let's Kiana. However, since Xiaogua opposed the notion, the fox would not stubbornly insist on his perspective. He has always held great respect for the personal opinions of his teammates. This style bears both advantages and disadvantages. It is highly likely to unlock the maximum potential of the players, allowing the team's composition to reflect a strong individual style. However, the downside lies in the tendency towards obstinacy. After all, players are merely players, lacking a comprehensive understanding of the broader strategic landscape during the draft phase. At times, they fail to grasp the roots of the current meta's dominant champions. Players may believe that their unique skills can counter the prevailing meta, but if the coach does not intervene, they are likely to encounter a wall. Reminiscent of the infamous incident with the Fire God at the S5 World Championship, a classic example of stubbornness in the early part of Fox's coaching career. Ultimately, Fox opted to secure Alistar for Xiaoming, enhancing the team's crowd control capabilities. In the second round of the draft, RNG focused on VG's yet-to-be-determined jungle support. Banning both Sejuani and Thresh, Miller observed the draft board, while VG countered by banning Uzi's Varus and Kog'Maw, eliminating the attack speed-oriented ADC options. As we entered patch 7.13, the durability of frontline top laners and junglers increased significantly, rendering champions like Jhin and Ashe, who struggle against tanks, unsuitable for selection. Otherwise, choosing them would merely serve to provide a massage for the frontline. With a single shot, the tank would merely chuckle. Redmi understood that Fox could not select such an ADC. Disregarding the meta, Uzi himself was not well suited for champions like Jhin. For their fourth pick, RNG secured the jungler they desired, Gragas. Miller was not surprised. Upon recognizing VG's intention to split push, RNG began to bolster their teamfight control, aiming to initiate battles in the frontline and force Jax to come to his teammates' aid, denying any opportunity for side lane pressure. The advantage of Gragas over Sejuani lies in his straightforward crowd control. His E-Flash R can easily threaten enemies from afar with a forced displacement, allowing teammates to avoid unnecessary risks in securing kills. While Sejuani excels in small skirmishes, her reliance on our glacial prison for initiation does not align with RNG's strategy, especially when facing resilient champions like Galio or self-sufficient ones like Xayah. Merely immobilizing them proves insufficient. However, this effectively leaves the counter open for Uzi. Remembered expressed a contemplative look. Could RNG still hold a card up their sleeve? Typically, it is rare for marksmen to be left as counters in the fifth pick. Today's choices from RNG appeared rather peculiar. VG has secured Tahm Kench for their support position. Playing this way in the bot lane truly relinquishes lane control. Miller exclaimed in astonishment. Xayah and Tahm, the pressure in lane is exceedingly high. Before he could elaborate further, an unexpected jungler illuminated the selection box for VG. The selection voice was deep and resonant, reminiscent of a lurking assassin in the depths of the jungle, exuding a sense of bloodlust. Tonight, let the hunt commence. Rengar, Remembered exclaimed in surprise. The audience, packed in the stands, erupted in hushed gasps and whispers. An utterly absurd choice, Remembered confessed his confusion. As far as I recall, Rengar has not received any recent buffs. The director promptly provided statistical information. The last time Rengar appeared in a professional match was during the spring regular season earlier this year. However, the strength of VG's mid-jungle duo has indeed soared. Miller exclaimed in astonishment. It has been half a year since they've been utilized. Brother Xing is truly daring in his selections. The warrior heroes, facing RNG's dual AP mid-jungle combination, had ample room to perform. With the synergy of Galio's chain control and swift support, VG's mid-jungle was undoubtedly thriving. I am not overly concerned about their hero proficiency, remembered, regaining his composure, remarked with a smile. After all, just a few days ago, Brother Xing opted for Olaf, a jungler not used in quite some time, yet he wielded it with remarkable efficacy. This match will showcase Brother Xing's performance. The atmosphere among the RNG players felt somewhat heavy. That Gu Xing fellow, he dares to play any hero. Xayah gritted his teeth. The selection of Xayah effectively dismantled RNG's overall BP strategy, centered around the jungle, with the first round banning 3 junglers and the second round banning Sejuani while seizing Gragas. RNG aimed to curtail Gu Xing's impact as much as possible. Ideally, they sought to render him utterly ineffective, after banning and snatching away 5 junglers in total. Gu Xing countered with a rarely picked hero that had long been overlooked. Moreover, he could instantly reverse the pressure on the lanes within the canyon. Originally, RNG's plan was to force Gu Xing to use Makai, merely playing a vision-oriented tank. This would allow RNG's mid-jungle to gain an advantage, while VG's bottom lane hero composition would be resigned to relinquishing lane control. Such a move would mean RNG would possess absolute initiative in the lower half of the map. VG would struggle to make an impact relying solely on Jax in the top lane. Now, how would they handle Galio and Xayah in the mid-jungle? Damn it! Xayah fumed, cursing in a dialect he learned during the Intercontinental Tournament. Others choose a suitable hero from their pool, while Gu Xing disregards the hero pool entirely, opting for a hero that suits him. Lu Xiyu couldn't help but admire Gu Xing's vast hero pool. Merely having a plethora of proficient heroes is not sufficient. One must also possess a courageous heart and abundant self-confidence to select rare characters in a match. Even after banning and snatching 5 junglers, it is still insufficient? He muttered incessantly. Indeed, 5 is not enough. Uzi turned to look at him, his expression one of confusion. What does that have to do with me? I wasn't talking about you. Xayah retorted. Hurry and lock in your hero. We must crush the opponent this match. Noticing Uzi nodding in agreement, Xiaoming proceeded to lock in the character. Another long-unseen new character emerged, eliciting waves of excitement from the audience. Oh dear, Remembered's brain momentarily froze. Did RNG truly not make a mistake? Did Caitlyn really make an appearance? The charming and radiant Caitlyn, wielding her sniper rifle, exuded an irresistible allure. I haven't seen this hero since VG used her in conjunction with the weakened synergy of Hurricane. Miller exclaimed in surprise. What is happening tonight? Various obscure characters are making their rounds. The LPL live broadcast room was inundated with an overwhelming barrage of comments. This highly anticipated match attracted a massive online audience, with fans, casual viewers, and spectators flocking to the live stream. They were all astonished by the unconventional BP strategies employed by both teams. My goodness, is this an artistic renaissance? With both the lion dog and the female marksman, the research bureau has concluded, each individual is a veritable inventor. Why did Xing opt for the lion dog? Can Reynaldo even make an appearance in this version? Choosing the lion dog, one might as well select the delicate marksman. Otherwise, what divine powers could possibly be wielded? There exists a certain perspective. I must commend Uzi's female marksman. VG has chosen a combination destined to suffer a beating. Are they merely waiting to endure the onslaught? Upon witnessing the opposing team select the female marksman, Jack's expression darkened. How am I supposed to play, brothers? He believed that by restricting Uzi's pool of champions, the enemy would likely select a marksman like Tristana, thus alleviating his early lane pressure, allowing him to agree to the extreme disadvantage of the Xayah and Tahm Kench combination. To his astonishment, Uzi revealed the underwhelming marksman. Caitlyn boasts a range of 650 yards, while Xayah possesses a mere 525. That disparity of over 100 yards in range transforms into a lethal weapon in Uzi's hands. Uzi is inherently adept at leveraging range advantages to pressure opponents. It seems Uzi is truly in his element. Can the female marksman still be viable in this version? Tu Wan questioned. I doubt it, Hou replied, uncertain. I believe Caitlyn becomes significantly weaker in the mid-game without the Hurricane. How will RNG manage the transition? Let us not dwell on that. Gu Xing waved his hand, urging the coaching staff to depart hastily. We shall adapt as the situation unfolds. Hongmi wore a serious expression. He instinctively sensed that the female marksman chosen by RNG was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather part of a meticulously prepared strategy. However, in the short term, he could not fathom the true purpose behind the female marksman's selection. Ensure you maintain control of the pace, he advised Gu Xing before leaving. Do not allow the enemy to dictate the flow. Primarily assist the top lane and avoid early skirmishes until Jing Hao's Jax can seize control of the match. Gu Xing nodded. The battle plan devised by VG prior to the match was to support the top lane. This was not merely a reaction to RNG. It was also preparation for the playoffs and potentially the World Championship in the future. Gu Xing resolved to pursue this course unwaveringly. In the professional arena, one must avoid having their rhythm disrupted. Once the initiative of the offensive is seized by the adversary, regaining momentum becomes an arduous task. Hongmi let out a sigh of relief, removing his headset to shake hands with Hua, who in the center of the stage. The two former colleagues exchanged pleasantries. Have you lost your minds? Hua Hu inquired in simple English. You truly dare to let virtue select the line dog? Hongmi shrugged, why not? Moreover, if we're discussing madness, it must be you. Daring to reveal your cards in the regular season with the female marksman. I've never seen such audacity. Logically, one should reserve the ultimate ability for critical battles. VG, for instance, does not even utilize the incense burner. They leave no clues whatsoever. This strategy was discovered during our training matches with E. There's no way to conceal it, Hua Hu said with a smug smile. Furthermore, if you have the capability, feel free to replicate it. I will not hinder you. Hongmi, filled with suspicion, could not decipher what the opponent was concealing. After hastily bidding farewell, he hurried back to the lounge to watch the match, eager to uncover Hua Hu's tactical secrets. The two commentators remained on stage, analyzing the lineups. In the blue team, VG features Jax in the top lane, Lee Sin in the jungle, Galio in the mid lane, and Xayah alongside Tahm Kench in the bot lane. The red team, RNG, boasts Jace in the top lane, Gragas in the jungle, Talia in the mid lane, and Caitlyn with Alistar in the bot lane. VG's composition indeed suffers from a lack of range, Miller astutely observed, with 4 champions possessing short reach, coupled with Xayah, whose attack distance is also not particularly extensive. How will they manage to push forward? Caitlyn alone can fend them off. Remember countered. Fortunately, they do not heavily rely on frontal tower sieges for victory. The key lies with Jax in the top lane, as long as they can hold the line. It is noteworthy that VG's jungle and mid lane possess a potential synergy. He reminded the audience, as Lee Sin can initiate with his ultimate, Galio can follow up with his own entrance. Whether in team fights or skirmishes, they could yield remarkable effects. Both teams have showcased a fresh understanding of the game in this first match today. However, the outcome remains uncertain. Remember's voice ebbed and flowed. It all depends on how the two teams manifest their strategies. Amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, the Summoner's Rift descended with great fanfare. RNG's strength in the level 1 skirmish is evidently superior. They coalesce as 5 and aggressively invade VG's bot jungle, aiming to drive their opponents out of the lower half of the map. The VG lineup, comprised of champions with shorter ranges, finds itself at a distinct disadvantage. In the early exchanges, they dare not confront RNG's heroes, fearful of being pursued and overwhelmed. Despite VG's apparent crowd control, it proves largely ineffective. Take Tahm Kench and Xayah. For instance, at level 1, they are nearly impotent. Should a confrontation arise, Caitlyn can stealthily position herself in a bush and unleash a barrage of headshots. Reluctantly, Gu Xing decides to strategically retreat, ceding the bot jungle entirely to RNG, and opts to invade the enemy's top jungle instead, attempting to exchange for buffs to mitigate losses. Play it safe in the bot lane. I should be able to assist around the 4-minute mark, Gu Xing informed his teammates. He was determined to clear his jungle and reach level 4 first. However, he underestimated RNG's resolve to act in the bot lane. Just 3 minutes into the match, Uzi's Caitlyn, leveraging her long range, amassed a wave of cannon minions and pushed them toward VG's bot tower. As the now level 3 Coma emerged from the bush beside VG's bot tower, he executed a swift E-flash toward Jax. Fortunately, Tu Wan was quick-witted and had invested his skill point in Devour, swallowing Xayah whole, thus avoiding a potential follow-up from Alistair's Q combo. Yet, he was not as fortunate himself. Being only level 1, Tom Kinch was quite fragile. Lifted by Xiao Ming, Uzi's traps dealt a devastating burst of damage, sending him back to the fountain. Coma, utilizing the shield from the courage of the Colossus, managed to escape after enduring the tower's onslaught. For 42, countergank? Bring it on. First blood is drawn. Miller's passionate voice resonated throughout the venue. Coma's actions were remarkably decisive, launching an immediate offensive on the bot lane while VG's duo was still at level 1. RNG fans waved their black and gold support items, creating waves of excitement in the stands, a truly magnificent sight when viewed from above. This year, the Royal Club has successfully captivated a multitude of fans with the allure of an all-Chinese roster featuring Uzi. Coupled with the team's commendable performance and the presence of top-tier domestic players like Xiaohu and Karsa, the popularity has soared to remarkable heights, rivaling EDG, who recently suffered a decline in fan engagement. The fervor surrounding the Royal Club is palpable, with their supporters constituting nearly 30% of the arena's audience. Witnessing their team's commendable efforts has amplified their cheers to unprecedented levels. Fortunately, Lord Tu Wan preserved a skill point, which ultimately safeguarded Jack, I reflected, watching Xayah's desperate retreat, feeling a tinge of sympathy for RNG. Had it not been for Duan Deliang's astute handling of the situation, RNG would have undoubtedly secured a double kill. It must be noted that, following his experiences, Duan Deliang has developed an exceptionally keen instinct and insight, demonstrating meticulous control over the game's details. VG South bottom lane duo was already struggling to secure farm, and with RNG's early invasion pushing Gu Xing into the jungle, the duo found themselves isolated and vulnerable. The minion wave was entirely dominated by Uzi, rendering VG's attempts to farm before the minions reached the tower a mere fantasy. Duan Deliang, confident in his understanding of Uzi, could intuitively sense the potential for a tower dive as soon as he observed Uzi's wave manipulation. Instead of investing in a skill point immediately, he held on to it, waiting for the crucial moment to rescue Jack from peril. Yet with only Jack remaining, he cannot farm beneath the tower. Miller articulated the harsh reality. Faced with the imminent threat from RNG's 3 formidable champions, he can only retreat to the safety of the brush before the second tower. Poor Jack, he lamented, watching minions fall under the relentless assault of the turret, his heart bleeding for the player. In the first 3 waves, Xayah only managed to secure 7 last hits. That first blood was claimed by Uzi, and now the little dog is set to soar. Jack clicked his tongue, his tone tinged with self-reproach. I should have heeded your advice and simply retreated. Duan Deliang had warned Jack as soon as he sensed the looming threat of a dive. Yet Yu Wenba was ensnared in the delusion of a potential counterkill, believing that reaching level 2 beneath the tower and landing a hook would either secure a kill or inflict significant damage. However, Jack had underestimated RNG's decisiveness. Once the minion wave reached the tower, there was no time to react, as Karsa charged in to engage. Before Jack could even attain level 2, his teammate had already fallen, forcing him to flee in haste. Now, he was consumed by guilt, feeling responsible for the support's demise. Do not worry, Gu Xing assured. Having returned to his jungle after reaching level 3 and even dispatching a river crab, just focus on last hitting. I will come to assist you in the bottom lane shortly. He endeavored to console his teammates. In the hands of less mentally resilient players, such a situation could have spiraled into despair. Yet, Jack's strength lay in his exceptional mental fortitude. After a brief moment of frustration, Yu Wenba regrouped, rejoining his support upon respawning, determined to persist in farming and nurturing his development. Gu Xing exhaled in relief upon witnessing this resilience. He feared that fluctuations in his teammates' emotions might tilt the scales of victory and defeat, thereby affecting the overall rhythm of the game. Now, Gu Xing could confidently clear the camps in his jungle. Although he had not frequently utilized Rengar recently, his exceptional talent allowed him to swiftly regain his instincts. His movements in the jungle were agile. At times, he would stealthily enter the bushes to obscure the vision of the blue buff, preventing it from striking him with its basic attacks, and then use his passive to build up his ferocity. Leaping behind the monsters, he skillfully created distance with small, careful steps, making the clumsy golem follow him like a dog on a leash. Once his abilities were off cooldown, Gu Xing commanded his Rengar to turn back, executing Q Savage, followed by a basic attack that pierced through the enemy's form. The area damage of Q was considerable, with a cooldown of merely 4 seconds. And when enhanced, it would reset the cooldown, allowing Rengar to effortlessly deplete a significant portion of the jungle monster's health. As the monster's basic attack landed, Gu Xing utilized Warrior's Roar to restore health. This version of Rengar could heal for 100 of the damage dealt by monsters in the preceding 15 seconds. A truly formidable effect. After recovering health, he repeated the previous actions, leveraging the movement speed boost from his enhanced abilities while simultaneously attacking and kiting. The blue buff's attack speed was less than 0.5, necessitating a 2-second wait after each strike. Gu Xing expertly timed his movements to coincide with the monster's attack intervals, frequently slipping into the bushes to evade detection, leaving his opponent in a quandary. In the end, Rengar suffered almost no health loss while completely clearing the camp. The director, noticing the absence of conflict in the canyon, focused the camera on Gu Xing, granting him a moment of world focus. Miller praised him effusively. Xing's fundamentals are truly solid. He has mastered the art of kiting the jungle to perfection, a textbook example. He echoed, "Let us not underestimate kiting." An average player could lose dozens of health points while clearing a camp, resulting in a 3-digit health disparity over a full jungle route. With his impeccable kiting, Xing finished off all the monsters with a healthy amount of health remaining, still possessing enough vigor to initiate an offensive in lane. If one is not careful while kiting, it can severely impact their combat effectiveness, whether in a gank or a counterattack. Moreover, Xing's kiting hardly affects his jungle efficiency. Miller glanced at the timer. Soloing the jungle, he cleared all 6 camps and the river crab in just 3.5 minutes. An astonishing speed. It seems that after reaching level 4, Xing is preparing to head mid. Rengar lay in wait in the upper bush of the mid lane, one remaining eye glinting with ferocity, fixated on the enemy's bird. Xayah was positioned a bit too far forward. Miller exclaimed urgently. He is still using stone skin to clear the minions in order to secure lane priority. Gu Xing calculated that Xayah would not retreat, for he must be aware that Kuro would return to base after clearing the 4th or 5th wave to purchase a Doran's ring before teleporting back to lane. Since Li Ruixing employed this tactic, it had nearly become a requisite lesson for every Galio, forming a fixed strategy. With the Dark Seal and the Doran's ring in hand, the allure of Q, Justice Punch, combined with the passive Heavy Strike to eliminate 3 ranged minions, is simply irresistible. Xayah undoubtedly understands that Galio is about to return to base. It would be unreasonable to allow his opponent to push the lane and return to replenish supplies without any hindrance. Creating some trouble for Galio is entirely justifiable. Pushing the lane is the most straightforward and brutish method. By continuously pushing the minions into VG's inner turret, Galio would find himself in quite a predicament. If he forces a recall, accounting for the replenishment state and the teleport channeling duration, he would require approximately 15 seconds. This delay would undoubtedly result in Galio losing minions. Following this logical chain, Gu Xing hastens to the mid lane to launch an offensive against Xayah, who is pressuring the lane. Galio consumes his last reusable potion. Justice Punch, surges forward, landing a heavy strike with a basic attack, and immediately activates the Doran's shield. The Justice Titan gathers his wings, preparing to taunt. The lion dog emerges from the river at just the right moment. However, due to the distance, he cannot leap behind the rock sparrow and must first throw out lasso strike. Just as Xayah attempts to reposition and evade, Galio has already cast Doran's shield, successfully taunting him. Even though Li Yuanhao uses cleanse, it is too late to dodge the skill. He is ensnared and subjected to a slow. While cleanse can shorten the duration of control effects, it cannot alter the magnitude of the slow. The Rock Sparrow's QE skills have been used to push the lane and are still on cooldown. Only Rock Surge is available, but lacking other control abilities. It is far too easy for a professional player to evade. Xayah can only watch helplessly as VG's jungle converges upon him. Xing quickly approaches, using Q to thrust forward. The newly revised Lion Dog, although facing challenges with single target burst damage, has significantly improved maneuverability. If it were the old version of Rengar, Gu Xing would find it difficult to catch up with the Rock Sparrow. However, the circumstances are now drastically different. Utilizing Q Ruthless, the Lion Dog successfully closes the distance to Talia. The brutality value displayed beneath his health bar has reached halfway. After casting 2 more skills, he can trigger the enhanced effect. From Gu Xing's perspective, Xayah's survival situation appears dire. The Rock Sparrow, being fragile, cannot withstand the onslaught from VG's jungle, and his health continues to diminish. Yet, Just as the lion dog finishes casting, Roar, stacking 3 layers of brutality and reducing the rock sparrow's health to below half. A robust figure suddenly emerges from the corner. The enormous barrel in his arms reveals his identity, the Beer Man. Xiangguo's counter-gank is absolutely crucial. Miller praises. He arrives from the side, connecting with the rolling barrel's damage, in conjunction with the rock sparrow's stone penetration damage, to begin retaliating against Xayah. RNG's decision is undoubtedly sound. With 3 layers of brutality on the lion dog, he is on the verge of unleashing an enhanced skill, if he delivers all his burst damage onto Rengar. Gu Xing can instantly restore his health with an enhanced Roar. When RNG's mid-jungle duo, primarily reliant on their skills for damage output, exhaust their burst capabilities, they are left with no choice but to whittle down the enemy's health through basic attacks, leaving them with no chance of victory. Targeting Kuro's Xayah is undoubtedly the most astute decision. The Colossus, having been frequently harassed by Talia during the landing phase, is now at less than full health and finds himself in a precarious situation after being hit by the skills of RNG's mid-jungle. Fear not, fear not. Gu Xing marked Talia, raising his voice to draw his teammates' attention. Let us focus on the mid lane. Our damage output is more than sufficient. His selection of Rengar was intended to enhance his mid-jungle skirmishing prowess. With the addition of his ferocity stacks, Rengar effectively possesses 4 abilities, and his basic attack damage is commendable. RNG is certainly not a match for them. In Gu Xing's eyes, if the barrel-wielding champion approaches, he is merely courting death. What audacity does a beer-drinking man, bereft of flash, have to challenge me? The enemy not only refuses to surrender, but dares to retaliate? Are they out of their minds? Wait a moment, Gu Xing's heart raced. Although Xiangguo was reckless, he was not foolish. It was clear that a flashless Gragas rushing in to meet his demise was not the action of a rational player. What could possibly be amiss? When circumstances deviate from the norm, something sinister must be at play. He took a brief moment to glance at the minimap. In just one glance, he discerned the peculiarities. Gu Xing's commands were met with unwavering agreement from Kuro. Just as he was about to engage, he heard Gu Xing's urgent warning. Watch out for Alistar? Trusting Gu Xing implicitly, Kuro instinctively placed his fingers on the flash key. Sure enough, in the next moment, a golden light flickered and burst forth at the edge of the battlefield. The muscle-bound Alistar brazenly appeared before VG's mid-jungle duo. A double Q. Sure Siming's hand speed was already at its zenith. However, Kuro, having received intelligence from Gu Xing in advance, managed to flash just as the bull's horn was about to make contact. With Alistar losing his target, his Q, Trample, presented a theatrical bow to the audience. Moreover, Xiao, who intended to use his seismic shard to seamlessly connect the control chain and bring Xayah to the front lines, found himself thwarted. In a split second, he executed a flash, evading Alistar's double Q while simultaneously dodging the seismic attack. Gasps of astonishment filled the venue. What remarkable reflexes! Miller exclaimed. Kuro has evaded Alistar's lethal double Q. RNG's control abilities are nearly depleted. Kuro's timely retreat saved him, after creating distance. RNG lacked the capacity to keep up with the damage output, merely watching as Xayah withdrew and unleashed his Q, Justice Punch. Once more, Xinggu is still pursuing Talia. While Xiao has used his flash to pull back, RNG's jungle support interposed themselves before Rengar, attempting to shield their ally from the enemy's crowd control. The urgency and strength of his voice conveyed all critical information occurring on the battlefield to the audience. Gragas and Alistar formed an imposing wall before Gu Xing. Should Gu Xing execute a Q followed by the empowered Bola strike, he would undoubtedly be intercepted by the 2 frontline champions. Gu Xing chose an unconventional path. Brother Xing flashed and executed a brutal Q skill, stacking 4 layers of ferocity before unleashing another Q. The lion dog, akin to a blade dancer, maneuvered thrice across the battlefield in a heartbeat, dazzling all who beheld. With a swift strike, its merciless claws severed the throat of the rock sparrow, securing the first kill for the enemy and earning a layer of spoils. Subsequently, leveraging the explosive speed granted by ferocity consumption, it made a narrow escape. The RNG jungle support's control skills and flash were all on cooldown, leaving them helplessly watching Gu Xing's retreat. What an impressive lion dog! Miller clenched his fists in exhilaration. Overwhelmed with emotion, the VG mid-jungle not only successfully evaded the enemy's ambush, but also claimed the rock sparrow's head. RNG made a critical miscalculation, nearly leaving the entire VG mid-jungle behind. A wave of fervent cheers erupted from the fans in the venue, invigorating VG's morale. Well played, Gu. Kuro beamed with delight. I profited immensely from this play, securing an assist of 150 gold while sending the Rock Sparrow back to the fountain meant he could return to base without worrying about losing minions. More importantly, both summoners of the Rock Sparrow were now on cooldown, indicating that for the next few minutes, Xayah would be hesitant to act, relinquishing control of the lane. How did you know the Alistar would come? Gu Xing inquired cheerfully. As Gu Xing found a safe position and relaxed, he responded, "It's a long story. But I can only say those who understand. Upon witnessing the unflashed barrel engaging recklessly, he sensed a shift in the situation. The barrel's seemingly suicidal behavior raised his suspicions that reinforcements were on the way. A glance at the mini-map revealed that Xayah had vanished. Thus, with heightened vigilance, Gu Xing promptly warned Kuro to be cautious of the Alistar. This timely alert potentially saved the VG mid-jungle synergy. Had Kuro been caught by Alistar's flash combo followed by the Rock Sparrow's rock thrust, he would have surely perished. Lacking that critical damage from the righteous gale, Gu Xing might not have been able to eliminate Xayah, at best only using his flash to escape. If the mid lane fell into a disadvantage, he would entirely lose control of the lower half of the map, leading to dire consequences. Gu Xing felt an immense sense of relief. How did the Alistar end up in the mid lane? Tu Wan lamented. "Oh, it's my fault. I saw Xayah return to base and thought he was truly replenishing supplies. I didn't expect this fellow to employ trickery." Previously in the bot lane, Xiaoming had deliberately lingered near a VG minion on the verge of death, preparing to recall. The minion was slain by Uzi, with the residual vision lasting but a few fleeting seconds. Once VG's vision faded, Xiaoming immediately turned and headed upwards. Given that Gu Xing had not ventured into the lower half of the map for the first 4 minutes of the match, the river remained shrouded in darkness. Xayah successfully deceived VG and rushed to the mid lane for reinforcements. "No worries," Gu Xing reassured. "In any case, we gained from this. We just need to be more cautious next time." However, it seems the opposing team anticipated my intentions to act in the mid lane, which is why their jungle support arrived so swiftly, he mused, unable to suppress a chuckle. Indeed, our skills have outshone theirs. Xiaoming employed a deceptive tactic of feigned retreat, while Xianghua resorted to a strategy of starvation. The beer-drinking champion had only reached level 3 at this point. Previously, Xianghua had attempted a tower dive in the bottom lane, which consumed valuable time. Additionally, his jungle clearing efficiency paled in comparison to the current iteration of Lee Sin, making it impossible for him to maintain equivalent development alongside Gu Xing. Upon sensing that Gu Xing might head to the mid lane to ambush the overextended Yuanshi, Xianghua decided to adopt a starvation strategy, positioning himself nearby as a protector. He originally intended to wait for Xayah's Alistar to arrive on the battlefield, aiming to create a 3v2 counterattack and eliminate VG's mid and jungle duo. Unfortunately, the coordination faltered, resulting in a failure to secure a kill on the enemy, and instead, they lost their mid laner. That barrel on the opposite side truly favors starvation, Kuro mused, recalling his own flustered state during the previous ambush. Resolute in his determination, he vowed, "Once I can roam, I'll ensure he understands the might of Galio." Silence enveloped the RNG voice chat. Alas, Sunming lamented as he returned to base to purchase a pair of boots, his tone laden with regret. "Lu Xiyu, you should have waited a bit longer for me. If we had struck together, Galio would certainly have perished." He was oblivious to how Gu Xing had anticipated his mid-lane support, attributing the enemy's awareness to Kuro's sudden brilliance in executing a remarkable maneuver. Had they both launched their attacks simultaneously, even if Kuro dodged one control ability with flash, he would still have been susceptible to the second, inevitably being knocked airborne. "No, that won't do," Xianghua retorted. "If I wait for you any longer, Li Yuanhao's body will be cold." The VG mid-jungle duo did not pause, relentlessly assaulting Yuanshi with a barrage of basic attacks and abilities. Lu Xiyu's delay, even for a moment, would lead to Yuanshi's demise. In such a scenario, RNG's jungle and support, both tanky champions, might not even be able to take down Galio. Xiaoming fell into silence. "Come assist me in the bottom lane," Uzi grumbled. "With such a significant advantage, just securing my lane would lead to a straightforward victory." Xianghua responded with firmness, "Wait for my signal. If an opportunity arises, I will undoubtedly aid you." But for now, focus on your own development. After all, who was the jungler here? There's no need for unwarranted commands. Uzi puffed up his cheeks, reluctant to say more, and resigned himself to letting the junglers stabilize the situation. Lu Xiu calmed his mind, switching screens to observe the state of the rift. After Gu Xing had executed Yuanshi and narrowly escaped, he had managed to maintain excellent condition during his jungle clearing, and since RNG had not directed their focus towards Li Xin during the recent skirmish, his health remained remarkably robust. Xiang was sensed that Gu Xing would not return to base for replenishment, but would likely launch another assault just before the next wave of jungle monsters respawned. But who would be his target? He fell into deep contemplation. The two commentators, however, were unburdened by such dilemmas, as their vantage point allowed them to observe the player's every move with clarity. Gu Xing is making his way back through the river to his jungle, then scaling the mountains to head towards the top lane. The camera, following the director's lead, focused intently on the top lane minion wave. In the first 4 minutes of the match, the camera had scarcely shifted its gaze upwards. Now, shifting our focus, one cannot help but notice the disparity between the top laners of both teams. It is noteworthy that Kled is among the champions Let wields with utmost expertise. However, that is where his prowess ends. The remainder of Let's champions are rather lackluster, with Camille merely standing out as a relative exception among the less competent contenders. When matched against a top-tier opponent like SB, the technical shortcomings become glaringly apparent. In the initial 5 waves, Song Jinghao managed to secure a total of 29 minions, not only leading in last hits, but also possessing an additional Doran's blade. The lane control was firmly in the hands of Jax. SB continued with his usual strategy, utilizing Jax's early advantage from his passive ability to push and seize level 2, maintaining control of the wave and gradually pushing it forward until the cannon minions arrived, at which point he pushed them all under the tower. Kled's wave-clearing capability was notably inadequate, allowing Song Jinghao to return to base after pushing the wave and purchase another Doran's blade before walking back to lane. Let, unable to clear the wave swiftly and return for replenishment, had no choice but to accept his deficit of a Doran's blade. Furthermore, after replenishing, SB remained at full health and mana, putting him in an enviable position compared to Kled. Consequently, the lane control decisively shifted in favor of Song Jinghao. Previously, Kled struggled to manage a large wave of cannon minions under the tower, failing to clear them before the next short wave arrived, resulting in the minion exchange point being situated within RNG's tower. This naturally led to a counter-push. The minion exchange position gradually advanced towards VG's tower. SB, seizing the advantage, meticulously controlled the wave, and upon noticing Kled daring to advance, he immediately engaged in a skirmish. With his ability to deal mixed damage, he effectively pierced through Let's adaptive shield, reducing Camille's health to below half. Now, as the 6th wave of cannon minions approached, the minion exchange position was at VG's tower. If Kled were to remain inactive, the wave would be trapped there by Jax, leaving her with no opportunity to secure last hits. Yet, should she attempt to force her way through, she would constantly face the looming threat of Jax. Observing Let's determined attempt to clear the wave, Gu Xing couldn't help but chuckle. Xing enters the brush connecting the top lane and the river, launching a surprise attack on Kled, creating a pincer movement with SB, trapping Let in the middle. Though it seemed Kled was in a dire situation, Miller's voice was laced with tension. The lion dog closes in to unleash its lasso strike, stacking the first layer of brutality. Remember to unleash full firepower. Fire away, he narrates. SB leaps forward, aiming for close-range damage. But the fragrant pot is lying in ambush in the brush behind, he exclaimed, raising his tone dramatically. At the moment Jax charged forward, the barrel, with its rotund belly, burst forth from the brush, landing a stunning blow upon Kled. Let's basic attack connects with Q, hitting the lion dog, then follows up with the hook and second wall return, vowing to eliminate Xing. His voice pierced through the air. Gu Xing lacked a flash, and with only 3 skills and a distance from the brush, he could not stack his brutality in a short span. Without the enhanced war roar, the lion dog was merely a piece of meat on the chopping block for RNG. In contrast to the formidable Jax, who possesses both counter-strike and flash, Rengar is undoubtedly far easier to slay. However, as the second kick from Qiyana's wall aimed at Gu Xing approached, SB astutely sensed an opportunity for action. The barrel's stun duration was brief. Let executed a quick AQ followed by E, allowing Song Jinghao to regain his freedom. Upon witnessing Qiyana's blade approaching his jungler, he decisively activated Flash, repositioning just enough to interpose himself between Qiyana and the lion dog. It was no longer feasible for Let to employ Flash to bypass Jax, forcing him to watch as the blade struck the Grandmaster of Arms squarely. This timely Flash rescued Gu Xing from the brink of death. My heavens! The astonishment in Jide's voice resonated throughout the venue. SB's maneuver is utterly ruthless. He activated Counter-Strike before being stunned by Qiyana. Jax began to spin his staff. The lion dog menacingly eyed the barrel before him. Though it lacked Flash, the opposing jungler's summoner spells were also on cooldown. Q ruthless. The claws lunged forward, closing in on the barrel's visage. Xianghua sensed impending doom and attempted to retreat from Jax's Counter-Strike range. Yet, the Grandmaster of Arms, having recovered from his stun, swiftly deactivated Counter-Strike. The barrel could only activate Drunken Rage, 4 damage reduction before being incapacitated on the spot. Jax closes the gap to inflict damage, and A connects with the lion dog to batter the barrel. Miller's tone rose in excitement. Xianghua's health is perilously low. Escape is becoming increasingly difficult. Previously, during the tower dive in the bottom lane, he had absorbed numerous hits from the turret. Despite relying on health potions and passive regeneration, it was impossible to fully restore his health. Now, Lu Xiyu found himself besieged by VG's top and jungle with no avenue for escape, forced to retaliate, hoping Let could eliminate an opponent. However, the Counter-Strike stun affected more than just the barrel. Let's Qiyana was similarly ensnared, with no boots purchased. Her base movement speed was a mere 340, and the wall stun lasted only a second or even less, as Jax had acquired a 15 tenacity rune in the resolve tree, reducing control durations. She could not escape the 375 range of Counter-Strike and was stunned at the very edge. This resulted in their collective damage being insufficient to immediately eliminate Gu Xing. The lion dog, having regained some health, awaits the Q skill's cooldown to stack up his ferocity before unleashing a fortified roar of war. The second healing surge invigorated Gu Xing. RNG's top and jungle are in disarray. Amid Jide's fervent shouts, Jax delivered a decisive blow to the barrel. With Gu Xing turning his gaze toward Qiyana, Let felt a surge of despair. He still held Flash. Yet, the top lane was overrun with brush. And even if he utilized it, the lion dog would still pursue him. In utter hopelessness, he resigned to fighting alongside the minions. Ultimately, he only managed to reduce the lion dog's health to around 100 before being dispatched back to the fountain by the fully stacked Jax. 443. Have they been thoroughly read? A 0 for 2 exchange. Miller's voice boomed. RNG's top and jungle have both fallen. Ah, the blood-soaked duck. One cannot help but feel a profound anguish when viewing the situation from RNG's perspective. When Xianghua attempted to counterattack, little did he expect that his efforts would yield no reward, but rather lead to his own demise. The VG fans incessantly thumped their luminous sticks, creating a cacophony that overshadowed the dismal atmosphere, their jubilant cheers resonating even louder. The reactions of the royal family supporters during the skirmish epitomized a swift change of allegiance. They cheered with exuberance when Lu Xiyu's barrel knocked VG's jungler unconscious, but their laughter turned to despair when Jax and the lion dog retaliated. Witnessing the tragic fate of RNG's upper lane lying in the abyss, their fans were left in tears. How could they have countered only to be bested? It defied logic. The director prudently presented a replay of the skirmish in the upper lane. Miller fixated on the large screen, meticulously analyzing every detail. SB used Flash to evade the second wall control from the Xayah. This maneuver was truly ruthless, rescuing Xing Gu from the brink of disaster. He exclaimed in admiration. Had Xayah managed to stun Gu Xing, the lion dog, not yet having amassed 4 stacks of fury, would have certainly met his demise. Miller's tone could not conceal his praise. Moreover, Jax skillfully repositioned himself to ensure his counterstrike stunned both the enemy jungler and top laner, buying precious time for Xing Gu to unleash his second Q, Ruthless, replenishing his health and allowing him to survive. The slow-motion replay showcased Jax's exquisite execution. With a flourish, he swung his weapon like a flower, relentlessly striking the lamppost, each basic attack propelling him forward, effectively stymieing the enemy's retreat. Armed with dual Doran's swords, the Master of Arms exhibited formidable power once his passive, ruthless assault reached full charge. Ultimately, RNG's upper lane succumbed to the relentless blows, gifting Jax a bounty of 600 gold. Once again witnessing the master of arms' splendid performance, the arena erupted into prolonged applause. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged dramatically. Wow, what a fierce Jax. Isn't he magnificent? Now this is the hallmark of a world-class top laner. RNG showcasing their prowess against the opposition. Is Let truly incapable? Xayah had him controlled, yet could not secure the kill on Xing. Isn't this barrel supposed to catch someone? At 5 minutes, this beer man is still level 3, while Spicy Hot Pod is merely poking about. I can only say RNG's top laner is akin to mud that cannot be molded. Xayah's counter was already executed flawlessly, you know? Heavens. I still remember the spring season when Let was dominated by SB's relentless split pushing, feeling as though he were on an entirely different level of competition. Within the RNG players area, Let stared at the monochrome screen, his expression marred by frustration. It was my fault. I panicked and misplayed, he lamented inwardly, gripped by guilt. Gazing at the enemy's Jax, who had claimed 2 heads, Let was once more haunted by the terror of being overrun in the spring season. Overwhelmed by emotion, his fingers trembled slightly over the mouse. How could he continue to lane after this? Xayah cast a sidelong glance at his top laner, pursing his lips in silence. Indeed, it was a heavy burden to bear. After I knocked out the enemy with my meat, egg, and onion chicken, why did you fixate on AQ? Just engage directly. Both of them would be incapacitated, and Gu Xing would have no chance of survival. It merely comes down to a slight overlap in control that leads to a temporary burst of damage being insufficient. Yet, with Qin Ganjing adding a flash in output, she could easily eliminate Gu Xing. Instead, you were greedy for damage and conserved your skills, allowing the opponents room to maneuver. Now, Jax has left them both in a state of shock. Xayah wanted to calm his nerves and refocus on the game. However, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Damn. Ever since securing first blood in the bot lane, RNG's situation had taken a dire turn. The most absurd part was not being outplayed strategically, but rather the exasperation of being able to foresee the enemy's intentions, yet failing to execute effectively. Initially, it was predicted that Gu Xing would ambush the mid lane, while Xiao, who pressured the lane. Xayah, accompanied by Xiao Ming, attempted a counter-gank. But the Bullhead's flash was countered by Kuro's timely escape, allowing VG's jungle duo to eliminate Li Yuanhao and retreat unscathed. Furthermore, sensing that Gu Xing might not return to base for supplies, and could instead head to the top lane to disrupt Jax, Xayah decisively followed up and successfully executed another counter-gank. Due to Let's operational blunder, Jax managed a double kill. Xayah was left grinding his teeth in frustration. Despite having accurately predicted Gu Xing's movements, he found himself unable to overcome the hard mechanics. This sense of powerlessness was even more despairing than being outmaneuvered strategically. In stark contrast to the silence from the RNG player's bench was the unceasing laughter from the VG side. Well done, my boy. Gu Xing, having narrowly escaped, privately rejoiced and praised his teammate. Tonight, I must treat you to barbecue. While speaking, he took a sip of cold cola to calm his nerves. SB chuckled. The enemy's Qin Ganjing truly offered an opportunity. I thought you were done for, but unexpectedly, a rescue was possible. Indeed, Kuro commended the top laner, his face beaming with joy. Jinghao has made a significant contribution this time. It's no wonder you are the top player in the S6 top 20. Song Jinghao was taken aback. Why are you praising me? Something feels off. The last time he had received genuine praise from Kuro was over 6 months ago, when he was a dominant player in the Tiger team. With Kuro extolling his virtues with each match, making him feel quite elevated. After joining VG, the emergence of the true star virtue caused Kuro to swiftly switch allegiance, becoming a loyal subordinate to the new leader, obediently following Gu Xing's lead. Since then, SB had no longer enjoyed the lavish treatment he once received in the Tiger team. He was astonished that today, Li Ruixing had suddenly decided to flatter him. Don't get me wrong, Kuro, feeling less pressure in lane, managed to exchange a few playful words. I'm only praising you because you saved Xiao Gu's life. Song Jinghao fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, he had no choice but to steer the conversation back on track. Just watch me perform in this game. This Qin Ganjing has already crumbled. Even though Let did not use his flash when he was killed, it did not affect the situation in the top lane. The multiple flashes of the Steel Shadow merely provide her with an additional opportunity for escape in a direct confrontation. Even 10 flashes would be insufficient for her to evade the onslaught of Jax. After all, when facing the Grandmaster at arms. The effectiveness of a flash during skirmishes is negligible. One cannot evade Jax's primary damage skills, as he swings a lamppost. Dispatching the Steel Shadow is akin to crushing a chick. SB had halted the minion wave before pushing towards his own defensive tower, returning to base to purchase a luminous item, and then teleporting back to maintain control over the lane. Let initially intended to teleport promptly after respawning to alleviate the minion wave, but Song Jinghao was swifter, maneuvering Jax to the side of the minions. Should he dare to approach and clear the minion wave, Let had no doubt that Jax would leap forward and strike him down. With the luminous item and dual Doran S blades, Jax at just over 5 minutes signifies invincibility. Yin Juanza possessed only a Doran S longsword and a health crystal, rendering their economic disparity stark and their combat abilities incomparable. Yet, he could not idly watch as Jax kept the minions trapped before the enemy tower. He risked missing opportunities to farm for 3 to 5 minutes. Reluctantly, Let steeled himself to clear the wave. As anticipated, Jax leapt in, initiating an auto attack that triggered the luminous damage, lowering the Steel Shadow's health. When the RNG minions focused on him, SB activated the counterstorm, twirling his hands. Let, before the opponent unleashed the counterstorm, managed to land a kick to generate an adaptive shield to help absorb damage. However, the shield's attributes are generated by the system based on the damage types inflicted by the opponent previously. A physical shield appeared above the Steel Shadow. Although it could mitigate auto-attack damage, Jax's Charge Strike is AP damage. The blow from the Grandmaster directly reduced the Steel Shadow's health to just 60%. Let aim to utilize his E ability, Grappling Hook, in conjunction with a wall jump to stun Jax and escape the radius of the counterstorm. Yet, the same issue persisted. Escape was impossible. The Steel Shadow's movement speed was merely 340, and her wall jump could not restrain Jax for even a second due to his tenacity mastery. SB could easily deactivate the counterstorm after the stun wore off, shattering the enemy's physical shield with an additional strike, refreshing the luminous damage and reducing the Steel Shadow's health to below half. Subsequently, he relentlessly pursued, and once the opponent used Tactical Sweep, Jax's leap was off cooldown, allowing him to charge in for another luminous enhanced auto attack. Oh dear. Miller could hardly bear to witness the unfolding events. How can this Steel Shadow possibly continue? He suggested. Shouldn't he return to base for a replenishment? If he lingers any longer, Jax will force his flash next time. The only silver lining is that Jax overextended his pursuit and did not trap the minions in front of the tower, allowing the minions to be pushed back to his own tower. The Steel Shadow can finally catch a breath, and when the minion wave returns, he can farm and develop. But is this truly good news? Let felt cold sweat beating on his forehead. He sensed that remaining under the tower would surely result in being dove upon. With no alternative, Let returned to base to replenish his health, aiming to rally support over voice chat. Lu Shiyu, can you help me with another countergank? He felt a twinge of guilt, especially after the last encounter where Xianghua had turned the tables, leading to his own misstep and inadvertently dragging the jungler down with him. No way, Xianghua firmly declined. We cannot win this. Not to mention the previous blunder that squandered a promising situation, adhering to the principle of aiding the strong rather than the weak. He won't venture to the top lane again. It's every man for himself now. He will undoubtedly focus on establishing rhythm in the lower half of the map. Xianghua steadied his mind, placing himself in Gu Xing's perspective, speculating on the possible movements of his opponent, and devising countermeasures accordingly. Meanwhile, Gu Xing was deep in reflection. Despite having salvaged his team from an early disadvantage in the previous skirmishes and achieving commendable results in his 2 coordinated efforts at the mid lane, he still sensed the underlying issues. Previously, he could overwhelm Xianghua with innovative strategies, yet today he had failed to succeed even once. His initial 2 attempts had been thwarted by Lu Shiyu's counterplay, which he did not consider mere coincidence. It was evident that the opponent had anticipated his gank route. Alarm bells rang in Gu Xing's mind. It appeared that Xianghua's pre-match bravado was far from empty boasting. RNG clearly had a plan. He surmised that his route had been scrutinized. Objectively speaking, such scenarios typically arise after a newcomer has played a few matches. Initially, when no one targets them, newcomers can shine brightly on the stage, but after a few standout performances, opponents study their footage and develop counter-strategies. However, Gu Xing was acutely aware that he was an anomaly. Thanks to Dory's chocolate, He had absorbed many top junglers' insights and made them his own. From an objective standpoint, his style and routes were challenging to analyze. Thus, it was hardly surprising that it took until the second year of his professional career for his patterns to be discerned. For other teams, Gu Xing's gameplay remained unpredictable, eluding their understanding of his preferences. Nevertheless, the RNG coaching staff undoubtedly possessed such capabilities. Head coach Wahoo, who had once been an analyst, had a strong professional foundation. Analyst Go Ba was also formidable, being Wahoo's most esteemed disciple. Both excelled in drafting and training strategies. However, when it came to analyzing the habits of opposing players, they would immediately come to life. This was their forte. Gu Xing prided himself on his unpredictable style. Yet he was ultimately human, not a mere AI machine. As long as decisions were made by humans, patterns could inevitably be uncovered. It was likely that the RNG coaching staff had deduced his route and communicated it to Xianghua for application in this match. Gu Xing let out a slight hiss, finding the challenge of this match invigorating. No team had ever been able to penetrate his gank philosophy, since Xianghua could roughly anticipate his movements. Gu Xing decided to drop the pretense. I'm laying my cards on the table. He returned to base, crafting a green jungle knife and dual longswords before heading to the upper half of the map. The gap in the bottom lane would be difficult to mend alone in the short term, so Gu Xing aimed to widen the wound, targeting the top laner with relentless aggression. He was determined to provide Let with an unforgettable boot camp experience. Jax pushed a substantial wave of minions to RNG's tower, while Xing traversed a wide arc through the enemy's upper jungle, skillfully avoiding the triangular brush, where the adversaries might have set their wards, ultimately arriving at the rear of RNG's top tower. As he exited the brush, Let realized escape was no longer an option. The encirclement by VG's jungler was complete. Let was compelled to hold his ground at the tower, attempting to secure the elimination of an enemy hero. Yet the challenge proved formidable as he had yet to reach level 6 and had not acquired his ultimate ability. In stark contrast, SB's Jax had already attained level 6, wielding our Grandmaster's might and significantly enhancing his combat prowess. This marked the 9th wave of cannon minions in the top lane, and Let had previously missed out on considerable experience, estimating that he could only barely reach level 6 after clearing the entire wave. There was little hope for a breakthrough in the heat of battle. With the lackluster wave clear ability of Echo, it was utterly impossible to eliminate all the minions before succumbing. Xing initiated the tower's aggro, using Q to engage closely with an AE combo, while Miller internally condemned Let to his demise. Echo attempted to escape with E phase dive. Did he think he could flee? With a subtle sidestep, Xing blocked Echo's retreat with his second wall. After the lion dog was stunned, Echo endeavored to channel all his damage onto Xing, yet Jax activated Counter-Strike and leaped into the fray. Let promptly flashed away to create distance, evading a potential stun from the weapon. However, Xing also repositioned, moving out of the tower's range and activating War Cry to recover health, transferring the aggro to SB. Jax unleashed his ultimate, enhancing his resistances, closing in on the slowed opponent, and delivering a devastating blow to Echo's head. Miller, witnessing the rapid decline of Echo's health bar, could not help but marvel at the sheer ferocity of the level 3 burst combined with the brilliance against the fragile Camille. Xing's Q was ready once more. After stacking the brutality, he followed up with an empowered Q, Ruthless, reducing Echo to a sliver of health before gifting the kill to Jax. SB absorbed 3 hits from the tower and nonchalantly retreated with half his health intact. A 3-0 start for Jax, exclaimed G, his tone elevated. This stage truly belongs to SB. Miller glanced once more at the rift. Let's situation is indeed dire. His teleport is still on cooldown, and a massive wave of cannon minions is about to be sacrificed to his opponents. Continuing down this path, the level disparity in the top lane will widen drastically. He shook his head, expressing skepticism about Echo's prospects. The camera focused on Let, revealing his vacant expression, seemingly dazed and overwhelmed by the relentless series of misfortunes. He felt as though even his robust mental resilience was nearing its limits. Why was time dragging on so painfully? Could it expedite, sparing him further anguish? Fortunately, Xianghua was not idle. He ventured to the bottom lane to apply pressure on VG's duo. G remarked, following the director's lens, but Duke, armed with Feast, exhibited remarkable prowess in protecting his teammates. This time, Xianghua did not use Flash. With the healing spell in hand, he, alongside Tom Kench's thick skin, enabled Tu Wan to survive successfully. The health of the next tower for VG is set to diminish significantly. However, this is acceptable for them, as their teammates in the upper lane are exceedingly powerful, poised to penetrate the enemy lines with ease. Jack retreated into his familiar secluded bush, reflecting on his circumstances. As he witnessed minions being obliterated by his team's next tower, he maintained his composure, feeling a sense of disillusionment. Farm as you wish. Beyond that, what can you do to me? What good is a well-fed ADC? The lower lane is proving quite challenging. Lu Xiyu, continue to pursue your father, Jack mockingly quipped. If you manage to kill me today, I shall concede to calling you father. After driving the opposing lower lane back, Xianghua proceeded to farm VG's jungle, targeting the stone beetles and F6. He was behind in levels, but upon triggering the experience compensation mechanism, he was able to swiftly catch up. After clearing these two camps, rich in monster counts, Xianghua successfully leveled up. Lu Xiyu took a deep breath. Soon, you shall witness the might of the starvation jungle build in full bloom. Gu Xing, after countering the enemy's upper jungle, returned to base to forge the Caulfield's warhammer and boots. Have the opponents in the lower lane returned to replenish their equipment? He pondered as he approached the river, noticing the RNG duo had vanished. They likely have. Tu Wan provided insight. Uzi has amassed quite a sum. He needs to return to base to enhance his combat capability. Gu Xing understood immediately. Then I shall counter his frog camp. He signaled. The barrel should not be farming. Xianghua's presence was palpable this match, with his aggressive counter-jungling in the early game indicating his intention to deploy the starvation strategy. The Magic Swamp Frog, notorious among starvation junglers, is a singular camp that, even upon triggering the experience compensation mechanism, yields only a meager 30 additional experience points while inflicting significant damage. A jungle champion at a disadvantage who attempts to farm the frog is likely to suffer considerable health loss. Thus, starvation junglers typically avoid the Magic Swamp Frog. It consumes too much time with relatively low returns. Gu Xing, having utilized the starvation strategy himself during the spring season, was confident that Xianghua would not farm this camp. However, for the Lee Sin, the Magic Swamp Frog serves as a substantial boon. Clearing an additional camp could widen the economic gap between himself and the barrel. Gu Xing calculated the approximate return time of the RNG duo to the lower lane, planning to seize an opportunity to stealthily infiltrate and counter a camp before retreating. Yet, upon crossing the river and entering the RNG's lower jungle, he was met with the desolate sight of an empty Magic Swamp Frog camp. What is happening? Gu Xing was bewildered. Who has farmed this camp? The starvation flow has evolved. Upon witnessing the absence of monsters, Gu Xing stood momentarily stunned, his Lee Sin also frozen in place. Xing Gu came up empty. A voice chimed with amusement. He never anticipated that this Magic Swamp Frog camp would have been cleared out by the RNG players ahead of time. Laughter erupted from the audience. Even the staunchest VG fans momentarily lost their composure. Perplexed, Gu Xing scratched his head, initially suspecting that Xianghua had changed his mind and farmed the camp. With no other option, he placed a ward and retraced his steps. Approximately half a minute was wasted, and although there were no substantial losses, opportunities in professional arenas are fleeting. Those 30 seconds could very well dictate a pivotal rhythm. As previously stated, against weaker teams, this half-minute should not be squandered, for by the time the opponents react, Gu Xing could have already made adjustments. However, RNG is certainly not a weak team. As anticipated, RNG must have foreseen Gu Xing's intent to invade the jungle, and thus strategically placed wards in the lower jungle area in advance. The moment Gu Xing revealed himself at the Swamp Frog camp, Xianghua promptly headed towards the mid lane. VG, being one of the world's top teams, excels in online jungle coordination. Kuro, noticing that his jungler had strayed from the mid lane to invade the Swamp Frog camp, chose not to continue pressuring the line against the Rock Sparrow, instead maintaining equilibrium to prevent Xiao Hu from roaming freely. This prudent decision made him less susceptible to ganks. Indeed, Xianghua found it impossible to secure a kill. His arrival in the mid lane merely facilitated wave pushing and reclaiming a portion of lane control. Initially, VG's mid-jungle duo held a definitive advantage. Ever since Galio secured a kill on Xiao Hu during their mid-lane skirmish and forced out the enemy's summoner spells, he maintained firm control over the lane. Yet, through this opportunity presented by Gu Xing's exposed movements during the jungle invasion, Xianghua flawlessly regained control of the mid lane. although the window of lane control was brief. As soon as Xiangguo withdrew, Galio could once again act with impunity. Nevertheless, that was sufficient. RNG's mid-jungle duo swiftly cleared a wave of minions and immediately directed their focus towards the bottom lane. The confrontation between the Beryl and the Rock Sparrow in a 2v2 scenario was undeniably at a disadvantage, but against Gu Xing alone. They possessed enough crowd control to swiftly eliminate the unprepared Xayah. Reluctantly, Gu Xing had no choice but to retreat. The RNG duo returned to their lane, initiating a rapid push towards the tower, clearly intent on hastening the destruction of VG South bottom lane. Upon Uzi's appearance, the dilemma faced by Gu Xing found its answer. Pressing the tab key revealed that Uzi's minion count had increased by 1 since his last departure from the bottom lane. Evidently, Uzi had consumed that group of swamp frogs and subsequently returned to base for supplies, leaving Gu Xing empty-handed in his attempts to invade the jungle. Was he out of his mind? Gu Xing found it astonishing. The match had not yet reached the transition period. Where did the marksman find the time to consume jungle monsters? Clearly, he did not regard the jungler as a worthy opponent. However, given the urgency of the situation, Gu Xing had no time to ponder the deeper logic behind Uzi's early jungle farming and instead focused on addressing the immediate crisis. Retreat to the back in the bottom lane, he instructed his teammates over voice chat. With my help defending, you 1t lose this tower, Rui Xing. Seek opportunities in the top lane. Gu Xing did not intend to engage RNG in a decisive battle, but rather aimed to mitigate losses through resource exchange. Having not yet reached level 6, his impact in large-scale skirmishes was limited without his ultimate ability. Moreover, considering the inherently average combat power of the duo consisting of Xayah and Tom Kinch, victory was not guaranteed even if he did engage. Not to mention the speed of his teammates' support, Kuro was still managing the minion wave under the tower. And the Hardbear's entry, was a full 4,000 yards away at level 1, to provide timely assistance to the bottom lane. He would need to traverse another 1 or 2,000 yards before activating his ultimate. By then, it would be too late. Moreover, the teammates possess almost no crowd control abilities. The RNG players could easily escape upon seeing Galio's ultimate descend. Considering the overall situation, Gu Xing opted for a contrary approach, urging his allies to retreat to the upper lane to secure resources. However, barely 2 seconds after Kuro vacated the mid lane, let's sense something amiss. Hastily abandoning the advancing minion wave and utilizing his grappling hook to retreat into the nearby brush. This guy is incredibly composed, SB lamented, finding himself utterly helpless against the adversary. Is he a dog? His sense of smell is truly remarkable. Had he been a moment slower, he could have forced a confrontation. Enduring a couple of tower hits to allow Galio to provide long-range support, an unflashed echo would undoubtedly meet his demise. It can only be said that Let learned from his previous misstep when Gu Xing executed a tower dive on him. He has now absorbed this lesson, refusing to grant VG any opportunity to ensnare him. Mycab pushed the tower a couple of times. Kuro returned to the mid lane to clear the wave. Gu Xing instructed after observing that his top and jungle had not yielded results. Oh, and before you come back, place a ward in the enemy jungle. Li Ruixing complied, planting a trinket ward at the enemy red buff camp before returning to the mid lane to continue farming. Gu Xing made his way to the lower lane after circling through his jungle, aiming to support his duo in re-engaging the lane, allowing his teammates to farm and bolster their development. However, Xiaohu had other plans. With Talia's sharp command, the rock wall of her ultimate, Seismic Shard, expanded, effectively blocking VG's path from their lower jungle to the next tower. Although the duration of the low-level wall is limited, the time lost previously resulted in Xayah missing an entire wave of minions. Jack is at such a disadvantage. Viewers lamented, unable to bear the sight. As the game reached the 7-minute mark, he had only secured 35 last hits. In contrast, Uzi's Caitlyn was approaching an impressive 70, a staggering difference of nearly double. While SB pressured led into abandoning a wave in the top lane and gradually chipped away at the enemy's previous tower, the value gained from both sides is entirely disparate. Miller's voice resonated with fervor. The next tower for Caitlyn and the previous tower for Jax. How can they be considered equivalent exchanges? Excluding the peculiar cases where seasoned players select Caitlyn solely to bolster late-game output, her choice signifies her role as the absolute core of the team. The bottom lane tower is crucial for her. If she can demolish it before the landing phase concludes, Caitlyn's rapid pushing momentum will be unleashed. As for Jax, even if he dismantles the previous tower, it holds little significance. In the early stages, it is challenging for him to convert his advantage into team support. This exchange favors RNG enormously. Chef Wang beamed with delight. He had anticipated Gu Xing's attempt to invade the jungle, thus preemptively placing a ward near the camp. By capturing the movements of the opposing jungler, he exploited a timing advantage, first heading to the mid lane to clear the wave, then coordinating with the jungle to assist in pushing the lower lane. Now, VG's next tower stood on the brink of collapse, and it would take no more than 2 minutes for it to be destroyed. The previous gloom dissipated, and Chef Wang was all smiles. Xayah, did you see that? During a brief respite to resupply equipment, he engaged in casual conversation with Uzi, exclaiming, "I knew Gu Xing would undoubtedly fall for it." Uzi assessed the remaining health of VG's next tower and reminisced about the delectable magma frog. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he praised the reliability of his team. Following the reshuffling of their coaching staff, RNG has visibly enhanced their tactical prowess. They have adeptly absorbed the operational and vision fundamentals left by former player Mata, successfully maintaining their baseline while simultaneously developing a new system. In the spring season, they ingeniously introduced the innovative Starvation jungle playstyle. Initially, it did not align perfectly with the prevailing meta, but by summer, circumstances shifted dramatically. The bolstering of tank junglers and the withdrawal of carnivorous champions breathed new life into the Starvation strategy. The defining characteristics of tanky heroes, primarily their inherent crowd control abilities, render them less dependent on economic resources, as long as they can keep pace with levels and do not compromise their smite damage, allowing the enemy to seize neutral resources. Everything can proceed smoothly. The adept performance of Xayah, utilizing the Starvation strategy, propelled RNG to a dominant position in Group B, where they held the top spot for an impressive 2 months. Recently, Huahu has devised a new approach that perfectly addresses the shortcomings of the Starvation strategy. It is well known that Starvation junglers rarely farm their own camps. The inherent risk lies in the possibility of the opposing team frequently invading and capitalizing on this. In the zero-sum game of the jungle, every camp not farmed by oneself theoretically becomes nourishment for the enemy jungler. Huahu's solution is elegantly simple. If I fear the enemy will invade and steal my growth, why not consume the camps myself? While Xayah abstains from farming, there is another who desires to do so, Uzi. Uzi epitomizes the archetype of a marksman who prioritizes his own gains, unperturbed by competition for resources. To put it bluntly, he is the type to consume all 4 lanes regardless of the circumstances, demonstrating a significant demand for economic resources. When he first joined RNG last year, he had a dispute with Xayah regarding the distribution of jungle economy. At that time, Lu Xiyu was firmly rooted in the iron-willed jungle core playstyles of Graves, Rengar, and Qiyana, all of which required substantial economic resources, naturally leading to discontent with Uzi's approach. Now, however, with Xayah switching to the Starvation method, RNG's jungle is left with surplus camps perfectly suited for Uzi's farming. Consequently, Xayah no longer needs to worry about the enemy jungler brazenly invading and feasting while he starves. Uzi can now achieve accelerated growth through farming. A win-win situation. Furthermore, there are unexpected benefits. For instance, after Gu Xing's failed counter-jungle attempt, RNG detected the movements and Xayah swiftly reacted, prioritizing lane control and launching an offensive against the enemy's bottom lane, seizing the initiative. "Let us show them something new shortly," Lu Xiyu remarked, a hint of cunning in his smile. "Today, Gu Xing will surely be impressed." Observing the growing disadvantage in their lower lane, Gu Xing calmed his thoughts and decisively adjusted his strategy. Glancing at the team chat, he noted Duan Diliang's record of the enemy summoner spell cooldowns and confirmed that Little Tiger's flash would not be available for another half-minute. He resolved to take a strategic detour, initiating his approach from the mid lane. After acquiring the warrior jungle knife, Gu Xing made a beeline for the F6 camp, intending to eliminate the sharp-beaked bird first, thereby elevating himself to level 6 to learn his ultimate ability. Considering that RNG's jungler had previously roamed down to the bot lane, likely having established vision around the camp, Gu Xing meticulously led the sharp-beaked bird to a nearby bush and planted a true sight ward beneath his feet. As anticipated, a false ward set by RNG was revealed before him. After clearing it, he commenced his jungle clearing and successfully ascended to level 6. This information remained entirely unbeknownst to RNG. Subsequently, Gu Xing activated his R hunting rhythm and rushed towards the mid lane. Rengar is using his ultimate to target Xayah, Miller remarked, his gaze sweeping across the mid lane, tinged with concern. The Xayah is positioned right in front of the tower. This location is rather difficult to engage. Will Xing really force the issue? Li Yuanhao's screen dimmed, his heartbeat intensifying, causing him considerable anxiety. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Am I really going to be targeted while standing right in front of the tower? Xayah began to doubt whether the true target was indeed himself. However, with no teammates in sight within 1,000 yards, he cautiously edged closer to the tower. Even so, at the moment he stepped within the tower's range, Rengar pounced. His golden eyes gleamed with murderous intent. The advantage of Rengar's ultimate lies in his ability to discern the presence of other enemy champions nearby. Gu Xing observed keenly. The mid lane was devoid of any foes. RNG could hardly have dreamt that Gu Xing would reach level 6 after clearing the F6 and immediately launch an assault on the conservatively positioned Xayah. Rengar lunged at Xayah, building up a layer of ferocity. Xayah reacted swiftly, casting Seismic Shove. The instant Rengar leaped from his camouflage. Unfortunately, the activation time for the ability was excessively prolonged. Gu Xing landed and followed up with Q Savage, easily evading the incoming attack. Xing uses his E skill to slow, then War Roar to regain health, stacking his ferocity before unleashing the empowered lasso. Miller exclaimed urgently, as the immobile Xayah was ensnared. Kuro uses his East skill to close the distance. Q Justice Wind to weaken Xayah, and in the end, Xing delivers the final blow, eliminating Xayah and utilizing the boosted movement speed from his ferocity to escape the tower's range. Rengar licked his claws, triumphantly flicking his tail as he vanished from RNG's vision. Miller was left in astonishment. Is Rengar's damage really this high? He had witnessed Gu Xing's combination nearly obliterating Xayah, who had over half her health remaining. It's the warrior jungle knife, Miller praised repeatedly. Rengar's departure from the spring season was due to the armor penetration item nerfs, but the jungle knife's attributes remain unchanged. The explosive potential of an early fed Rengar is not to be underestimated. Gu Xing, despite lagging in rhythm, did not falter in personal development. Boasting a score of 103 along with relentless jungle farming, his economy surpassing that of Xayah. Under the lens, Li Yuanhao appeared profoundly distressed, helplessly scratching his head. The unflashing rock sparrow was merely a toy before the lion dog. Xianghua clicked his tongue, feeling that Gu Xing was exceedingly difficult to handle. Initially, following the guidance of the coaching staff, he had anticipated most of Gu Xing's intentions, successfully countering time and again. Nevertheless, his opponent still managed to find a breakthrough. Just as Xianghua pondered his next move, a triumphant message suddenly came through the voice channel. I can't play anymore. Let reported to his teammates. His tone filled with frustration. It was not a matter of him giving up. Rather, he was utterly unable to hold his lane. The moment he dared to glance at the minions, Jax would leap onto him, unleashing a flurry of strikes with Counter-Strike. While even the stun from Camille was evaded by the agile Steel Shadow. Due to SB's tenacity, Camille needed to enhance her movement speed to execute a wall kick to stun Jax and escape the radius of Counter-Strike. A Trinity Force would suffice. In a balanced match, by around the 14-minute mark, Steel Shadow could engage Jax, compensating for the lack of direct combat prowess. However, given Steel Shadow's current state of development, where could she possibly procure the funds for a Trinity Force? Without sufficient movement speed, facing Jax's relentless leaps and Counter-Strike, Lo was left with dangerously low health and could only retreat, lacking a teleport if he walked back to lane. The first tower would likely be reduced to rubble by Jax. Hurry up, Uzi urged. Lu Xiu, come help me push down the tower. We need to withdraw quickly before the opponents seize it. Xianghua found himself with no choice. With the mid and top lanes on the verge of collapse, the only option left was the bot lane. Upon reaching the side brush of the next tower, he managed to force back the enemy duo, who had been warned in advance, while Lu Xiu assumed the role of bodyguard, overseeing the progress of the turret's destruction. However, before the next tower fell, the top lane was again under siege. As Let returned to lane on foot after restoring his status, Gu Xing leapt from the brush behind the turret, clawing directly at Steel Shadow. Not only that, but two whirlwinds rapidly converged around the lion dog. The hard bear made its entrance. In the distance, Galio activated his ultimate. VG's three-man squad is organizing a dive, intending to use Steel Shadow as a withdrawal machine. Miller leaned forward, closely observing the battlefield in the top lane. Let unleashed his hook shot in an attempt to escape, then raised his voice suddenly. Beautiful. Brother Xing has immobilized Steel Shadow with a strengthened E. Gu Xing employed the passive of the brush to leap, swiftly stacking his brutality. He meticulously waited for Steel Shadow to use her E hook shot. Before the hook shot could connect with the wall, the control skill would be ineffective, and Camille would still be dragged to the wall's edge. As Gu Xing released his lasso attack the moment Steel Shadow was pulled away, he ensnared the unflashing Let Right where he stood. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the colossal Galio descended with great force. Jax leaps in to deal damage, and Let is completely immobilized, watching helplessly as a single basic attack from Jax takes him out. Miller lamented, Let's positioning upon entering the lane was terribly careless. If he had moved closely along the upper wall, Brother Xing wouldn't have been able to catch him. Yin Juanza now felt dizzy, his head spinning. No one can remain calm after enduring relentless military training. Their minds become sluggish, and details become rather coarse. When they position themselves poorly upon entering the game, they inadvertently provided Gu Xing with the opportunity to leap directly into the fray, stacking his damage potential. Otherwise, even after Gu Xing utilized his 3 skills, he would have been unable to trigger his enhanced E ability, making it relatively easy for Qin Ganjing to escape. As a consequence, they inadvertently gifted Jax an additional kill. Furthermore, VG's top and jungle duo could easily dismantle RNG's first tower. Even if the first blood tower remains under Uzi's control, RNG's top and jungle are experiencing abysmal development. Forced to rely on the AD carry to carry the game, which is far from ideal. He expressed his concerns, sharing his perspective. Merely 10 minutes into the match, RNG had already fallen into a rhythm centered around the AD carry, which, from a macro perspective, was quite unhealthy. Both teams have shifted their duo to the mid lane, with Uzi firmly grasping lane control, and the Rift Herald is also within their possession. Gu Xing had no intention of contesting it. With the critical items of Berserker's Greaves, a pickaxe, and a yellow trinket in hand, if a skirmish were to occur in the river, they could easily set up a trap to block access to the barren pit. If VG were to force a team fight without Galio's ultimate, their chances of success would be quite slim. Gu Xing contemplated his next move, deciding to relinquish the Herald, opting instead to farm the dragon in the lower half of the map while providing protection for his mid laner. Yin Juanza understood the situation well and wisely retreated to the safety of the bush. However, relying on the absence of opposition, they managed to chip away at RNG's bottom tower, reducing it to half health. Initially, it seemed that such a development would persist for some time, allowing Jax to reach his late-game form, enabling VG to adopt a 4-to-1 split-pushing strategy to stretch their opponents thin. Yet, the favorable situation did not last long, as Gu Xing soon recognized an alarming trend. Uzi's last hitting was astonishingly high. Merely 13 minutes into the game, his CS count had already exceeded expectations, reaching an impressive 144. Typically, one would expect a key carry CS to surpass the threshold of 10 per minute only in the mid to late game. This is because, in the early stages, all champions possess similar equipment levels, leading to limited wave-clearing efficiency and little opportunity to amass additional gold. However, today, Uzi's Caitlyn was an anomaly. Gu Xing fell into deep thought. Was there some underlying issue? He consolidated the information he gathered regarding Caitlyn's movements, crafting a comprehensive route map. Suddenly, a light bulb illuminated in his mind, and clarity washed over him. Today, I was overwhelmed with meetings, accompanying my superiors everywhere, leaving me no opportunity to sneak in some writing. I was busy until just now, and it seems I won't have time to finish before heading home. I will eat a warm meal and then begin writing, aiming to compile enough for a substantial chapter to post early tomorrow. In the midst of the chaos, Gu Xing finally deduced the reason behind Uzi's exceptional development during the transition period. Simply farming lanes was insufficient. It is well known that the gold obtainable from lanes is finite. 2 waves of minions per minute yield the same number of minions for both sides. Notably, even the disadvantaged duo would not significantly delay their development once the transition period commenced, as ADCs are required to move to the mid lane to farm gold. The path taken is the most direct, rendering the opponent incapable of obstructing the minion wave and hindering the economic gain of the disadvantaged side, as they would on the flanks. Even if the duo lacks lane dominance, they may only delay their development by a few seconds. resulting in a mere postponement of minion farming. The influence of lane control gradually shifts from suppressing last hits and health to support speed, vision placement, and the ability to control neutral resources, expanding the impact from the individual to the entire team, thereby imposing minimal restrictions on player development. Moreover, the mid lane is well connected, facilitating escape after ambushes, allowing the duo to hold their ground without trepidation, thus reducing the difficulty of wave management. Naturally, all of this is contingent upon the duo grouping in the mid lane while ensuring the jungler provides protection nearby. If the jungler and support venture to the side lanes to safeguard the mid laner, the circumstances would be starkly different. The ADC left alone in the mid lane would struggle to survive, barely managing to last hit minions to sustain their economy. Merely surviving would be deemed a success. In most scenarios, the marksman on the disadvantaged side won't fall behind in last hits as long as someone is willing to act as their bodyguard. The ADC in a favorable position, excluding time spent returning to base or assisting others, can only follow the natural progression of time, maintaining a last-hitting efficiency of approximately 10 minions per minute. So, where does Uzi's last-hitting lead come from? The answer is simple: jungle farming. During the earlier landing phase, Uzi was quite restrained, having only farmed a single group of magic toads, leaving Gu Xing, who attempted to invade the jungle, empty-handed. At that time, Gu Xing assumed that RNG was adhering to the principle of keeping the spoils for themselves by allowing Uzi to farm that toad, considering it a special circumstance. Little did he expect that as the game transitioned, Uzi would escalate his farming efforts. Gu Xing recalled the movements of the Caitlyn in the mid lane and realized that Uzi often rapidly cleared the mid lane minions before delving into the jungle. At times, he would invade VG's jungle, thoroughly scavenging the closest feathered creatures to the mid lane. More often than not, Uzi would farm the monsters within his own jungle, as time permitted. Now, with Caitlyn's equipment becoming increasingly opulent, bolstered by her kills and the first tower's bounty, her attack speed boots, Stormbreaker, pickaxe, and yellow trident in hand, combined with the area damage of her Q, Peacekeeper, her wave-clearing speed was formidable. In approximately 10 seconds, she could dispatch an entire wave of minions. Thus, before the next wave reached the mid lane, Uzi would have a spare 20 seconds, ample time to clear a group of jungle monsters before returning to the lane. In contrast, Jack did not enjoy such privileges. Xayah's development was exceedingly poor, with her blue buff still far from reach, rendering her damage severely limited and incapable of clearing waves before farming the jungle. Should she forcefully invade the jungle, it would delay her return to lane, allowing RNG's duo to swiftly push the wave and set their sights on VG's mid tower. Moreover, as Jack is the least favored in the team hierarchy, how could he dare to usurp Gu Xing's jungle monsters? Yu Wenba could only cower at the tower, receiving minion waves. Gradually, Uzi's lead in last hits expanded significantly, even surpassing the timeline with ease. He leveraged his control over the lane to continually widen the gap against the opposing marksman. As for the jungle monsters that Uzi farmed, the impact on the magic toad would be negligible. After all, Lu Shiyu's primary strategy revolves around a meticulous form of starvation, where his jungle naturally retains a plethora of monsters, making Uzi's farming both effective and essential. So that's how it is, Gu Xing murmured, suddenly enlightened as he grasped the underlying truth. The jungle management executed by RNG during both the landing and transitional phases is fundamentally consistent. This approach allows Uzi to farm the remaining jungle monsters left by the starving Xiaogua, thereby maximizing economic gain. If such a scenario were to occur once, it could be dismissed as mere coincidence. If it happens twice, in the realm of professional League of Legends, it nearly approaches inevitability. RNG had undoubtedly prepared in advance, having devised a new system to deploy against VG, using the opportunity to assess the strength of this tactic. Gu Xing furrowed his brow, sensing the situation was rather precarious. Time was running short for VG. If they did not intervene, Uzi's equipment would become increasingly formidable. The logic is quite straightforward. With superior equipment, the efficiency of clearing minions and jungle monsters increases, leading to even greater gold accumulation. This cycle perpetuates, causing the snowball effect to grow ever larger. Another critical aspect is that Caitlyn is a quintessential V-shaped power champion. In the early game, she is exceptionally potent, often utilizing her range to establish an initial advantage. However, as the mid-game approaches, Caitlyn tends to weaken, a common affliction among many critical hit, attack speed-based marksmen. Before her 3-item power spike, her critical hit chance is relatively low, limiting her damage output. By the late game, though, Caitlyn can leverage her high critical damage and range advantage to command the match in the realm where every inch counts. Uzi's current terrifying gold accumulation efficiency undoubtedly compresses Caitlyn's equipment development timeline. Ordinarily, a moderately developed Caitlyn with 3 items and a pair of attack speed boots would reach her power spike around the 30-minute mark. Yet Uzi is now accelerating this process. Each jungle camp yields 100 gold, even if Uzi does nothing else, simply farming the jungle and soaking up minions. He could secure his 3-item power spike around the 25-minute mark. At that time, the immensely long-ranged Caitlyn would have evolved into a pure tower-destroying machine, leading her teammates in demolishing structures. No one could survive longer than 3 seconds under the onslaught of a fully equipped Caitlyn. For VG to claim victory, they must conclude the match before Uzi completely dominates the rift. Gu Xing pondered briefly and devised 2 potential strategies. Ultimately, they could either suppress Caitlyn's development, disrupting Uzi's farming rhythm to delay her power spike, or they could expedite Jax's growth, allowing Smeb to split push and swiftly breach the defensive line of Qingsu. After careful consideration, Gu Xing concluded that relying solely on the latter strategy was impractical. How much more could Jax truly grow? His utmost limit would be to assist Song Jinghao on a couple of waves, attempting to slay Let Me to benefit his teammates. However, the frequent deaths of Qingsu had rendered her less valuable. Continuing to secure kills might lead to even a mere cannon minion becoming more valuable than a champion. Allowing Smeb to farm jungle was evidently unrealistic, as his efficiency would undoubtedly pale in comparison to Caitlyn's. Moreover, being positioned in the side lane, he would be highly susceptible to influence from the mid lane's control. Faced with the relentless advance of the ever-elusive RNG duo, Smeb finds it impossible to confidently solo the lane, harboring a certain degree of trepidation in his heart. Venturing down this path alone proves futile. The previous strategy, aimed at restricting the progress of Caitlyn, is equally ineffective. Given Uzi's current development, eliminating him once would have scarcely any impact. The disparity in lead between Caitlyn and Xayah remains staggering, with remarkable gold efficiency that makes it exceedingly difficult to contain her. Thus, there is no other recourse. Gu Xing resolves to seize it all. He intends to stifle Caitlyn's push while simultaneously nurturing the side lane Jax. With this determination, he embarks on devising a new round of strategic planning. Within the RNG player area, the atmosphere is joyous and buoyant. Jian Zihai, how long until your gale force is ready? Xiaohu inquires with a voice akin to a quacking duck. Uzi glances at his backpack in the lower right corner, noting, I just need 200 more gold. Dressed in a hodgepodge of items, complemented by a Doran's blade and a control ward, he resembles an unconventional 6-item build. However, he will soon attain his first completed item. Once the Gale Force is forged, Caitlyn's gold-gathering efficiency will ascend to new heights. Quickly farm the jungle. Make sure to consume as much as possible, Xianghua urges, his tone reminiscent of nurturing a hungry piglet, awaiting the moment to fatten it up for a lucrative sale. Lu Shiyu observes Uzi's jungle farming with great satisfaction. The marksman, acquiring gold in the mid-game, undoubtedly outperforms a tanky champion like Gragas. Since the other carry, Xiaohu, is not focused on farming, they may as well funnel all resources to Uzi. With assistance in managing the jungle, he no longer needs to worry about Gu Xing gaining an advantage through counter-jungling. Allocating resources to the most suitable carry elevates the team's chances of victory. No longer will disputes over mid-game resource distribution arise. The team's morale has significantly improved. Uzi is thoroughly content. As long as he has gold to farm, he is joyous, and the demand for the jungler during the landing phase is less critical, as he can farm the jungle once the lane transitions, ensuring ample resources to bolster his equipment. This time, they won't be able to handle us. Li Yuanhao chuckles, today, we shall break the 0-win streak. He reassures his top laner, Yin Juanza. Just hold on. If you can endure, the little dog will lead you to victory. Yin Juanza responds with a low grunt, akin to a weary ox. The two top laners are engaged in a duel down in the bot lane. To call it a contest would be rather misleading. It is essentially a one-sided beating, as Kayn is subjected to a relentless assault. Jax's strikes feel akin to tapping a toy, posing no challenge whatsoever. Uzi switches screens to assess the situation in the bot lane. Realizing they can no longer afford to delay, Lu Xiyu, head to mid lane to place the Rift Herald. We shall demolish their mid tower. Once the VG mid tower falls, Caitlyn's gold-gathering route will become even more unrestrained. At that point, the enemy's near-mid camps will undoubtedly become RNG's garden. Hence, Uzi's urgency for the mid tower is palpable. This defensive structure represents the final barricade obstructing Caitlyn's rapid push strategy. Xianghua does not refuse. The duration of the Rift Herald is running short, and it was initially intended for Uzi's use. Acknowledging his teammate's request, he proceeds to the mid lane to deploy it. After a brief spasm, the purple-skinned garlic emerges from the void. Uzi, clutching his sniper rifle, advanced forward with the intention of coordinating with the Herald to dismantle the enemy's mid-turret. The three members of RNG's jungle gathered at the mid lane, poised to launch an assault, while Miller's voice rang out, urging action. However, it appeared that VG was not inclined to passively allow their defensive structure to be compromised, summoning their teammates from the sidelines to bolster their defenses. Gu Xing had been waiting for the Herald's appearance. Having endured 4 minutes of frustration without daring to initiate an attack for fear that RNG might exploit the opportunity to summon the Herald elsewhere and demolish multiple turrets. At last, he could breathe a sigh of relief. There were no more pressing neutral resources, and RNG could not employ deceptive tactics to distract them. The offensive momentum would inevitably center around the Herald. Gu Xing urged his teammates to take their positions swiftly and activated his ultimate ability, Hunting Rhythm, entering a state of camouflage as he raced towards RNG's jungle. As the match entered its mid-game phase, the team's investment in true sight wards was minimal. The lack of vision allowed RNG to remain oblivious to the whereabouts of the Rengar as he maneuvered through their territory. All they could hear was the palpable rhythm of their own heartbeat, the tension in the air almost tangible. At this juncture, retreat was not a feasible option. With the Herald already summoned, abandoning the effort would mean the mid-turret would remain intact. Reluctantly, the RNG players had to press forward. Uzi maneuvered close to Alistar, seeking the protection of Shyvana. Xianghua had his finger poised over the E key, ever ready to assist his teammates with his skills. Simultaneously, he reminded his team in voice chat to keep a vigilant watch on both side lanes, ensuring that VG did not send reinforcements to the mid lane for a team fight. If it were merely a 3v3 skirmish in the jungle, RNG would undoubtedly prevail. Uzi alone could sustain the situation. Yet, no sooner had Xianghua finished speaking than he received a message from Xiaohu. He could not impede Galio. The valiant giant cleared the minion wave in the top lane before moving toward the turret, and even if Talia attempted to chase, she could not withstand the turret's damage to disrupt Galio's teleport. In the bottom lane, let me echo the sentiment. Lu Xiyu gritted his teeth. If all VG players positioned themselves promptly, RNG's chances in a frontal team fight would be grim. He issued a stern command for Let Me to ensure that Jax was kept under tight surveillance, preventing the opponent's most affluent top laner from participating in the fight, thus granting his side a competitive edge. Although Yen Juanza was somewhat reluctant, he did not voice any dissent. Let Me understood clearly that this was the only contribution he could make for the team. Upon transitioning to the mid lane, Gu Xing did not rush in immediately, but instead observed the skirmish in the canyon with interest. He first positioned himself behind RNG's jungle formation, placing a fake ward on the enemy's retreat path. As the ward was deployed, a dazzling blue light flickered into existence. The caster was none other than Jax from the bottom lane. At this moment, Gu Xing felt no need for further concealment. Rengar deactivated his camouflage, his golden eyes glimmering with murderous intent as he lunged forward, claws stained with blood, toward the AD carry, Caitlyn. As the deafening cheers erupted from the RNG fans in the crowd, the team fight commenced. Xiao Ming reacted swiftly, using Alistar's horns to shove Rengar away. Shiziming's talent is truly remarkable. His hand speed is astonishingly swift. Before Riangle could inflict any damage, he was sent flying by his opponent. However, Gu Xing remained unfazed. His objective had already been accomplished. In that fleeting moment when he lunged forward, he had briefly closed in on RNG's formation, effectively leaving behind a coordinate. The Galio, rushing from the top lane, immediately activated his ultimate ability the moment the lion dog lunged forward. The formidable bear made its entrance. A tempest gathered, forming a colossal, silvery VG emblem within the summoner's rift. Galio's entry point was nothing short of perfect. Miller exclaimed that RNG's formation was about to be cleaved apart. The Justice Golem's ultimate had an expansive coverage, with a radius of 650 units, compelling RNG members to scatter in order to evade the impending knock-up effect. Uzi deployed his net to reposition himself, simultaneously setting a trap at Galio's landing spot. Upon witnessing Jack's relentless assault, Xianghua hastily unleashed his explosive cask in an attempt to blast Xayah away. Yet, in a flash of golden light, Xayah surged forward 400 units. After adjusting her angle, the explosive cask failed to send her flying far away. Instead, it detonated right in the face of the beer man. My heavens! Miller could hardly contain his astonishment. Had Jack gone mad, attacking from so close to the cask? Aware of his inadequate development, Jack understood that if both he and Uzi survived until the end, it would inevitably be Caitlyn who would reap the rewards. To avert the worst-case scenario, he resolved to charge forward, wagering his life for damage. Even if he could not eliminate Caitlyn, he aimed to strip away her health, preventing Uzi from dominating the battlefield. Our Storm Featherblade. Xayah unleashed a flurry of feathers towards Caitlyn. To avoid being ensnared by the incoming hooks, Uzi, who had neglected to take cleanse in an effort to maintain lane strength, swiftly used Flash to escape the range of the Storm Featherblade. However, in that brief moment, Caitlyn inadvertently stepped onto the ward Gu Xing had placed before initiating the engagement, which was gleaming with radiant light. The teleportation channeling lasted a full 45 seconds, causing Jax to be unable to arrive at the battlefield immediately after the skirmish erupted. From the commentator's perspective, Uzi had little time left. As soon as Jax landed and unleashed his flower of hand, Caitlyn would find herself in dire straits. Was Uzi's position after flashing not too precarious? The tone was laced with urgency. Before the words had barely escaped, the broadcast cut to the bottom lane. Jax had originally pushed the wave to the enemy's second tower, but retreated to the ruins of the first tower to channel his teleport. To be fair, this position was somewhat behind, yet not entirely safe. Let Me was controlling the Steel Shadow, and severing an enemy's teleport from 1,000 units away was a fundamental maneuver. Now, Yinjuanza hooked onto the wall, using the second wall jump to close in on Jax. Our Hexdeck Ultimatum. The area ensnared the Weapon Master, halting the enemy's escape. Uzi, observing the vanishing teleportation light beneath his feet, felt his taut muscles relax slightly. It was worth his rare trust in a teammate. Let Me had successfully fulfilled his task. Galio descended from the heavens, his might unmatched, raising a cloud of dust in his wake. Upon landing, one inadvertently stepped into a trap. An amusing sight given the imposing physique. Uzi raised his sniper rifle, landing a critical shot on Galio. The impact was remarkable, significantly reducing Kuro's health bar. This demonstrated the extraordinary prowess of Caitlyn's current equipment. Despite being in the typically vulnerable mid-game phase, she could inflict such exaggerated damage, further solidifying Gu Xing's determination to stifle Caitlyn's growth without delay. Talia also arrived on the battlefield. Amidst the fervent commentary, Xiaohu soared over the stone wall, exclaiming with enthusiasm. After realizing he could not interrupt Galio's ultimate ability, Li Yuanhao hastened towards the mid-lane skirmish. Due to Talia's level 1 seismic shove, having a casting range of only 2,500 yards, he was slightly delayed in arriving as the battle erupted. Nevertheless, he made it in time. Observing Galio preparing to taunt, he promptly alerted his teammates to evade and used his threaded volley to restrict Kuro's movements. In the blink of an eye, the synergy developed over years between Xiaohu and his support was vividly displayed. Lu Xiyu recognized Talia's control and immediately unleashed Cocoon to crash into Galio, just as Kuro emerged from his immobilized state and had yet to use his flash. He was unexpectedly knocked off balance by the barrel of the beer man. Following closely, Talia's ability triggered, pushing Galio away and rendering him incapable of threatening Caitlyn. The seamless chain of control from RNG's jungle and support left Galio unable to utilize his flash. When the Colossus of Justice returned to the ground, the effect of Durandal's shield had expired. Ultimately, he managed to taunt only the barrel. With both critical skills now on cooldown, Galio found himself in a rather precarious situation. Uzi aimed his weapon at Jax, eager to eliminate the enemy's sustained damage dealer, causing Miller to catch his breath. Caitlyn was fortunate, landing a critical hit purely by chance. One shot reduced Xayah's health by 13. In that moment, Miller believed RNG would triumph in the team fight. With Galio's control completely wasted and an under-equipped Xayah flashing into the fray, her demise seemed imminent. Both carries were underwhelming. and with only the jungle and support remaining from VG, it appeared unlikely they could turn the tide. However, Gu Xing was prepared to intervene. Even after being pushed to the edge of the battlefield by Shizaming's Alistar, he remained in prime health. Noticing Caitlyn had expended both her E and Flash, and was currently engaged in a duel with Jax, his eyes lit up. He immediately unleashed his EQW combo upon the opposition. Coupled with the brutality gained from activating his ultimate, he successfully stacked his power. Utilizing Q Ruthless, Gu Xing closed the distance to Uzi. Upon seeing the Rengar charging in, RNG was thrown into disarray, but the intent was clear, to protect Caitlyn. Gu Xing, equipped with a warrior's jungle knife, Mercury's treads, and the mighty Caulfield's hammer, boasted terrifying combat prowess. Should Rengar manage to engage, eliminating Caitlyn would be a mere formality. Xiaoming unleashed his Q skill, sending the enemy flying, while Uzi strategically placed yet another trap beneath the paws of the lion dog, aiming to ensnare his opponent and ensure his own safety. The battle had reached a fever pitch, and the intensity of the voices escalated. Observing the unfolding chaos, Gu Xing decisively activated his enhanced W skill, dispelling all negative effects. The amplified effect of W, akin to Mercury, allowed him to cast skills even while the lion dog remained suspended in midair. Following the release of his enhanced W, he swiftly executed his Q skill, Relentless Fury, propelling himself forward with a flourish of his claws. With a cooldown reduction of 20 seconds, the lion dog's Q skill was only at a mere 32 seconds. Rengar showcased his revamped agility to perfection. The slight displacement from Relentless Fury enabled Gu Xing to surge towards Caitlyn, deftly evading the enemy's trap. Harnessing explosive speed, he closed in on Caitlyn and struck, significantly depleting her health. "Isn't this position of his too aggressive?" Miller exclaimed, noting Gu Xing's fearless demeanor. From an aerial view of the canyon, Gu Xing found himself at the heart of the enemy's formation, surrounded by 4 adversaries, boldly charging ahead. As an assassin leading the charge, Miller deemed his approach utterly reckless. Yet, Gu Xing was unfazed, fully aware that RNG had exhausted all their crowd control abilities. Despite his 3 teammates, mid laner and support, surrounding Caitlyn, they lacked genuine protective capacity against the lion dog's advance. Their only viable option was to unleash damage skills to swiftly eliminate him, with no better alternatives available. Furthermore, with both the Poppy and Caitlyn on RNG's side, their explosive damage output was rather limited, rendering them incapable of instantly vanquishing the lion dog. Thus, Gu Xing's relentless assault continued unabated. Jack unleashed his hook, ensnaring RNG's jungle and support, while the approaching Duke managed to consume his prey just before his demise. The trapped Beer Man and Alistar were rendered as helpless as T-Rexes with tiny arms, forced to watch as the lion dog relentlessly clawed at Caitlyn, utterly powerless to intervene. The lion dog's damage output was extraordinarily high. Miller, caught up in the excitement, shouted in exhilaration, while Uzi, even after casting a healing spell, could not mitigate Rengar's overwhelming burst damage. Kuro, whose crowd control abilities were still on cooldown, sought to assist. Dashing forward with a flash, he unleashed his Q skill, Justice Wind, towards Caitlyn. Galio's attack reduced Caitlyn to a sliver of health. Uzi clenched his teeth, skillfully maneuvering Caitlyn to kite the enemy. Together with Talia's Q skill, Seismic Shard, they laid down a barrage of stones, further whittling down the lion dog's health. Although RNG's burst damage was relatively low, Gu Xing was not particularly tanky either. Equipped solely for damage, he found his health rapidly depleting under concentrated fire from the enemy. Uzi held his breath, fully aware that the struggle against Gu Xing had reached a critical juncture, leaving no room for complacency. Xayah understood that his survival was pivotal to the outcome of this skirmish. Caitlyn raised her weapon, aiming at the lion dog's head. Suddenly, a unique glow emanated from the muzzle. Uzi's eyes widened in realization. This was Caitlyn's passive headshot mechanism, indicating that her next basic attack would deliver a critical strike. Uzi was keenly attuned to the calculations of damage. As soon as he raised his hand to unleash a headshot, Gu Xing's health bar would undoubtedly be obliterated. The outcome seemed inevitable. Uzi's heart soared with exhilaration. If he could merely survive, he would dominate the battlefield. However, just as he lifted his weapon, intending to fire that lethal bullet at the lion dog, the enemy suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a brilliant flash of golden light. They had fled. Uzi found himself in the narrow path between his own raptor camp and the upper grass of the mid lane. Based on the surrounding environment, he swiftly deduced that Gu Xing had used a flash to hide in the brush. There had originally been an RNG ward in the grass, but somehow, VG's players had planted a true sight ward, successfully obscuring their vision. With their sight compromised, RNG lost track of Gu Xing. Uzi's heart raced, a sense of crisis flooding over him. He had a true sight ward in his backpack and hurriedly poked it into the bush through the wall, illuminating the area. He located the bloodied lion dog. Just as Uzi was about to pull the trigger, he heard Rengar unleash an enraged roar, leaping from the brush right into his face. Q ruthless. The claws pierced Caitlyn's delicate form, snatching away her last sliver of health. My heavens! Uzi could hardly believe his eyes as Gu Xing executed a stunning maneuver. Playing him like a puppet, the audience erupted into gasps of astonishment. Uzi fell in an instant, leaving RNG's backline with only the Yrel, who was caught in a skill vacuum, unable to deal sufficient damage with mere auto attacks. Uzi's critical hit meant Yrel would need at least 5 hits to make an impact. Li Yuanhao was frantic yet powerless to alter the reality, watching helplessly as Gu Xing escaped with a sliver of health. Jack leapt from Tom's mouth, receiving a healing boost, and began to output damage recklessly. After Uzi's demise, the damage potential of both teams was no longer on the same level. The featherblade pierced through, further diminishing the health of several enemy frontline champions. Xayah desperately sought to eliminate Jack, but Duke bravely moved forward, using his body to shield against Yrel's stone piercing. Talia only had her Wii skills capable of bypassing the front line to harm the squishy backline, but their cooldowns were too lengthy. Li Yuanhao had already been nurtured by Gu Xing during the landing phase, resulting in poor development. He barely managed to craft a Liandry's Anguish with the gold from tower demolitions, and without adequate cooldown reduction, he found himself helpless against the Xayah sheltered beneath Tom's protection. Seeing this unfold, Xiangwa could no longer stand idly by, feeling that Yuanba was becoming increasingly audacious. He intended to wait for his E to come off cooldown to use Flash and execute Xayah with his meatball combo. However, Kuro's Galio struck him with a justice punch, sending him soaring into the air. Xayah's damage, combined with Tom's gigantic tongue, successfully dispatched the barrel, after which Duke activated his ultimate to carry Galio towards Yrel. At this juncture, the outcome of the team fight was already decided. Xiaohu, aware of his impending defeat, could only trudge back. He believed he could evade pursuit with his flash, yet as he circled back to his F6 camp, he spotted the lion dog farming his own raptor. As the Rockin approached, Gu Xing promptly utilized his retribution to restore health, executing a swift E lasso strike. Upon witnessing Gu Xing's health, Xiaohu immediately abandoned his plan to execute the opponent and hastily used his flash to escape. The Rockin sought to evade, but alas, she lacked the retreating prowess of a seasoned veteran and was ensnared by Tom Kinch, who used flash combined with exhaust to secure her. Amidst Miller's impassioned shouts, Galio delivered a final justice wind, vanquishing the Rockin, a staggering 0-for-3 exchange. Remember to raise your arms in celebration. What a display of team combat prowess from VG. They utterly dominated RNG. On the front line, only Xiao Ming's Alistar survived. Miller seized the moment, emphasizing that it was not merely a 0-for-3. In the bot lane, Jax had also triumphed over Jace. Smeb had intentionally given Let Me the illusion of interrupting his teleport. Despite being obstructed from reaching the mid lane, the Jace posed no threat after expending his ER abilities. Song Jinghao's Master E, having been interrupted during his teleport, turned to retaliate, utilizing the speed from his triumphant blade to chase down and eliminate Jace. How did Xingge manage to turn the tables on Uzi? Miller was intensely curious, finding it utterly remarkable that not only did he secure the kill, but he also managed to escape. The director promptly provided a replay. The audience once again witnessed the entire process of Lee Sin's desperate counterattack against the ADC. Gu praised relentlessly. The crucial headshot from the dog was thwarted by Gu Xing's clever vision control. In the first instance, as the ADC raised her weapon, Gu Xing swiftly dodged into the brush, causing Uzi to lose sight and miss his auto attack. On the second attempt, Gu Xing had already leapt into the ADC's face. Before Uzi could even lift his gun, he was swiftly dispatched by the opponent's auto attack followed by a Q. Splendid. Miller was filled with admiration, noting how Gu Xing had maximized the unique characteristics of the dog, effectively outplaying Uzi. The fall of the ADC signified RNG's catastrophic defeat in team combat. They could scarcely mount an effective counterattack, left helpless as their opponents surged forward to deal damage. Remember to nod in agreement. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lay in RNG's flawed resource allocation. Within the team, only Uzi stood as an overfed carry. Once the ADC was eliminated in an instant, the balance of victory tipped irreversibly, rendering the rest mere spectators, inconsequential to the outcome of the battle. Within the LPL live broadcast, the barrage of comments exploded. To be fair, I trust the dog's capabilities. In the midst of 1,000 troops, take the enemy's head. Uzi, brace yourself. How amusing. Enjoying the 4 protect 1 strategy, only to have your ADC eliminated. Who will you protect? RNG has selected Rockin and Jace. Is this truly a 4 protect 1 strategy? Do they even know how to play? Is this not a 4 protect 1? Spicy Girl has completely neglected the jungle, funneling all resources to Uzi. Are you not to blame? Purely a super minion. The camera panned to the RNG player bench. Uzi's face flushed crimson, restlessly scratching his head, yet he could not assuage the turmoil within. He perceived the situation more acutely than the commentators. The Rockin had been outplayed. Gu Xing's instinctive gameplay was evidently unparalleled on the global stage. In the tense and fierce team battle, the opponent managed to devise a method of counterattack even in the face of imminent death, leaving Uzi to reflect on the evident disparity. He shook his head, deeming the prospects of the match rather bleak. Frustrated, Xianghua felt an urge to slam his fists on the table. How could the female officer have been taken down by the pug? The spectators were left in disbelief. What is going on? You asked me to interrupt Jax's teleport, and I complied obediently, yet you failed to secure the 4v14 fight? I sacrificed a life, anticipating that you would emerge victorious and push down 2 towers, thus compensating for my own development with Team Gold. Now, it seems, we have lost both the lady and the troops. Li Yuanhao noticed that his teammates on either side were becoming somewhat unstable and took it upon himself to offer some words of encouragement. Steady, steady, he said in a croaky voice. Just hold out a bit longer, and it will become easier to fight. My equipment was simply insufficient during the last skirmish. I barely dealt any damage. Meanwhile, the VG player bench erupted in a fervor of cheers and screams. Well done, old Gu. Jack was especially elated, boldly confronting the opposition, relying on his teammate to help him reclaim his honor. Yu Wenba had been utterly stifled throughout the match, suppressed by the female officer from start to finish, leaving him without the capacity to retaliate. Thus, as the team fight commenced, he recklessly flashed forward to inflict damage, venting his pent-up frustration. After all, a mere life is of little value. Trading it for Uzi's flash felt like a significant gain to Jack. The plays from Xiaogu were indeed imaginative. Kuro exuberantly praised his jungler, while Uzi had not anticipated his ability to position himself in the brush. He observed Gu Xing's counter-kill maneuver with clarity, as during the team fight, Li Ruixing was most concerned with the jungler's actions, instantly noting any fluctuations. I must say, Xiaogu, your skill level is far too exceptional for a jungler. Li Ruixing's praise flowed effortlessly. Compared to other junglers, it was akin to a dimensional strike. A general lack of emphasis on mechanics among junglers is common. The overarching perspective is the most vital skill for this position. A jungler like Gu Xing, who possesses both operational awareness and peak performance in every aspect, is truly a rarity. It's nothing much, Gu Xing humbly replied, casually wiping the cold sweat from his palms with a tissue. He had indeed felt a bit flustered. Although he hadn't played the pug in quite a while, his proficiency was still decent. Yet, many nuances felt somewhat unfamiliar. For instance, had he detected the opportunity to counter-kill the female officer sooner, he wouldn't have had to experience such a thrill. It was only when he saw her next auto-attack inevitably triggering a critical hit that he swiftly devised a countermeasure. Believing that this moment was more a personal oversight, he felt that the moment to commend himself should be for his impeccable timing when entering the fray. Perfect. He had precisely entered after all the key controls from the RNG players had been expended. The rationale seemed simple enough. However, executing it amidst a chaotic battle is no small feat in a team fight filled with flying skills. Accurately recalling the release of control abilities demands relentless, intensive training and a naturally exceptional talent. Subsequently, one must seize the fleeting opportunity to engage decisively. A moment's hesitation can dramatically alter the course of the match. The female marksman might just manage to inch closer to a safe position, awaiting the cooldown of her teammates' control skills, and survive under the protection of her team. This team fight epitomizes the pinnacle of Gu Xing's synergy of skill and awareness, as a reformed Gu Xing, gradually shedding his assassin traits, manages to eliminate the enemy's most critical carry amidst formidable obstacles, an outcome that seems utterly implausible to any observer. Swiftly, he commands his teammates to push the towers, demolishing both the mid and second towers, and thoroughly scouring the jungle for resources. His meticulously crafted strategy of claiming everything is successfully realized. Now, the progress of the marksman is significantly hindered, while Jax on the side lane inches closer to a state of formidable strength. With this ebb and flow, VG completely seizes control of the situation. The economic disparity between both teams has widened to 4K. Frankly, this gap makes a comeback exceedingly difficult. To speak candidly, despite the marksman's decent development, her mid-game combat effectiveness is rather average, while Jax continues to push the side lane relentlessly. RNG might not even have the luxury of allowing the marksman to reach her full potential. Uzi is evidently aware of this predicament. For the marksman, the most crucial resources during the transition phase are the mid-towers of both teams. If she can topple the enemy's mid-tower, Caitlyn would effortlessly plunder the jungle economy of her opponents. Conversely, safeguarding her own mid-tower is paramount for the marksman to contest control of the mid-lane. Otherwise, with her tower compromised, how could she possibly risk pushing the minion wave too far forward? Now, with the Rift Herald crashing through, VG's mid-tower is left with merely 13 health, while their own mid-tower has been destroyed. What can be done? The marksman's development is bound to be constrained. Uzi forcibly maneuvers the Akali, attempting to create a breach in the mid-lane to regain dominance. With the assistance of his teammates' chain controls, he successfully secures the kill on Xayah. However, Jax has already penetrated the bottom lane. The appearance of super minions in the lower lane is alarmingly early, likely to affect the power dynamics during the upcoming Baron fight. RNG can only divert their forces to defend the bottom lane, lest they be overwhelmed by the enemy's relentless push. Yet, one hero alone cannot withstand Jax. At least two are needed. Consequently, RNG's upper quadrant finds itself in a predicament of manpower shortages. It is only natural for VG to seize control of the Baron pit. Uzi realizes that they can no longer afford to stall. With their mid-tower fallen and Jax accompanied by super minions in the bottom lane, further delay may grant VG the opportunity to sneak away with the Baron. Uzi decides to take the initiative. He calls his teammates over, leaving Yanjuanza to face Jax alone. The remaining four gather at the Baron pit. After clearing the enemy vision, they swiftly engage Nashor. VG, sensing the enemy's unusual movements, hastens towards the Baron pit. Miller observes the movements of the champions within the canyon, while Xiaohu activates his ultimate, using the terrain to block the enemies from approaching the Baron pit. It must be said, Talia proves remarkably effective in controlling map resources. Her ability to obstruct pathways far surpasses that of other mid laners. However, it seems Gu Xing has no intention of moving towards the Baron pit. Instead, he activates his ultimate to traverse the mid lane and heads directly towards RNG's bottom high ground. He aims to pressure the enemy's base. Miller, unable to contain his excitement, raised his voice to articulate his conjecture. To this day, RNG remains oblivious to the intentions of their adversary, as they continue to focus their fire on the Baron Nashor. The hunting rhythm grants the Xayah a camouflage mechanism, rendering it undetectable to both heroes and defensive towers. Only true sight can unveil its presence. Meanwhile, RNG's bottom lane is solely defended by the Camille, leaving the rest of the area alarmingly vacant, devoid of both heroes and turrets, thus obscuring any sight of the Xayah. The only means of detection lies in true sight. Ironically, RNG invested a significant number of wards in the upper river to seize vision of the Baron pit. Consequently, the entire lower half of the map is shrouded in darkness. Gu Xing moves with impunity, just past the 20-minute mark. The team's speed at slaying the Baron is rather sluggish, with the Nashor's health barely dipping below half. At this juncture, Gu Xing has already arrived at RNG's bottom lane outer turret, placing a false ward while the teleportation sigil glows, revealing the arrival of Galio. Miller's voice resonates with fervor as he expresses his inner tumult. Gu Xing activates his ultimate to ascend to the enemy's high ground, placing a ward to coordinate with Kuro for a push. VG assembles 3 heroes before the enemy's high ground, intent on delivering a decisive blow to RNG. Panic ensues within RNG. Initially, They believed VG would engage them in a contest for the dragon. Unexpectedly, the opponent eschews convention, opting to directly assault their base. Observing the remaining health of the Baron, RNG's players recognize the futility of securing the Nashor before their own nexus is compromised. After a brief discussion, they resolve to abandon the Baron in favor of safeguarding their base. As RNG attempts to retreat, Jack stands in their way. Amidst the commentary of the excited caster, Xayah advances, showering the enemy heroes with feathers. The situation at the bottom lane high ground appears dire. Camille, faced with 3 opponents, lacks the ability to clear waves effectively. Bolstered by super minions, VG's advance is formidable. Witnessing the impending collapse of the outer turret, Letme can no longer restrain himself and chooses to engage, attempting to delay the enemy's demolition efforts. However, just as he activates his ultimate, he is stunned by Jax's counter, combined with Galio's control and Rek'Sai's damage, resulting in his immediate demise. With RNG's base unguarded and their main force lingering near the Baron pit, Miller's impassioned voice reverberates throughout the arena as Jack and Tu Wan sacrifice themselves to stall. As RNG attempts to concentrate their fire on Xayah, Duan de Liang devours Jack in one swift motion. The 4 RNG players find themselves at a complete loss against VG's duo. Uzi, flustered and increasingly flushed, raises his sniper rifle, aiming to eliminate the 2 flies that disrupt his return. After Xayah exits from Tom Kench, her health plummets rapidly. As Jack's health dwindles to below 200, the commentary abruptly ceases. The broadcast camera uncontrollably shifts to RNG's main base. Rek'Sai, with a single claw strike, mercilessly shatters the enemy's nexus. Remember this moment. 446. Wait for me, brother. Congratulations to VG. Miller exclaims, his voice trembling with exhilaration. They take the first game. 1-0. The successful strategy of sneaking into the enemy base, remarked the commentator with a tone of admiration, lured RNG into the dragon pit, while Brother Xing decisively activated his ultimate without even glancing at the front line, coordinating with his mid and top teammates to dismantle the enemy's base. The RNG fans, utterly disheartened, emitted a chorus of sighs from the stands. They had hoped to redeem themselves in the upcoming Dragon Team fight after the defeat in the mid lane skirmish. However, VG eschewed extravagant tactics, never intending to engage in a team fight, and instead decisively executed a sneak attack from the bottom lane to claim victory. It felt akin to a powerful blow landing on cotton, utterly ineffective. A sense of helplessness enveloped the hearts of RNG supporters. Some diehard fans, unable to contain their emotions, glared at the VG supporters, recalling the audacity of their sneaky maneuver. The VG supporters, in stark contrast, were beaming with joy. What is wrong with sneaking in? Just sneak away. They cheered. The greatest joy in League of Legends is the art of sneaking. Watching the despair on the faces of their opponents as they attempted to return to defend, only to find themselves thwarted while they leisurely dismantled the enemy's defenses. Just the thought of it brought them delight. The live stream was chaotic, with various factions of netizens engaged in a fray. RNG fans, right? Before the match, you boasted of being invincible in the LPL, and a few easy wins have truly inflated your confidence? Watch as VG strikes back with force, crushed by sheer intellect. What right does RNG have to challenge Baron Nashor? One dragon, a lifetime of regret. Trash Uzi, single-handedly I dominate 4 lanes, yet in team fights, I deliver 0 output. Come on, which team fight did Little Dog fail to deal damage? Hurry and check this out. Someone has already created a gif of Brother Xing claiming the life of the enemy marksman amidst RNG's encirclement. Dog fans, why aren't you saving this? I can't speak for others, but this top laner is truly a novice. How many times has he been bullied by my bow? The camera pans over to Led enduring a beating. The director's camera focused on both teams' benches. The members of RNG appeared profoundly disheartened. Particularly, Spicy Hot Pot was incredibly frustrated, gripping his paper cup tightly, his slender fingers visibly tense. Lu Xiyu couldn't fathom why they lost this match. Not only did he assist Uzi in securing first blood, but he also anticipated every move from the enemy jungler, setting up counterattacks. He was almost able to see through the enemy's strategies. In the mid-game, he dedicated himself to guarding Uzi, practically funneling all jungle resources to his teammate, nurturing Uzi to an overwhelming state of power. Spicy Hot Pot didn't believe his performance in the first game was inferior to that of Gu Xing. Reflecting on VG's method of victory only fueled his frustration further. Sneaking? How cowardly. Why not face them head-on? As Spicy Hot Pot removed his headset in anger, he overheard the commentator reopening old wounds. To be fair, Spicy Hot Pot performed admirably in this game, often thwarting Brother Xing's intentions. Unfortunately, whether in a 3v2 or 2v2 situation, they failed to secure the final victory. I personally believe that operational errors were to blame. Miller's assertion was met with agreement from his fellow commentator. Indeed, the ambush strategy inherently possesses an advantage, allowing for a skillful maneuver that could catch the opponent off guard. Yet, despite this, victory eluded them, undoubtedly due to a misstep in some aspect of their execution. As Xiangguo absorbed the commentator's words, a wave of sorrowful memories washed over him. This group had a remarkable talent for rubbing salt into old wounds. If one were to rationalize the mid-lane ambush, waiting for Shi Siming's Alistar to arrive before launching a simultaneous attack, it could be understood. However, in the 2v2 skirmish in the top lane, Xiangguo was simply handed defeat on a silver platter. A situation that was clearly in their favor was squandered by Let's unreasonable decisions. With this thought, Lu Xiyu felt a surge of frustration. He was about to turn and shoot Let a glare that could kill, but upon seeing Let's despondent expression, Xiangguo felt a pang of reluctance and merely shook his head as he walked off stage. Yin Juanza was left bewildered. In recent years, there have been few top-tier top laners in the LPL. Since Looper and Ma Dada departed this season, the only player worthy of the title of superstar has been SB. After all, Song Jinghao achieved remarkable results, securing the runner-up and top 4 finishes at the World Championships during seasons S5 and S6, along with 1 championship and 3 runner-up placements in the LCK, making him a globally recognized force. Moreover, during his time with the Tigers, SB was renowned as one of the unequivocal cores of the team. Over the past 2 years, whether in international tournaments or league play, they only lost to the champions, leaving no doubt about their prowess. In this match, Song Jinghao compelled Let to once again confront the fears of his past. The most distinctive trait of top-tier aggressive top laners is their low margin for error. Yin Juanza suffered today. When facing top laners like Mouse, Let could sense the potential for his own mistakes. However, many times, the opponents failed to capitalize on these opportunities, rendering their errors inconsequential to him. This led Let to harbor a false sense of security, resulting in an increasingly careless playstyle. After all, the enemy seemed unable to exploit his shortcomings, and mistakes became trivial. Yet today, encountering Song Jinghao, Let received a harsh lesson. In the skirmish between jungle and top lane, his combo sequence was overly greedy, aiming to maximize damage while conserving a flash. At first glance, it appeared to be a minor blunder, seemingly harmless. In reality, this seemingly insignificant error was promptly seized upon by SB, who utilized his flash to shield Gu Xing from control and damage, successfully reversing the situation. After Jax secured a double kill, Song Jinghao showed no mercy, demonstrating his snowballing capabilities to the fullest, suffocating Let throughout the match as if he were trapped in a state of asphyxiation. Subsequently, despite Yin Juanza's utmost efforts, he could find no suitable counterattack. Forced to watch as Jax relentlessly extended his lead until a complete crushing victory was established, culminating in the end of the match. Let is now reacquainting himself with the challenges of facing elite top laners. Any small error could potentially lead to the downfall of the entire match. In retrospect, Yin Juanza felt utterly drained. I hope they can swiftly adjust in the next round, Miller continued to elaborate at the commentary desk. Especially concerning the individual performance of the players in the upper bracket, I believe RNG must take this seriously. Against opponents of SB's caliber, even a minor misstep could lead to an irretrievable downfall. If they do not wish to be treated as a point of vulnerability by their adversaries, they must strive to stabilize their lane situation. Let, with his back turned to the audience, hurriedly returned backstage, his head bowed even lower. The partnership between Uzi and Xiaoming in the bot lane has indeed proven remarkably effective. The champion Caitlyn has fulfilled her intended role splendidly. However, the praise from the commentary booth did little to elicit a smile from Uzi, whose face was still flushed. Tears threatened to well up within him. What good is a commendable performance if it ultimately culminates in defeat? And to be vanquished by a backdoor attack was nothing short of a profound humiliation. Uzi believed he had played commendably in this contest. He exerted substantial pressure during the landing phase, right up until the mid-lane skirmish triggered by the Rift Herald. His execution could be deemed flawless. Yet, The menacing presence of Gu Xing's Rek'Sai proved overwhelming, as he ultimately fell victim to it amid the chaos. Outmaneuvered in the brush, leaving Uzi feeling utterly helpless in retrospect. Even now, recalling that humiliating team fight sent shivers down his spine. Upon returning to the locker room, Le was immediately met with the exasperated gaze of Huahu, who was clearly frustrated. Overcome with shame, he hesitated, lips trembling as he confessed his shortcomings. If only I hadn't played so greedily, Jax wouldn't have become so formidable. The failed ambush by the top laner was indeed the root cause of RNG's misfortune. Had they not gifted the Master E600 gold, even with SB's individual prowess, breaching the top lane in such a short time would have been implausible. As long as Jax remained underfed, RNG would have no need to worry excessively about the pressure from the side lanes. They could simply allow Let to play cautiously beneath the tower. After conceding 2 kills, the gap in the top lane became increasingly difficult to remedy, rendering it impossible for Gu Xing to maintain his presence under the tower. Reluctantly, Uzi called upon Xianghua to deploy the Rift Herald in the mid lane, hoping to seize the moment to expand their lead and relieve some pressure off Let in the side lane. Yet, Gu Xing outplayed him. Not only was Uzi's progression abruptly halted, but Yanjuan's situation in the side lane worsened significantly. This ultimately led to the rapid dismantling of RNG's bot lane inhibitor and their eventual downfall at the hands of VG's backdoor maneuver. Naturally, Let felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Huahu, who had much to say, hesitated, observing his top laner on the verge of despair. He could not bring himself to chastise him, fearing it might shatter Yanjuan's morale and affect the subsequent match. Currently, RNG had no substitute top laner available. If Let were to be replaced, there was no player capable of stepping in. Thus, they would have to endure as best they could. With his hands clasped behind his back, Huahu scanned the faces of the RNG players and noted their generally lackluster spirits. He attempted to calm their nerves during the intermission, adopting a deliberately relaxed tone as he began to speak. We had anticipated the enemy jungler's movements and employed an enhanced version of the starvation strategy along with the Caitlyn system, yet we still failed to contain Gu Xing. Firefox began, laying bare the reality. I understand this is a significant blow to everyone. As the strategist, I too am deeply unsettled, often questioning the correctness of my decisions while observing the match from the sidelines. Xianghua bit his finger. Had he been in a lighter mood, he would have undoubtedly echoed the coach's sentiments. After dedicating much of the summer season to preparation, the entire RNG team believed they had thoroughly studied VG. Filled with high hopes of winning this focal battle to redeem their prior humiliations, their strategy had reached unprecedented heights, even with a godly perspective to review. Xianghua could not conceive any further aspects for improvement during the landing phase. This left a profound sense of despair. However, to speak fairly, everyone has performed admirably. Firefox shifted his tone. Consider our past encounters with VG, where we were even more beleaguered than we are now. Li Yuanhao nodded in agreement, possessing ample authority on this matter. As a veteran member who fought against the revamped VG during last summer's competition, Xiaohu was acutely aware of the vast chasm that once separated them from VG. It felt as though an unfathomable gulf lay between the two teams. Although RNG had lost this match, it was evident they were gradually regaining control of the situation. In several rhythm-leading skirmishes, RNG had managed to gain the upper hand. This showcased the team's growth. Firefox, who often displayed a literary flair in his speech due to his extensive reading, remarked, "We have an old saying. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. Personally, I believe our team is currently in a phase of gradual accumulation and progress. The goals we set previously were indeed somewhat lofty. Let us take it step by step," he reassured his teammates. The most daunting fear is not the failure that follows our best efforts. We are still in the regular season. Our primary focus should be on gaining experience, and there is no need to rush. Though he said this, who does not yearn for victory? The RNG lounge was enveloped in silence until Xianghua widened his eyes and asked, "What does accumulate even mean?" It sounds familiar. In the realm of esports, merely having completed a day of high school qualifies one as highly educated. Xianghua, belonging to a demographic with lower educational backgrounds, had not even finished middle school before being sent by his family to a school for internet addiction rehabilitation, leaving him quite unable to comprehend Firefox's literary reference. To encourage learning, Let, who had remained silent until now, habitually chimed in, "I could recite the entire text back in my day." He spoke this with pride, standing tall. Yan Juanza had once attended Haikou Economic College, becoming one of the rare individuals to emerge from collegiate competitions to join the professional ranks of IPL. For most of his peers, Lek could confidently boast of his academic prowess, readily replying with bachelor's degree. When asked about his education, Xiang Guo expressed genuine admiration, praising, "Impressive. Yan Juanza, with your command of the language, should you ever pen a biography, it would surely sell out." As the two engaged in conversation, they finally shattered the awkward silence that had enveloped the lounge. Uzi's expression softened, and he began to join his teammates in deliberating over the upcoming draft strategy for the next match. Seeing this, Jack exhaled deeply, relieved. Within the VG lounge, the players who had returned to their room were freely expressing their opinions about the enemy's selection of the ADC champion, Caitlyn. How he diligently took notes on the players' feedback to relay to Homie. After all, they were merely coaches. The players in the match were the true architects of the draft strategy. The thought process behind their selections was fundamentally based on the players' champion pools and their proficiency with them. Ensuring that the players secured the most comfortable lineup was of utmost importance for the coaching staff. "You're discussing Caitlyn? That champion is truly infuriating," Jack exclaimed as he plopped down on the sofa, venting his frustration. "Uzi is already strong in lane. Paired with Caitlyn, it's simply unfair." Uzi's expertise lay in laning, particularly in mastering attack range control, fluid kiting, and executing rapid mouse movements. Just by glancing at these attributes, one could fathom the immense potential Uzi could unleash with Caitlyn. Moreover, Jack had been caught off guard early in the game by a gank from the enemy jungler, and subsequently faced an uphill battle against Uzi's Caitlyn, who had already secured first blood. The entire match had been a struggle for him. Fortunately, Jack maintained a positive mindset. His motivation for competing was to win, which allowed him to endure the challenging landing phase without losing his composure. "By the way, where were you just now?" Gu Xing inquired curiously. "You disappeared as soon as you stepped off the stage." "I had a stomachache," Jack replied, rubbing his abdomen. "Can you please speak properly?" Gu Xing responded, somewhat exasperated. Jack turned his gaze to the television screen, as if discovering a new world, and exclaimed in astonishment, "The MVP, Ison, T old Gu. How rare it is to be surprised." Gu Xing teased while also boasting, "We're not superhumans. Everyone has their flaws. You win, Ba. You must learn to accept that." The most valuable player of this match was awarded to Song Jinghao. "Can these people even understand the game?" Kuro scoffed. "The role of a support like Gu is irreplaceable. As long as you have hands, you can play the ADC position." Song Jinghao, blissfully immersed in the awe of his impressive statistics, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction upon hearing his former teammate's words. "Brother Rue, how can you speak like that? You can't uplift one while putting another down." "Just speaking the truth," Kuro replied, his round face radiating sincerity. "How crucial is Gu's shot calling? If these judges don't care about that, they'll only look at KDA. Why do I have fewer kills? It's because I've suffered in that regard." Song Jinghao retorted, left speechless. Indeed, this was the reality. While the standout players shone brightly, they still required the support of their teammates. However, the fruits of success were often claimed by the stars, leaving the supporting roles to be perceived as merely riding coattails. Yet, a team cannot consist solely of core resources. There simply aren't enough to distribute among everyone. Even in the dominant championship journeys of S4 and S5 with teams like Samsung and SKT, the bottom lane often bore the brunt of sacrifice. Kuro, having sacrificed himself from the Tiger team to VG, served dutifully as a tool for the jungler without a hint of complaint. His damage conversion rate and various statistics ranked among the highest, yet he remained undervalued, with scant opportunities to earn recognition each year. Indeed, Lord Ho agreed. The role of a jungler extends far beyond the mere performance displayed on the battlefield. While the audience may perceive a moment of brilliance akin to Uzi's, it is the commander's ability that truly matters. Observing how both mid laners had become sycophants to Gu Xing, he sighed deeply. This team is no longer tenable. Gu Xing cleared his throat lightly. "Hongmi, perhaps we should ban Caitlyn in the next match. She seems rather difficult to handle." They had nearly allowed Uzi to shine in the first game. Any potential comeback relied on Gu Xing's formidable skill set. Although he possessed the pinnacle of personal mechanics for a jungler, he did not overly depend on it. Gu Xing was acutely aware that every player is prone to mistakes at some point. While he might have showcased his prowess against Uzi this time, the next encounter could very well see him being toyed with by Uzi instead. He preferred to pursue victory through the most reliable means. RNG had convincingly demonstrated that their Caitlyn strategy was meticulously prepared, successfully rolling the snowball and presenting significant challenges to VG. Adhering to a precautionary philosophy, Gu Xing suggested sealing her off. No problem, Hongmi nodded in agreement. I have roughly outlined that RNG's approach with Caitlyn is to secure rapid pushes. Once the outer towers and the first mid tower are down, the strategy shifts to dual development around the mid lane with minion waves and jungle monsters, until a swift power spike is achieved. For now, we lack a thoroughly refined counter strategy. I shall return to study it further and propose a ban for today. As he jotted down his notes, he received the notification to proceed to the main stage for the second match. Jack, feeling dissatisfied, tugged at the coach's suit sleeve. Hongmi, can we have a smooth game in the next round? Initially, Hongmi intended to decline instinctively. However, recalling the tribulations Jack endured in the previous match softened his resolve. Let's see how it unfolds. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly provide you with the space to shine. Jack took this as an affirmative and turned to plead with Gu Xing. Once everything was set, he returned to the player's seat, eagerly preparing to showcase his skills in the next round. With a resounding crack, the BP panel came into view. Uzi, just you wait. As the BP panel resonated with a powerful opening sound, the two commentators felt a surge of excitement. The second match begins. RNG, utilizing their side selection advantage, takes the blue side and immediately bans the Rumble. In the previous game, the Fiery Fox attempted to let both Xayah and Galio, roaming mid-lane champions, slip through. They managed to secure one side, but the results proved to be minimal. Although Kuro did not frequently roam after securing Galio, his presence in team fights remained a formidable deterrent. Not to mention his ultimate, just the presence of the Duran shield was enough to send RNG scattering. They feared being caught by the enemy's flash taunt. Particularly for Uzi's Caitlyn, lacking cleanse, he was deeply concerned about Galio's lethal crowd control. Feeling a surge of anxiety whenever the opposing team initiated a fight, RNG has previously devised strategies to counter the frontline tank's control, preventing Galio from utilizing his flash during his taunt to execute a group control. Unfortunately, the effectiveness of their controlling abilities pales in comparison to the minimal gains achieved. Currently, Galio's Duran shield is immune to interruption from control skills. Once he begins to channel, he cannot be halted. After expending their control skills, RNG's frontline remains ensnared by the Colossus of Justice, momentarily losing their autonomy and becoming easy targets for VG. One could argue that Kuro's performance with Galio earned him at least a passing grade, whereas Xiaohu's Xayah was decidedly subpar. Ever since the mid-lane ambush ended in failure, costing him his life, Xayah has struggled, trapped by Galio in lane, consistently arriving late to assist, relegated to farming under the tower. Even so, her contribution in team fights proved negligible. In comparison to traditional mages, Xayah's damage output falls short. As team fights commenced, VG paid little heed to Xayah, instead charging towards the backline where Uzi stood, clearly dismissing her presence. Once Uzi was slain, RNG found themselves bereft of resistance, easily hunted down by their adversaries. Observing Xiaohu's lackluster performance after he roamed mid with vigor, Huofeng sought Li Yuanhao's counsel prior to the game. Realizing that their mid laner was not in prime form with Xayah, and not wishing to allow Kuro an easy pick, they decided to ban her. After the defeat in the first match, Huofeng finally grasped the situation. He was determined to ensure Xiaohu could comfortably dominate his lane and secure a substantial advantage leading into the team fight phase. This was an unavoidable strategy. Against VG, Xiaohu must shoulder the carry responsibilities. Relying solely on Uzi renders their tactical framework precariously unbalanced. Should Xiaohu trade evenly with Kuro, VG would surely revel in the opportunity. Their top and jungle are formidable, allowing Li Ruixing to secure victories with minimal effort. RNG lacks such conditions. Are we to rely on Let to maneuver with a warrior in the mid to late game? Or expect the resource-starved Xiang Gua to miraculously lead the team to victory in team fights? Apart from Uzi, RNG's hopes in team fights rest solely on Xiaohu. The price of sacrificing a ban slot now is to provide Li Yuanhao with ample opportunity to shine. VG promptly bans the currently dominant jungler Zac, Miller remarked with indifference. As a mandatory ban for the red side in the current version, it would be an anomaly for the warrior to remain available. Not to mention, the synergy between a resource-deprived jungler like Xiang Gua and the exceptionally strong initiation capabilities of Zac is unparalleled. RNG's second ban targeted Jax, respecting Song Jinghao, the MVP of the previous match, in hopes of providing Let with a more favorable experience. Upon seeing Jax in the ban slot, Yin Juanze visibly relaxed. The psychological burden from the previous match was immense. The opponent was wielding the championship skin of the legendary SKT team, swinging the trophy with fervor. Should Jax be released once more, Let might find himself haunted by dreams of Jax demolishing towers to that unique sound effect. VG has opted to ban Caitlyn. As both teams are targeting their opponent's superior performances in the upper lane, a calculated strategy, remarked Xiaodao with a smile. It is evident that despite RNG's previous defeat, the newly emerged Caitlyn system has exerted considerable pressure on their adversaries. Huahu found himself deep in contemplation. He belatedly began to question whether he had inadvertently stepped into a pitfall. The 713 version differs from the previous 712, where the ban slots were dominated by overpowered champions. Only Zac stands out as an absolute necessity to ban. Failing to do so could lead to disastrous outcomes akin to IG's misadventures. Beyond that, there are no other champions that must be banned in this version. The formidable duo of Xayah and Rakan, along with Galio, remain as potential threats. If both teams abstain from making any bans and release these champions, how will RNG respond? Will they secure Rakan and await the accumulation of the Phoenix legend? Such a notion is ludicrous, considering their own Xayah and Rakan's proficiency is humorously reminiscent of a dog's history. In return, they would have to concede Galio to Kuro, resulting in an undeniably unfavorable draft. Securing Galio? Little Tiger has yet to transition, and his performance with the statue-like champion is rather mediocre, while he can indeed play him. His execution is subpar. He finds it challenging to adapt to this unconventional mid-laner, which diverges from traditional playstyles. If they were to secure him, he would struggle to perform effectively, and VG would decisively lock in Xayah and Rakan. How to proceed? Huahu, now sweating profusely, could only gamble on the assumption that the enemy harbored a knowledge gap regarding his team. RNG's final ban in the first round goes to Rakan, dismantling the Phoenix Legend combination. With only Xayah remaining, her viability is substantially diminished, rendering her unworthy of a first pick by the team. Huahu crafted an atmosphere that led VG to believe they would secure Galio from the blue side. Homie was easily misled. Unbeknownst to him, Little Tiger's proficiency with Galio was questionable. Prior to the 713 version, during half of the summer split, the Colossal Guardian was firmly atop the tier list, boasting a staggering ban rate of 98. No one would allow him to remain available, and naturally, Little Tiger had never utilized him. Galio's status plummeted from Divine to merely T1 in this version. The sample size is too small. RNG had only faced OMG once, leaving Homie devoid of substantial information. He naively assumed that such a simplistic champion as Galio would be universally understood. Given the straightforward mechanics, surely no one would struggle to grasp how to play Galio, right? Believing this to be self-evident, Homie decided to ban Galio as the enemy aimed to secure him. Huahu let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his gamble had paid off. Xianghua, are you planning to secure the jungler first? He inquired, now relaxed as he turned to Lu Shiyu. I haven't banned any junglers this match. The reasons were twofold. There were not enough bans to go around, and Huahu recognized that merely relying on bans to limit Gu Xing was a futile dream. Others can even bring out unconventional junglers like Lee Sin and perform superbly in team fights, effortlessly claiming Caitlyn's head as if plucking it from a bag. Given such outrageous performances, not even 3 bans, let alone an additional 2, would suffice. Thus, Huahu decided to leave all junglers available, allowing for a fair competition, which ultimately favored Xianghua. Lu Shiyu pondered for a moment and declared, I have a strong appetite for the game. There are numerous junglers available, and my form today is exceptional. It matters not whether I choose first or later. After concluding the first match, he finally overcame his previous psychological dread towards Gu Xing. Were it not for his initial trepidation, Xianghua would not have felt the need to issue threats to Gu Xing before each match. Such tactics were merely a means to bolster his courage. Now, however, Lu Shiyu felt an exhilarating boldness, convinced that Gu Xing was merely average. Indeed, even the most formidable players succumb to meticulous analysis. Their coaching team had thoroughly studied Gu Xing's movements, and Xianghua was now well informed. As the saying goes, the greatest fear arises from the unknown. In their previous encounters, Xianghua had often been taken aback by Gu Xing's unpredictable gank routes. The inability to anticipate an opponent's movements inevitably breeds apprehension. But today was different. Liu Xiyu was resolute that Gu Xing's strategies would not escape his scrutiny. Hua, who observed Xiang, was newfound confidence. Typically, he relished hearing his team's opinions and refrained from dissenting. Ultimately, he decided to first select Jarvan 4, a versatile champion. In the top lane, he could outmaneuver Garen in the late game, although he often faced severe harassment during the landing phase due to the latter's long-range abilities. This allowed Jarvan 4 to maintain lane control, ensuring the execution of various strategies for the team. Moreover, Jarvan 4 possessed a powerful initiation capability, greatly enhancing his functionality. Following the 7.13 patch update, Jarvan 4 transitioned from being a top laner to a flexible pick between top and jungle roles. The reasoning was straightforward. His presence in the top lane food chain was bolstered by formidable poke, initiation methods, and the enhancement of the Golden Shield. In the 7.7 patch prior to the mid-season invitational, the Golden Shield was altered from providing a fixed shield amount upon striking each enemy champion to a shield value based on a percentage of the user's health. In simpler terms, the thicker the health bar, the greater the shield provided by the Golden Shield. Thus, by building tank items, Jarvan 4 could enhance the effectiveness of his skills. A significant change in the 7.13 patch saw the prices of tank items like the Cinderhulk jungle item reduced while their attributes were improved. Unlike top lane Jarvan 4, who required the Black Cleaver and Titanic Hydra to enhance his dueling capabilities, the jungler could directly opt for Cinderhulk and subsequently stack tank items with vigor. The prominence of tank junglers notably elevated Jarvan IV's status in the jungle, prompting Hua Hu to prioritize him highly in the ban pick phase. If suitable, he would let Liu Xiyu use him. If not, he could pass him to Xianghua. Upon seeing the opponent select Jarvan 4, Hongmi decided to counter with Thresh, a champion that effectively counters Jarvan 4 and holds significant strength in the current meta, while also selecting a suitable champion for Gu Xing's jungle role. What champion do you think would be best for this game? He inquired amiably, seeking Gu Xing's input. A year ago, such a scenario would have been unthinkable. Hongmi would have dictated the champion Gu Xing was to use, relegating him to a mere cog in the VG machine. Yet now, Gu Xing had emerged as the team's undeniable core, akin to the engine of their war machine. I believe, Gu Xing said after a brief silence. As Jack cast a hopeful glance in his direction, Spider would be ideal. I will strive to make an impact early, and everyone should follow my lead. Splendid. Yu Wenba was filled with joy, exclaiming, Old Gu, lend a hand to the bot lane, please. The champion Elise, once selected, would undoubtedly frequent gank to create opportunities for her teammates. This was precisely what Jack had hoped for. Gu Xing chuckled in agreement. I will certainly assist the bot lane this game, but if you fail to carry, don't expect any lavish treatment from me next time. Jack was almost ready to pound his chest in assurance. Rest assured, today the opponents will witness my prowess. Going for a brainless pick like Caitlyn, are we? He recalled the first match with gritted teeth, glancing toward the RNG players' bench. Even a clay figurine has some spirit. Do they truly think I am a pushover? Let us get the fight started. SB, enjoying the drama, eagerly fanned the flames. Tu Wan, you need to contribute too. Uzi was merciless against you last match. And meeting a familiar foe, he still went all out. Absolutely no martial ethics. Uzi had indeed been ruthless in the first match, nearly incapacitating Tom Kench during the landing phase. If Duan Delion dared to approach and use the effect of the shield of the Saint to farm, Uzi would unleash a barrage of shots with his sniper rifle. Knowing that Xayah and Tom lacked counterplay options, thus playing with reckless abandon, Duan Delion, with a temper to match, retorted, Mikui, your words imply that personal friendships do not interfere with fair competition. I recall you showed no mercy when you encountered Peanut at MSI. Hearing this, SB widened his eyes in protest. Nonsense. Was I not generous enough? During MSI, I barely ventured into the jungle to seek out Peanut, all right? Li Ruihong, without reservation, thrust the knife in deeper. I know, mainly because Mikri, you can't outplay Khan in the lane, right? We all understand that you lack lane dominance. How could you possibly challenge Wang Hu? You be quiet. SB momentarily lost his words, turning to Gu Xing. How do you say that phrase again? Blood libel. Gu Xing replied while adjusting his runes. Ah, yes, blood libel. Song Jinghao corrected his mid laner's thoughts. I clearly had Khan hanging by a thread, all right? Lucian against Kennen. While he argued, his heart lamented. Initially intending to stir the pot, how had he ended up being the one tormented? Upon seeing VG select Elise, Gu pondered briefly before addressing Xianghua. I think we should go for Jarvan in the top lane. Facing Elise in the jungle would be quite troublesome. Xianghua wholeheartedly agreed. Jarvan in the jungle was no match for Elise. Should he miss his EQ combo, he would be left vulnerable to her relentless assault, lacking any means of resistance. Moreover, Elise possessed her E ability, Cocoon, allowing her to evade Jarvan's EQ with ease. Let us reveal our double carries first, Hu suggested, to avoid being targeted in the second round. Little dog, how about you use Varus? Uzi was quite confident in his favored champion. No problem. I will surely dominate the opponents. Hu then secured his signature champion, the airplane, forming an almost invincible double marksman composition for the late game. Observing the characters displayed on the BP panel, he remarked, it seems RNG is determined to drag this out, preparing to settle the score with VG after 30 minutes. The champion Jace requires a combination of 3 items, Infinity Edge, Fire Cannon, and Sorcerer's Shoes, to unleash his full potential. Prior to that, he could only rely on explosive charges to sustain himself. A conservative estimate suggests that it will take approximately 20 minutes for a formidable combat capability to develop. The selection of the aircraft by RNG indicates that the peak strength of their lineup will manifest later in the match. Miller expresses his concern, stating, the issue lies in whether they can survive until the aircraft is fully operational. Xingji's spider will not allow Xiao Hu to comfortably farm. Let us observe what hero VG chooses for their third pick. After assessing the opposing duo, they will likely accelerate their strategy in hopes of concluding the battle before the aircraft is equipped, he notes. G remembers raising an eyebrow, astonished by the hero appearing in the selection frame. Kennen, how intriguing, he exclaims, raising his voice. Is it possible that SB intends to teach Let how to wield Camille? The lock-in of Kennen stirs a wave of excitement in the venue, with many VC eager to witness Song Jinghao's performance. However, Yin Juan's expression turns grim. You are truly ruthless. Let has always proclaimed himself a master of Kennen. If he is outperformed by Song Jinghao, how will he maintain his reputation? The thought of losing to someone wielding Kennen, only to be subjected to the ensuing public scrutiny, is too daunting for him to contemplate. Yin Juanza grits his teeth. For the sake of his pride, he cannot afford to lose this match. In the second round of the ban phase, Redmi targets Shi Sunming, banning both Tom Kinch and Brown, 2 supportive champions known for their defensive capabilities and synergy with Varus. This strategy reveals a sound rationale to restrict RNG's access to protective heroes, thereby limiting the output potential of their duo. Fox, on the other hand, focuses on Kuro, banning both Victor and Syndra, denying them the opportunity to utilize late-game mages. As the selection mode resumes, it surprises everyone right from the start. Is VG considering Lucian for their 4th pick? He exclaims, eyes lighting up. The synergy between Lucian and Thresh is quite renowned. Since the S4 season, this duo has shone brightly in the Rift, with VG's former star marksman, creating unforgettable moments with Mata during the World Championship. Those highlights are still fondly remembered. G scans the ban panel and seems to notice a potential oversight. Wait. VG has a flexible position. Perhaps they intend to assign Lucian to the mid lane for Kuro. Currently, VG has yet to finalize their dual carry heroes. This year, during the mid-season invitational, Lucian's solo lane capabilities were officially recognized, with players like Xayah also successfully utilizing him in the mid lane. His primary function is to firmly establish control over the mid lane, ensuring the team's strength in the early to mid-game. As a rare duelist among marksmen, Lucian possesses a certain elegance that allows him to shine across all 3 lanes. It seems only the jungle has yet to be touched by his influence. Ultimately, G's proposition appears quite feasible. However, I have never seen Kuro select mid-lane Lucian. Miller expresses his skepticism. Is his proficiency in this regard assured? Kuro, reflecting on his data-driven nature, meticulously sifted through the information, noting, I observed that his rank on the Korean server shows consistent practice, albeit with a limited number of matches and a rather modest win rate, raising questions about his proficiency with the champion. Could it be that Lucian is indeed meant for Jack? His champion pool has never been an issue, as articulated by the 2 commentators. Kuro's performance with Lucian was rather unremarkable. Yet, when Redmi made the selection, it was clear that Lucian was entrusted to him without hesitation. Redmi intended to provide Jack with a grander stage to exhibit his prowess, allocating the final unorthodox position to ADC, which, while rare, allows for a strategic evaluation of the enemy composition before finalizing the marksman type. This could prove advantageous. Ha ha ha. Everyone truly trusts me, Gu Xing remarked, rubbing his hands together with a slight smile. Then let us put on a show. Kuro was aware that his Lucian had a peculiar flavor. Yet his audacity to choose stemmed from immense confidence, supported by an abundance of teammates ready to back him up. Gu Xing need not carry the weight of the game alone to secure victory. Your champion pool must not falter, understood? SB, seizing the rare opportunity. Couldn't resist ribbing their mid laner. Our entire team can handle Lucian. Even the support is capable. Who can't use him? That would be quite awkward. Gu Xing's Lucian was commendable. Even if he wasn't T in the jungle role, his performance was quite impressive. Heh. Kuro had become adept at navigating the nuances of the current Chinese internet's cryptic banter. One cannot generalize individuals. Most players inevitably have champions that do not suit them. Moreover, what relevance does your example of the support bring? Who is unaware of his vast champion pool? To compare me with him is to hold me in far too high esteem. Song Jinghao inhaled deeply. Are you genuinely remarkable to be able to flatter like this? Gu Xing coughed lightly. Though internally pleased, he swiftly redirected the conversation. The enemy has selected Alistar. This time, the jungle picked Xayah. What is our strategy? At first glance, one might assume that the early game Xayah would clash with RNG's late game composition. However, in professional settings, pure late game lineups are seldom seen. While teams may claim their power spikes occur in the late game, the core output capabilities often manifest later. Yet, positions such as top, jungle, and support still require champions that can exert early game pressure. Otherwise, if all champions skew towards late game, crucial neutral objectives like dragons and rift heralds would merely fall into the hands of the opponents, thwarting any hopes of reaching the late game. Thus, after RNG acquired the aircraft, they complemented it with the early game powerhouse of Jarvan and Xayah, aiming to maintain an upper hand during the landing phase and create a broader development space for their dual carries. Such a composition is relatively balanced, ensuring a smoother power curve. Reasonable. Then let us not allow them to drag the game. Redmi declared with resolute conviction, Jack, it's settled. You will take the lead. Upon hearing this, Yuanba felt a surge of warmth in his breath. Rest assured, I will absolutely carry this game. He confidently responded. Seeing that all teammates and the coach were in agreement, Tu Wan hastily selected that familiar champion from the hero list. Welcome to the League of Legends. The man with a fierce glare and a beard made his appearance on the expansive LED screen behind the VG players, creating a surge of excitement among the audience. The supporters of VG fervently waved their cheering items, erupting in a cacophony of ecstatic cheers. Draven, Miller exclaimed, his eyes widening. Jack, facing Uzi, has chosen to unveil his signature champion in the counter position. He truly dares. This game is going to be a showdown against Uzi. Uzi is renowned for his formidable landing prowess. Despite knowing that his opponent excels in lane, Jack boldly selected Draven, a champion known for his landing strength, opting for a head-on clash. The atmosphere in the streaming room was electric, with comments flooding the screen. This is heating up. To be fair, I believe in Jack's Draven. Laughing, does anyone really think Uzi will lose in lane? He could easily dominate with Varus, even though VG won the last match. Jay, how will this play out? Even if they help Yin Jiuanza, he will still be trampled by Qiyana during the lane transition. The early game tempo that Xianghua prides himself on will have nowhere to manifest. And while RNG's composition appears smooth, there are actually very few champions capable of standing up during the landing phase. Enduring the immense pressure VG applies in the early game will indeed be a challenge. The more Hugo thought, the more troubled he became, his expression heavy as he walked towards the backstage. The director slowly panned the camera away from the center stage, capturing close-ups of several die-hard fans' homemade cheering items, eliciting a chorus of screams from the crowd. As the summoner's rift descended, the deafening cheers resonated throughout the venue. The 10 players swiftly purchased their starting items and left the fountain, adhering to their respective strategies to set up the initial layout. Though both teams featured dual marksmen, there is a noticeable disparity, the commentator remarked confidently. VG's two ADCs undoubtedly possess stronger combat power at level 1, and with RNG having Xayah, who is a liability, they dare not group up for an invasion, forced to stand in a long line at the back. However, RNG maintained their position just past the 1-minute mark. With no sign of VG planning to invade their jungle, Xianghua relaxed his vigilance. instructing Xayah to place a ward in their lower jungle to prevent Gu Xing from making any sneaky moves, while he himself headed to the upper blue area to start his jungle. Logically, starting with red for Xayah would be more sensible, but Xianghua was in a predicament. If he were to clear from bottom to top, Gu Xing might reach level 3 and gank the bottom lane. The duo of Draven and Thresh from VG evidently had superior lane control compared to Varus and Alistar. They could freely stack minions under the tower and summon Gu Xing for assistance. At that point, Lu Xiyu would be at a loss. He had no choice but to reverse his strategy, clearing from top to bottom, aiming to provide cover when the cannon minions arrived in the bottom lane. The rift was tranquil. Little did they know, Gu Xing had resolved to execute a crafty plan. "Let us wait a bit longer," he said. With Thresh and Qiyana positioned in the river brush, eager to inform his teammates of the upcoming strategy. "Let us move towards the enemy blue area at 1 minute and 30 seconds. If we can catch Xianghua, it will be a significant gain." Gu Xing analyzed the situation astutely, surmising that Xianghua was likely to start his jungle in the upper half to maximize the safety of the bottom lane. Had Lu Xiyu insisted on farming in the upper jungle, a confrontation with VG would have led to a disastrous beginning. The synergy of Thresh's death sentence and the subsequent slow is no trivial matter, combined with the high damage output from Qiyana and Elise at level 1. A potential elimination of the opponent was certainly plausible. As the clock struck 1 minute and 30 seconds, the mid lane minion wave was on the verge of transitioning, and the silhouette of Xiaohu had already been revealed. Gu Xing, signaling on the way, marked the enemy blue jungle, urging, "Charge, charge, charge." Thresh led the charge as the trio stormed towards the RNG blue buff area. Upon entering the adversary's territory at 1 minute and 40 seconds, the jungle monsters had just respawned. VG's jungler and support rounded the corner and immediately spotted Xayah utilizing Q, Queen's Wrath, to assault the blue buff. Xianghua was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Why was Thresh present in the upper jungle? "Freeze him," Gu Xing shouted. Tu Wan decisively flashed to close the distance, landing death sentence to pull Xayah back. Startled by VG's sudden onslaught, Xianghua hesitated, his flash coming a moment too late to evade the attack. Naturally, SB would not let such a splendid opportunity slip by. Hook latched onto the wall, executing a second jump to kick Xayah. Gu Xing, in human form, struck the excavator with Q and immediately transformed into spider form for a swift auto attack. The spider legs extended at an odd angle, piercing Xayah and taking away a portion of her health. With this maneuver, Gu Xing successfully executed a melee attack that mimicked a ranged auto attack, demonstrating an exquisite attention to detail, ensuring no potential pitfalls were left unaddressed. Xianghua was left bewildered. He had failed to recognize the looming danger, and a level 1 Xayah could hardly learn to burrow underground for sound detection. Thinking to enhance his jungle efficiency with Q, he was caught off guard by VG's assault. With no flash and no escape abilities, he could only watch helplessly as Elise, utilizing her heightened mobility in spider form, lunged forward to deliver a fatal blow. "Do you not have your own jungle? First blood has been drawn." The arena echoed with Miller's exuberant commentary. VG's opening strategy is utterly outrageous. The jungler and support deliberately positioned themselves for an invasion at the monster respawn timing, catching Xianghua completely off guard. Who would have anticipated that Lord Duan's Thresh would appear in the upper lane just as the minions in the lower lane were about to transition? The tone was triumphant. Xianghua's mouth slightly agape, his expression filled with disbelief. Initially startled by Thresh's flash that had brushed against him, he now stared at the black and white screen, still struggling to comprehend why Thresh had ventured into the upper jungle. Under normal circumstances, a support witnessing ADC Draven should remain in the lower lane, assisting the marksman in pushing the wave and securing lane control, should they not? Why was Duan Deliang roaming? It defied logic. As Xianghua regained his composure, he had to admit that he had been misled by his own habitual thinking, ultimately falling into the trap set by VG. He was filled with regret. The continuous cheers from the crowd celebrated VG's early advantage in the match. To be frank, the first blood loss for Xianghua is indeed an unfortunate turn of events. Miller impartially remarked. In the jungle matchup, Xayah is inherently at odds with the spider. Now that Xinggu has secured first blood, I suspect the excavator won't dare to cast a glance at him in the jungle. With a note of concern, he continued, moreover, Xianghua's flash is now on cooldown, which is a crucial skill for early ganks for Xayah. It will be quite challenging to mount any offensive on the lane before that cooldown resets. Additionally, Lu Xiyu must bear the cost of losing the entire upper jungle, a pure and utter loss. The broadcast camera timely focused on Gu Xing, who sees the opposing blue buff, a smile creeping onto his lips. Lu Xiyu, weren't you quite adept at predicting my route? Keep guessing. Let's see who truly reigns as the most unpredictable jungler. Kudos to Gu. Fantastic play, Kuro joyously declared as he farmed in the mid lane, only to hear that the enemy jungler had met his demise, instantly filled with elation. Just a bit more effort, and we shall bask in an effortless victory. Really? You think you can just coast with Lucian? SB remarked, exasperated. Jack's focus was not on his mid laner's accolades. Old Gu, you borrowed my support. You better compensate me handsomely in the future, he demanded. Life was not treating you Wenba kindly in the bot lane. Tu Wan had just returned to base, using the gold from his assists to purchase a control ward, and he would need another half a minute to return to the bot lane. At 147, the minions would change hands, and no matter how strong Jack's Draven was, he could not stand against two foes. Forced to retreat under the tower and await the minion wave, feeling quite aggrieved. Uzi, seeing his former ally Tu Wan not confronting him, but instead seeking trouble with Xiang Gua in the upper jungle, felt a surge of irritation, maneuvering Varus with uncharacteristic aggression. He even sought to deny Jack any experience. Observing this, Gu Xing readily agreed. No problem, I shall head to the bot jungle at once. After that, he devoured the blue buff and directed the spider to move downward. Must you be so hasty? Jack, witnessing his teammates' eagerness to fulfill his desires, cautiously advised. I appreciate your goodwill, old Gu, but please do not let me hinder your rhythm. The spider had just reached level 2 after finishing the blue buff. How could he assist? It is well known that Elise is a jungler who truly comes into her own only after reaching level 3 with her full skill set. Do not feel overly burdened. I was heading down anyway, Gu Xing reassured him, and then turned seriously to his mid laner. Old Li, keep an eye on me and push the lane, ready to support the jungle at any moment. Kuro hurriedly complied, accelerating his wave-clearing speed. The mid-lane matchup was Lucian against Corki, and to put it bluntly, even a diamond-level goalkeeper would struggle against Lucian's overwhelming advantage. It was a matter of relying solely on mechanics without the need for strategy. Corki could only endure Lucian's relentless onslaught, utterly incapable of mounting any resistance. Thanks to this, Kuro's mid-lane push was seamless, and Li Yuanhao could not intercept him. Gu Xing traversed through the mid-lane behind his teammate. The match had barely crossed the 2-minute mark, and the mid-lane champions had to utilize trinkets to ward against ganks, leaving them with little energy to set up vision control. This situation leaves Little Tiger with only 2 methods to detect vision near the mid-lane, relying on himself or on the minions. However, both he and RNG's minion wave are stationed before their own turret. Li Yuanhao remains oblivious to Gu Xing's recent passage through the mid-lane. The commentator, possessing a god's eye view, keenly observes that the spider's movements are rather peculiar. What is Brother Xing planning? Initially perplexed by Gu Xing's level, he believed that a level 2 spider could hardly make an impact. Only upon surveying the canyon did he begin to discern some clues. Promptly raising his voice in an impassioned tone, exclaiming, his target is the freshly resurrected Xiao Gang in the lower jungle. The broadcast cuts to Lu Xiyu. After securing first blood, Xayah is reborn in the fountain, lacking the home guard's acceleration effect upon resurrection. Without having learned the ability to burrow, Xiao Gang, devoid of any movement speed enhancing skills, must make his way on foot to the lower red zone of the map. This pedestrian journey takes nearly half a minute. By the time Gu Xing ventures into RNG's lower jungle, Xiao Gang has only just begun to clear the red buff. It seems the two junglers are destined to cross paths. Miller exclaims with great anticipation. RNG remains unaware of Brother Xing's imminent arrival. The scene shifts to the perspective of RNG. Within the entire lower jungle of RNG, there is but a single ward placed by Xiao Ming in the red zone before his departure. Yet, this trinket ward proves utterly ineffective in preventing a spider gank. Previously, due to the disadvantage in the level 1 skirmish, Shi Senming hesitated to place the ward further forward near the river, fearing a potential ambush from VG. Moreover, the intention behind placing the ward was merely to ascertain Gu Xing's possible counter-jungle movements, not to serve as an early warning to prevent Xiao Gang from being caught in the act by the spider, an impossible feat to begin with. A level 1 trinket ward lasts a mere 60 seconds, and according to Xiaogang's initial route, by the time both junglers arrive in the lower half of the map, this ward will have long expired. Consequently, Shi Sunming ultimately opted to leave vision in the bushes adjacent to the red buff camp, hoping that if Gu Xing attempted to counter jungle at level 1, it could provide Xiaogang with crucial information to prevent Lu Xiyu from wandering aimlessly. However, plans often falter against the tide of change. After VG's top and support duo ambushed Xiaogang in RNG's blue zone, Shi Sunming's informational ward became utterly irrelevant, serving no further purpose. The placement was far too close to the camp. It is easy to imagine that when the enemy appears in the red zone, Xiaogang will have nearly no time to react. Xiaogang hasn't even reached level 2. Devoid of the earthen listening technique, he remains blissfully unaware. Remembering the urgency, he remarks, Xayah is opening red alone, in a precarious state. This is exceedingly dangerous. Fans of RNG emit hushed gasps of concern. Yet, Xiaogang is oblivious, merrily engaged in clearing the red buff. Only when the vibrantly colored spider enters the brush beside the camp does Lu Xiyu grasp the imminent peril he faces. Upon witnessing Xayah, still in combat with the red buff and at 70 health, Gu Xing feels a surge of unexpected delight. He initially intended to merely disrupt Lu Xiyu's jungle rhythm by countering a set of monsters, ensuring Xayah remains entirely concealed in the early game. Little did he anticipate such a fortuitous outcome. At this moment, Gu Xing's finesse is vividly displayed. Had he followed the conventional approach after securing RNG's blue buff and reaching level 2, he would have inevitably found himself unable to eliminate Xayah due to the spider's lack of crowd control and mobility, at best merely forcing the opponent to retreat and subsequently taking over the red buff. However, upon leveling up, Gu Xing deliberately reserved a skill point. Now, upon recognizing the opportunity to secure a kill, he swiftly allocated it to his E skill, transforming into spider form and soaring into the air. To think Brother Xing learned E at level 2. Exclaimed Miller in astonishment. It seems he had already anticipated that Koma would be farming the red buff, completely confident in his intent to eliminate Xayah. From the OB perspective, the hero's status bar sat unobtrusively in the lower left corner. Commentators often neglect to glance at it during explosive skirmishes, and Miller was no exception. He had been focused on the first-person view provided by the director, completely overlooking Gu Xing's last-minute skill allocation, leading to a blunder. Xayah possesses no mobility skills and can only watch helplessly as the spider descends upon him. Koma turned to flee, not daring to hesitate for a moment. Yet, in spider form, Elisa's movement speed surpassed that of Xayah, who found himself firmly ensnared by Gu Xing. The large spider unleashed 2 rapid basic attacks, swiftly diminishing Xayah's health. The damage was indeed considerable. In addition to the passive damage increase from spider form upon soaring, there was also an output boost from a newly introduced keystone, Gift of the Elderwood. This keystone, introduced in the pre-season of S7, enhances the next basic attack or damage skill of a champion upon entering a brush, dealing an additional 3 of the target's current health as magic damage. This keystone resides in the 4th tier of the Cunning Tree, preceding the cornerstone options of Thunderlord's Decree, Stormraider's Surge, and Windspeaker's Blessing. Being a champion that frequently traverses brushes, it is only natural for a spider like Elise to carry Gift of the Elderwood. The additional magic damage, amounting to 3 of Xayah's current health, further chipped away at his vitality. The best was yet to come. A bolt of lightning struck from the heavens, landing squarely on Xayah's crown, the decree of the Thunderlord. The conditions for this keystone's activation were far less stringent than the later introduced Electrocute, requiring merely 3 instances of damage without stipulating the need for distinct attacks or skills. Last year, Misfortune and Xayah dominated the bot lane thanks to the easy activation of Thunderlord. Now Elise, relying on 2 basic attacks and the additional damage from Gift of the Elderwood, successfully triggered the keystone, plunging Xayah into a perilous state. Meanwhile, the red buff, fixated on Koma, landed a solid blow. Xayah's health is now around 40 as the spider continues to whittle down his life with basic attacks. In this critical moment, Gu Xing's gameplay was incredibly fluid. Following a basic attack, he immediately executed Q, Neurotoxin, successfully canceling the animation of his basic attack. The Q skill's execution damage nearly obliterated Koma. Lu Xiyu was left with no choice but to turn around and use his smite to regain health. The red buff now dwindled to just above 400 health points. Brother Xing turned back for a basic attack, followed by smite, seizing the red buff. Miller, keenly observing the battlefield dynamics, spoke rapidly and clearly. He then transformed back into human form, using a basic attack imbued with the red buff to slow down Xayah. The healing from the wild monsters is an instinctive reaction for the fragrant pot, yet although it sustains 2 bars of health, it inadvertently grants Xing Gu the ability to relentlessly pursue. Gu Xing observes that the fragrant pot has not yet relinquished its will to survive. Thus he refrains from hastily using cocoon. He patiently waits until the opponent tires from their movements before unleashing his web. Lu Xiyu, witnessing the spider raise its hand, quickly pivots to evade. However, the slow from the red buff renders Xayah virtually immobile. Moreover, in the narrow corridors of the jungle, the space for the excavator to maneuver its skills is already quite limited. A viscous, white substance descends upon the alluring dark purple figure of the void burrower queen. Filled with despair, the fragrant pot can foresee the impending events. The spider queen, utilizing the 16-second stun from her cocoon, lands 2 basic attacks. And with the 10 cooldown reduction from the blue buff, transforms back into her large spider form, delivering a fatal bite to Xayah. "Dansha," Miller exclaimed. After repeatedly suffering ganks in the first game, Xing Gu seems to have forged an entirely new path, launching an assault on the fragrant pot directly in the jungle, effectively eliminating the source of the counter-gank strategy, and the results have proven to be significant. With just 2.5 minutes into the match, the excavator has already perished twice in quick succession, making survival in the jungle matchup increasingly arduous. The VG voice chat erupted in jubilation. Li Rui was overjoyed, instinctively praising his teammate. "Xiao Gu Huai, the opposing jungler is nothing but a pig in front of you." "Turtle, 2 kills in 2 minutes, Jack exclaimed in astonishment. "If I were Lu Xiyu, I would have already given up. Man, this is so comfortable. With the excavator out of the picture, I can freely farm," he said, beaming with delight. Originally, Jack feared that the fragrant pot would replicate the first game, unexpectedly ambushing him in the bottom lane. But now, Gu Xing has decisively dealt with the spicy fragrant pot. Once you're eliminated, you can no longer execute your starvation strategy. Tu Wan Deliong expressed his admiration. "Xiao Gu, you've left no room for the opponent to breathe. Your playstyle is utterly ruthless." The live stream was filled with a cacophony of excitement as comments flooded in. "Chill. My superhero. This spider shark is insane. Who plays like this, killing once in the upper area and again in the lower? Whoa. I've been ganked in ranked matches just like this, too scared to enter my own jungle, fearing someone is hiding inside. I heard the fragrant pot executed the counter gank quite well in the last game. Can you continue to ambush this time? Fragrant pot, why provoke him? Why seek unnecessary trouble? Xing Gu can always fry fish. Today, let us treat the top LPL team as a fish pond. Isn't the excavator completely blown up now? Even if you switch to Ghostfoot 7, there's no saving it." The fragrant pot scratched his head in agony. This spider is utterly infuriating. Coming to counter jungle at level 2, anyone would suffer greatly. Reflecting on recent experiences, old grudges and new grievances surged within him, compelling him to pound the table in frustration. "Are we playing or not? Is my jungle your personal garden, Gu Xing? Don't you have a jungle of your own? This is so irritating. No martial ethics will lead to a downfall." MLXG player, the referee, reminded from behind. Lu Xiyu, with an astonishingly rapid change of demeanor, exclaimed, I was wrong. Please do not penalize me." Just because Gao Dui faced no consequences for his outburst during the esports Oscars battle does not imply that he can act similarly now. Regulations evolve and become increasingly stringent. Should the referee document such extreme behavior as exhibited by Xianghua, it is inevitable that fines must be incurred. If it were a player of considerable wealth, the penalty would be a minor inconvenience, easily covered by a day's earnings. However, Xianghua's situation is quite different, earning a modest sum of several thousand each month. His income does not align with his reputation and skill, leaving him at a disadvantage. A fine could effectively render a week's wages futile. After Lu Xiyu apologized to the referee, he redirected his focus back to the game. "Why aren't you two coming down?" he queried in confusion. "At the very least, you should force the spider to use a flash. Given that his duo had control of the lane, they should have been able to provide support." Xianghua had already called for help the moment he noticed the spider's incursion. Yet, no one arrived, leaving him isolated in his own jungle. "I'm truly at my wit's end," Uzi sighed. "If I could, I would undoubtedly assist. The reasoning behind this predicament is rather complex. From the moment RNG's bot lane entered the game, they began to exert pressure. However, they had no alternative means of gaining experience and had to rely on killing minions. At 2 minutes and 17 seconds, only after the first 3 melee minions of the second wave had fallen could both members of the duo attain level 2. No matter how fiercely RNG pressed down, it would take them until the 2.5-minute mark to level up. Meanwhile, Gu Xing had already entered the jungle at just past 2 minutes and 15 seconds. At that time, both Uzi and Xayah were still at level 1. The Bull Demon could only employ a single ability, rendering him incapable of executing a double Q combo to encircle Gu Xing in the jungle. Such a strategy was unrealistic. Moreover, the positioning of the minion wave at that moment was rather awkward. Due to the sudden outbreak of conflict in the jungle, RNG was completely unaware of the situation. And Uzi had not made any preparations for early support. The minion wave was at VG's tower, should the duo have rushed to assist. It was likely that Jack would use his body to block the minions outside the defensive tower. If the support failed and Gu Xing established a presence in the bot lane, RNG's duo would be left helplessly watching their minions being trapped by VG, consequently losing a substantial number of minions. After careful consideration, Uzi ultimately decided against joining the fray. At that moment, Lu Xiyu was level 1, lacking both flash and E. With low health, making him an easy target for the spider, which spelled certain doom. Uzi felt it more prudent to manage the minion wave instead, ensuring he could at least navigate his lane more comfortably. Xianghua, regaining his composure, began to piece together the circumstances. He fell silent for a moment, letting out a sigh. With no assistance forthcoming from the bot lane, he had even less hope for the mid lane. The airplane was being suppressed under the tower by Lu Xian, unable to move. Any attempt to roam would necessitate sacrificing a significant number of minions. Even if Xiao Hu were to arrive, what difference would it make? A level 2 airplane was hardly noteworthy. Xiang's frustration grew, suspecting that Gu Xing was deliberately farming at his expense. But upon regaining his composure, he recognized the need to focus on the present and strategize on how to confront the ferocious spider. To be fair, Xianghua is truly at a disadvantage. He lamented for Lu Xiyu. At the start, both buffs were claimed by Xinggu, and nearly 3 minutes into the match, he remains at level 1. This time, he did not dare to venture into the jungle, opting instead to first traverse the upper half of the map to farm the magic swamp frogs and elevate his level. Miller expressed his concerns regarding Xianggui's prospects, noting that on the contrary, Xinggu had secured 2 kills, clearing RNG's 6 birds and advancing to level 3. Subsequently choosing to return to base to acquire the Sorcerer's Shoes. What does a 3-minute Sorcerer's Shoes on a spider signify? Facing a fragile opponent with inherently low magic resistance, Gu Xing's skills could nearly inflict true damage. Particularly, both the Gift of the Verdant Spirit and Thunderstrike inflict AP damage, thereby benefiting from the enhancements provided by the Sorcerer's Shoes. The output potential of the spider can only be described in one word: terrifying. Gu Xing activated spider form, moving nimbly towards the upper jungle. Thus far, he had been farming RNG's jungle monsters, with all 6 of his camps remaining intact. Upon reaching the red zone, he first switched to human form to engage the monsters from a distance, then transformed into spider form, allowing his offspring to absorb the damage from the red buff, thus securing the camp without sustaining any harm. Xiaogu, the enemy Jarvan has entered our jungle, likely to place wards. Song Jinghao hastily reminded him. In the top lane matchup, Let was currently at an advantage. After all, it was Jarvan against Kayn, a clear early game superiority in the lane. Although SB exhibited exceptional individual skill, it was unreasonable to expect him to counter his opponent effectively. Yin Juanza faced criticism from the audience for underperforming. Yet he was still a top-tier LPL player, and achieving the expected advantage in lane with Jarvan was merely standard practice. Had it not been for SB leveraging Gu Xing's early game aggression in the upper jungle to secure a kill on Xianggu, he would likely be facing an even more challenging situation. Let, known for his cautious nature, only began to push the lane after observing the spider's elusive movements towards the lower half of the map in search of Xianggu. He pushed a substantial wave of cannon minions into VG's tower, seizing the opportunity to invade the enemy jungle, aiming to establish vision and track the spider's movements. Upon hearing this, Gu Xing decided to move up a couple of steps, where he fortuitously encountered Jarvan, the latter appearing exceedingly timid. planted a ward before promptly retreating with an EQ combo, successfully evading the spider's cocoon. With Jarvan slipping away, Gu Xing took a moment to assess the situation across all three lanes. The most noteworthy development was in the bottom lane. After the VG duo completed clearing the wave brought by Uzi at their tower, they deliberately took their time to clear the minions, ensuring that the third wave of cannon minions would meet within the range of their turret. The tide of the lane was shifting in RNG's favor, with Draven wielding two axes, slaying weakened minions to stack his passive. Contemplating his next move, Gu Xing hastened towards the bottom lane. "I will be there shortly. We will hold this wave," he articulated his plan. Jack's spirits lifted in response. "All right, we're counting on you, old Gu." On the opposite side of the player bench, Uzi was acutely aware of the minion wave dynamics. He quickly discerned that VG's accumulation of the cannon wave was suspicious. Coupled with the earlier placement of wards by Yen Juanza in VG's upper jungle, which revealed the spider's descent, the enemy's intentions became glaringly apparent. "Lu Xiyu, come help me clear this wave," Uzi requested. He and Xiao Ming could not afford to engage recklessly in this situation. Originally, the auxiliary Minotaur was somewhat limited in reach, and attempting to clear the wave might lead to severe depletion from the relentless assaults of Draven and Thresh, complicating matters further. Moreover, although the RNG duo exerted significant pressure in the initial waves, they failed to garner any substantial benefits. The pressure they exerted on last hits did not translate into combat effectiveness, leaving them at a disadvantage in skirmishes. Not to mention, VG's bottom lane was bolstered by a formidable wave of cannon minions. It is evident that if the RNG duo attempted to clear the wave on their own, they would likely be flayed by Thresh. Uzi, lacking a better solution, sought assistance from his teammate, hoping for a counter-ambush. Lu Xiyu was busy farming in the upper jungle and was initially reluctant to join. His lower quadrant was depleted, with only a solitary group of stone beetles offering scant rewards. Originally, Let's vision indicated that the spider was moving downward, and Xianghua contemplated venturing into the enemy jungle to farm some monsters for development. However, upon reflecting on his dismal state, he realized that no matter how much he farmed, his impact in this match would be minimal. It would be more prudent to serve as a support for his teammates. After careful consideration, Xianghua resolved to act as a guardian in the bottom lane, unknowingly stepping into a far greater trap. A flawless performance from Gu Xing ensued. Under the cover of the prince, Xianghua finished off the river's swift crab, finally catching up in levels. Miller observed Rek'Sai's path, his tone somewhat monotonous, noting that the absence of significant experience essence was primarily to conserve rune slots for enhanced combat capability, allowing for better encounters with the spider in the jungle. Yet, it now appeared that an additional attack speed essence would have been of little use, as Xianghua's jungle was thoroughly ravaged by Gu Xing. However, he could not foresee the future. The situation was as it stood. Fortunately, he managed to endure sufficiently as the match progressed beyond the 3-minute mark, with him still at level 1, successfully triggering the experience catch-up mechanism and in its enhanced form, while farming the Frog Queen. The average level across the board had risen to 3. The compensation rule dictated that falling behind yielded each jungle monster granting 30 experience points, meaning Xianghua could gain 60 extra experience simply by clearing a group of Frog Queens. This figure was extraordinary in the early game. The Magic Swamp Frog, combined with 3 wolves and the River Crab, amounted to a staggering 180 points of additional experience. To reach level 3, a total of 380 experience points was required, and Xianghua could obtain nearly half of that merely through experience compensation. Coupled with the inherent experience values of the jungle monsters, Lu Xiyu successfully reached level 3. Both junglers were now moving downward, and it was crucial to observe the direction of the minion wave. At last, in the temporarily tranquil valley, a hint of intrigue emerged. It appeared one side was planning a tower dive, while the other prepared for a counter-ambush. However, Xing Ji's movement speed was swifter, allowing him to reach the bottom lane first. The boots of mobility were not without merit, and the spider's form provided a speed boost. From a godly perspective, it was evident that the escort would likely gain a few crucial seconds, leading to the lower quadrant. The question remained whether Xinggu would capitalize on this timing to initiate an attack. Just as Miller concluded his observation, he witnessed the spider traverse the river's brush, boldly entering the RNG jungle. Was this truly the path he chose? He was astonished. Xinggu seemed utterly unconcerned about being detected by the opposition. Through the wild area opposite, an aggressive tower dive was launched, showcasing an impressive display by Xayah. His audacity was palpable, yet Brother Xing seemed to have bet correctly. The camera zoomed out, revealing RNG's lower jungle from the perspective of the royal family, shrouded in darkness and thick with the fog of war. The spider lay in ambush, entirely beyond the royal family's line of sight. Whispers of surprise rippled through the audience, astonished by the spider's actions. In truth, Gu Xing's decision to venture into the jungle was not without its justifications. He had long deduced that RNG lacked control over vision in that area. The primary forces responsible for vision in the lower lane during the landing phase were the mid-jungle support. As for Xianghua, after being captured at the red buff camp, he had not returned to the lower jungle, leaving it devoid of even a single ward. The mid-laner, Xiaohu, who theoretically could have assisted in establishing vision, was being severely pressured by Lucian, leaving him no opportunity to breathe or place wards. Meanwhile, Xayah had invested heavily in vision near the bottom lane to ensure safety. As RNG's duo had pushed the wave, before the Eye Stone was completed, he lacked the capacity to establish vision in the jungle, leaving all three, mid, jungle, and support, without any wards in the lower jungle. Thus, Gu Xing dared to traverse the brush across the river and infiltrate the enemy's jungle. The junglers had yet to encounter one another, and Miller anxiously observed as Xianghua passed through the area between RNG's mid lane and the 12th tower. However, Xayah, with the broadcast taking full advantage of the 5-second delay inherent in the initial 15 minutes, provided Xianghua with crucial time to adjust his perspective. He utilized his radar-like awareness to gauge his surroundings, yet within a radius of 1,300 yards, nothing seemed amiss. The on-site RNG fans gasped as the camera switched perspectives, revealing the spider lurking just beyond the maximum range of detection, only a few hundred yards away. "My heavens," they exclaimed, "was this all part of your calculations, Brother Xing?" Indeed, Gu Xing had anticipated this. As a jungler, he was acutely aware of the speed at which dominant junglers could clear their initial camps with starting equipment. Coincidentally, after being killed twice in quick succession, Xianghua was still equipped with only a hunter's machete. The level 1 Xayah, beginning from 0, could easily calculate his clear time. Should Xianghua wish to assist his teammates with a counter-gank, Xayah, lacking flash, would need to reach level 3 to have any chance of contesting. Considering the remaining camps in RNG's upper jungle, Gu Xing deduced that the enemy could only clear the magic swamp frog and the river crab to reach level 3. With the efficiency of their jungle clear and the predetermined path, he could accurately estimate the timing for Xayah's potential support to the bottom lane. Now, Gu Xing moved freely within RNG's jungle, effortlessly penetrating into enemy territory. As he arrived in the enemy's red zone, he placed a ward beneath his feet before opting to unleash his spider form into the stone beetle camp. Observers leaned forward, their eyes fixed on Gu Xing. Their voices filled with excitement and trepidation. His audacity was remarkable. Despite the spider's escape skill being limited to cocoon, Gu Xing chose to use it offensively. In the initial rounds of the regular season, he predominantly played as a tanky jungler, exhibiting a steady performance that caused many to forget his fierce demeanor upon his debut. Miller surveyed the lower half of the canyon and suddenly realized the strategy employed by Gu Xing. The map's audio was promptly lowered to share this information with the audience. Xinggu adeptly evaded the defenses near RNG's bottom lane, skillfully concealing his presence. Xiaoming had positioned a trinket in the triangular bush to indicate an incoming gank. Should Gu Xing approach from this route to the bottom lane, he would undoubtedly be detected by the enemy. However, by utilizing RNG's red buff, he could soar over the wall, perfectly avoiding the opponent's vision. Indeed, walking around from RNG's red zone, deeper into the enemy jungle, would also allow him to bypass the sight from the triangular bush, but that would consume valuable time and risk revealing his movements. The approaching Xayah would detect Gu Xing with her tremors. To be cautious, he decided to soar over the wall, arriving at the stonebug's lair. After taking a few steps, he found himself in the bush behind RNG's next tower, transitioning into human form, poised for Xayah's arrival. Before long, the spider placed a ward in RNG's red zone, spotting the excavator. Gu Xing immediately signaled, simultaneously alerting his teammates via voice chat. Old Tu Wan was prepared to act. Tu Wan Deliang extended his chains, striking down the last remaining ranged minion, enabling Draven to swing his axe and claim the kill. As their cannon minion line approached the enemy tower's range, he advanced forward, presenting an appearance of diving the tower. The RNG duo felt the weight of impending danger. Although the triangular bush offered no sight of the spider, Thresh's movements hinted at deception. Xiaoming suspected that Gu Xing was attempting to dive the tower from the lower lane bush, and he and Xayah had exhausted their wards without the means to control the line, resulting in a misjudgment. Xayah hurriedly urged Xianghua to provide support. Xayah was hastening to their aid, while Xiangbo, aware that the spider's movement speed was likely to enable her to strike first against the duo, felt an acute anxiety. Wishing for Xayah to transform into a monstrous beast akin to a Laoi to quicken her pace. Meanwhile, Gu Xing, having observed the excavator's movements, remained unhurried, still concealed in the bush, with no intention of diving the tower. At that moment, Miller finally grasped the situation. Xinggu aimed to engage and assist. He exclaimed that the true primary target for elimination was Xianghua. Lu Xiyu realized he had stepped into a trap upon entering the bush behind RNG's next tower. He was confronted by the alluring figure of Elise. Xianghua was taken aback. The last time he had encountered the Spider Queen was through a ward provided by Letting. Witnessing her presence in the upper half of the red zone, Lu Xiyu knew that the spider, equipped with Tier 2 boots, possessed remarkable speed. Yet he was astonished that Gu Xing could appear behind the bush by RNG's next tower. Did you activate a teleport cheat? Xianghua thought in horror. But before he could react, Gu Xing launched an attack. The frugal spider and Xayah were nearly face to face, leaving Xianghua with no means of escape as the viscous liquid once again engulfed Xayah's vicinity. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Tu Wan seized his Oscar-worthy performance and stepped forward, casting a lethal blow towards the bound Xianghua. I too advanced, launching a fatal strike at the restrained Xianghua, inflicting a level 1 judgment of death via a web that would leave him dazed for a staggering 16 seconds, utterly immobile. Compelled to watch as Thresh's hook struck him from a perilous distance, he managed to toss back a lantern, triggering his secondary ability, and with a puff, he soared upwards. In the moment that Miller concluded his statement, Jack discerned the lantern and followed his support into the brush behind RNG. While VG unleashed a series of controls to confine Xianghua, Draven swung his axes with fervor, relentlessly chopping at Xayah, yet the RNG duo was unable to assist. Xayah, peering into the brush, saw the spider and 2 others huddling beneath the tower, fully prepared to thwart any potential dive from their adversaries, even having devised a counterattack strategy, eagerly awaiting the plane to plunge into their trap. To his astonishment, however, the focus shifted toward Xianghua. At that moment, the OMG duo was still some distance away from the plane, unable to unleash even a double knock-up from Alistar, and Xayah was on the verge of being eliminated. With a desperate cry, Xianghua found himself ensnared for 3 seconds. Upon regaining his freedom, his health dwindled to below 13, causing him to panic and hastily tunnel, attempting to escape over the wall. Yet, Draven activated his bloodthirsty rush, augmenting his attack and movement speed, swiftly catching up and delivering 2 decisive blows that sent Xayah back to the fountain. Sheng Zhou recalled the resounding cheers celebrating Draven's bounty as he swept through the minion waves. Despite having faced pressure from OMG's bottom lane initially, Yu Wenba's exceptional skills allowed him to flourish, stacking his passive to a remarkable 77 layers. In the current version, each layer of passive grants Draven gold, in addition to a base bounty of 50, leading to a total income of 204 gold from passive adoration alone. Even though Xianghua had succumbed 3 times, diminishing his worth, Draven's mechanics ensured he could amass substantial wealth. After eliminating the excavator, Draven fixated on the RNG duo guarding the tower, leaving Miller astonished. Are they truly initiating an attack? I doubt their damage and control are sufficient, he mused, aware that Thresh still retained the fateful pendulum, yet the spider's abilities were on cooldown, having already been expended. The prospect of executing a kill on the RNG duo seemed daunting, and Xianghua initially thought VG had lost their minds, daring to engage during such a critical skill cooldown. But upon reflection, he sensed something amiss. In a fit of excitement, Xianghua shouted, his frail neck straining as the veins bulged. With the spider and the thunder of the storm looming, Rain finally regained his composure. In less than 4 minutes, the spider, equipped with a pair of magic penetration boots, aligned with the duo, questioning why they would expend such effort to eliminate him. He feared that before he could recover from the series of controls, his health would vanish entirely. Why could I still activate the tunnel? He pondered, realizing that Gu Xing had not utilized all his skills. merely employing Q to trigger the gift from the Spirit Guardian with minimal effort. After dealing twofold damage, the spider halted, standing still as if to say, "I have done my part." Initially, Xiangguo believed that he was intentionally allowing Jack to secure kills, striving for a more equitable distribution of resources. In hindsight, it was evident that Gu Xing was merely biding his time, harboring ambitions to annihilate the RNG duo with his skills and relentless drive. Upon hearing Xiangguo's warning, the forest player realized the terrifying potential of the Thunder Spider's damage output, a thought too dreadful to entertain. The opponents boasted magic penetration boots, and their skills inflicted real damage upon the fragile characters. Xiaoming understood he could not remain idle. The once steadfast turret had now transformed into a graveyard for the two. He hurriedly gathered supplies and advanced away from his turret, but alas, his retreat was a moment too late. With level 2 boots adorning his feet, Gu Xing moved with remarkable speed, closing the gap swiftly. A mere hint of danger was enough for him to sense impending doom. Should the elderly duo attempt to escape towards the river, they would find themselves pursued within a mere 35 seconds. Even though Alistar possessed his ultimate skill to create space, it would prove ineffective against relentless pursuit. Moreover, the opposing team still held the red buff, and a single basic attack would seal the fate of the duo. Meanwhile, Lucian, who dominated the mid lane, was poised to provide support, effectively cutting off their escape route down the river. "Do not flee," came the call to counterattack as they prepared to utilize their resources. Weighing the pros and cons, Shi Sunming begrudgingly acquiesced to UCI's advice. Observing Draven's resources, he clarified his strategy: target whoever tanked the turret. In the heat of battle, precise planning was a luxury they could not afford. Once the overall strategy was established, it was left to instinct and skill to guide their actions. Seizing the opportunity as VG's jungle approached, he swiftly dispatched a low-health cannon minion, triggering his passive ability to enhance his attack speed for heightened combat prowess. Duan Deliang maintained the morale of his team, ensuring they remained composed amidst the chaos, while AI was nearly at full health. Although he had not intended to use his heal so early, the Ignite's duration was a daunting 5 seconds, and he feared he would not survive until its debilitating effects faded. Thus, when Thresh's basic attack landed upon him, he promptly utilized his healing ability. Reflecting on the situation, he acknowledged the diminished efficacy of his heal, yet it was better than nothing. Duan Deliang unleashed the 11th hour of misfortune, seeking to afflict the opponent's team with debilitating effects and swiftly activating his flash to create distance. Draven moved forward, ready to swing his axe and cleave through danger as the duo's positioning briefly overlapped. Xiaoming's eyes sparkled with opportunity. The moment had arrived. He raised his colossal fist, striking the ground with tremendous force, accompanied by a flash of golden light. Alistar materialized before the enemy duo, sending Draven and Thresh soaring into the air. Xiaoming's earlier assertions during the draft phase proved to be true. He was intimately familiar with Draven's capabilities. He understood that the opponent wielded the potential to interrupt his movement with a well-timed axe throw. Should he use his Q ability, he would undoubtedly be sent flying. Thus he opted for a Q-flash combination to ensure his adversary was knocked back. Shi Sunming then applied Ignite to Thresh, striving to maximize damage and secure the first kill. UCI quickly followed suit with their output. Duan Deliang's increased attack speed allowed Varus to deliver insufficient damage. Yet with the aid of essential components and the explosive decay effect, they inflicted percentage-based damage, leaving Xiaoming's health precariously low. The courage of the colossal figure had entered a cooldown following a successful hook on Xayah. Thresh, whose durability was already questionable, found himself in a precarious situation, with the duo and turret nurturing him into a state of low health. As Thresh reported crucial information within the voice chat, the unflinching support prepared to unleash Tio's piercing arrow, which would undoubtedly penetrate Thresh's health bar. Xiaoming, having observed the unfolding skirmish, deftly maneuvered to position the opponent for a landing strike, subsequently using his horns to push them away, rendering Yu Wenba incapable of inflicting damage. Despite the flawless execution of the maneuver, it ultimately proved futile. After the initial clash erupted, Gu Xing relentlessly applied pressure to Varus, awaiting the cooldown of his skills. Once the neurotoxin was ready, Gu Xing decisively unleashed a coordinated self-destruct with the little spider, reducing the opponent's health to below half. As a ranged basic attack was launched, he swiftly transitioned into melee spider form, extending the spider legs to pierce Varus with a familiar combination, maximizing damage output without wastage. He promptly activated Fury, enhancing his attack speed and resetting his basic attacks. With a well-timed basic attack complemented by the explosive power of Thunder, he successfully reduced Varus to a critical state. The opposing team, unwilling to retreat, sought to eliminate Gu Xing. Following Thresh's demise, the turret's aggro shifted to the spider. Each shot from the well-prepared defensive tower chipped away at the spider's health, rendering even the most robust champion, Illis, vulnerable. Clad in damage-oriented gear with limited resilience, Illis let out a furious shout, expressing the pent-up frustration within. Even if the spider beneath the tower managed to secure a kill, it would hardly escape the turret's relentless fire. Given the current damage calculations, Gu Xing knew he would likely be traded, yet he felt invigorated. The spider carried a substantial bounty, and with Thresh's head added to his tally, Illis believed he would emerge unscathed. Illis executed a basic attack, seamlessly transitioning into Toxic Stinger. However, just as she opened her mandibles, a flash of golden light illuminated the scene. The spider had teleported to safety. Utilizing the high movement speed granted by the magic penetration boots and melee form to evade the turret's range. The shot that could have sealed Illis's fate missed entirely due to Gu Xing's rapid escape, leaving Illis in despair as her health was mercilessly depleted. The screen fading to monochrome. In the voice chat, the unyielding support murmured, familiar with the technique that had just transpired. After restoring the spider form and casting Q, a quick flash could cancel the casting animation of Toxic Stinger. Players could only witness Illis's raising hand, yet the damage would not materialize, as the advantage lay with Gu Xing, who could shorten the time needed for the spider's retreat. Had Illis completed her casting animation, a well-timed flash would have resulted in a lethal shot from the turret, sealing her fate. However, Gu Xing skillfully avoided the casting animation with a Q flash, allowing him to escape just in time. Frustrated, Illis scratched her head, her excitement doused like cold water. "Can you make it out of the snowy forest?" She inquired of her support, Xiaoming, who gritted his teeth, pondering their escape, to create space for his teammates to deal damage. He had already expended all his crucial abilities and crowd control. Now, with Draven behind him and the spider ahead, the VG team had effectively encircled them beneath the tower. More importantly, the spider's E-skill has been refreshed, allowing it to evade tower aggro and launch a surprise attack, dealing significant damage to the tanky opponent. The spider then permits Jack to engage, inflicting a few bites. The basic attacks and stomp damage from the enemy are insufficient for a kill. The spider and Draven endure a couple of tower hits, maintaining their aggression. As the tower fires its third shot, and the enemy's stomp stacks reach maximum, Draven delivers a lethal strike to the opponent just as the spider takes flight, skillfully evading control and damage with a graceful maneuver. Draven cleaves the enemy, leaving the battlefield with poise and only the remains of the slain snake left behind in the RNG tower. Upon reflection, this exchange resulted in a 1-for-3 trade, with the crisis only costing the life of Duke Tu Wan, while eliminating all members of RNG's bottom lane in a spectacular tower dive. The spider's role was maximized, and he received heartfelt praise for his clever vision control and ambush tactics that initially led to a reduction in enemy numbers, followed by exquisite tower diving maneuvers, particularly the final kill on the adversary. The emphasis lies in Draven securing 2 kills. The thought of this prompts a shake of the head, pondering how such significant gold gain from basic plays would affect the upcoming lane phase. Following the collapse in the jungle, RNG's fortunes began to tilt, and the live chat surged with excitement. The audience was astounded by the ferocity of this Draven, whose Q flash was executed with stunning fluidity, making the tower seem like a mere toy in his presence. With a 4-minute 22-second economic deficit, the situation appeared grim, yet Lauren S. fans remained hopeful, as he had at least secured a kill. No matter the circumstances, the plane would not be able to take him down. The fans were jubilant, nearly ready to pop champagne, with those in the front row able to overhear the players' communications. Jack, with a thick accent, expressed his pride, unable to hide his delight. With 2 kills and the passive bounty, along with waves of minions and system rewards, he was set to return with a mighty great sword. Yuenbo flashed his signature crooked smile, reminiscent of a Shiba Inu, as he strolled back to base, sipping a cold cola to ease the tension in his body. If one cannot gain an advantage during the landing phase, they ought not to play Draven. Rest assured, Jack assured, he would demonstrate the power of Draven in a favorable matchup, eliciting admiration from onlookers. As he remarked, RNG's mentality was thoroughly shaken, with both lanes crumbling. Xayah found himself under constant pressure from Lucian. It seemed unreasonable to expect Lakey to step up while the team remained silent, chewing on their nails in frustration. Shortly after entering the match, at the 6-minute mark, trouble arose in the bottom lane. Tu Wan found himself in a precarious position, having just used his flash, while the misfortune of the clock returned to haunt him once again. In an impassioned tone, Thresh cast his lantern backward while the impending death sentence from Alistar seamlessly controlled Draven, allowing him to retrieve the lantern and soar onto the battlefield, where his two axes swung with devastating impact. Lacking flash, Alistar attempted to displace Draven, but to no avail. Jack, capitalizing on his bloodthirsty charge, surged forward, delivering two decisive blows that eliminated Xayah. 450, mentality shattered, a cascade of blunders. A lane kill. The arena reverberated with the powerful and generous commentary of Miller as the VG bottom lane duo emerged. A throng of enthusiastic VG fans in the audience erupted in cheers, rallying behind their favorite team. The lane kill in the bottom lane undoubtedly provided them with a reassuring sense of confidence. It is well known that RNG's strongest position is the bot lane, particularly in the spring with Xayah. Currently, the jungle has been thoroughly dismantled by Gu Xing, leaving the jungle in disarray and devoid of rhythm. The bottom lane also witnessed their own duo achieving a lane kill, inevitably causing Uzi's development to lag significantly. Only Xayah remains for the summer. Not a cause for concern. This is not Kunming. Can the mid lane Tigers still turn the tide in a match at the 40-degree Shanghai market? Throughout this season, we have frequently praised the VG bottom duo for their ability to maintain stable growth even without team resource allocation. If the jungler assists, they can even establish an advantage. The performance of the VG duo exemplifies this, as, after receiving support from Xing, they immediately took the fight to RNG in the bottom lane. A commendation is due. Jack and Duan DeLeon's partnership has grown increasingly harmonious over the past 6 months, and within the entire LPL, their prowess is indeed among the best. Unlike certain top-tier bottom lanes that rely heavily on their junglers, the notable strength of the VG duo lies in their independence from teammates. If the jungler does not come, they can still thrive. By the mid-game team fights, they can deliver substantial damage. If you come to gank, it will undoubtedly yield positive results for the team. A prime example is the early summer season with Caitlyn. At that time, Gu Xing provided just a bit of care, nurturing a terrifyingly powerful beast. And during mid to late game team fights, Jack, operating Caitlyn, could dispatch opponents with 3 shots. Their performance was so exceptional that Riot immediately sought to nerf her, removing the interaction between Caitlyn's passive headshots and Luana's hurricane. Nowadays, with Draven possessing 3 kills, his economic growth surpasses even that of the former Caitlyn. Handsome Jack, Gu Xing, diligently farming his beloved 6 birds, quickly offered praise upon witnessing the lane kill in the bottom lane, exclaiming, "Well done. Oh, it's merely basic skill. I'm ahead in kills, so a lane kill is only natural. It's South being killed in lane that's truly remarkable." Yu Wenba's face lit up with joy. Though he feigned modesty, one can easily surmise that achieving a lane kill against RNG's Uzi in the bottom lane is indeed a notable accomplishment. After all, Uzi's landing intensity is well recognized across the industry, apart from Mr. Llama, who can occasionally hold his own against him in the early game. Even top-tier ADCs like Imp and Bang excel in team fights, making it exceedingly difficult to dominate Uzi during the landing phase. For Jack to secure a lane kill is indeed a rare feat. Wasn't he this moment pivotal? Duong DeLeon, filled with dissatisfaction, boasted over voice chat. If it weren't for our flashy, could Jack have secured a kill? Gu Xing hurriedly offered equal praise. Old Duong, you are quite remarkable as well. He soothed his support's mindset and kindly reminded his teammates, Jack, be cautious and take it slow with the kills. Why? Yu Wenba was left perplexed. Gu Xing succinctly explained. If you kill too ruthlessly, I'm afraid that soon the developers will start nerfing Draven. With the examples of Caitlyn and Qiyana in mind, he was exceptionally cautious, avoiding unnecessary skirmishes to evade drawing the designer's attention. This match, however, was an exception. The early invasions and tower dives from the spider were exceedingly ferocious, and Gu Xing was certain that Elise would soon fall victim to the developer's wrath. Yet, for him, it was of little consequence. Elise was not his signature champion, and any nerf would hardly affect him. Only Little Peanut had a fondness for the spider. What does it matter to me if the designers nerf Peanut? Jack, as the originator of Caitlyn's nerf, resonated deeply with Gu Xing's sentiments. I feel like those designers are watching the match right now. He initially intended for the team to swiftly dismantle RNG, but reconsidered, feeling that they needed to intensify their efforts. VG had already recognized the terrifying potential of the staff of flowing water before the match. Once it reached the playoffs, this item would undoubtedly dominate the Rift. At that point, the rise of protective soft supports would spell trouble for Draven. The Butcher needed to engage frequently in skirmishes, and hard crowd control supports were the most suitable partners for Draven. Heroes like Thresh and Nautilus would harmonize well with him. Should the staff of flowing water become commonplace, the emergence of protective soft supports would inevitably constrain the presence of hard supports, indirectly impacting Draven's strength. In other words, regardless of whether the developers intended to nerf Draven, this champion would likely have to step back from the spotlight following the introduction of the staff. At least in the S7 season, Draven's presence would be a rare sight. Since his signature champion was destined to vanish for a while, Jack resolved to indulge in the moment. He decided to return to base, procuring a vampiric scepter, preparing to snowball the match to obliterate RNG. The director timely shifted the focus to the victims. The RNG player bench fell into a hush. Uzi, whose previously rosy cheeks now resembled the visage of a warrior, found it difficult to accept the reality of being killed in lane. My, Xayah was quite vexed. That Thresh is such a cunning adversary. I thought he had returned to base, yet he suddenly reappeared in the brush to annoy us. Xiaoming was still too inexperienced. With a mere feigned recall, Duong Deliang successfully deceived Xayah, who had become disoriented due to their team's disadvantage. Lu Xiyu needed to step up. Mid laner Xiao, who could no longer bear to watch. If we continue like this, we are surely doomed. Li Yuanhao was indeed finding it quite unbearable. Sitting in the mid lane, he received disheartening news from all sides. The bottom lane was on the verge of collapse, unable to even survive the landing phase. He had confidently declared before the match that he could carry with his airplane. Could you all stop feeding so much? Are you deliberately making it difficult for me? How am I supposed to handle two monstrous opponents in the bottom lane? Little Tiger urged Xianghua, reminding his already faltering ally not to dwell too much on the past, but to strive for some advantages for their online teammates, thereby accumulating the potential for a comeback in the later stages. I understood that Lu Xiyu was restless, but what could be done? It is exceedingly challenging for the jungler to make an impact, if he adhered to the principle of assisting the strong rather than the weak. The only paths available for ganking would be the top and mid lanes. Speaking of the mid lane, could the two of us together possibly defeat Lu Xian? Upon hearing the jungler's inquiry, Little Tiger fell silent. The answer was painfully obvious. They could not prevail. Given Xianggua's current state of development, it was uncertain whether he could even reduce Lu Xian's health by half with a full combo after a face-to-face knock-up. The early game for the aircraft is notoriously weak without the Trinity Force, making it utterly unrealistic for RNG's mid-jungle duo to lower Kuro's health to a precarious level with a single set of abilities. Moreover, Rek'Sai's W, Burrow, was the only control skill at the disposal of RNG's mid-jungle duo. Once used, Lu Xian could simply activate W, Righteous Fury, followed by R, Divine Retribution, potentially wiping out the excavator. How could they catch him? If they attempted to ambush Smeb in the top lane, one must not overlook whether their teammate, Yin Juanza, could shoulder the responsibility to carry the game. Even if they managed to seize the opportunity for a kill, how would they handle the situation in the bot lane? As soon as Gu Xing spotted him in the top lane, he would surely freeze his hands in the opposite area. The RNG duo's flash was still on cooldown, making it impossible to remain under the tower. Even with prior warnings to retreat to the secluded brush near the second tower, they would suffer significant economic and experiential losses. It is crucial to understand that once Uzi finds himself at a disadvantage, his effectiveness in team fights diminishes drastically. Ultimately, Xianghua calculated that he had no safe place to go, and thus retreated to the jungle to farm, striving to reach level 6 first. However, while he hesitated, Gu Xing did not squander his time. With an absolute advantage in hand, he vowed to swiftly roll the snowball towards the top lane. Miller observed the imminent clash within the canyon, gradually increasing his speech tempo. The level 6 Camille activated Hexdeck Ultimatum, landing squarely on the prince's face. The duration of the low-level Camille's R ability is brief. It seemed there was a slight miscommunication between VG's top and jungle. as Smeb should have awaited Gu Xing's positioning before using his ultimate. However, that was not the case. Let me, inherently cautious, had established a dense array of wards near the top lane after gaining an advantage, leaving no opportunity for the jungler to execute a gank from behind. Gu Xing had no choice but to have Smeb activate his early, delaying for a few seconds to maximize the time until he arrived at the battlefield. With the aid of his magic penetration boots and the high movement speed of spider form, he successfully reached the junction of the top lane and the river before Hexdeck ultimatum expired. Let me sense the impending danger and swiftly retreated with an EQ combo. Since Song Jinghao had already committed his ultimate, he would not allow the opponent to escape effortlessly, decisively utilizing W, tactical sweep. There was still a distance between the two top laners, but Smeb deftly used E, hookshot, to reposition forward, ensuring that the outer edge of tactical sweep struck the enemy. The steel shadow lingered against the wall, clearly attempting to bait the prince into using his flash. Upon seeing his indifference, she then initiated her kick. Yan Zhuan's offensive maneuvers have been rather lackluster. He has consistently lacked the confidence to take on the task of decisively eliminating his opponents. An instance of this was evident in the previous match, where his reckless pursuit of damage led to disastrous consequences. However, when it comes to evasion, no top laner in the entire LPL can rival him. Were it not for the presence of the KDA maestros, factory manager, and Gu Xing, Yan Zhuanze could have proudly claimed the title of the league's foremost escape artist. Faced with the second wall return of Camille, he understood that if he used flash to evade, Smeb's reflexes would likely allow him to follow with a stun. Thus, he opted for an unconventional approach. Our Cataclysm. The prince charged towards Camille, who was mid-return from the second wall, delivering a powerful strike. Remarkably, Smeb did not get stunned by the prince. The astonishment in the commentator's voice was palpable. Letme's execution was exceedingly precise. Yan Zhuanze capitalized on the brief invulnerability granted by the prince's skill during its activation. It is noteworthy that the casting of the prince's ultimate consists of two phases, the leap and the descent. Only the leap phase possesses the invulnerability, akin to the unstoppable nature of the Malphite ultimate, which cannot be interrupted by crowd control skills. In the latter descent phase, he is vulnerable. Let me timed his maneuver impeccably, activating the skill just as Camille was about to kick him, using the leap to collide with the enemy's second wall return, thereby rendering himself immune to Camille's pivotal control. He then promptly deactivated the ultimate and retreated, attempting to create distance from the enemy top laner. One must commend Yan Zhuan's expertise in the art of evasion. Consequently, all of Camille's controls were exhausted, while Letme still held on to his flash. It was a scenario that seemingly guaranteed his survival. Yet, in the face of overwhelming damage, such small tricks appeared rather trivial and insignificant. Xinggu advanced a couple of steps, leveraging his high mobility to swiftly close the gap to his opponent, before immediately executing the spider's web. Through this long-range displacement, Gu Xing successfully positioned himself before the prince. He adeptly reset his basic attack with AWA, followed by a basic attack that unleashed a thunderous strike, culminating in a Q skill execution for maximum damage output. The prince's health dwindled to below 14, prompting Miller to exclaim, "Xinggu's damage is simply outrageous." Initially, when Camille unleashed her Hexdeck ultimatum, Song Jinghao had already diminished the prince's health significantly with damage amplification. Gu Xing, equipped with Sorcerer's Shoes and the Ethereal Chains of Darkness, possessed ample ability, power, and penetration, yielding remarkable effectiveness against the prince, who lacked additional magic resistance. Yan Zhuanze was thrown into disarray by the terrifying damage dealt by the spider. If the pursuit continued, death was inevitable. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to use flash to retreat under the tower. Transforming back into human form, Xinggu began to chip away at the prince's health using WQ. The Q, neurotoxin, projectile was far swifter than the self-destructing spiderlings, allowing it to reach the prince first, maximizing damage based on the enemy's current health. Fortunately, Letme procured the Guardian Angel, alleviating some of the damage, leaving him with just 100 health as he continued to move towards the tower. Gu Xing seized the opportunity, launching a basic attack before casting Cocoon. Yan Zhuanze had been twisting left and right, attempting to evade the potential webs cast by his opponent. However, Gu Xing delayed his strike until the very last moment, unleashing his most crucial control skill. Letme sought to maneuver, but his reaction was a fraction too slow, resulting in him being ensnared by the web. The steel shadow stepped forward and effortlessly claimed the kill. Miller let out a brief sigh, expressing deep regret for Yan Juan's predicament. Let me had done his utmost. His previous maneuvers were flawless, yet the damage dealt by Xing Gu was utterly outrageous, leaving him with no avenue for escape. He lamented that unless VG managed to deliver several significant missteps in quick succession, victory was all but assured. The advantage was simply too great. Even Gu Xing had not experienced such a gratifying match in quite some time on the professional stage. At the 8-minute mark, he swiftly procured the echoing void jungle item and made a beeline for the mid lane. His objective was clear: to force the newly refreshed explosive pack at the 8-minute threshold. Xayah, who had initially intended to utilize the temporarily enhanced combat power from the explosive pack to assist Xianghua in attempting to eliminate Kuro. However, Gu Xing approached with fervor. He could not afford to use his flash upon first sight, so he had no choice but to deploy the explosive pack. Yet, without the enhanced Valkyrie dive, the damage dealt by the airplane fell short, plunging him into a predicament akin to the one before, where the underdeveloped jungler posed no threat to Lucian. After alleviating the potential pressure in the mid lane, Gu Xing wasted no time, hastening his 8 legs towards the bottom lane. His thought process was remarkably clear, prompting Miller to extol his brilliance. By assisting in the top lane, Smeb could expand their advantage. By pressuring mid and forcing the airplane's explosive pack, he ensured a safe environment for his teammates to develop. The primary focus remained on the bottom lane, where Draven awaited. The RNG duo lacked flash. Upon seeing Gu Xing's arrival, they hastened their retreat behind the second tower. Previously, when Gu Xing had only possessed the Sorcerer's Shoes, he managed to eliminate the RNG duo and force out 4 summoner spells. Now, with both Dog Shi and his companion flashless, they were like fish on a chopping board in the spider's gaze. They had no choice but to withdraw. Gu Xing, at ease, stood guard beside his duo, maintaining control of the lane as the minion wave slowly pushed forward. He advised Jack, who understood his cue, to carefully manage the axe and wait until the duration was nearly up before launching it. The minions accumulated, surging like a tide toward the enemy's next tower. The RNG duo cowered in the brush, trembling as they watched their minions slowly being eroded by their own turret. Once there's a wave to push back, you all hold your positions. I will take a stroll in the mid lane, Gu Xing commanded. He deliberately instructed his teammates to showcase the benefits of a slow push. The next wave of minions would converge at the RNG tower, inevitably forming VG's counter-push. It was no longer feasible for the RNG duo to hide beneath the tower, as they would run out of minions to farm. For Uzi, who valued his minions dearly, such a tormenting experience was akin to having ants crawling all over his body. He urgently requested Xianghua to assist him in the bottom lane. Upon noticing Gu Xing's casual appearance in the mid lane, Lu Xiyu finally took action, daring to venture down to help his teammates clear the minion wave. Then, calamity struck in the mid lane. After the powerful ultimate ability was successfully executed, Smeb capitalized on his lane control to push the top lane minion wave, then stealthily transitioned to the mid lane. With a swift flash and an impressive 3-skill combination spanning nearly 2,000 yards, he unreasonably ensnared the airplane hero within his domain. Xayah, who had no chance of escape, Gu Hang effortlessly dealt significant damage, allowing Kuro to claim the kill. Onward they went to the bottom lane for further plunder. He signaled his presence in the lower area. But RNG's jungle clearing speed was not particularly swift. The minion exchange point had barely crossed the river. Gu Hang's strategy was to force the opponents into a dilemma. Should they advance to clear the returning wave, RNG would inevitably lose a champion. Conversely, if they hesitated, the minions would remain at the tower, hindering Uzi's growth. Ultimately, Uzi succumbed to the temptation of the minions, sacrificing himself to manage the advancing wave. After painstakingly eliminating the enemy minions, he was swiftly dispatched by Draven's axis. Jack claimed the bounty, having already crafted the Bloodthirster, thus enhancing his growth further. Uzi felt utterly despondent, while others enjoyed their Bloodthirster. He was left with merely a recurved bow and 2 longswords. How could he compete? Misfortunes compounded when Xiao's attempt to ambush in the top lane went awry. The mentally crumbling Lu Xiyu, seeing the bottom lane minions were temporarily manageable, decided to go all in, hoping to create an opening from the top lane. If he could eliminate Camille, he might even secure the Rift Herald that would spawn at the 10-minute mark. However, Xiao's execution faltered. His intentions were too obvious. He aimed to use Flash and W, to knock up Song Jinghao. Smeb had been keenly observing the opponent's movements. At the moment when Xayah approached with flash, he deftly employed his hookshot towards the wall. The excavator's emergence indeed sent Camille flying, but it was ultimately in vain. The hookshot anchored to the wall, allowing the airborne Camille to escape. The skill mechanics were showcased brilliantly by Song Jinghao. Regardless of her state, Camille's ability to hook onto walls remained unaffected. Even in midair, the hookshot loyally fulfilled its duty, aiding its master in evading danger. Such a blunder was utterly unacceptable. He lamented deeply. He had anticipated a rare opportunity to actively secure a kill on an enemy champion. Yet, Xayah, disoriented, inadvertently relinquished the kill that was within reach. Given the chance, one must seize it. Camille had been in the professional scene for over half a year. Logically, players should have mastered her intricacies, including the hookshot mechanics. Miller concluded that perhaps the collapse of his mentality had adversely impacted his performance. Under the watchful gaze of the camera, Lu Xiyu appeared dejected. He was in a daze. His mind clouded. This was indeed a situation that could drive anyone to despair. Anyone subjected to Gu Hang's relentless assault, resulting in 3 deaths within just 4 minutes, would surely face a mental breakdown. He longed to swiftly conclude this doomed match, return to base for a good night's sleep, and awaken to embrace a new day. While the top lane ambush failed, good news echoed from the bottom lane. Tu Wan snagged a minion with his hook, skillfully utilizing his rapid QQ technique to leap in front of the stationary minion, and the fortune's pendulum propelled Xiaoming back. Under normal circumstances, when Thresh ensnares an enemy unit, the opponent experiences a brief displacement. However, by meticulously timing the key presses, one can continuously unleash the Q skill, effectively rendering the enemy unit motionless in place. Utilizing this very principle, Duan Deliang swiftly approached Shizhenming, initiating the battle with fervor. Uzi deployed the corrupted chains, aiming to incapacitate both Thresh and Xiaoming, with the intention of swiftly eliminating Thresh before making his escape. Miller surmised the situation with remarkable accuracy. Yet, Duan Deliang's activation of our ethereal prison ensnared the bull man, slowing him down. Draven's damage output was indeed formidable, and the bull man, emboldened by his ultimate, could hardly withstand it. Once Duan recovered from the bull man's control, his health was significantly diminished, relying on his movement speed advantage to retreat into the bushes for a tactical repositioning. Jack cast E to launch his axe, repelling the enemy's advance and temporarily preventing them from pursuing Thresh. The bull man fell victim to Draven's basic attacks coupled with his ultimate, leaving Uzi with no retreat options, compelling him to engage Thresh in a desperate exchange. However, after a brief skirmish, Duan's second Q skill was already off cooldown. Upon witnessing Thresh's hook being thrown, Uzi hastily utilized Flash to evade. Yet, Duan Deliang had anticipated this maneuver, predicting Uzi's position post-flash. As Uzi beheld the hook soaring towards him, a sense of foreboding washed over him. He desperately attempted to maneuver and evade, but alas, his speed proved insufficient. The ominous sound of the hook connecting sent chills down the spine, leaving Uzi in a daze. His blunder was catastrophic, rendering him unable to escape. Even had he noticed the trajectory of Thresh's hook, it would have been too late to react. His mental state had faltered, leading to a significant decline in his execution skills, resulting in such a rudimentary mistake. Duan Wangya was showcasing his prowess. Miller was elated, bouncing with excitement. As Thresh's predictive hook ensnared the little dog, the audience erupted in deafening cheers, interspersed with gasps of astonishment. Uzi found himself immobilized, and without Purify, he could only watch as Draven unleashed 3 axes upon him. Another line kill. Remembering the moment, he felt a mix of emotions, as the VG duo had truly excelled in this match. Meanwhile, in the upper half of the map, Smeb maintained a secure hold on the Rift Herald. At this juncture, the tides of battle seemed irreversibly shifted. Remember this terrifying game. Let us replay the skirmish in the bot lane, he remarked, eager to highlight the RNG duo's missteps. His gaze remained fixated on Thresh, admiring Duan Deliang's finesse. Duan Wangya evidently anticipated that the little dog would recklessly flash forward to trade his life. Thus the hook was aimed precisely at the spot ahead. His voice resonated with vigor. In the replay, as Thresh's hook was launched, Uzi, in a moment of panic, hastily used Flash. From an omniscient perspective, it appeared as if Uzi had collided headlong into Thresh's Q death sentence. The audience gasped in disbelief. VG supporters reveled in schadenfreude, while die-hard RNG fans were filled with incredulity, unwilling to accept that the renowned Uzi could commit such a glaring error. The chatroom was flooded with playful banter. Haha. It's like an old lady sneaking into bed. This is too amusing. What was Uzi thinking? A pig's nose, perhaps. Strict investigation. I harbor suspicions that Duke Duan's hook concealed a magnet, as Uzi, almost involuntarily, collided with it. Truly remarkable. If one were to obscure the ID, I would presume that this Varus was being maneuvered by Jack, as his skillful execution of the Q is simply astounding. When Xayah is in good spirits, Uzi's reflexes are extraordinarily sharp, yet, during moments of impending explosion, he tends to engage in a myriad of foolish maneuvers. VG has secured 2 kills on the bottom lane. Where are those who previously mocked them? Step forward and speak. This blunder is utterly devastating, Miller remarked, offering a cursory analysis of the consequences faced by the RNG duo after being slain in lane. Originally, Varus could have exchanged Thresh to recover his development. But now he has relinquished his flash without achieving a kill. What a grievous loss. He emphasized the importance of mental fortitude, stating, in truth, such mistakes on the professional stage can severely impact one's mindset. I wonder if RNG can withstand this. Even in ranked matches, players who execute a ridiculous flash hook tend to feel embarrassed, marked by their teammates with question marks. Not to mention the pressure of the professional arena. Witnessing their star player falter, the already fragile psyche of the RNG members spiraled toward the brink of despair. Uzi, absent-mindedly chewing gum, found himself enveloped in silence. Save for the sporadic sounds of keyboard strikes, the cacophony from outside seemed to penetrate the soundproof barriers, serving as a reminder of his earlier folly. Even Shi Sunming, typically optimistic, had fallen silent. Initially, the opponent was simply too formidable, their blows excessively punishing, casting them into a deficit. Yet at that time, the RNG players still sought hope for a comeback, attempting to reverse the tide through retaliation. However, as their operational blunders multiplied, players began to doubt their ability to endure the relentless pressure from their adversaries. On the other side of the stage, the VG players were all smiles. Oh no, has the opponent's mentality shattered? Gu Xing chuckled heartily. He had just summoned the Rift Herald without encountering any resistance, casually switching screens to observe his teammates in the bottom lane. Upon witnessing Uzi's ill-fated flash hook, Gu Xing initially refrained from laughing, as it was unprofessional to mock a fellow competitor. Yet, he could not contain himself. Even Tu Wan, Uzi's close friend, was laughing like a blooming chrysanthemum. How about that? He boasted, standing tall. Am I impressive or what? I said before the match, the moment Uzi lifts his rear, I know exactly what he intends to do. Tu Wan substantiated his claim with tangible evidence. With time, one becomes intimately familiar with their partner's movement patterns. Though Tu Wan had not been teammates with Uzi for years, he was designated by Uzi's fans as the official dog wife due to their frequent duo cues during breaks, their personal styles harmonizing perfectly, resulting in exceptionally high win rates and a solid personal rapport. Upon observing Uzi's positioning, Tu Wan anticipated that his counterpart intended to engage him directly. Thus, he cast the hook forward, seeking to predict Uzi's flash, a somewhat risky maneuver, yet not without justification. After all, Uzi had flash. If he were to hook directly, it would be challenging to secure a hold on him. Given this, why not take a gamble? A wager on Uzi's explosive temperament and operational blunders. Unexpectedly, Tu Wan has indeed guessed correctly. Upon seeing the hook, Uzi dodged as if drawn to the flame like a moth, colliding headlong into the control skill. Old Tu Wan is quite formidable, isn't he? Jack, the direct beneficiary of this skirmish, immediately lauded his teammate, exclaiming, I hereby declare you the world's #1 support. He then feigned a sigh of exasperation. Oh dear, why is it that my passive level never seems to breach 100? Just as his admiration points begin to accumulate, an opponent rushes in to gift him a kill. It's utterly vexing. He cannot even raise his bounty sufficiently to withdraw it all at once. Oh, life truly feels as desolate as snow, Jack mused, drifting in thought. No one in the voice chat responded, preferring not to indulge Wenba's attempts at pretense. Gu Xing, come over and collect the kill. Gu Xing called to his mid-lane ally. Upon hearing that he might receive a kill, Kuro's first instinct was to decline. No, just let Xiaogu take it. Please don't consider me. Take it if I offer it to you. Gu Xing insisted, maintaining a firm stance. He has always adhered to the philosophy that everyone's well-being is paramount, and unless absolutely necessary, he refrains from solitary carries. Seeing his determination, Gu Xing abandoned the mid-lane minion wave altogether and hastily left the lane, muttering incessantly, as expected of Xiaogu, even in an advantageous situation. He like this as a team player. I am in tears. In the upper jungle, Xiang Guo was being relentlessly pursued by Gu Xing. At this moment, facing the spider, Xayah found himself in a precarious situation where one more glance would trigger an explosion. Lu Xiyu dared not look back at Gu Xing. However, his escape route was being forced toward the mid lane, leading him into an awkward encounter with Lucian. Holy gun baptism. Do. Kuro mimicked the ultimate S sound effect, relentlessly filling Xayah's body with silver bullets. The underdeveloped queen of the burrowers could not withstand the onslaught, her health plummeting rapidly. Xiang Guo had already used his flash while attempting to gank Song Jinghao in the top lane, leaving him with no means of escape. And he could only succumb to the onslaught from VG's mid-jungle duo. This marked his fourth death. Lu Xiyu stared at the black and white screen, the light in his eyes extinguished. From the start of the match until now, Xiang Guo had either been in the resurrection countdown or on the path to death, his spirits entirely numbed. Before the match, he had been filled with confidence, having envisioned in detail how to secure victory based on the composition. Yet thus far, Xiang Guo had failed to execute any of those plans. Let it be over, quickly, he sighed in utter frustration. Were it not for the inability to surrender in professional matches, he would have long since given up, yet it was still not even 15 minutes in. TSK. Yan Zhuanza's exclamation shattered the silence, revealing his irritation. I can no longer continue in the top lane. Both junglers had previously assisted their top lanes. Yet the disparity was evident. Gu Xing's gank proved effective, not only forcing Let's summoners, but also successfully securing a kill on the opponent. In contrast, Xiang Guo's attention to the top lane merely resulted in forcing out Let's skills, a pure counterproductive effort. Presently, SB had completed the Trinity Force, already holding an advantage in terms of equipment and level. Moreover, as time progresses, the formidable King will only become increasingly manageable for the prince. After being wall-kicked back twice, the health exchange has already left him in a dire state, compelling him to retreat to base for replenishment. The moment he arrived at the fountain, a resounding roar echoed through the air. The purple-skinned garlic sprang forth from the void, shaking its form before directing its large head towards the first tower. Li Yuanhao observed Gu Xing deploying the Rift Herald in the upper quadrant, clearly intending to capitalize on RNG's jungler's demise and the top laner's return to base to demolish as many outer towers as possible, swiftly amplifying their economic advantage. Relying solely on his aircraft would undoubtedly be insufficient to thwart the enemy's advances. After much contemplation, Xiaohu resolved to venture down the lane and attempt to play. Come on, Shizhenming, you should engage with your flash. Li Yuanhao exclaimed with fervor. He had yet to succumb to defeat. How could one claim RNG was losing? 10 seconds later, Xiaohu gazed at the black and white screen before him, turning to his teammates with a quivering voice. Is Draven's damage really that high? With a flurry of axes, the aircraft was reduced to a lifeless body in the gutter. Not only him, but the RNG duo also lay quietly aside, primarily serving as support. Nevertheless, the combined output of the three sent Draven on a journey to the underworld, yielding some semblance of gain. What else could it be? Shizhenming retorted, have you seen his items? With a bloodthirster, a berserker's greaves, and a yellow trident, Draven at 11 minutes was an invincible force, effortlessly cleaving through squishy opponents. Just moments prior, after the bull-headed champion flashed in and executed a double knockup on Draven, RNG's explosive combo struck Jack. However, the shield provided by the bloodthirster absorbed a significant amount of damage, and Thresh was diligently creating space for his allies, using his body to shield against the aircraft's missiles. Furthermore, RNG's own equipment was rather average. Their damage was insufficient to eliminate Draven in one swift blow. Jack astonishingly weathered the storm of damage, relying on bloodthirsty charge and the relentless axes to brutally slay two enemies. In the final moments, DeLeon secured a kill with his lethal iodized salt, achieving an epic triumph of 1 for 3. After this, I reckon Draven will be able to purchase the cannon, Xiao Ming lamented. It was intolerable that Jack had enjoyed such a favorable match, and Shizhenming was left discontented. Uzi pressed the tab key, only to be met with the sight of his shabby gear, lacking even a broken blade. his complexion reddening further, as the three awaited resurrection. The chilling announcements echoed in their headphones. VG, leveraging the Rift Herald, relentlessly besieged the top lane. In mere moments, they had obliterated RNG's first and second towers. The economic disparity between the teams has escalated to 55k. Miller internally condemned RNG to their fate. At the 13-minute mark, this economic gap effectively seals the match's suspense. Remember nodded in agreement, with Draven's 2-item power spike and Lucian equipped with a yellow trident and blue buff. VG's composition now excels in explosive damage. During the pre-match draft, it was noted that VG had opted for a high-risk, high-reward composition. The advantage lay in their exceptional snowballing efficiency, often establishing a commanding lead once they gained an early advantage. At present, VG's advantage is insurmountable, leading by an impressive 1,000 gold per player. Whether in the jungle for resource contention or in team fights, their strength is nothing short of outrageous. From the commentator's perspective, RNG can now focus on preparing for the inevitable. Their concern has shifted from a potential comeback to considering how to lose the match with dignity. The RNG players have adopted this mindset, with all five engaging in a reckless playstyle reminiscent of IG, adhering to the principle of fighting whenever possible, resulting in chaotic skirmishes against VG in the canyon. However, it did not take long for them to express their discontent. They found it nearly impossible to reach the enemy backline, with Draven wielding his cannon. His considerable attack range provided a secure environment for damage output. Although Lucian is somewhat of a short-range character, he compensates with agility. Together with Thresh's occasional lantern for protection, they maneuvered like slippery eels. Yet, the most frustrating aspect was not being able to touch VG's backline, but rather Gu Xing's spider. Why didn't Uzi keep his perspective locked on himself? He lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration. He aimed to assist his teammates battling in the river, unaware that Xing was lurking in the RNG blue buff brush. Uzi activated his auto-navigation, switching screens to monitor the situation in the river. Suddenly, the edges of the screen flickered with red light. In the next instant, the display went dark. The health bar in his character panel was completely empty. Uzi gaped in disbelief. Where am I? With just over 1,000 health, I was gone in a second? Is this reasonable? Such scenarios occurred more than once. Uzi alone fell victim to Gu Xing's ambush from the brush twice. The same fate befell Xianghua. Rek'Sai, typically akin to a player in a different game with poor vision, could only see creatures within a 250-yard radius while underground, relying on sound to detect the rest. If only there were teammates or wards available, it would be manageable. Yet, in this dire situation, RNG's vision was utterly compromised, leaving Xianghua to shoulder the responsibility of placing wards alone. Is there anything more terrifying than a serene radar detection range while placing wards, only to suddenly encounter a spider? At times, Xianghua was so startled that he jolted, nearly losing grip of his mouse as he leaned back in shock. The director, fearing the audience might miss the moment, provided a close-up shot that elicited laughter from the crowd. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged. Many dedicated RNG fans opted to turn off the stream upon witnessing their team's impending defeat, while an even greater number of VG supporters flocked in from various channels, eager to celebrate their team's dominance. Is this a sensory game? To be honest, allowing Xianghua to play League of Legends for free is a loss. MLXG is currently 0-7. Can you guess if he'll surpass his ghostly performance? The situation is too bloody for RNG fans, but just right for a decade-long VG supporter like me. I must say, Xing's attacks are indeed heavy. He was ambushed by Xianghua several times in the previous match, and now he's playing Rek'Sai like it's boot camp. The spider's development is truly absurd. Can Xing achieve a 50-kill streak and let me enjoy it for a moment? Brother Xing's spider is simply elusive, beyond the comprehension of ordinary players. Wandering through the pitch-black jungle, one is easily caught off guard. Miller exclaimed in admiration. Gu Xing has transformed League of Legends into a horror experience, leveraging his vision advantage to hide in the most obscure corners, lurking in the shadows, waiting for RNG players to pass by, and then pouncing with ferocity. The spider, equipped with the 3-pronged item and the double AP damage from the Thunder Goddess gift, inflicts devastating bursts of damage upon fragile champions, resulting in instantaneous eliminations. The RNG members barely had a moment of gameplay experience. The emblem of the item, Rylai's Crystal Scepter, seemed to manifest on their faces. Looking at the 8-legged spider rampaging through the canyon, Xianghua flipped through his item list and discovered that Gu Xing had purchased the Mijai's Soul Stealer, instantly igniting his frustration. Enough is enough. What does it mean to make a killing book? Leave some room for humanity. We may meet again in the future. Gu Xing had no such intentions. However, it was not yet time for the Baron Nashor to spawn, and VG found it challenging to conclude the match without securing the dragon. With nothing else to occupy his time, he couldn't simply remain idle, could he? Coincidentally, as RNG engaged in a frenzied battle, Gu Xing decided to buy a killing book to see how many stacks he could accumulate. This stack amounted to a staggering 25 layers, and by the 20-minute mark, his kill-death ratio had reached an astonishing 12:08. Recognizing the opportunity, he collaborated with his teammates to eliminate RNG's jungler and support before turning his attention to the Baron. RNG's top and mid are still willing to fight valiantly against 5. Attempting to utilize the explosive package from the airplane to divide the battlefield at the Dragon Pit, Song Jinghao stepped up, leaving the Dragon Pit alone to intercept the RNG members at the upper river. Upon spotting the enemy, he immediately used his E to hook onto the wall, followed by a second E combined with a flash to kick the airplane directly. He then deployed our Hexdeck Ultimatum to trap Kuchi, making it nearly impossible for them to escape his grasp. With the power of the Trinity Force, the Camille eliminated the squishy enemy in mere seconds. The remaining prince was also unable to evade Camille's relentless pursuit. Is he really attempting to take on 2 alone? The commentator's voice soared. The prince stands no chance. The true damage from the Camille is utterly terrifying. Camille's late-game dueling prowess ranks among the elite in the entire league. Q. Precision Protocol not only resets the basic attack and adds true damage for higher output, but it also boasts a brief cooldown. Empowered by the Trinity Force, Camille delivered a true damage kick that pierced the prince's main artery, reducing his health by 1/3. Subsequently, utilizing the cooldown of her hook, she executed a wall return combined with Q. Precision Protocol, and after 15 seconds, she secured the kill on Jarvan 4. My goodness. He single-handedly dispatched the last 2 remaining members of RNG, thwarting their dragon-stealing plans. Miller's tone was filled with admiration. Brother Xing confidently secured the Baron, and the economic gap between the 2 teams has now widened to 13. Under normal circumstances, the economic disparity between the 2 teams would not have escalated to such an extent. However, RNG, in their fervent pursuit of acceleration, engaged in relentless skirmishes, resulting in uneven exchanges of resources. With each confrontation, their losses accumulated, exacerbating the economic disparity. Meanwhile, after replenishing their equipment, the entirety of VG regrouped and surged forward, advancing their minions toward RNG's high ground. It is noteworthy that VG's composition relied solely on the theoretical initiation point provided by the Shadowblade. Yet with SB having just expended his flash and ultimate ability, their only means of advancement rested upon the uncertain grasp of Thresh's hook. Before the echoes of this statement faded, Lucian unleashed his R, the Holy Gun Baptism, leveraging the speed boost from the fervent blast to deliver a barrage of silver bullets into RNG's champions. Such immense damage, Miller exclaimed, unable to restrain his awe. At the forefront was Xiao Ming, the tank, standing resolutely at the vanguard of his team. He was swiftly struck by 2 volleys from Lucian, his health evaporating in an instant. By the time he belatedly activated his ultimate, it was regrettably too late. Jack's R, cold-blooded pursuit, found its mark on Xing Ming, and, in conjunction with Lucian's evasive E, executed a swift elimination. The Bullman was doomed. There was no need for an initiation at all. Miller shouted. VG's damage output is overwhelmingly excessive. They can effortlessly force the enemy to deplete their numbers solely through damage. With the buff from the Baron, the 2 front towers before RNG's Nexus teetered on the brink of collapse. Let realized that prolonging the confrontation would inevitably lead to their base's destruction, and thus attempted to initiate a fight with EQ followed by R, Cataclysm. Uzi unleashed his ultimate, Corrupting Chains, while maintaining a cautious position on the flank, striving to inflict as much damage as possible. Yet, he fell under the scrutiny of Gu Xing. The self-destructing spider was cast backward, flashing to Uzi's side, transforming its form to deliver a vicious bite. The self-destructing spider, summoned by the mother spider, altered its course and soared towards Varus, colliding with him. Gu Xing followed up with a basic attack, triggering the additional damage from the spider form and the decree of the Thunder Lord. Varus's health bar vanished in an instant. The audience erupted in astonished gasps that persisted without pause. What kind of absurd damage is this? Miller could hardly contain his excitement. The little dog was eliminated. Left with only the unformed plane of Xiaohu, he operated his Gatling gun, dealing mere tickle damage to VG's front line, with RNG's damage output entirely absent. Jack's environment for inflicting damage was exceptionally favorable. Draven's 3 axes dispatched RNG's players one after another back to their fountain. A team wipe. VG, with unyielding momentum, intends to push and demolish the enemy's base. The match duration froze at 22 minutes and 35 seconds, as RNG's Nexus erupted in a display of fireworks. Congratulations to VG for achieving a clean and decisive 2-0 victory in this focal confrontation, Miller proclaimed. In both matches, VG showcased 2 distinctly different strategies for victory. He continued to articulate his insights. In the first match, although Xing Ji's ganking plans were consistently thwarted by RNG's reconnaissance, their exceptional operational prowess allowed them to maintain control of the situation, ultimately securing victory through a sneaky teleport. The recently concluded match showcased VG's exemplary offensive prowess, demonstrating the caliber of a world-class team. Through meticulous jungle strategies employed by Xing Gu, VG extinguished RNG's momentum, gradually constricting their opponent's survival space until victory was secured. Miller extolled VG's versatility in attack, emphasizing their dual focus on execution and strategy. Any shortcomings in one area were adeptly compensated by the other, ensuring the team maintained consistent competitiveness, thereby minimizing the likelihood of unexpected defeats. He echoed the sentiment. Following this battle, VG has firmly established its dominance at the top of Group A. As long as they perform adequately in the final round of the group stage, they are highly likely to advance to the playoffs as the group leaders. The enthusiastic VG fans in the audience waved their support sticks, cheering for their team. In a single best-of-3 series, VG employed distinctly different strategies to secure their victories, much to the delight of their supporters. Miller reassured the audience, stating, RNG need not be disheartened. Despite their loss to VG, they still retain their leading position within the group, and their ranking remains unchanged. Currently, Group B faces a complete defeat against VG. With all teams having lost, it is as if none have truly faltered. With a default win count of 1, RNG can still maintain its status as the frontrunner in Group B. Having just removed his headset, Xianguo was struck by the commentary echoing through the venue. His smile tinged with disappointment. Initially brimming with confidence, he believed he had thoroughly analyzed his opponents and aimed to impart a lesson to Gu Xing that day. In the first match, Lu Xiyu could still shift the blame onto his teammates, convincing himself that he had consistently managed to counterattack effectively, attributing the loss to others' mistakes. However, in the subsequent match, he found himself to be the principal architect of the team's downfall. Xayah was lost throughout the game, primarily serving to provide Gu Xing with steady kill bounties and escalating his kill count. The jungle was obliterated, triggering a chain reaction that collapsed all 3 lanes. The realization weighed heavily on Xianguo's mind, and with a proud disposition, he was forced to concede that he had been utterly overwhelmed in the second game. As he observed Gu Xing approaching from across the stage, Lu Xiyu bit his lip, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. Oh, if it isn't Xianguo. Gu Xing greeted him with a playful punch to the chest, tempering his strength for fear of causing injury. Weren't you quite boastful before the match? Who were you planning to teach a lesson? Don't call me that, Xianguo retorted with irritation. I accept my faults in the second game, but in the first match, RNG lost, not me. The others made mistakes. I did not falter. Gu Xing cleared his throat at those words. Speaking in front of the other RNG members carried a hint of blame shifting. Let, standing nearby, visibly changed expression, likely recalling the dismal performance from the first match. Typically, players acknowledge their issues post-match, seldom deflecting responsibility in front of outsiders. However, Xianguo's remarks, while somewhat reasonable, were still notable. All right. Gu Xing quickly diverted the topic. Let's meet in the back after this to grab a bite. He exchanged a few pleasantries before stepping away. The post-match handshake between the bottom lane duo revealed the competitive nature of the event. Uzi, do you dare to go against him? Jack playfully patted Duan Deliang's shoulder, teasing him with a remark about Uzi. One hook, one catch. You cannot escape from his grasp. Jian Zihai had just emerged from a state of tension, and Jack's simple comment stirred painful memories within him. Had it not been in a crowded public setting, He would have insisted that you Wenba experience the intensity of Uzi in the dormitory. And you, sure Sunming, Jack continued with a cheeky grin, you enjoy playing the Minotaur, don't you? Today, my friend, I truly savored the feast of beef. Sure Sunming took a deep breath, get lost. If we meet in the finals, just watch me hook you to oblivion. The VG team bid farewell to the RNG members and moved to the center of the stage, bowing in gratitude to the audience while the waves of cheers from their supporters enveloped them. I have already begun analyzing our playoff opponents. Gu Xing relished the thunderous applause echoing from the stands, his smile growing ever more radiant. After acknowledging a few fervent fans shouting his name, he contentedly turned and returned to the players' bench. Soon enough, he received notification for a post-match interview. Before Gu Xing could utter a word, Kuro approached him eagerly. Gu, you should prepare your interview content while I help tidy up your equipment, he exclaimed, reaching for the USB cable on the table. Don't worry about it. Gu Xing quickly interjected. That would be too much trouble. His speech had begun to reflect a slight accent from Beijing, influenced by his girlfriend's sister who was studying there, which he had unconsciously adopted. He organized his mouse and keyboard, rolling them up with the custom mousepad gifted by Shen Guanshan, before handing them to Li Ruihong. Kuro, as if treasure had been bestowed upon him, cradled his jungler's gear and headed towards the stage, incessantly chattering. Wow, is this the keyboard and mouse of the world's #1 jungler? Just touching them brings good luck. Maibua, do you want to give it a try? Song Jinghao, irritated, retorted, have you no shame? You're a weirdo. Humph. As if I'd let you touch it. Li Ruihong clutched the gear tighter. Look at Gu's keyboard. The 6 letters corresponding to his ID are all starry blue keycaps. And the mousepad, with its matte black texture, is impeccable, engraved with his ID. Now that's what a star player looks like. Gu Xing watched them depart from the entrance of the backstage corridor, chuckling at Kuro's various praises. Behind him, the television was displaying the post-match damage statistics, and he turned to gaze at it, immediately struck by the impressive figures. For VG, excluding the support, all 4 heroes had dealt damage exceeding 15,000. In a match that concluded just over 20 minutes, such damage potential could only be described as extraordinary. Gu Xing noted his own damage of 15,570, surpassing even Kuro's mid-lane performance, and he proudly placed his hands on his hips. RNG's overall damage output was not low either, having engaged in a frenzied brawl with VG that resulted in significant damage accumulation at first glance. The loss didn't appear particularly disgraceful. Only Xianghua stood as an exception. Rek'Sai in team fights was akin to a pig's nose, even in casual ranked games. Completing an effective engagement was challenging, let alone coordinating in a professional setting where teamwork and maneuvering capabilities were far superior. Lu Shiyu's development is woefully inadequate. He is essentially a mere punching bag, whose primary function on the battlefield is to absorb damage and allow opponents to accumulate statistics. His damage output predominantly relies on the shockwave from his Q ability, Hunt for Prey, making it abundantly clear that the numbers will be far from impressive, totaling a mere 364 points of damage. This is even less than Duan Duyang's Thresh. In stark contrast to the other 9 competitors, Xianghua's bar graph appears particularly diminutive. Gu Xing can faintly hear the chattering discussions from the audience, separated by only a wall. One male spectator, with an unusually loud voice and a distinctly raspy tone, exclaims, "Why on earth is 396 looking so high? Can Xianghua do something useful?" As Gu Xing listens to the audience's fervent outcry, he can hardly contain his laughter. The man's voice bears a striking resemblance to Xiao Hu's, and when he imagines Li Yuanhao in the same context, the comedic effect becomes instantly apparent. He suppresses his amusement and gazes downward, recalling his merciless persecution of Xianghua in the jungle and the exaggerated damage dealt by Draven during the match. Just as the interface transitions to the MVP selection phase, unsurprisingly, Gu Xing witnesses the birth of his 10th MVP of the summer season. In the official photo, he appears handsome and fair, harmoniously matching the stunning Elise behind him. With a kill-death-assist ratio of 14-0-10, a gold difference of 6,934, a team damage contribution of 144.3, and a damage conversion rate that is nothing short of spectacular, the statistics speak for themselves. Just as Gu Xing shifts his gaze, he notices the unyielding grip approaching him with purposeful strides. In the center of the stage, the post-match interview segment commences. Welcome to the post-match interview for this thrilling contest. We are joined by Virtue player Rendong, his voice resonant and powerful. Gu Xing greets the audience as per usual, only to be met with a cacophony of cheers from his numerous supporters. What are your feelings about winning this spotlight battle? Rendong initiates with a cliché opening. Without hesitation, Gu Xing responds, I am undoubtedly overjoyed, primarily because I share close relationships with several players on RNG, which gives me a compelling reason to win. The opposing jungle and support duo consists of 7 fierce wolves, should they lose this regular season match. He can only imagine the derisive banter that would ensue in their group chat. Furthermore, my previous encounters with RNG have yielded favorable results, so I naturally wish to continue that streak. Achieving this today brings me immense joy. His supporters are equally elated, showering Gu Xing with applause and cheers. VG's victory is undeniably a cause for celebration among the fans, not only for witnessing their beloved players triumph, but also for reveling in their dominance of the forum discourse. Had VG faltered, they would surely have hesitated to visit the forums for fear of facing the scorn of RNG fans, who would undoubtedly strike at their wounds. Fortunately, Gu Xing and his team performed admirably, swiftly dispatching RNG, leaving the fans ecstatic. Many eager supporters in the audience are now pulling out their phones to engage in fervent discussions on esports forums. The next question. Rendong remarked with keen interest as he glanced at the card. Today, we face one of the top junglers in our division, Xayah. In the first game, both players fought fiercely, yet in the subsequent match, Xinggu established a substantial advantage in the jungle and swiftly rolled the snowball to conclude the game. Could you enlighten us about the reasons behind such a stark contrast? After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xing, with a hint of a smile, elucidated prior to the match. Xayah issued a bold challenge to me, proclaiming he would teach me a lesson. It was evident that he was fully prepared, bringing considerable trouble my way. Lu Xiyu indeed posed a significant challenge today. His repeated ambushes in the first match nearly plunged Gu Xing and VG into an abyss. Fortunately, VG's overall strength prevailed, and SB stepped up with stellar maneuvers to rescue the team, securing victory in the first game. Gu Xing candidly acknowledged the difficulties faced in the initial match, praising Xayah's commendable performance, which subtly highlighted his own prowess. However, during the intermission, I made a slight adjustment, he continued. In the second game, I altered my initial strategy and engaged in a clever little play with my teammates, first eliminating Xayah and gaining insight into his jungle route. This made the match considerably easier. The pivotal moment in the second game was when he countered Xayah's strategy at level 1, leading to the demise of Xayah. Although it was merely a single kill, Xayah lost his blue buff and, upon respawning, was forced to venture to the lower jungle. Gu Xing boasted a level advantage and significantly enhanced combat power. With the support of mid-laner Lucian, he was able to brazenly seek confrontations, ultimately overpowering his opponent in the jungle. At this juncture, Xayah was rendered ineffective. Gu Xing showcased his exceptional snowballing technique, efficiently amplifying his advantages and smoothly concluding the match. In summary, the logical sequence was clear and concise. Given that Lu Xiyu had conducted an in-depth study of his jungle habits, Gu Xing decisively established an early advantage, leaving his opponent without recourse. Following the collapse, Xayah attempted to ambush in the lower lane, but the outcome was disastrous. Gu Xing deftly executed a strategy of surrounding and assisting, effortlessly eliminating Lu Xiyu, while also ensnaring the RNG duo, exacerbating the already dire situation for his adversaries. The disparity in combat power between the two junglers rendered Xayah's counter-ambush futile. Rendong nodded, somewhat bewildered. His understanding of the league's caliber was limited, and he struggled to grasp the intricate dynamics between the two professional teams, thus swiftly transitioning to the next topic. The inter-team competition concludes today. After defeating RNG, VG currently holds a record of 10 wins and 1 loss, having only suffered an unexpected defeat to Suning. With 5 rounds remaining, we have secured our playoff spot. Could you share your outlook on the remaining schedule of the summer season? Upon hearing the name Suning, Gu Xing couldn't help but reminisce about their innovative strategies. Suning's tactics initially constrained him at the BP stage, forcing him to forego champions capable of turning the tide in team fights. In the early stages of the match, they seized upon Tu Wan's vulnerability to ganks, capitalizing on the protective support's roaming, and recognizing the difficulty of establishing an advantage in the lower lane under the current meta. They chose to abandon the bottom lane entirely. The support roamed to exert pressure in the jungle, Ultimately, it was Hacker's clever stratagem, frequently returning to base to replenish resources and resetting the vision from the green jungle knife as much as possible, that allowed them to establish control over several choke points in VG's jungle, stifling Gu Xing's early game momentum. With a few decisive maneuvers, they left VG disoriented. However, after the unexpected defeat, the team meticulously reviewed their performance, tracing the threads back to uncover the core strategies employed by Suning, which they subsequently adopted for their own use. VG reaped significant benefits from this, not only gaining clarity on their vulnerabilities, but also mastering an innovative tactical approach. Although they lost the match, the experience was invaluable, a clear case where the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Reflecting on this, Gu Xing gazed toward the audience, who were eagerly awaiting his response, a contemplative expression on his face. The remaining 5 matches are part of our round-robin phase. I hope to identify and rectify various issues within the team, he articulated carefully. After all, the playoffs are the true measure of a team's performance, and we must maintain a strong state of readiness for the more crucial battles ahead. It is indeed prudent to keep some strategies under wraps. VG is currently a thorn in the side of the designers at the helm. If too many tactical reserves are exposed during the regular season, a mere patch could render their hard work futile. They must conceal their strategies until the playoffs. In the stands, VG fans whispered among themselves, clearly catching the underlying implications of Gu Xing's words. The primary task for VG in the upcoming rounds of the regular season would be to address deficiencies rather than to fiercely contend for rankings. This inevitably caused some anxiety among the fans. They were unaware of the progress within the team's training, mistakenly believing that internal issues had led to Gu Xing's waning confidence. Of course, VG's season goal remains the championship. That will not change. The team is actively preparing for the playoffs, so there is no need for concern. Gu Xing quickly reassured the fans upon noticing their uneasy expressions. Upon hearing this, the loyal supporters' demeanor lightened, and they began to relax. Gu Xing felt a sense of helplessness. After the previous narrow defeat to Suning, he had learned the importance of soothing the fans' emotions in advance. Following that loss, VG's official social media accounts were inundated with comments from supporters urging the team to swiftly rectify their errors and adjust their strategy. Some fans even dedicated an entire night to analyzing the match, producing extensive, detailed reports spanning thousands of words. To be fair, the reference value of these analyses was limited. The fans, being outsiders, lacked a deep understanding of the game and its current meta. Nevertheless, Gu Xing could not help but feel a sense of gratitude for their fervent passion, a sentiment tinged with guilt. If a single loss in the regular season elicited such fervor, how would the devoted fans react if VG's performance fluctuated in the upcoming rounds of the internal round-robin? Focusing on concealed tactics and team synergy, Gu Xing learned from Kuro about the fervent actions of fans in the LCK. When the team's performance faltered, they would display banners at the team's headquarters, pressuring the training department. With this in mind, he proactively prepared the fans for potential backlash. Let us not fixate on those few regular season matches. The playoffs will reveal the true essence. Rin Dong readily complied, raising his voice to proclaim. It is evident that Brother Xing possesses great confidence in the forthcoming playoffs. And I wish VG the best in realizing their aspirations and achieving remarkable results in this summer season. Gu Xing bowed in gratitude once more and swiftly returned to the lounge. Jack sprawled on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, occasionally chuckling to himself. What's amusing you? Gu Xing refilled his cup with cola. Have you stumbled upon something joyous? Jack turned over, laughing heartily. I'm perusing the rating post on Kongba. The comments from these folks are quite sharp, aren't they? Gu Xing downed his cola and freed his hands to check his phone. The Kongba was bustling with activity. The matchup between VG and RNG was undoubtedly the most heated clash since the commencement of the LPL summer season, drawing a massive influx of fans and casual viewers alike. Consequently, the rating post garnered over 3,000 likes in a brief period, with comments numbering in the thousands. Upon opening the thread, Gu Xing immediately encountered Uzi's promotional photo. The comments below were strikingly candid. The world's #1 super soldier. In the first game, the ADC consumed all team resources only to be swiftly eliminated by Brother Xing. What a catastrophic failure. In the second game, you barely managed to avoid a complete loss. It's absurd to be outperformed by a rookie who's just debuted. To be fair, the first match's swift elimination of the ADC is more of a reflection of teammates failing to provide proper support. LOL, my friends. All the resources were allocated to you. If you don't step up, how can you evade blame? Even with 4 protecting 1, you still fell. No one could preserve you. If you prefer a healing lane, why not bring cleanse? Galio can taunt from nearly 1,000 yards away and force you to flash. This ADC's performance was truly lacking. As a renowned figure in Kongba, Uzi's aggressive and visually captivating playstyle, coupled with his youthful temperament, has attracted a significant number of both admirers and critics. To speak frankly, merely mentioning Uzi in Kongba often ignites a verbal skirmish. Gu Xing, however, felt that Uzi's performance today was commendable. The ADC's innovative strategy nearly allowed him to carry the entire team in the first match. The mid-lane skirmish where he was eliminated was not a reflection of Uzi's skill, but rather a moment of ingenuity on Gu Xing's part as he cleverly utilized the brush. He scrolled further down to locate his own rating comment. Absolutely amazing. Brother Xing is a god in the jungle. In the first match, I thought you would be punished by Xianghua, but you shattered the opponent in one team fight. The second game was extraordinarily fierce. Your spider was simply too powerful. With skills like yours, there's nothing to criticize. You truly are the backbone, aren't you? Is Brother Xing perhaps enchanted by Xiangguo's prowess? In my recollection, I have never lost even a single match. Despite the prowess of Gui Jiaoqi, who has managed to secure a few victories, I cannot fathom what champion you will choose next. The first game saw Xianghua incensed by Xing Ji's performance, and in the second, they were utterly overwhelmed, leaving one to ponder what provoked such a reaction. Gu Xing, merrily perusing the comments, stumbled upon Let's grading commentary, which genuinely amused him. Let, the Emperor of Let. In 2 matches, you were utterly dominated by SB. Did you activate invisibility? I barely recall your presence in the game. They remarked. Having been outplayed by my bow by a margin of 200 gold in 2 matches, can you even play? If not, perhaps RNG should seek another top laner. Every encounter with you is a disservice. It is hard to envision RNG potentially taking Let to the World Championship. If he were to face someone like Huni, would he not transform into yet another caricature? Ladies and gentlemen, this is indeed the primary culprit behind RNG's loss in the first match. Had that ambush in the top lane succeeded, Xiangguo's momentum would have soared, and the subsequent game would have been a flawless victory for the misfortune. RNG fans have long harbored disdain for Let. From the onset of the spring split, they have looked down upon him. The jungler and mid laner were once titans of the league, while the ADC was none other than Uzi. Although the support, Xiao Ming, may not be widely recognized, his rapid rapport with Uzi, coupled with his status as a complete newcomer, has garnered him a modicum of tolerance. Yet the top laner, who had previously floundered in IPL due to his abysmal skills, was relegated. Were it not for Looper's departure, would RNG have considered you for the role? Your hero pool consists solely of Kale. The rest are merely tanks. You would likely fit in quite well at EDG. Now, with Yan Juan's lackluster performance, RNG fans swiftly emerged to blame him, inviting a chorus of mockery from onlookers, flooding the grading thread with derision. What sort of grading thread is this? Are there any comments from Wa? Kuro inquired curiously. Yes, Jack replied, incessantly shaking his leg. Let me check. He fiddled with his phone, soon uncovering the content that Li Ruihong sought. Oldly, the comments are all berating you as a slacker. Yu Wenba chuckled. They say you can't even perform with Lucian. Clearly, you're beyond redemption. Kuro scoffed. What is wrong with that? How many aspire to join VG, yet find no opportunity? He said, brimming with pride. Abel, a newcomer, quietly observed from the corner, somewhat perplexed by the team's communication dynamics. How could one be branded a slacker, yet remain cheerful? You'll get used to it. Jean Wonha noted, discerning the confusion etched on his face. Each player possesses a unique personality. However, we rarely engage in disputes. Most disagreements are merely about the intricacies of gameplay, and in life, we converse amiably. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. The team leader imparted his wisdom. Generally, people are quite accommodating. Seize the opportunity, for once it passes, it may never return. Gu Xing and Jack are among the more approachable and congenial players. Duan Deliang is more taciturn, seldom initiating conversations, but he welcomes inquiries without hesitation. 2 individuals from the once united Tiger team reflect on their past, revealing their relatively gentle demeanor towards their juniors in the competitive realm. This quintet, united as one, can truly be regarded as a haven for the growth of newcomers. Dai Jichuan, somewhat bewildered, nods in agreement. Let us also consider Long Go and Ho Yi, Jean Wonha remarks with increasing enthusiasm. Our VG team prides itself on its temperate nature and exceptional patience in handling matters. Once everyone retires, transitioning into coaching could indeed be a commendable avenue for re-employment. At this point, Dai Jichuan internally scoffs at the notion. Temperate? Please, do not make me laugh. Wasn't he at the VG players who delivered the infamous declaration of destruction at the S5 base? Just as Abel was about to speak, a staff member knocked and entered to remind VG of their post-match group interview. Upon settling down in the media interview room, Gu Xing noticed his sister beaming at him with raised eyebrows. Shifting his gaze, he spotted the female journalist from the previous match sitting beside Gu Pan. Her press badge now adorned with the emblem of a black and red E, having swiftly replaced the previous white rabbit insignia. Goodness, that was a remarkably swift transition. Gu Xing marveled in astonishment. Virtue player, may I ask, earlier today, EDG member Clearlove stated in an interview that they will certainly seek revenge in the upcoming round-robin matches. What is your perspective on this? Gu Pan gracefully posed the question. I have heard this statement countless times, Gu Xing replied, pausing briefly to gather his thoughts before responding with composure. Yet, to this day, no one has succeeded. He cited a recent example. Today, Xianghua made a bold proclamation, and the outcome is likely well known. Laughter erupted from the journalists present at the interview table. Gu Xing shrugged. Moreover, we are already analyzing our playoff opponents. The regular season holds little significance in the grand scheme. What does winning signify? He cleverly borrowed a quip from Gu Jiaoqi, returning it in kind. The room erupted in knowing smiles, with Yu Wenba's laughter being the most exuberant, his expression rivaling that of Xianxin. Even as the group interview concluded and he hurried to join his friends from the Seven Wolves, his laughter persisted. Old Gu, you possess a sharp tongue, Jack said, draping an arm around Gu Xing's shoulder, grinning widely. I bet Ming Kai will be furious after reading your response. At that moment, Clearlove's sentiment will likely be, though I feel quite displeased. I cannot find any grounds for rebuttal, Jack mused, his grin growing ever brighter. Upon hearing Jack's voice, Xianghua put away his phone and looked up to find Yu Wenba wearing a mischievous smile, which immediately soured his expression. Jack, what do you mean by that? Xianghua charged forward, locking Yu Wenba in a tight embrace, as if employing a UFC maneuver. You like to laugh, do you? He gritted his teeth. Jack, bewildered, found the hold not overly tight, allowing him to speak normally. Hey, what's wrong? Why can't I laugh a little? Isn't it just a single regular season victory? Lu Shiyu retorted, clearly agitated. What's with the arrogance? Everyone has their glorious moments. Don't mistake a fleeting instant for eternity. Upon hearing this, Jack realized he had been wronged, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Your mother's kiss, mate. He was clearly mocking Mingkai. What does that have to do with you? Please, stop fighting, Gu Xing interjected, attempting to mediate. Xianghua, let him go for now. We don't want any trouble later. Rest assured, Lu Shiyu declared confidently, puffing out his emaciated chest. I know my limits. I won't strangle him. No, Gu Xing paused for a moment. What I mean is that I'm worried Jack might hurt you if he resists, and then we would have to explain a broken bone or something. Standing nearby, Sure Sun Ming was laughing uncontrollably. Xianghua glanced down at his slender arms and then at Jack's. They were of similar height, yet Yu Wenba, after being well fed by the caretaker, was evidently broader by 2 circles. Given the weight difference, if Jack were to struggle desperately, he could indeed cause Xianghua some trouble. Lu Shiyu awkwardly released his grip, muttering, the locking technique Uzi taught me isn't very effective. The Uzi dormitory meme was a joke. Yet he had genuinely trained in boxing and combat, showcasing commendable fighting prowess among his fellow gaming enthusiasts. A few days prior, Xianghua had casually picked up a couple of moves, but in applying them to Jack, he overlooked the physical disparity. Hearing this, Gu Xing agreed. Xiao Ke. Uzi isn't enough. Lu Shiyu. After the 4 exited, they hopped into a taxi to leave the venue. The back seat was somewhat cramped with 3 people, but fortunately, the professional players were all on the slender side, making it manageable. They traversed the tunnel across the Huangpu River, arriving at the bund from the Pudong Jingda Square. The vibrant splendor of Shanghai unfolded before them. Although they resided in the city, the esports base was mostly located in the suburbs, with IG being the exception, residing in the World Trade Riverside Garden. Coupled with their unconventional schedules, they rarely had the opportunity to witness such dazzling nightscapes. In the distance, the Oriental Pearl Tower sparkled brilliantly, its reflection casting into the riverbed, harmonizing beautifully with the ancient architecture of the Bund, enhancing the sense of aesthetic fusion. Gu Xing raised his phone to capture a few photographs to share with his girlfriend, and within moments, he received a reply, a picture of the Tencent building in Shanghai. It seemed she had just finished work. However, in the photograph, the Tencent building was ablaze with light, indicating that many workers were still busy inside. Gu Xing rapidly typed out a message, expressing his concern. "What are you working on? Why so late?" The match between VG and RNG was scheduled for the prime time of 7 o'clock in the evening, even if Gu Xing and the others finished their game swiftly. Considering the group interview time, it was now approaching 10. In any city, this was considered late for a workday. Patrick had once complained to me about this. He recounted this past incident to his girlfriend. During the S5 season, the domestic server's update speed was sluggish. On September 24, 2015, Tencent launched the 518 patch, which was also the version for that year's World Championship. Yet, just a week later, on October 1st, the group stage of the World Championship commenced. The domestic server hadn't even updated to the 518 version by the time the 3 representative teams arrived in Europe. The optimistic team could only adapt temporarily upon arriving in Europe, all while coordinating with Riot for filming and rehearsals. It is evident that there was scarcely any energy left for training. Other teams had enjoyed 3 weeks of preparation for the 518, while the LPL region hastily assembled after merely a week of practice. Coupled with the inherent disadvantage of the training team compared to their European and Korean counterparts, it led to a dismal debut on the first day of the S5 group stage, with IG even providing a scene of surrender. The S5 World Championship marked the LPL's first encounter with the agonizing consequences of version changes. From the triumph of the MSI champions to the embarrassment of IM's last-place finish against the LCK's spring regular season leader, the Tigers. And then to the farcical performances of the top 8 at the global finals, one version was indeed sufficient. Last year, during my time with VG, I had frequently criticized the sluggish pace of version updates in the domestic server, believing that the insufficient adaptation time was a significant factor in the optimistic team's failure at the S5 World Championship. Of course, this was merely the opinion of Gu Xing, a member of LGD, who may have sidestepped internal issues while emphasizing external influences. At that time, Gu Xing, as an audience member, perceived LGD as becoming arrogant, especially amidst the turmoil in the coaching staff and the peculiar strategy of countering an enemy full AP composition with a blue shield, compounded by the performance of Fireman and Iron Refining. Who could possibly lose under such circumstances? Shun Guanshan was quite intrigued by the amusing anecdotes from the esports realm shared by her boyfriend, and even if Gu Xing rambled on with trivialities, she was more than willing to listen. Patrick Starr inquired, did everyone avoid the Korean server back then, given that their version updates were quicker? Gu Xing replied, typing swiftly on his phone, during those years, everyone was playing on the domestic server. Otherwise, there would always be someone boasting about the value of that era in Ionia. At that time, the trend of training on the Korean server had yet to take shape, and the domestic server was a battleground for prodigies and professional players alike. For instance, LPL players such as Xayah, Xianghua, and Huiyanshu were engaged in fierce competition on the first server, where the intensity of ranked matches was exceptionally high. It was only during occasional scrimmages against LCK teams that they would venture onto the Korean server for a few games. Following the humiliating defeat at the S5 World Championship, LPL teams began to place increasing importance on version updates and training. The coaching teams transitioned from being full-time food enthusiasts to part-time strategists. Consequently, the pace of version updates accelerated, and the style of ranked matches became more aligned with professional standards. The Korean server evolved into the default training ground for numerous professional teams, with Gu Xing, Jack, and the Shy taking turns to ascend to the pinnacle during the S6 season, marking the last glimmer of brilliance for the 1,000-point kings of Ionia. The departure of prodigious talents and professional players swiftly transformed the high tiers of the first server into a mere backdrop for esports productions, now populated by crews. As Gu Xing engaged in casual conversation with his girlfriend about the amusing incidents stemming from the sluggish version updates before the S5 World Championship, he suddenly paused. Wait a moment, World Championship version? This was intricately linked to the tactics that VG intended to conceal. Once the patch content was finalized and implemented into the client, the team could operate freely. Even if the sky fell, the designers would be powerless to intervene. Gu Xing let out a soft sigh and posed another question to Shun Guanshan. When is the World Championship version expected to be released? The abrupt shift in topic was somewhat unexpected, yet Xun Guanshan was not surprised. After all, this sudden switch in thought processes was something she had imparted to her boyfriend. After a moment of deep contemplation, Xun Guanshan arrived at a definitive conclusion. According to customary practice, the World Championship should correspond to either the 18th or 19th version of the year. Each version typically lasts approximately 2 weeks. Thus, I surmise that the 718 version for the American server will be updated around September 10th, followed by the 719 version on September 24th. The launch for the domestic server can be delayed by an additional week. It is noteworthy that Riot Games' explanation of version numbering is quite straightforward. The commonly referenced version, such as version XXX, is easy to comprehend. The first X denotes the season number, while the latter signifies the XXDH patch. For instance, the currently utilized version 713 refers to the 13th update of the 7th season. Riot Games generally maintains a total of 24 patches per year, with the first 21 being formal versions, while versions 22 to 24 serve as preseason updates for the upcoming season. This results in a cycle of updates every 2 weeks, spanning a total of 48 weeks. The reason it does not align perfectly with the 52 weeks of a year is due to the designers at Riot requiring time off. The lengthy holiday period around Christmas and New Year conveniently coincides with the professional league's off-season, allowing them a well-deserved respite. Although Xun Guanshan had only recently begun her internship at Tencent, her remarkable memory and comprehension skills enabled her to retain a thorough understanding of Riot's update regulations. Before Gu Xing could respond, she elaborated further. Considering the inconvenience of typing and her own clumsiness, Xun Guanshan opted to send a voice message instead. Gu Xing retrieved his headphones from his bag and played the message, whereupon his girlfriend's melodious voice resonated in his ears. Given this perspective, we can outright eliminate version 719. I recall hearing Lux mention during the viewing of the League of Legends that the commencement date for renting the venue for the World Championship is September 21st. Accounting for 2 days of rehearsal and filming, the official start date for the championship should be September 23rd, which means the American server will not have updated to version 719 by then. It seems this year's edition of the play-in stage has necessitated an extension of the World Championship schedule, providing the designers with ample time for version adjustments. Gu Xing remarked with a sense of admiration. Well, Guanshan, it's evident that you are making the most of your internship, possessing such comprehensive knowledge. Of course, Xun Guanshan replied with a hint of pride. Do not be fooled by my reserved demeanor around outsiders. In reality, I am quite insightful, and I remember every detail with clarity. The preparations for the World Championship are exceedingly intricate. This year, the newly established viewing platform places significant emphasis on the inaugural World Championship being hosted on the mainland. A dedicated department was formed in advance to oversee the rental of the venue, fire safety measures, lighting, and stage arrangements. Although Xun Guanshan was not part of the same department as the broadcasting team she belonged to, she acquired these pivotal insights thanks to another individual with social anxiety. Gu Pan's social skills could only be described as formidable. During her month-long internship at the viewing platform, she forged amicable relationships throughout the company, ensuring that even after a half-year absence, her presence was still remembered. Her connections played a crucial role in successfully bidding for advertising space during the LPL summer season after forming a. Lacking the same aptitude for social interaction, Xun Guanshan typically followed closely behind Gu Pan during her internship, absorbing a wealth of information through the conversations between her friend and colleagues from other departments. She possesses an exceptional memory, and in that moment of distraction, little did she know it would prove useful. With this thought, Xun Guanshan turned her gaze toward Gu Pan in the driver's seat. Her friend was intently focused on the road ahead, fearful of damaging the luxurious vehicle with a careless maneuver. The dazzling lights of the outside world reflected upon her exquisite profile, exuding an indescribable beauty. Xun Guanshan struggled to articulate that feeling, as if it were a poetic expression beyond her grasp. At last, when the traffic light turned red, Gu Pan found a moment to speak, her mouth opening yet remaining still. The moment of beauty was abruptly shattered, revealing a hint of silliness. Xun Guanshan, belatedly aware, picked up a snack wrapper from her thigh and offered a handful of crispy treats to her sister-in-law. Gu Pan closed her mouth to chew, but in the silence of the air-conditioned SUV, the muffled sounds of her munching echoed. Her cheeks puffed like a little hamster. I'm starving. I haven't eaten all night. Gu Pan lamented. Today, Gu Xing was treating us. He initially wanted to drag us both to that ridiculous Seven Wolves gathering. But since I knew you were shy around strangers, I declined and asked him to order us some barbecue takeout instead. When he returns, I'll have him add a few more chicken wings. I feel guilty for troubling you, Shen Guanshan replied, somewhat embarrassed. It's quite late for you to come pick me up. The distance from Zhongda Square to Tencent Building was no small feat, approximately 20 kilometers. And Gu Pan had hurried over. When Gu Pan smiled, her apple cheeks became prominent, and her friendly demeanor was evident. What are you saying? How could I feel at ease knowing you would be taking a taxi home alone at 10 o'clock at night? Moreover, considering our relationship, isn't it perfectly reasonable for me to pick you up? A mere 20 kilometers won't deter me from bringing you home. Not a chance. She patted her somewhat flat chest, exuding an air of confidence, as if she were a leader. So what do you think? Am I not reliable? Shen Guanshan felt a warmth in her heart, nodding while reminding her, you need to take care of yourself too. I can see dark circles under your eyes. I can't help it. I've been quite busy lately. Once I get through this period, it will be fine, Gu Pan explained, forcing a smile and waving her hand dismissively. I have to maintain the website, dig up dirt, and find time for interviews. I've hardly had a moment to breathe. She revealed a touch of vulnerability. I had suggested you join E, so we could build something great together, but you insisted on going to Tencent. Now look, I'm the one left to manage everything alone. Shen Guanshan, lacking guile, initially felt a sense of security from Gu Pan's noble words. However, when Gu Pan adopted a fragile demeanor, as if shedding her tough exterior, her resemblance to the delicate-looking actress Zhou Huimin perfectly embodied the blend of softness and strength. This ebb and flow stirred Shen Guanshan's emotions, creating a surge of protective instincts within her. She longed to return home that very night and submit her resignation to leave the goose factory and join E. It was her duty to alleviate Gu Pan's burdens. Shen Guanshan's feelings were nearly spilling over from her gaze. Just as she was about to speak, a gentle push pressed her back against the leather seat. It turned out the red light had just turned green and her friend was driving forward. Am I not quite the actress? With a soft sigh, Gu Pan remarked. Can you not be a bit more discerning in the future? Selling a sob story to evoke such sympathy, don't end up being sold yourself, only to find yourself counting the money for others. The previous victim had already been maneuvered into the management of the E-Press Group, and indeed, it was solely that one former staff member from the Rabbit Play Media. Of course, Gu Pan was generous when it came to salaries, offering quite a decent remuneration. Shen Guanshan found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her chest heaving with emotion. You are truly something, she exclaimed, clutching a snack, momentarily reluctant to share with Gu Pan. However, this notion lasted merely 2 seconds. Shen Guanshan, unable to resist, occasionally fed her friend some snacks while waiting at traffic lights. As the vehicle gently glided into the underground garage of the apartment building, Gu Pan unfastened her seatbelt and playfully patted her friend on the head. Gu Xing has gone off to pursue a professional career and lacks the energy to look after you. How would you manage in the workplace without me? Her voice was particularly gentle, seamlessly transitioning into the role of a reliable older sister. A wave of warmth surged within Shen Guanshan, stirred by Gu Pan's manipulative yet charming tactics, which artfully engaged the emotions of those involved, almost like a puppeteer playing with strings. Her timing was impeccable, striking a balance that did not provoke excessive resistance. One cannot deny that Gu Pan possessed a natural charisma. Thankfully, her endeavors were on a legitimate entrepreneurial path. Had she applied her talents elsewhere, the consequences could have been dire. Shen Guanshan, having learned from past experiences, chose to lower her head to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities, engaging in casual conversation with her partner. By the way, didn't I mention that 2 weeks is the update cycle? Strictly speaking, the beta version is patched every 2 days, with designers compiling all the patch content from the previous 8 days into a version update. They cease collecting changes 6 days prior to implementation to test for bugs and assess actual performance. Meanwhile, Gu Xing sat in a restaurant with 3 friends from the Seven Wolves group. Upon receiving this information, he couldn't help but beam with joy. The patch for the S7 Global Championship was set for September 10th. This meant that all version adjustments had to be finalized by September 4th. Given that the LPL Summer Finals were on September 1st and the play-in matches on the 23rd, if VG planned to unveil strategies during the league finals, the designers would have nearly no room for last-minute adjustments. He was ecstatic, unable to contain his smile. The moment Xianghua opened the menu, his brow furrowed in dismay. I'm not treating today. These prices are exorbitant. I'll treat. Gu Xing responded eagerly, his spirits high. As Gu Xing perused the menu, Jack suddenly kicked Xianghua to the table. What is your problem? Lu Shiyu glared. Are you really that stingy? You Wenba, still harboring resentment from being wrongfully choked in the venue earlier, teased Xianghua. You truly can't afford this price? Jack scoffed. What was the name of that old miser? Oh, right, GG Long Tai. Gu Xing chimed in. It's just a meal. This time, it was Xianghua who felt utterly frustrated. I genuinely can't afford this. Jack crossed his arms, his expression one of disbelief as he exclaimed, Really? I can't believe it. You're such a tease. Lu Shiyu retorted, visibly irked. Hey, if you're going to argue, don't drag unrelated people like Yuzi into it. Gu Xing kindly interjected. In response, Xianggu shot back. You were the one who brought up Yuzi while we were at the venue. Aware of his own fault, Gu Xing fell silent. Just then, Shiziming returned from the restroom and overheard their bickering, promptly chiming in, Don't engage in petty insults. Xianggu truly has no money. But it shouldn't be this way, Jack insisted, shaking his head. Between the four of us, we can barely afford 3,000. To him, 3,000 was mere pocket change for Xianggu, a veteran esports player. Lu Shiyu, feeling cornered, pulled out his phone. Look. Do you see the salary? He displayed the evidence to his friends. If I treat you all to dinner this time, I'd be spending most of my week's earnings. Gu Xing, who was busy ordering, glanced over and was taken aback. After taxes, his salary was just over 22,000. For an ordinary white-collar worker, this income was quite decent. However, Lu Shiyu was among the top junglers in one of the most successful esports titles globally, combining both renown and skill. Moreover, unlike typical white-collar jobs, an esports player's peak career span is merely 2 years, necessitating the accumulation of savings for future sustenance. Thus, a salary of over 20,000 was indeed not substantial, and arguably shockingly low. Is it really that low? Jack's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice taking on a high-pitched tone. His face contorted into a comical expression reminiscent of a startled Shiba Inu. My goodness, back when I was a rookie in S6, I was earning more than this contract. Yu Wenba lamented. Last year, Jack's contract with VG amounted to a pre-tax total of 3 million annually, a figure proposed by Ding Jun in alignment with IG's intentions. For a newcomer yet to showcase his talent on the esports stage, this salary was undoubtedly exceptional. In comparison, Season Xianggu's earnings were roughly equivalent to Jack's at the age of 11. It is worth noting that Lu Shiyu was the recipient of the inaugural LPL Rookie of the Year award in 2014, and at 18. He was considered a top-tier emerging talent, having secured awards for 3 consecutive years and achieved a league championship along with a top 8 finish at the World Championship. One might expect a higher salary level, leading any reasonable person to feel a sense of inequity. How can I compare to you? Xianggu sighed. Yu Wenba is the true prodigy. He stands out even among the entire LPL. There's nothing to be done. Youth is on his side, Yu Wenba chuckled, steering the conversation away to avoid upsetting anyone. Jack's ability to secure a 3 million contract was a reflection of his exceptional value, closely tied to the immense talent he displayed during his earlier, less recognized days. By 5th grade, he had already reached the Diamond I tier, attaining the rank of challenger on the Noxus server by 6th grade, and by the first year of middle school, he had reached the top rank on the Ionia server, becoming the #1 player in the national server at 14, boasting 3 accounts within the top 10. Any one of these accomplishments would be deemed extraordinary within the League of Legends realm. Once, players often likened those who struggled in the game to elementary school students. Yet, the reality was that a true elementary school student, Jakulov, was commanding the battlefield while dominating in the high-stakes King of the Valley matches. His exceptional youth, combined with the notorious reputation of the LPL as a region that generously compensates AD carry players, led to a fierce competition among several teams vying for his talents, driving his pre-tax income to an astonishing 3 million. Honestly, I harbor no jealousy towards Jack for his millions. After all, his talent in ranked matches is undeniably formidable. However, I can't help but feel frustrated that my counterpart, Candy, is earning significantly more than I am despite my superior performance in our position. This discrepancy is the source of my discontent. Players like Jack occupy a different role, and it is a well-known fact that AD carry players in domestic leagues command higher salaries than junglers, leaving me without a valid argument. As for Gu Xing, Having already achieved a grand slam, his high salary is entirely justified, and I cannot dispute that. Yet, what grounds does Candy have for earning 20 times my salary? It's utterly unfair. Liu Xiyu has never shied away from expressing his original intention to pursue a professional career. Like Gu Xing, it was primarily for financial gain. Now, witnessing players with inferior skills and accomplishments earning significantly more, I cannot help but feel a sense of imbalance. After Gu Xing ordered the food, ensuring that Jack's meal was free of seafood, he offered some comforting words to me. This disparity is due to us all signing new contracts after last year's transfer window. With the S7 tournament being hosted domestically, it's only natural that everyone's income has risen. Furthermore, VG's victory last year has uplifted morale, prompting all LPL clubs to increase their investments in pursuit of success. Players, as the direct beneficiaries, are undoubtedly earning salaries that exceed those of previous years. Moreover, considering the state of the Wii base, it's likely that Candy's earnings also account for some form of emotional distress compensation. Gu Xing quipped. What does that mean? Shi Xinming asked, puzzled as to how professional gaming could involve emotional distress compensation. Gu Xing, with a hint of amusement, replied, the Wii base resembles a pink magical castle. Is that for real? Shi Xinming instinctively questioned, finding it rather abstract. Gu Xing quickly retrieved a photograph from his phone, taken during his visit to the Wii base while hitching a ride on their team bus, and shared it with Xiaoming. Goodness, Shi Xinming exclaimed, that is quite stylish. If I were Candy, I wouldn't train there without a significant salary increase. Jackie, upon viewing the image, burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Liu Xiyu remained sullen. At the dining table, only my wounded spirit resonated. Observing this, the ever-helpful Gu Xing shifted his approach from consolation to offering solutions. No worries, as the year draws to a close. Your contract will expire, allowing you to negotiate a higher salary with the management. He recounted his own experience. When I signed my first contract last summer, my monthly salary was merely around 20,000. However, once I became a free agent, my earnings skyrocketed exponentially. Gu Xing did not reveal the complete truth. His initial income from that first contract was only around 20,000, and it lasted merely 2 months. Following the S6 Summer Championship victory, Ding Jun approached Jinhai for a discussion and directly elevated his monthly income to 6 figures. One cannot deny that Boss Ding is indeed generous. Gu Xing withheld this part of the story to spare Xianghua further distress. After all, when RNG clinched their inaugural Spring Championship in 2016, the Royal Club's owner did not grant Liu Xiyu a salary increase. Presently, an income of 22,000 might not even surpass that of the Xiangsong duo, who have yet to achieve any notable results. During the transfer period, you can explore various teams. Currently, the market has a limited number of proficient junglers, and you are bound to secure a remarkably high salary. Gu Xing encouraged. The jungler position necessitates frequent communication with teammates in the same lane, making proficiency in Chinese an essential requirement. The LPL had previously acquired a few Ojian junglers like the elusive Insect, the coal miner duo Kakao and his apprentice, as well as Dandy and Xiao Shuebai, the Samsung Blue-White brothers, during a time of indiscriminate spending. However, upon realizing that the performance of imported Korean junglers was relatively mediocre, they decisively abandoned the endeavor. Now, with Kakao and Xiao Shuebai departed from the LPL, Insect's once unparalleled skills have significantly diminished, and he has been struggling increasingly. Only Dandy remains, having transitioned into coaching. In the S7 Summer Championship, out of the 12 teams in the LPL, only IM's Flawless and NB's Red Rose Swift employed Korean junglers, even including Fathom, who hails from Vietnam. The total number amounts to merely 3, a low percentage. Moreover, teams utilizing foreign junglers tend to have mediocre results. Domestic junglers are evidently in higher demand. Currently, the top domestic junglers in the LPL are none other than Gu Xing, Ming Kai, Xianghua, and Candy. The first two are deemed invaluable assets to their teams and are unlikely to be available on the market. Should Xianghua wait until his contract expires, he would become one of the most sought-after talents in the transfer market. At that point, securing a lucrative contract would not be a mere dream. However, upon hearing Gu Xing's words of encouragement, the flicker of hope in Liu Xiyu's eyes was instantly extinguished. My contract does not expire until the end of the year. I must wait until the conclusion of the S8 season to test the waters in the free market, he murmured. Gu Xing was momentarily at a loss for words. How many years did you sign for? Gu held up 3 fingers, indicating he signed the contract at the end of 2015 and would only become a free agent during the 2018 transfer period. Gu Xing fell into a long silence. My assessment is quite dire. He truly found himself at a loss. The notion of waiting for the transfer period to test the market is utterly infeasible. Liu Xiyu regretted his earlier decision, pondering why he had hastily signed a 3-year contract. In 2015, he believed that a post-tax monthly income of 20,000 was a substantial fortune. Before the systematic development of the League of Legends esports scene, there were few professional players in the country who could consistently earn such high salaries. Most relied on participating in various tournaments to make a living. At that time, Xiangguo's perspective was rather limited, and he was oblivious to the immense popularity of LOL esports. A monthly salary of 20,000 yuan would hardly be considered significant even in the LPL of that era. Gu Xing distinctly recalls that Gao Dui's total earnings for the entire 2015 season amounted to 3 million yuan. Undoubtedly, in the current LPL, a struggling team would find it difficult to recruit a starting player of acceptable caliber for such a sum. Frustrated by the lack of a salary increase, Xiangguo vented his anger, cursing his boss's name, truly believing that a mere 20,000 a month would suffice until the end of S8. Gu Xing couldn't help but think, one must admit, you cannot place all the blame on the boss when it was you who signed your name in black and white. Nonetheless, it must be said that the RNG owner was indeed rather stingy. Xiangguo, having been a veteran in RNG and a key player who had secured a league championship for the team, deserved at least a modest raise. Enraged, Xiangguo had no choice but to take out his frustration on the freshly served beef. The tender meat was perfect for vigorous chewing, serving as an outlet for his anger, and Liu Xiyu took it upon himself to express his discontent. He reminded his friends, "You all better not come to RNG in the future. This place has a reputation." Rest assured, Gu Xing replied nonchalantly, "How could Jack and I possibly go? Unless one day you both get kicked out of RNG, otherwise there will be a conflict of positions." "That may be true," Xiangguo muttered, refocusing on the exquisite snowflake beef before him. This delicacy, though costly, was undeniably delicious. He mused, his eyes reflecting a sense of envy. If only he could earn a bit more money. Not only could he indulge in snowflake beef daily, but he wouldn't have to feel intimidated when encountering tournament referees. So what if he slammed the table? Fines are just fines. A few thousand yuan is something anyone can afford, right? Alas, there are no what-ifs. The balance in Xiangguo's bank account constantly reminded him to live frugally and avoid unnecessary expenditures. Gu Xing checked his phone, confirming that his roommate and sister were already enjoying barbecue in their apartment, which allowed him to set his mind at ease. If our two teams maintain their standings as group leaders, it would mean we could only face each other in the finals during the playoffs, Shi Sunming calculated, resolutely vowing that they would seek revenge then. Jack scoffed, "I see you haven't learned a thing. All you do is boast. When was the last time RNG reached the finals?" Shi Sunming remained unfazed, but Xiangguo felt his face flush. It was clear that their support had only joined RNG this season, having participated fully in just one tournament, the Spring Split. They had only been trampled by VG once. And it wasn't even Shi Sunming's support that caused the loss. Yet, Liu Xiyu was always on the receiving end of Gu Xing's lectures, without exception. Even in the first match today, where his performance was closest to excellence, Gu Xing had executed a remarkable maneuver amidst a chaotic battle to claim the enemy general's head. In the bustling arena, there were those who ranked their peers, creating a fervent discussion around the performance of the Gu family sons, showcasing the players' avatars juxtaposed with animated illustrations of historical figures. The theme revolved around assessing who had demonstrated the greatest filial piety towards Gu Xing on the competitive stage. After the voting concluded, the underdog Xayah emerged victorious. Having transitioned from losses at the World Championship to MSI and then to the Intercontinental Cup, while the spicy hot pot ranked second, having yet to secure a single victory, he found himself at a loss for any rebuttal. At this thought, Liu Xiyu felt his face flush with embarrassment, wishing he could bury his head in the ground. If Jack were aware that the hot pot had seen that lively post, he might have offered some comfort by stating that, in reality, neither of them was in the top ranks of filial devotion. Xayah was not truly first, nor was the hot pot second. In the presence of Kuro, their filial piety paled in comparison. Should Li Ruixing have been involved in the rankings, their positions would undoubtedly have shifted significantly backward. The four of them were quite famished today, having abstained from food for most of the day to maintain their competitive edge. With their stomachs growling, they engaged in brief conversation before focusing primarily on their meal. After satisfying their hunger, they bid farewell to one another, and once Gu Xing settled the bill, he hurriedly took Jack back to the Hope Mountain base. Good news, he exclaimed as he burst into the training room, eager to share intelligence with the coaching staff regarding the World Championship version. The remaining members of the training department had just returned from their hot pot feast, with cheeks flushed and occasionally letting out satisfied burps. Upon hearing Gu Xing's words, he cast a puzzled glance in his direction. Kuro's response was even more straightforward. Spit it out. Without further ado, Gu Xing divulged the information provided by Shen Guanshan. So, September 4th marks the final revision by the designers for the Global Championship version? Upon hearing the translation from Ho Yi, Homie's eyes sparkled with excitement. Theoretically, we could employ the incense system in the finals, as the designers might not have time for modifications. Gu Xing enthusiastically shared his thoughts. There were 2 days left, and it was likely that the designers had yet to fully grasp the situation before the deadline to finalize the patch content arrived. While the designers are not particularly cautious about version changes, they would not act recklessly. Patch updates require not only the monitoring of professional competition data, but also consideration of the wider player base, weighing the pros and cons from the myriad of ranked matches. Such preparatory work necessitates time, and 2 days are far from sufficient. However, what if the designers, in a fit of madness, decided to nerf us without any preparation upon seeing us utilize the incense? Given Ho Ye's naturally cautious and steady demeanor, he wanted to ensure absolute certainty before reaching any conclusions. You've forgotten about the announcement from the designers last time, haven't you? Gu Xing revealed a mysterious smile. Li Jixuan, with a commendable memory, immediately recalled the incident his jungler had referred to, displaying a look of enlightenment. The designers had previously showcased a classic example of immediate nerfs in the professional arena. The victims were Qiyana and Caitlyn. Regardless of their strength in the game, VG had been nerfed right after their summer split. This led to criticism from both players and professionals alike. At the time, Gu Xing had even unreservedly mocked the designers during an interview. After the completion of the team meeting, numerous seasoned players, equipped with a keen sense for team battles, swiftly entered the fray to voice their opinions, centered around applying pressure on Riot Games. Who among us does not have a handful of signature champions? If we take the lead in this match, will you still be able to play afterwards? Faker, unequivocally aligning himself with Gu Xing, intensified the pressure on Riot. Ultimately, it was Ghost Crab who emerged to handle public relations, issuing a lengthy statement asserting that Riot has never intentionally targeted any specific player or team for patch adjustments, which barely quelled the outrage. If VG were to utilize the incense burner for just 2 days and subsequently face an urgent nerf from Riot, it would be akin to these designers slapping themselves in the face. In a mere 2 months, they would have contradicted themselves egregiously, showing a blatant disregard for their own reputation. At that point, widespread ridicule across the internet would be trivial. Riot would suffer a loss of credibility, directly impacting the future development of esports in League of Legends. It is well known that after expanding the esports scene of League of Legends, Riot has aspired to integrate itself into the traditional sports domain. Recent reports suggest that next year's Asian Games may include a series of esports events, including League of Legends, as demonstration matches, with a potential entry into the official competition 4 years later. To align with the realm of traditional sports, Riot must strive to avoid the negative connotations associated with makeshift operations. How, then, will Riot's abrupt alterations to the game version be perceived in terms of public opinion? To my astonishment, I had not anticipated that such a nerf could serve as a foreshadowing. Tu Wan expressed his surprise, remarking on Gu's sharp intellect. Gu Xing, displaying humility, attributed it merely to coincidence, stating that he had not foreseen such outcomes, and could only say that Riot had brought this upon themselves. Had it not been for their relentless targeting of VG, Qiyana would not have undergone a minor rework, and misfortune would not have found herself in obscurity. In that scenario, Riot would have had another opportunity to learn from their mistakes. Gu Xing continued, furthermore noting that the version for the S5 World Championship still invites criticism, as Riot has consistently exhibited caution prior to updates for the global finals, rarely making changes lightly. Just before the S5 World Championship, Riot undertook significant modifications to champions like Sejuani, Fiora, and Darius, That particular global championship saw the highest prevalence of overpowered champions in history, with a ban rate of 94.5 and a pick rate of 100 and win rate of 100 for Gangplank, and a ban rate of 93.2, pick rate of 100, and win rate of 100 for Master E. Alongside other dominant champions like Elise and Lulu, the version during the 3-ban era was undeniably grotesque. Any competent player could effortlessly draft a champion pool, seizing the prevailing powerful characters with ease. However, if the optimistic team is not up to the challenge, then it is of little concern. Nevertheless, most teams exhibit a notably rigid drafting strategy, while the prevalence of lane-swapping tactics proves quite favorable for LCK teams, who have been accustomed to systematic operations since the StarCraft era. In terms of consistency and adherence to routine, few can rival the LCK. Yet, the audience's experience has been exceedingly poor, nearly leading them to unleash their ire upon Riot's upper management. Following this, Riot learned a valuable lesson, opting not to enact substantial changes to the game version before important tournaments, in order to preserve game balance. In the present day, cautious designers naturally cannot make sweeping changes to the incense burner before the S7 World Championship. Gu Xing concluded that, after careful consideration by the developers, they could only endure and allow VG to carry the incense burner system to the global finals. Indeed, splendid work, Xiao Gu, Kuro exclaimed, his face aglow, as hope surged within them. Initially, they held the tactical system card close to their chest, yet the uncertainty of when it could be deployed left them feeling uneasy. The intelligence brought by Gu Xing provided VG members with a clear sense of timing. You're impressive. You even know the details of the latest patch. Li Ruihong offered timely praise. Gu Xing, however, remained modest, attributing the credit to his partner, who had interned at Tencent and understood far more than they did. Kuro climbed on the bandwagon, showering compliments. It must be you, Xiao Gu. Finding such a remarkable partner is quite an achievement. Laughter erupted in the training room, with Abel looking astonished, his gaze fixed on Li Ruihong. Every action of this former mid laner from the Tigers was reshaping his understanding. Could it be that he has a knack for flattery, perhaps a reincarnation of Tom? Hongmi, unable to contain himself, quickly redirected the conversation, stating, well then, our goal is crystal clear, to conceal the incense burner system until the finals. In the meantime, we shall rely on our raw strength and adopt strategies from other teams to forge ahead. Everyone present nodded in agreement. Su Bian struck a yawn, and Jack remarked that RNG had almost dissected old Gu's strategies, yet they still managed to unveil a brand new misfortune system. In the end, can we not emerge victorious? Smeb chimed in, munching on peanuts and savoring a sip of beer. With this group of top laners in the LPL, they wouldn't stand a chance against me. They brimmed with confidence, believing they could reach the LPL finals without revealing their trump cards. The countless accolades from the past bolstered VG's morale. Tonight we shall rest, and tomorrow evening I will dissect the misfortune system recently employed by RNG, Hongmi stated, outlining their future plans. Let's see if we can expand upon our new tactics. Gu Xing returned to his seat, opening his computer, prepared to squeeze in a couple of ranked games before fatigue set in. With nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to go live to accumulate some streaming hours. As the postseason journey was set to commence later this month, Gu Xing aimed to complete his 40 hours of streaming for the month as soon as possible. Hello? He tested the microphone as usual, ensuring that the newly arrived viewers could hear him clearly before reclining in his ergonomic chair. It's been a while, everyone. The barrage of comments from viewers was overwhelming, and Gu Xing could only manage a few brief replies amidst the chaos. Why am I streaming so late? Well, the streamer has to eat, right? I just had dinner with Jack and the others. Did I manage to meet with him? That's impossible. Who could eat a feed offline? I'm truly not staying up on purpose. ISNT it perfectly normal to stream at this hour? For you, it may be bedtime, but in the esports professional realm, this is equivalent to the prime time slot at 8 in the evening. Gu Xing expressed his gratitude for the gifts, encouraging everyone to carry on with their activities. You don't need to stay in the stream with me. We're primarily here to clock in hours, and there's no requirement for viewer numbers in the contract. After securing the championship, he signed a contract with Douyu that was remarkably lenient. Merely appearing and participating in the league sufficed to receive the full payment. The audience seemed indifferent. Some viewers, unable to withstand the allure, engaged in brief conversations with Gu Xing before retreating to sleep. However, among Gu Xing's fans, there remained a considerable number of overseas supporters, primarily composed of international students, though there were also genuine foreigners. They could access Douyu without any barriers. And it was effortless for a player of Gu Xing's immense popularity to attract a large audience during his live broadcasts. Gu Xing, upon noticing the English comments streaming through the chat, could not help but chuckle in disbelief. "Do you even understand what I'm saying?" He quipped in simple English before seamlessly transitioning back to Chinese. "Here, most of my audience is local. I can't speak English all the time. For those who don't understand, just make do." After that, Gu Xing paid no further attention to the chat and logged into the Korean server using a dedicated connection. The client displayed a plethora of online friends on the right side, all fervently engaged in ranked matches or hero practice. Such is the routine of a professional player. Primarily active during the night, Gu Xing jested and teased, only to receive a private message from a friend with the username LZ Peanut. "What does Little Peanut want from me?" he murmured as he opened the chat panel. To his surprise, he encountered two messages that left him momentarily speechless. "LZ Peanut, why does Shimon need to achieve so many kills with Spider? Can't you have some dignity? You've weakened Elise. How am I supposed to compete?" Little Peanut's English wasn't particularly strong, likely a result of translating Korean through a software tool before sending it. The awkward English phrasing, coupled with the content, was quite amusing. Gu Xing chuckled heartily and typed a response. "If you have the skill, you could also wreak havoc with Xayah. Besides, using Spider doesn't require you to submit a formal application. If anyone needs to apply, it should be Benji, since he has a skin." Little Peanut responded with a series of question marks. He didn't grasp the joke about the application, but the teasing tone in Gu Xing's message was unmistakable. Frustrated, LZ Peanut immediately sent a game invitation. LZ Peanut, 1v1 WBG is indeed showing their true colors. Previously, they had lost to Coach TT in one match, and now they were caught in a similar strategy by Boppy. The ban phase targeted the bottom lane, limiting the jungle's rhythm, while the top lane was left to fend for itself. As long as Light couldn't carry, there was a high likelihood of losing. EDG had yet to play, and the chances of a resurrection item were certainly slim. The top four seemed uncertain. 455, speed, flawless fundamentals. Gu Xing was momentarily stumped by Little Peanut's private message. He stifled a laugh and inquired, "How does a jungler 1v1? The jungle differs from the lane, primarily testing strategic thinking rather than mere mechanical skill. Following the traditional rules of soloing, based on first blood, first tower, and 100 minions, had little correlation with the jungler's inherent ability. Peanut's typing speed was astonishingly quick. Just select a jungler and enter the jungle. See who gets first blood or reaches 100 minions first." 100 minions? Gu Xing immediately questioned. "Why don't you just play as Nidalee and brush until the sky darkens?" Currently, the jungle camp's last hit encounter has yet to adopt a standardized format. Each jungle monster counts as one last hit. In total, there are 20 minions across 6 camps. To achieve 100 last hits, one must clear all 5 rounds of camps, taking at least 10 minutes. Moreover, unlike the lanes, the jungle presents unique advantages for champions with exceptional jungle clearing efficiency, such as Nidalee, who finds herself inherently favored in this speed-clearing duel. Xiaohu recognized the impracticality of this setup and proposed an improvement. "What if we change the 100 last hits to a jungle speed race? We can choose the same champions, establish fixed routes, and control the variables." Gu Xing responded with a question mark. Speaking to the viewers in the live stream, he remarked, "Is Xiaohu out of his mind? Our forte is jungle clearing, and this guy wants to challenge that?" His words were not unfounded. When he first debuted, Gu Xing's fundamental skills in jungle clearing received widespread acclaim. From commentators to the audience, all agreed that his jungle clearing was aesthetically pleasing and impeccable. However, Xiaohu was equally proud, asserting that he too hailed from a jungle-centric background. In terms of jungle skills, he believed himself to be on par with Gu Xing in the LCK. After much discussion, the rules for this 1v1 contest evolved. Both players would start at blue buff and clear to the red zone, emptying all 6 camps, and the first to reach level 4 would win. They could not return to base for supplies and would directly engage in a solo duel in the river until first blood was drawn. To be fair, these rules are quite interesting, Gu Xing said, stretching as he accepted the custom match invitation, explaining to the audience, in the subsequent solo matches, one cannot merely focus on speed during the jungle race, as maintaining healthy health points is crucial, otherwise, one will undoubtedly lose in the duel. He considered this set of solo rules for junglers to be fairly comprehensive. driven by a competitive spirit ignited by Xiaohu's challenge. Gu Xing eagerly prepared to teach his opponent a lesson in the rift. At 1 in the morning, countless viewers continued to flock to the livestream. News of the impending duel between the two top junglers spread rapidly, awakening many LOL fans who had been in relaxation channels, ready to drift into slumber, prompting them to switch to Gu Xing's room for a glimpse of the action. Gu Xing observed the rapidly scrolling comments in the chat. Wow, Peanut really has some nerve. Has he forgotten the pain after healing? He never won against Brother Xing before and now dares to challenge him. Stop the negativity. Xiaohu is truly pushing his limits. Not just aiming for championships in the Worlds, MSI, and Intercontinental tournaments, but also not letting the solo match slip by. What does a 1v1 jungle duel even mean? Is Brother Xing not only analyzing playoff opponents, but also preparing for the end-of-year All-Star solo matches? To be fair, this jungle duel format is quite innovative. Riot Games. Hurry and take notes. In previous All-Star solo matches, jungle players using various marksmen in the Howling Abyss left me bored, aside from Qiyana and Graves. Who plays marksmen as junglers? Who is Wang Hu anyway? I'm really not familiar with him. His skill level pales in comparison to Gu Xing's. Two Korean players have made remarkable progress in their Mandarin, now capable of engaging in simple daily conversations. This has left Xiao Huaxing somewhat perplexed, as he only partially comprehended their understanding of Chinese, which consisted of phrases like hello, thank you, wow, and basket. Nevertheless, he could recognize his own name. What are they saying about me? Xiao Huaxing gazed at Gu Xing in confusion. Gu Xing, maintaining his composure, replied, they are saying you are quite impressive, boasting about your 90 win rate with Spider in the S6 LCK Summer Split. He responded in the briefest English possible, ensuring Xiao Huaxing could grasp the meaning. Furthermore, Gu Xing's own vocabulary was rather ordinary. Having scored only 130 in his English exams, he had relinquished much knowledge after graduation, making it impractical for him to formulate complex sentences. Of course, basic communication sufficed. Hearing this, Xiao Huaxing felt a surge of appreciation, exclaiming, oh my, I didn't expect these two to be so thoughtful. At that moment, SB, realizing what was happening, turned to see Xiao Huaxing on Gu Xing's phone. Oh, it really is Wang Hu, he said, flashing his signature squinty-eyed smile in greeting. Kuro had just finished a ranked match and was about to head to the restroom when he heard this, causing him to shudder. Oh no, this is bad, he thought. Feeling guilty for teasing someone only to have the subject of the jest overhear him, Gu Xing reassured him, it's fine. I've already sorted it out. Xiao Huaxing should be thanking you. Just as Kuro was feeling confused, he was met with Xiao Huaxing's boisterous voice. Thank you, exclaimed Han Wang Hu, genuinely touched. You even know how to compliment me a bit. It was worth it for me to lead you to victory last year. Li Ruihong had been entirely focused on the ranked match and was unaware of the interaction between his former and current mentors. Xiao Huaxing's comment sent his brain into a frenzy of confusion. He could only muster an awkward yet polite smile before making an excuse to slip away to the restroom. SB, having nothing to hide, curiously asked Xiao Huaxing, what are you two up to? Han Wang, who excitedly recounted the backstory of his duel challenge against Gu Xing to Song Jinghao. After hearing the rules, SB felt intrigued. Quick, I want to see the spectacle. The other members of the VG training department, upon hearing of the impending showdown, flocked to gather behind Gu Xing's chair. Even Homie, who was diligently analyzing match footage to compile intelligence on RNG's misfortune strategy, looked up with keen interest. Xiao Huaxing clicked on the game interface to select a champion. Which character do you plan to use? Gu Xing inquired. Han Wang, who counted on his fingers, let's skip Spider. After all, it's our signature hero. Even though your strategy is solid, I doubt you'd outshine me in farming and dueling. Qiyana won't do either. I don't possess your level of proficiency, Xiao Huaxing stated, adhering to the principle of fair play and excluding both players' signature champions. How about we use Lee Sin for our jungle fundamentals? Both were adept users of Lee Sin. Peanut had shone brightly with the Blind Monk last year, providing a masterclass to Ming Kai in the quarterfinals, while Gu Xing had left his mark on Mouse King's face, creating the legendary virtue spinning kick. Gu Xing chuckled lightly. Well, that seems fair enough. Then we shall all be thunder, with the runes set to the usual configuration. Summoner spells featuring flash, and each camp can only be utilized once. Xiao Huaxing reiterated the rules. Just wait and see, Xinghua, he replied eagerly. Today you'll understand the repercussions of underestimating me. Gu Xing locked in Lee Sin, adjusted his rune setup, and transformed his skin to the God Fist. This outfit, newly released during this spring's competition phase, felt significantly heftier compared to the Supreme Fist. However, the visual effects were undeniably impressive. Each time Gu Xing beheld this skin, he couldn't help but recall a meme from the antagonistic forum, where Ming Kai's face was humorously superimposed onto the God Fist Lee Sin, creating a strikingly harmonious image. Soon, the rift descended, and Gu Xing purchased his starting items, moving directly towards the blue buff area. "Brothers, pay attention to the nuances of my jungle clearing," he communicated with the fans gathered in the live stream. "Let me demonstrate a performance for you all. Watch closely and learn well." Since he was solo jungling and needed to maintain his health as much as possible while clearing camps, Gu Xing opted for Iron Mantle at level 1. This skill, when cast on a champion, has its cooldown, making it the shortest cooldown skill in Lee Sin's arsenal. Moreover, it allowed him to trigger his passive effectively. Gu Xing executed his first Iron Mantle at 1 minute and 36 seconds. Within 3 seconds, he could utilize the second part of Iron Mantle. He strategically timed it to release Iron Mantle at the critical moment of 1 minute and 39 seconds. A second later, the blue buff would spawn in the camp. The passive effect of Swift Storm grants a 40 attack speed bonus for the next 2 attacks within 3 seconds after casting a skill. Consequently, this passive would remain active until 1 minute and 42 seconds, precisely 2 seconds after the blue buff's emergence. With Swift Storm active, Lee Sin's initial attack speed at level 1 could reach 10, allowing him to deliver a basic attack every second. The 2 basic attacks, enhanced by the passive speed boost, perfectly struck the blue buff before Swift Storm dissipated, leaving nothing to waste. Gu Xing commanded the God Fist Lee Sin to deliver 2 powerful strikes to the monsters, subsequently pulling the blue buff towards the direction of the Marsh Frog camp. This slight maneuver brought the time to 1 minute and 43 seconds. In the current version, the cooldown for Lee Sin's Iron Mantle is 14 seconds, which, when cast on himself, is reduced to 7 seconds. The timing was impeccable. Gu Xing promptly cast the skill on himself, absorbing the blue buff's damage with the shield while launching a fierce assault on the monsters. With the passive activated, Lee Sin's punches were rapid, and the blue buff's health plummeted. "That's incredibly precise," Jack expressed his genuine admiration. He often played Lee Sin himself, recognizing the skill involved. Gu Xing had clearly calculated the timing, using Iron Mantle to generate 2 additional basic attacks with the passive speed boost. It may seem like a trivial matter at first glance, but in jungle clearing, every little detail accumulates to create significant advantages. Each second saved by Gu Xing could ultimately lead to a transformative outcome. Just as Kuro returned from the restroom, he noticed a crowd gathered around Gu Xing. "What are you all doing?" he inquired as he approached to observe. "Xiao Huaxing and Xinggu are racing in the jungle," Tu Wan replied, hands behind his back, striking a pose reminiscent of an elderly gentleman. Kuro was quite taken aback, for he had not anticipated that his 2 esteemed mentors would engage in a duel. He hastily returned to his seat, seizing the opportunity to observe closely beside Gu Xing, occasionally offering words of praise. "Look at that. Gu's pulling tactics are so effective that even the jungle monsters are not spared. The blue buff can barely retaliate." Kuro observed intently as Gu Xing skillfully maneuvered the jungle monsters using the foliage near the camp. The moment the blue buff raised its hand, it lost sight of him, compelling it to step into the bushes to strike the blind monk. By cleverly manipulating vision and utilizing the shields and lifesteal effects from his skills, Gu Xing maintained his health at a steady 70%. He deftly dragged the blue buff towards the swamp frog's lair, striking down the monster to attain level 2, perfectly positioning himself near the frog queen's territory. With just a second's walk, he could engage the monster. Upon learning the Q skill, Tianyin Wave, Gu Xing chose not to immediately unleash it on the swamp frog. He still possessed the passive attack speed boost from Sudden Storm. With a second to reach and 2 seconds to strike the frog queen with powerful punches, he wasted not a moment. "Impressive," Li Rue praised enthusiastically. If Gu hadn't pulled the jungle while attacking the blue buff, he would have had to use Q here, without pulling the jungle. Transitioning from the blue buff camp to the frog queen's lair would consume considerable time. Furthermore, if he had used the Q skill for mobility, the blind monk's second Q, Echo Strike, would strike the nearly full health swamp frog, resulting in negligible execution damage. Now, by pulling the jungle monsters, Gu could wait for the passive attack from Sudden Storm to land before using Tianyin Wave, maximizing the output of the execution effect from Echo Strike. Moreover, there's a subtle detail. If he had used Q to travel, he would have wasted 2 passive auto attacks. Jack leaned forward eagerly, determined not to miss any crucial moments of Gu Xing's jungle pathing. Gu Xing took just one additional step after pulling the jungle. Yet this simple action enhanced the output capability of his Q skill and allowed him to benefit from 2 passive auto attacks, significantly elevating his jungle efficiency compared to using Q for travel. Within the canyon, the blind monk relentlessly struck the swamp frog, gradually depleting its health while pulling the monster towards the 3 wolves camp. As soon as Tianyin wave was off cooldown, he promptly unleashed it, further diminishing the frog queen's vitality. Wait a minute. SB tossed a peanut into his mouth, looking somewhat puzzled. Why not save it for the 3 wolves' mobility? He could not comprehend. The distance between the frog queen's lair and the 3 wolves was considerable, making it impossible to reach them with a mere small step as before. In Song Jinghao's understanding, the blind monk should have retained the Q skill for use after dispatching the swamp frog, utilizing it to strike the shadow wolves from a distance and leveraging the mobility effect of the second Echo Strike to traverse the terrain. Yet, Gu Xing did the complete opposite. I've said it countless times. Trust first, then question. Kuro waved his hand decisively. Since Gu plays this way, there must be a reason behind it. He maintained unwavering faith in his jungler. Gu Xing, focused intently on his jungle clearing, had no time to explain. After defeating the swamp frog, he walked over to the shadow wolves camp, where his Q skill had just cooled down. A flurry of punches and kicks swiftly eliminated the smaller wolves. The principles followed by Gu Xing are remarkably straightforward. Before mastering Heavenly Thunderbreak, the blind monk lacks any area damage skills. Should he ultimately clear the small wolves, the damage inflicted by the 3 wolves would undoubtedly be quite formidable. By employing this method of jungle farming, Gu Xing maximizes his health retention, thanks to the lifesteal effect provided by his iron cloth. Even after reducing the great shadow wolf to low health, he still retains a robust 60% of his life. It is noteworthy that throughout this process, Gu Xing did not utilize his smite nor consume any health potions. As he maneuvers the blind monk, he draws the shadow wolf towards the mid lane. Once he can unleash a basic attack after his attack cooldown, he pauses to deliver a punch to the great wolf, subsequently canceling the animation of his auto attack and continuing to advance towards the mid lane. The shadow wolf, utterly bewildered by Gu Xing's actions, strays far from its home, departing not only from its designated camp, but even stepping into the mid lane itself. A chorus of astonished whispers rises behind Gu Xing. What? Holy cow! What is that? That's incredibly impressive. Can 3 wolves be pulled this far? Song Jinghao's mouth drops open, capable of fitting an entire egg, his face a canvas of astonishment. Although they are not primarily jungle players, they have had some exposure to this role. To draw the shadow wolf so far can only be described as outrageous. Having dispatched the shadow wolf with a single blow, Gu Xing reaches level 3, finally having the leisure to address his teammates and the audience. Have you figured out why I didn't use Q to travel before reaching the 3 wolves? He succinctly reminds them, patience. Jack immediately comprehends, eagerly explaining. If you had used Q to quickly move from the swamp frog to the 3 wolves, the first cast of the resonance wave would awaken the great wolf. Upon realizing there was no one around, it would start losing patience, making it impossible for old Gu to pull it to the mid lane afterward. The patience of jungle monsters consists of a total of 6 segments. Once they leave the aggro range, they gradually begin to lose patience. If their patience is entirely depleted, the monsters will abandon their pursuit of the hero and return to their camp to regenerate health, which signifies a failure in jungle pulling for the player. As Jack articulated, had Gu Xing previously used his Q skill to hasten his arrival at the shadow wolf camp, the great wolf would have lost 2 segments of patience prematurely. At that point, not only would pulling the great wolf to the mid lane be impossible, but it would likely lose patience before even taking 2 steps out of the camp. Jack, your comprehension skills are quite impressive. Gu Xing praises his teammate while continuing his task at hand, skillfully landing the resonance wave on the great beak bird from a considerable distance. During the flight of the second Q, he employs his first smite. Not only does this restore health, but it also significantly lowers the great bird's health midair, allowing the echo kick to deal more lethal damage. Do you understand why I applied smite on the F6? Gu Xing, now standing still to trade blows with the jungle monster, takes the opportunity to explain. The first round of the great bird possesses 30 armor, the highest among all camps. causing the blind monk to clear it relatively slowly. Smite deals true damage, bypassing armor, thus offering a greater cost-effectiveness in this scenario. The live stream is bustling with viewers as the chat floods with comments. Wow, this is detailed. The world's #1 jungler is terrifying. Even jungle farming is full of intricacies. Without further ado, the intricate strategy employed to draw the formidable wolf to the mid lane is beyond my comprehension. The nuances are exceedingly numerous, involving both enmity values and the armor attributes of jungle creatures. For an average player, engaging in jungle clearing results in both health loss and a waste of time. It is a fundamental skill that operates on an entirely different level. Kuro, I've just cleared the hornbird. Kuro gleefully announced to Peanut, who was taken aback. How could he be so swift? He prided himself on having perfected every detail of jungle clearing, yet he still lagged behind Gu Xing by a step. Where had he faltered? Gu Xing's approach to clearing the red buff was straightforward. Consume a potion to maintain health, while simultaneously kiting and striking the jungle creatures. After clearing the camp, he utilized the wall to send a sound wave to the stone bug's lair, landing a punch on the creature, followed by a thunderous strike and a secondary E ability to slow it down. He then began to employ a careful kiting technique. With the agility of a king weaving around a pillar, Gu Xing consistently auto-attacked the nearest stone bug, ensuring he remained within its attack range, effectively immobilizing it and treating it as a pillar. The other stone bug, restricted in movement, could not catch up to Gu Xing regardless of the circumstances. As a short-range champion, the stone bug was unable to close the gap to the blind monk, thus failing to inflict damage. Consequently, by the time he cleared the stone bugs and reached level 4, he retained a staggering 80% of his health. 3 minutes and 23 seconds. Kuro exclaimed with palpable excitement. Gu Xing, your jungle clearing speed is absolutely unparalleled. At first glance, this time may not seem particularly impressive, especially when compared to champions like Nidalee or Olaf. However, this was for Lee Sin, a champion typically characterized as a slow level 3 jungler. Gu Xing had managed to elevate the efficiency of a champion not known for rapid jungle clearing to astonishing heights. Why on earth can you clear so quickly? Peanut lamented, feeling as though he had made no significant errors, yet still found himself at a disadvantage. After gaining a lead, Gu Xing offered no opportunities for Peanut to catch up, ultimately finishing 3 seconds ahead. Han Wanghu understood the significance of this 3-second disparity, a culmination of numerous minute details. Still not meticulous enough. Gu Xing chuckled. And your health is quite lacking. You are missing dozens of health points compared to me. Peanut gritted his teeth, initially maintaining a decent health pool. However, upon realizing Gu Xing's superior jungle speed, he became flustered and disoriented. In his haste to enhance his speed, he mismanaged the positioning of the jungle creatures, resulting in the stone bug dealing unnecessary damage. Peanut, having suffered a setback, hoped to redeem himself in the subsequent river skirmish. To be fair, both players demonstrated impeccable execution with their Lee Sin mechanics during their duels, seamlessly connecting skills and passive auto-attacks to maximize their damage output. However, the chain reaction had begun. The slight health point disparity from the jungle clearing allowed Gu Xing to absorb an additional auto-attack, ultimately securing first blood with a well-timed E-flash. Wow! Gu Xing exclaimed jubilantly. What do you say, Wanghu? Do you concede? Peanut appeared dejected. You're truly remarkable. Li Ruixing's expression turned serious. Gu Xing's jungle fundamentals are indeed unparalleled. He rightfully deserves the title of the best jungler. Wanghu, you should return to practice. Do you really think you can compete with him while using a discounted potion? Kuro's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Little Peanut, troubled, scratched his head, lost in the depths of his defeat, failing to notice that Kuro's current demeanor towards him diverged significantly from the translations provided by Gu Xing at that moment. I still have things to attend to, so I'm off. Embarrassed, Little Peanut made a hasty exit, intending to retreat to his cocoon and watch the first-person livestream replay of Gu Xing, hoping to uncover the secret behind his swift jungle clears and efficient health management. Gu Xing stretched lazily, proclaiming, "All right, let's disperse. In this realm, there are always stronger players." Little Peanut's skills are merely rudimentary. Abel, observing from a distant corner, wore an expression of admiration. He had begun to grasp the reason behind Kuro's fervent praise for Gu Xing. Even in the act of jungle farming, the details were meticulously executed. With such formidable prowess, it seemed only natural to offer a few compliments. As Gu Xing queued for ranked matches, numerous gaming friends sent their congratulations. This group of night owls, each a master of the internet, relished in the thrill of the spectacle, likely having just witnessed the intense jungle race between the two players. Seizing a moment, Gu Xing replied to the messages and noticed a familiar, yet distant friend among the congratulatory crowd. Ning. Their relationship was somewhat casual, connected through mutual acquaintances. Yet he felt compelled to reciprocate Ning's praise rather than respond coldly, engaging in light conversation while waiting in the queue. Gu Xing expressed keen interest in the solo jungle rules they had developed, remarking, "Can I apply this? It seems that racing in duels could significantly enhance my skills." At this point, he had only recently transitioned to the jungle role and was eager to improve himself. Gu Xing replied, "Of course, we haven't patented it," and Gu Xing, stationed at the IG base, was visibly elated. Splendid. He could now practice diligently with Kid, maximizing their jungle efficiency. VG had granted an entire day off, allowing everyone to catch up on sleep. Jack even dragged 2 Korean teammates into a round of playful banter. It was said that Little Peanut was particularly fond of this game, having invested considerable money into luxurious equipment, a trend that had permeated the former Tiger team. Gu Xing had briefly dabbled in it during middle school, enjoying roaming, but had once found himself stuck in Sky City, frustrated to the point of quitting. Now, as he observed the flashy gear within the dungeon, he found himself bewildered and chose to refrain from participating, instead sifting through match replays. It wasn't until the evening, after the training department had finished dinner, that they reconvened. Hongmi stood in the center of the training room. "I analyzed the Caitlyn push strategy that RNG employed yesterday. It can be summed up in 3 steps. Upon hearing this, Jack burst into laughter. "What's so funny?" Gu Xing leaned in. "We're in a meeting. Let's maintain some seriousness." Yu Wenba's laughter only intensified, his body curling into a shrimp-like position. "How many steps does it take to fit an elephant into a refrigerator?" At this, Duan Deliang was momentarily taken aback. Manager Lu Wenjun could only shake his head in exasperation, though a smile betrayed his amusement. Initially, Gu Xing hadn't found it particularly humorous, but witnessing the reactions of his teammates, he couldn't help but chuckle. A few Korean players within the team felt perplexed, exchanging glances as they failed to comprehend the source of their laughter. Despite Li Jixuan's proficiency in Chinese, he was not idle enough to revisit the Spring Festival Gala from previous years. Observing his teammates doubled over in laughter, he could not help but resonate with Mr. Lu Sun's poignant observation that a lamentable barrier now separated them. Jack's laughter mirrored the hue of a sun-kissed sunset, and he waved his hand, gesturing for Hongmi to continue. "Apologies, I was just reminded of something joyful." Hongmi, somewhat at a loss, pressed on. In this 3-step strategy, the first step involves leveraging the strength of the heroes and players during their lane phase to dismantle the opponent's next turret. Subsequently, we must swiftly transition to the mid lane, utilizing our lane control advantage to secure the Rift Herald, followed by pushing down the enemy's mid turret. Hongmi elaborated. Once these 2 steps are completed, the AD carry will be in a state of abundant growth, and thus the final step will unfold seamlessly. With the vision advantage gained from toppling the mid and bottom turrets, the AD carry will occupy the mid lane, continuously pushing waves while farming the nearby jungle. Her equipment advantage will be substantial, leading to an increasingly efficient gold acquisition, thereby widening the economic gap between the 2 marksmen. Thanks to the relatively robust and comprehensive tactical information exhibited by RNG, Hongmi was able to successfully infer the general outline of the rapid push strategy for the AD carry. The members of VG nodded in agreement. Notably, the second and third steps had interwoven elements. Uzi had begun farming the jungle even before the mid turret was taken down, enjoying a significant lead over Jack in the mid-game. This system is perfectly suited for RNG. Uzi is inherently strong in lane, and pairing him with the AD carry will only elevate his prowess, Hongmi elaborated. Moreover, the AD carry inherently follows a V-shaped power curve, allowing Uzi to farm a substantial number of jungle monsters in the mid-game, facilitating a development that transcends the usual timeline, thus transitioning into his power spike more swiftly. However, I feel this strategy may not be particularly suitable for us, Gu Xing remarked, resting his chin on his hand. Jack doesn't particularly consume resources. VG experimented with the AD carry strategy at the beginning of the summer season, adhering to the traditional rapid push style, focusing solely on turret destruction and lane farming, hardly venturing into the jungle. Jack's desire for resource acquisition is not strong. He can deal damage even with minimal gains. Indeed, Yuwenba conceded. If you were to have me continuously farm the jungle, that fellow simply cannot manage it. No, no, no. Homie shook his finger, his smile brimming with confidence. You have misunderstood my intention. The alternative 3-step strategy. Quit being cryptic and hurry up. Don't keep us in suspense. The teammates urged. Homie presented the results of his day of contemplation, stating, if this strategy is applied to VG, the ultimate beneficiary will not be the ADC, but rather the jungler. He turned to Gu Xing. At this declaration, the training room erupted with excitement. Me? Gu Xing tilted his head, appearing utterly bewildered. Precisely, Homie expounded. The first 2 steps of this tactical framework will still be executed as normal. Gu Xing, your focus should be on protecting the bottom lane and controlling the Rift Herald, striving to swiftly dismantle the enemy's mid and bottom outer turrets. In the 3rd step concerning economic acquisition, the role responsible for resource gathering around minion waves and jungle monsters will shift to the jungler. He harbored unwavering trust in his jungler, asserting, your sensitivity to the economy has always been remarkable. When it comes to the core, there is no doubt. Gu Xing could only express his exasperation. Are you implying that I am monopolizing all 3 lanes? Compared to the guys, old Gu, you certainly have a knack for leeching. Jack nodded earnestly. I cannot be blamed for that. Gu Xing protested, feeling quite aggrieved. Isn't it Kuro who nurtured me? Li Zhishuan wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, Rui Xing. Just look at how he has spoiled you. He recalled vividly how Gu Xing, upon debuting last year, maintained impeccable cleanliness, never dirtying the minion waves while ganking mid lane, exuding the demeanor of a model gentleman. However, everything transformed dramatically once Kuro joined VG in the S7 season. It could only be said that Li Rui Xing would stop at nothing to nurture his father. Whenever there were minion waves to handle before returning to base, he would invariably call upon the jungler for assistance. This synergy between mid and jungle ensured that the minion waves pushed deep toward the enemy tower, allowing him to return without worry over excessive minion losses and stroll back to lane at his leisure. Moreover, Gu Xing could earn at least 100 gold from a wave of minions, which greatly benefited the jungler, while Kuro himself could gain experience, rendering it not a great loss. After all, he was not consuming resources, and it was only reasonable to grant the minion waves to the team's primary carry. Over time, Gu Xing became increasingly pampered, and his appetite for economic gain grew ever more insatiable. Were it not for Riot's continuous adjustments rendering the jungle a more passive realm, preventing jungle carries from emerging, Gu Xing's dominance across the map would have reached terrifying heights. Kuro, witnessing his teammates casting blame upon him, lamented, "Have you not heard the saying, with great power comes great responsibility? With such strength in Gu, it is only fair that he shoulders a bit more." This strategy one employ is known as economic redistribution, ensuring a more equitable distribution of resources to assist the team in securing victory. Observing the conversation veering off course, Hongmi hurriedly redirected the player's attention. In summary, old Gu is far more suited to assume the role of the team's core than Jack. Wait. Jack raised his hand to signal he had a query. In this current version, old Gu's economic gain is futile. In his view, this was not the jungle core version of earlier this year. Currently, the herbivorous champions reigned supreme, and Gu Xing could hardly play champions like Alistar, Gragas, or Sejuani to dirty the minion waves, could he? Have you forgotten? Hongmi shot a disapproving look at Yuwenba, tapping the whiteboard to remind the players. There is the option of Xayah. The cacophony in the training room intensified at this revelation. Gu Xing suddenly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting we could utilize Xayah? His face lit up with joy. As a jungle core marksman, Xayah could significantly enhance her combat capabilities with the help of the relic. Whether in attack speed, additional damage on basic attacks, or health regeneration, all were attributes vital to her. Furthermore, with the stacking of her passive marks, her range would increase. And combined with her scalable abilities, the Eternal Hunters could indeed be considered a late-game powerhouse among junglers. If she could secure resources, she would undoubtedly provide formidable support for the team's late-game endeavors. Indeed, Homie nodded in agreement. In the current version, Qianjuake is quite difficult to bring to the forefront. However, if she is afforded ample economic resources, she could certainly reclaim the glory of the jungle core era. The disappearance of the jungle core can be attributed to the excessively prolonged respawn time of jungle monsters. with a refreshing interval of 150 seconds representing a staggering 50 increase compared to the S6 season. Previously, jungle core heroes could clear their jungle swiftly, managing to finish their own camps within 100 seconds and still have time to engage in lane activities, thus maximizing their time efficiently. At that time, other slower jungle heroes were squeezed out of the meta, unable to keep pace as they struggled to clear their camps within 100 seconds. If they became too engrossed in farming, they would merely watch as the enemy jungle core relentlessly pressured the lanes. Conversely, if they refrained from jungling, they would be forced to witness the jungle core rapidly widen the developmental gap. Although champions like Leona, Xayah, and Graves possess relatively low gank efficiency and heavily rely on the red buff for successful ambushes, their frequent ganks, devoid of any significant cost, prove to be overwhelming. They would simply farm a nearby lane and gank, and even if they failed to secure kills, it would not greatly hinder their progress. They could return to farming without losing momentum. However, with the extended respawn time of jungle monsters, not only do jungle cores fall behind economically in solo lanes, but they also find themselves outpaced by those junglers with slightly slower farming speeds. Even the slowest jungler can clear the jungle in 150 seconds, leaving them ample energy to mount assaults on all three lanes. The economic disparity gleaned from jungle monsters becomes negligible, leaving ganking as the sole factor for gaining an advantage. Characters like Gragas and Sejuani, who serve as utility champions, exhibit a significantly higher success rate in securing kills compared to jungle cores. This implies that once they execute a successful ambush and earn an assist or kill, their growth can surpass that of the jungle core. Simultaneously, the lane teammates of the jungle core must bear greater pressure, remaining vigilant against the occasional incursions from the opposing jungler. The adversities faced by lane teammates will directly affect the ownership of lane control. The absence of lane control will render the jungle core hesitant to invade the enemy jungle. As is well known, jungle cores are in dire need of both levels and gold. Without the ability to farm ahead, and with gank efficiency inferior to that of their utility counterparts, where can they acquire the necessary surplus economy? In this vicious cycle, both the jungle core and their lane partners suffer, leading to the gradual decline of this playstyle during the S7 season. Even the once dominant junglers, such as Gu Xing, Yankos, and Peanut have abandoned this strategy, gravitating instead towards tempo-oriented and utility junglers, which is quite revealing. Nevertheless, Hongmi's strategy aims to elevate Qianjue's tactical resource status. Not only will she farm the jungle, but she will also be granted the opportunity to farm minion waves. As long as Qianjue has spare time beyond her regular jungle farming, she can accumulate wealth, with the potential to develop to an overwhelming extent. She can emerge as a dominant force, ruling the canyon. It is worth noting that during this period, the jungle knife does not yet carry the jungle hunter debuff, thus providing the highest economic output for the entire team, while the yield from each lane minion is reduced by 10 gold. Without the punitive mechanism against dirty farming in the jungle, many Graves players in ranked matches seize the opportunity to farm minions idly. Zhang Jiawen, who rose to fame through Graves, is a notable example. If Graves can engage in such tactics, surely Qianjue can as well. Is there enough gold to go around? A slight furrow appeared on Xiao Duan's brow as he expressed his doubts. It's sufficient, Hongmi reassured him. Let us not forget that our household does not have high economic demands. Upon hearing this, Kuro stood tall with pride. Do you see? This is the role of our nest. Whether one develops independently or relies on the shared economy to attain effortless victories, Li Ruihong would undoubtedly choose the latter. Duan Deliang recalled Li Ruihong's past actions of yielding minion waves to the jungler upon returning to the city, internally agreeing with Hongmi's perspective. Gu Xing finally grasped Hongmi's strategy. In this era dominated by herbivorous junglers, merely utilizing a wild core like Qiyana would be tantamount to courting disaster. The economic flow would be average, and the rhythm would pale in comparison to other junglers. Combining Qiyana with a soft support like the incense monster would still prove ineffective, as a wild core relying solely on farming would yield mediocre results. However, with the combination of Qiyana and the incense monster, alongside minion wave development, the synergy would flourish. The surplus economy of the eternal hunters, bolstered by the incense, would reach the pinnacle of combat prowess. Looking back, this Qiyana strategy is custom-tailored for VG, Hongmi exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with excitement. The conditions are exceedingly stringent, and only we can execute it. Firstly, there must be a jungler proficient in wild core gameplay. Many players are stuck in rigid thinking and will never grasp the concept of wild cores. A typical example is Ming Kai. Despite the impressive win rates of his champions such as Graves, Nidalee, and Qiyana, this is a mere facade. Prior to the 2016 summer split in the LPL, Gu Xing was an unstoppable force, with Ming Kai dominating the league, effortlessly mastering any hero. Had he truly understood wild core gameplay, he would not have been toyed with by Brazilian junglers and Peanut at the 2016 World Championship. Ming Kai's style resembles that of a clumsy chicken, and in terms of mentality, he is leagues away from a dual-crown champion. The herbivorous junglers, led by Gu Xing, play a game of map control and operations, providing crowd control for their teammates during team fights while creating ample space for core damage dealers to unleash their potential. This approach has nearly become a standard. Even though Ming Kai is known for his evasive maneuvers, he tends to engage up front, exhausting his skills before absorbing damage, retreating only when the situation turns unfavorable. Adopting a similar mindset in wild core play is a surefire way to deliver warmth to the opposing team. None of the three primary wild core heroes rush forward to absorb damage. They remain at the rear or flank during team fights, only entering the fray to reap the rewards when the battle reaches its conclusion. Gu Xing, on the other hand, is a versatile jungler. Blessed with an extraordinary talent for understanding the intricacies of the rift, he can play both a utility role and a wild core, demonstrating a remarkably comprehensive skill set. Secondly, the bottom lane must possess commendable landing abilities. Hongmi continued to elaborate, and it should not heavily depend on resources. The duo of Jack and Tu Wan may not exhibit the same ferocity in their landing as last year's pairing, but they are certainly no slouches. One can easily surmise that a player adept at Draven would surely excel in the landing phase. This season, Yuanba has chosen to focus on farming and wave management, awaiting team fights rather than seeking assistance from the jungler. With just 2 waves from Gu Xing, he can seize control of the lane and push for tower takedowns. In the realm of the LPL, the only duo capable of rivaling the likes of them is RNG, alongside a somewhat competent EDG. To be fair, the synergy between Eboe and Miko is commendable, yet Jack remains remarkably consistent when facing the national electricity team, perhaps suggesting a predetermined fate. Furthermore, compared to Uzi, Jack's greatest advantage lies in his minimal resource consumption, a trait exceedingly rare among ADCs. If he were to assume the role of the primary carry, such a playstyle would present significant issues. However, Yuanba has a clear understanding of his role. He is the secondary core. Achieving maximum damage output is tantamount to success. This type of player, who demands little in terms of economic resources, can free up some resources for Qianzhu, allowing her to flourish in the current version. Moreover, the mid laner cannot consume excessive resources while also frequently accompanying Qianzhu on invasions. Given the existence of her passive marks, Qianzhu must venture into the enemy jungle to secure growth, making her the most reliant on mid-lane support among the 3 jungle cores. The timeliness of mid-lane assistance is crucial for her. Before Doimb ascended to greatness, there were few roaming mid-laners. Most players emerged from the era of the Mage King, where champions like Victor and Orianna, known for their farming prowess, dominated. The instinct for roaming was generally lacking. However, Kuro is an exception. He would rather abandon the lane entirely to assist Gu Xing in establishing an advantageous position in the jungle. To assemble a team capable of utilizing Qianzhu in this version, one must have a jungler adept at playing jungle cores, a bottom lane that can secure advantages without consuming resources, and a mid laner who can both manage minion waves and provide support. Within the constraints of the top-tier league, nearly the only team able to employ the Qianzhu strategy is VG. Gu Xing, upon learning he could utilize a signature champion, couldn't hide his excitement, pondering, if we are to play Qianzhu, our options for bottom lane champions will be much broader. There's no need to confine ourselves to Caitlyn. Indeed, Hongmi concurred with Gu Xing's assertion. RNG's choice of Caitlyn is not solely due to her strong landing, but also because she can swiftly acquire resources to navigate the trough of the V-shaped power curve. Since Jack does not consume resources, there's no necessity for Caitlyn. One prerequisite for Qianzhu to make an appearance is the presence of a fast attack champion. Thus, we should ideally opt for champions that focus on attack speed. He continued his line of reasoning. What about Varus or Tristana? At this moment, Tristana's level 1 range had not been nerfed, making her comparably formidable against the likes of Kog'Maw or Mouse, champions favored as fast attack entities. With her passive, explosive charge, her pushing speed is also well assured. As for Varus, he is a renowned lane bully with an incredibly potent poking ability. Both of these champions can secure lane dominance, allowing Qianzhu to establish an early advantage in the bottom lane. Jack's eye sparkled. No problem, my friend. Varus is a champion I can play without practice. I can take him straight to the stage. His champion pool is relatively extensive, as he is proficient with nearly all ADC champions except for Ezreal. The selection of marksman champions is quite flexible, but among jungle cores, only Qianzhu can take the stage. Hongmi remarked, neither Graves nor Nidalee are viable. Only those champions with robust late-game potential, capable of providing substantial support to the team, can truly shine in this version. Characters like Nidalee, who lean towards snowballing, are less suitable. Graves, despite his commendable late-game growth, is hampered by his short range and sluggish attack speed, hindering him from fully maximizing the utility of the Staff of Flowing Water. Only Qiyana appears to be a fitting choice. The activation conditions are rather stringent. Yet it does expand our tactical repertoire, Hongmi remarked optimistically. In the future, being able to force an opponent to ban a champion will be advantageous. Gu Xing chuckled. When you think about it, our matches against RNG have indeed resulted in a win-win situation. And how is that? SB inquired, playing the role of the sidekick. VG not only achieved a 2-0 sweep, earning a significant point, but also adapted and incorporated the enemy's strategy of rapidly pushing with Caitlyn, making it our own. Winning twice is undoubtedly a win-win, Gu Xing explained with a smile. Laughter filled the training room as the team, free from the pressures of ranking, enjoyed a rich tactical reserve and a bright future, fostering a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Our next task is to practice resource allocation strategies centered around Qiyana, allowing Xiaogu to warm up, as he hasn't utilized this champion much during the summer season, Hongmi instructed. The players returned to their seats, preparing to engage in their respective tasks. Kuro, could you lend me a Korean server Smurf account? I want to practice Qiyana. Gu Xing turned to ask the mid laner. As a professional player of his caliber, both Korean and Chinese accounts are closely monitored by countless fans and competitors. Even though Qiyana is his signature champion, an abrupt increase in her usage records would undoubtedly raise suspicions during this version, where she is not particularly favored. Hence, Gu Xing decided to borrow an account. Sure. Kuro readily agreed. I'll find one for you. The Korean server consistently provides super accounts for all professional players applying for accounts. However, Kuro and SB, being Korean players, could already register on the Korean server with their identification, giving them access to 2 accounts. Lee Sang-hyuk, for instance, is known for possessing both the renowned IDs Hideonbush and SKTT1 Faker. Lee Ruehong typically plays on his super account, which has hidden ranks, and his main account from his days as a casual player has fallen into disuse, making it available for Gu Xing's use now. Fortunately, before Kuro embarked on his professional journey, he was an average player, merely a diamond-ranked contender. His achievements during the illustrious Ojian periods of S3 and S4 were rather unimpressive, and no one would notice that Lee Ruehong had this Smurf account. Once Gu Xing received the account credentials and logged in, he discovered that Qiyana lacked skins. This was not the default super account with all skins provided by Riot. Before he could voice his thoughts, Lee Ruehong quickly realized this. Oh dear, he exclaimed. It's been ages since I logged into this account, and I haven't even purchased the VG Championship skin. It's too late to buy it now. The VG Championship skin has already been taken down from the store after a month of sales. Lee Ruehong proposed a solution. How about this? I'll add some funds, and you can open some chests. Currently, there exists a Hextech treasure chest that allows players to unlock skins. According to Xinguanshan, the probability of obtaining skins from the chests in the domestic server is intentionally adjusted to be lower, and in recent years, it has become exceedingly challenging to acquire new outfits, predominantly yielding treasures from ancient times. In contrast, the drop rates in the Riot's direct service are significantly higher, making it possible to obtain even newly released limited edition skins. I'll cover it, Gu Xing said, feeling somewhat uneasy, as this account was his to use, and it seemed unreasonable to have someone else pay. No, Kuro interjected, pulling out his phone to prepare for a recharge. I intended to buy it myself, but I got so caught up playing on the super account that I completely forgot. Now, I can finally make up for it. Unable to resist Kuro's insistence, Gu Xing decided to offer a different form of compensation. Then I'll treat you to a barbecue later. Having acquired several sets of boxes, he seized the opportunity to open skins while waiting for the other 9 players in the queue, hoping to draw his championship skin. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he was surprised to find Dai Zichuan. If you wish to review, you should consult the coaching staff, he said, full of energy and bursting with creative ideas. Win big. Homie was feeling quite pleased with himself. The LPL event center located on the 9th floor of the Zhengda Plaza was bustling with activity. The cacophony of staff communicating through walkie-talkies blended with the raucous sounds from the audience, creating a relentless assault on the eardrums. Are you nervous? Gu Xing glanced back at Dai Zichuan, his tone remarkably gentle. Abel's hands trembled, seemingly devoid of feedback. He had yet to participate in a single secondary league match. Yet VG had directly assigned him as a starter for today's match against JD. Dai Zichuan, being new and not possessing Gu Xing's level of social anxiety, certainly felt a twinge of apprehension. However, upon meeting the gazes of his senior teammates, he clenched the hem of his jersey and steeled himself, feeling not nervous but rather a hint of excitement. Gu Xing, being astute, excelled in the study of emotional intelligence and micro-expressions, quickly recognizing the facade that Abel was attempting to maintain. Yet, as they approached the stage, he chose not to expose Abel's pretense, maintaining a calm demeanor. Just play normally during the match, don't dwell on unnecessary thoughts, and try not to focus on the audience. Dai Zichuan licked his cracked lips, recalling the training match he participated in just yesterday before taking the stage. He believed he had performed rather poorly, with his lane facing issues that had not yet been rectified, nearly leading to a breach by the opposing bot lane. Had it not been for Gu Xing's stellar performance in the upper lane, securing the Rift Herald and swiftly concluding the landing phase, Abel would have undoubtedly made a fool of himself. This first VG training match left a profound psychological shadow on Dai Zichuan, haunting him even in his dreams. Hurry. Staff members waved, urging the VG players to ascend the stage, scanning the athletes with metal detectors as if entering an examination hall. For Abel, this was far from a pleasant experience, as like many players, he had dropped out of school due to poor academic performance. In the past, examinations would send shivers down my spine. The metal detector in the campus is intimately linked with the major tests, and now, upon seeing this apparatus, Dai Zichuan's heart races uncontrollably. His thoughts drifted erratically, and by the time he was about to take the stage, he had already succumbed to a whirlwind of anxious musings. In front of him, several seasoned veterans engaged in light-hearted banter, while Gu Xing continued his playful exchange with his old teammate, Shiji Mei. On the opposite side of the corridor, Chen Yutian, do tell, how do you plan to lose today? I shall accommodate all your whims. Shiji Mei scoffed, her expression dripping with disdain. If you're so capable, choose Lucian. I refuse to believe you can win with that champion. Despite having departed from VG for over 6 months, his cunning demeanor remained unchanged, and he swiftly set the tone. Gu Xing, undeterred by the unexpected retort, seamlessly followed up. Do not underestimate me. Should we be pushed to our limits, we can swap roles, letting Kuro take the jungle while I play Lucian mid. Although such last-minute role changes are rare, they have occurred before. With just a couple of position swaps, VG, armed with their formidable prowess, might indeed triumph over JD. World 6 momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Observing the mid laner beside him, he felt a surge of confidence. Do you honestly believe your mid skills can outmatch Taixiang? He pointed at Doimb, his expression exuding pride. After all, he was the runner-up for the 2017 LPL Summer MVP award. While Doimb may not be a purebred leader at JD, it is an undeniable fact that he is the most formidable asset on the team. His mastery of the mage champions is unparalleled, earning him the moniker Middle Finger Mid, as he often boasts the highest damage output post-match. Consequently, although JD did not secure an overwhelming number of victories in the summer split, Doimb currently holds 9 MVPs, just 1 less than Gu Xing. If Gu Xing were to shift to the mid lane, it is highly likely that he would not stand a chance against Doimb. Upon witnessing his teammate volunteering himself as a savior, Jin Taixiang quipped in jest, I can also play jungle, World 6. You take mid and face Gu Xing in a 1v1. You can jungle? Gu Xing asked, intrigued. Doimb, with a physique reminiscent of a slightly frail individual, spoke in a casual Mandarin laced with a hint of barbecue flavor. Of course, I am exceptionally skilled at jungling. Perhaps his past experiences as a faux leader compelled him to siphon resources to fulfill his developmental needs, as merely farming lanes provided insufficient economic advantage to secure victories alongside his teammates. Thus, he became acutely aware of map resources, even possessing an intimate knowledge of jungle respawn timings. Xayah is indeed a promising jungler. Gu Xing chuckled. All right then, in a few days, let us have a 1v1 solo among the LPL junglers. Ming Kai, Xianghua, Candy, and others will be there. If you're interested, join us for a friendly match. Xayah cast an envious glance. He genuinely admired Gu Xing's remarkable social skills. Is this person ever daunted by the spotlight? Abel stretched his arms wide, bravely facing the detection, and only after receiving confirmation did he hastily follow his teammates onto the stage. Before donning his noise-canceling headphones, he could distinctly hear the roaring waves of applause from the audience below. Scanning the crowd, he saw a sea of support banners and glowing light signs, all emblazoned with various slogans cheering for VG. The commentator, Hao spoke with a booming voice that reached Xayah's ears. Today, VG has replaced their ADC player JackieLove with the newcomer Abel, as officially announced due to JackieLove suffering from a gastric ailment requiring hospitalization. This announcement was made by VG's official Weibo account yesterday afternoon. The statement is unequivocally genuine. JackieLove not only has a seafood allergy, but indeed suffers from stomach issues. His health is fragile as paper. His lack of attention to self-care, coupled with VG's continuous championship victories and the intense schedule of high-stakes matches, has exacerbated his physical exhaustion and gastric troubles. The elevation of Abel to the main roster provides JackieLove a much-needed 2-week respite for treatment, preventing any potential mishaps during the critical moments of the playoffs and world championships. Surely, it would be unreasonable to have him compete while enduring stomach pain. Such a situation would jeopardize both his performance and the training team's morale. In the commentary booth, Haokai's partner, Tu Wan, took over the discussion, noting that Abel was recently promoted from the second team to the first, with no prior experience in formal matches. His professional debut is taking place with VG, a top-tier team, marking a meteoric rise. Currently, Wang Xikong has yet to make his appearance, and the LPL has not clarified the rules for the debut of new players. Thus, newcomers can ascend directly to the LPL without prior experience in the lower leagues. Truth be told, we know little about Abel, only inferring from his ranked match style that he favors marksmen requiring high mechanical skill. Tu Wan, glancing at the database, summarized his findings. Haokai jokingly remarked that this makes him akin to Uzi, prompting a curiosity about whether Abel possesses Uzi's lane dominance. Tu Wan responded in a somewhat drowsy tone, expressing his anticipation for Abel, noting that VG is the most popular team in the LPL with a robust training system, ensuring that selected players possess noteworthy capabilities. Indeed, Haokai concurred, recalling that the last ADC VG brought into the LPL without playing a single match in the lower leagues was JackieLove. However, the reality indicated that Xayah still has a considerable distance to bridge to reach JackieLove's level. Yu Wenbo is a rare example of an instant superstar, initially facing top-tier bot lanes without hesitation, albeit often falling victim to overly aggressive positioning in team fights. In contrast, Abel's landing ability appears rather feeble. Even with the assistance of the top-tier player Tu Wan, he nearly faced disaster in the early game, suffering from ganks and pressure, leading to chaos. As the match approached the 10-minute mark, JD's bot lane had a lead of 20 minions and had significantly diminished VG's bottom tower health. Viewers in the live stream were restless, voicing their opinions in the comments. I'm speechless. What is Abel doing? How can he be so thoroughly outmatched by JD's bot lane? The VG rookie ADC's landing skills are woefully inadequate. Even with Tu Wan, he can't keep up. To be candid, it seems there has been a lack of synergy. A duo must rely on teamwork, for sheer strength alone is insufficient. It is time to cease the incessant criticism of newcomers. After all, this player has yet to meet his demise in the game. Merely being pressured to secure a few last hits does not warrant such an uproar. Should we not encourage him with praise, even if he struggles against an opponent like JDGS5, who only fell behind by 20 minions after 10 minutes? Is he truly a newcomer? From the information released by VG, this individual is actually older than Jack. The uproar in the chat is not solely due to the online environment, but also attributed to the stark contrast in expectations. Everyone anticipated that the player stepping in for Jack would at least be a top-tier ADC of the same caliber, or at the very least, A prodigious rookie overflowing with talent. Yet, how can one be deemed a genius if they cannot even comprehend the fundamentals of landing? It is disheartening to be relegated to merely last hitting under the tower. Dai Zichuan felt this frustration acutely. He perceived the opposing team as overwhelmingly powerful. While they played Varus, he found himself embodying a version of Jack who was at his lowest, desperately attempting to connect with Q. However, one must remember that JDG South bottom lane is comprised of Loken and the green-haired player, who have been voted as one of the least favorable duos across major forums. Is this the standard of the top league? As he found himself at a disadvantage, Dai Zichuan's hands trembled, beads of sweat forming on his brow while he listened to Tu Wan directing him through voice chat. Once this wave of minions is pushed out, do not advance any further. Xiao Gu is occupying the upper half to contest the Rift Herald. The principle of zone control is a fundamental concept in League of Legends. When teammates are engaged in the upper half, it is prudent for one's own team to remain within proximity of their turret, to avoid affording the enemy opportunities to break through. Yet JDG South bottom lane was well aware of this. They had preemptively stacked a wave near VG's turret, compelling the minion wave to push back. If Abel heeded his support's advice and remained under his turret, he would be left helplessly watching as the numerous VG minions gradually devoured JDG's wave. At that point, the JDG duo would position the minion wave just before the turret, and Dai Zichuan would likely find himself losing at least 2 waves of minions. Gritting his teeth, Abel recognized the potential danger ahead. However, as an ADC, he could not restrain himself from watching the enemy minions perish before him. I'll just take a couple of these minions. It should be fine, he thought to himself. With a sense of recklessness, Dai Zichuan took a few steps forward. As Kog'Maw, he possessed his R ability, living artillery, allowing him to secure low-health minions from a distance. Theoretically, it was not excessively perilous. Stop! Tu Wan raised his voice in alarm. But it was too late. Kog'Maw advanced. Just as he lifted his head to unleash his artillery fire, a blind monk emerged from the brush. With a swift R flash, the monk sent Kog'Maw hurtling further away from VG's turret. Abel had no time to react. The JDG duo, lying in wait in the shadows, pounced like hungry tigers, effortlessly claiming Kog'Maw's head. Tu Wan let out a soft sigh. In his view, Abel's actions epitomized a reckless trial that ended in disaster. As for Dai Zichuan, he wore an expression of regret, lamenting, why on earth was that player lurking there? It matters not, as Gu Xing reassures his newly recruited player. I have secured the Rift Herald, and it is commendable that you managed to force the position of the world-class player. Although he harbors reservations about Abel's untimely demise, Gu Xing cannot afford to scold his newcomers with a stern demeanor during the match, lest it shatter their confidence. Overall, VG's acquisition of the Rift Herald is undoubtedly a gain. Gu Xing proceeded to the top lane, where JDG's top laner Cabe adhered strictly to the half-zone principle. Upon realizing that the Herald had been vanquished, he promptly retreated to the safety of the brush near the Tier 2 tower, displaying remarkable caution. Observing JDG's bottom lane initiating a demolition, he too felt compelled to act, pressing the item key. The recently fallen Herald emerged from the void. You have returned. The purple-skinned garlic crashed into JDG's top tower, depleting nearly 40% of its health. With the assistance of the Rift Herald, Gu Xing and Smeb hastily claimed the first Blood Tower bounty. Subsequently, VG's top and jungle duo vanished into the thick fog of war. Cape, watching the imposing Rift Herald advance towards his Tier 2 tower, wisely refrained from advancing. He surmised that if he took a couple of steps forward, trapping the Herald outside the tower, he might become the target of a surprise attack from VG's top and jungle. Steadfast as OTTO, Cabe resolved to remain under the tower's protection. Let the Herald strike the turret. Personal safety is paramount. As the purple-skinned garlic charged once more, witnessing his Tier 2 tower suffer significant damage, Cabe exhaled a sigh of relief, allowing himself to manage the Herald. Safely ensconced beneath the tower's guardianship, he thought. Surely they cannot dive the tower to eliminate me. However, a sudden, urgent communication from Doyne pierced through the voice chat. Fall back. Galio is missing. It was only then that Cabe considered retreating, but alas, it was too late. As he raised his hand to eliminate the ward behind the Rift Herald, he inadvertently sealed his fate, observing the spider flash into his face from the nearby jungle. His fingers twitched in haste, and he promptly used his own flash. Yet, to Cabe's profound disappointment, Gu Xing did not immediately cast his E-cocoon upon flashing into the tower. Instead, he waited, only tossing out the web after Cabe had completed his flash. As the cocoon soared through the air, a bolt of judgment descended, slaying the distant minion before Cabe. Ease punishment. The spider unleashed Q, neurotoxin, and swiftly switched forms, lunging forward with fierce intent. Smeb's Jax, from the side, executed Q over the wall, not even requiring his ultimate, simply launching a barrage of basic attacks. In the next moment, twin whirlwinds unfurled, enveloping all champions within the JDG top lane arena. In the distance, Galio activated our hero's entrance. Gu Xing absorbed a couple of hits from the tower before gracefully soaring into the air, evading the turret's wrath. As he ascended, Jax concluded his counterattack, stunning Cabe, who had yet to regain mobility from the spider's cocoon. Galio then crashed heavily to the ground, sending dust flying as he launched Cabe into the air. A chain of control left Cabe utterly incapacitated. Once struck by Gu Xing's cocoon, his entire skill set was rendered dark and unusable. He could not even unleash Shadow Bind. Even if Cabe maneuvers a rather resilient Shun, he cannot withstand the onslaught from VG's mid and jungle duo. Ultimately, he can only regretfully succumb, allowing Smeb to claim a kill, cursing under his breath in Cantonese. Cabe expresses his frustration. Alas, it is truly unfortunate that Doimb is fervently typing away on his electrostatic keyboard, meticulously recording Gu Xing's flash cooldown, his accent unmistakably prominent. Sorry, but the Galio on the opposing team clears waves with such speed that I, playing Victor, cannot keep up. Thus far, he merely perceives Kuro's earlier actions as a reasonable supportive initiative, finding nothing particularly remarkable about it. However, once Smeb shatters the second turret in the top lane, both teams naturally transition into the lane swap phase, and Jin Taixiang begins to grasp the terrifying prowess of Li Ruixing. The two mid laners are dispatched to the top lane to farm, and with the first and second turrets in the top lane demolished, Doimb, with his short-legged Victor, dares not push the minion wave too far forward, fearing a targeted ambush from VG. As a result, he witnesses Galio rushing towards the mid lane like a maniac, seemingly neglecting even the top lane minions. In terms of support speed, Victor is inherently no match for Galio. Moreover, Kuro, in a frenzy, forsakes his own development, choosing instead to roam off lane. JD's inherent strength is rather mediocre, and their defensive capabilities are quite lackluster. Galio, known for his opportunistic prowess, under Kuro's relentless assistance, leaves JD's defenses riddled with vulnerabilities, which VG swiftly exploits. As the disparity in team strength becomes increasingly pronounced, Doimb finds himself in a state of bewilderment. While other teams coordinate jungle and support movements to allow the mid laner to farm in peace, VG's support lingers on the lane like a tethered spirit to guard the ADC, while the mid laner ventures out with the jungler. In this river, Doimb struggles to comprehend Kuro's playstyle, but Jin Taixiang is acutely aware that if this continues, JD will suffer a grievous defeat. He begins to closely monitor Galio's movements. The effect is immediate. Victor's sustained damage output surpasses that of Galio, and unable to win the one-on-one duel, Kuro finds his roaming routes effectively blocked by Jin Taixiang, forcing him to momentarily retreat. VG relies heavily on Gu Xing to set the pace. Although there are occasional achievements, progress is not particularly swift. JD manages to keep their deficits within an acceptable threshold. Jin Taixiang's demeanor begins to ease. Delay. Continue to delay. As long as he can hold out until his items are fully developed, no Galio or spider can withstand the might of his laser. However, before he can relax for too long, he observes Galio, having cleared the wave, suddenly retreating. The opponent's health and mana are both in excellent condition, with no critical items awaiting upgrade. After a moment of contemplation, Doimb's vigilance heightens. This individual intends to support again. Jin Taixiang, sensing an opportunity, feigns a retreat, then circles back into the jungle, stealthily advancing to ascertain Galio's whereabouts. A TP from the side. The voice of the green-haired player confirms Doimb's suspicions. Smeb's Jax is still mercilessly pummeling Cabe in the bot lane, leaving only Kuro with the ability to teleport. Jin Taixiang strides forward, no longer concealing his intentions. Before long, Galio appeared in front of the tower ruins on JD. Calm, preparing to teleport. Doimb, with unwavering resolve, pressed the R key on his keyboard. Chaos Storm. Victor's electromagnetic storm erupted instantaneously, binding itself to Galio, and utilizing the mechanism that interrupts enemy skill casts to thwart the teleport. Success! Doim's face lit up with glee. Resembling a greedy pot, radiating sheer joy, he had exchanged his ultimate, which could be ready in less than 2 minutes, for the enemy's teleport. A splendid trade. He thought of the hard-hitting bear's entrance and dismissed the notion entirely. He felt immensely proud, before Doim could utter another word. A vividly colored giant spider emerged from the brush behind Galio. "Oh dear," Doim exclaimed, bolting in panic. He finally grasped the entirety of the enemy's plan. The teleport was merely a ruse. The true intention was to lure him into using our Chaos Storm to interrupt. This would allow the ambushed Gu Xing to encircle and eliminate him. How crafty! Doim was flustered, solely focused on his escape. Observing Victor's frantic retreat, Gu Xing scoffed. "Humph. Think you can escape?" Maneuvering Galio, he charged up the Duran shield and flashed forward to taunt Victor. Doim, reacting with alacrity, immediately used Cleanse to dispel the control. However, Gu Xing had already utilized the spider silk to reach Victor's face. Basic attack followed by Q, inflicting a vicious bite on Victor. Seeing Galio unleash E-Justice Punch, Doim hastily flashed to evade the control. Yet, Gu Xing still held onto Cocoon. Jin Taixiang dropped the gravity field, beginning to weave and dodge, attempting to evade the spider's crucial control. But Gu Xing refrained from using skills, relying on the movement speed provided by Sorcerer's Shoes and Echo, lingering behind Victor to deal damage with basic attacks. The slowing effect from the red buff rendered Doim's movement sluggish. Frustration welled within Doim as he witnessed Galio's abilities rapidly coming off cooldown, ready to strike him down. He abandoned his sidesteps and opted for a straight escape, hoping to distance himself from the enemy's pursuit. Gu Xing awaited this moment. Noting Victor's halt in movement, he unleashed Cocoon. Hit! Doim found himself ensnared in the web, helplessly withdrawing his hands from the keyboard in surrender. The Spider Queen swiftly tore him to shreds, symbolizing the diminishing voice of JD.com's late-game heroes in recent times. Jin Taixiang aimed to stabilize the situation, hoping to wait until his summoner spells were ready for battle. However, VG showed no mercy. Gu Xing, aware that all of Victor's summoner spells were on cooldown, decisively rallied his teammates for the Baron. The match had reached the 24-minute mark. Although Abel's Kog'Maw struggled during the landing phase, he had amassed the necessary gold as the game transitioned. Furthermore, due to Gu Xing's choice of a spider that required minimal jungle resources, Dai Jichuan had also farmed 2 camps of F6. Now, with the Blade of the Ruined King and Berserker's Greaves in hand, Kog'Maw, leveraging the percentage damage from W by Arcane Barrage, could take down the Baron at an impressive pace. JD.com dared not to let this opportunity slip away. Should the opposing team secure Baron Nashor, the solitary advance of Jax on the side lanes would render them utterly invincible. Doim is compelled to engage, positioning himself relatively further back to prevent the enemy from reaching him. It is crucial to eliminate Kog'Maw. Once he is dealt with, the adversary will lack any substantial damage output. He directs his teammates. Although VG's composition does not epitomize the typical 4-protect-1 strategy, it indeed relies heavily on Kog'Maw's damage. In a combination like Galio and Elise, as long as they can slightly pull back during team fights and avoid allowing the collective damage to reach the backline, they will prove ineffective. By dispatching Kog'Maw, can Smeb's Jax truly turn the tide? Thresh, played by the green-haired player, initiates with a hook from the side, striking Baron while shrouded in Shun's ultimate shield. Leaping upward with his second Q. Seizing this opportunity, he approaches Kog'Maw in the pit, aiming to pull him back with Idum's clock. Dai Jichuan discerns the opponent's intention. The short-legged Kog'Maw must use Flash to create distance, only to attempt to spray down Loken approaching from the front. World Sister steps forward, capitalizing on the chaos to strike Galio, who is at the forefront of the battlefield, with Sonic Wave. During the second Q's displacement, a flash of golden light appears. Lee Sin deftly uses Flash to evade the area of Galio's shield. In the next instant, a vision ward emerges beside Kog'Maw. The blind monk successfully utilizes W, Golden Bell Shield, to arrive at the ward's location. In a fleeting moment, with 2 displacements, he covers over 1,000 yards. With a sweeping kick, he sends Kog'Maw flying towards his support. Cabe, just landing, is filled with excitement. E-Omen, Shadow Bind. His precise taunt with Shun ensnares Kog'Maw, rendering him immobile. Just as JDG's members intend to rush in and eliminate Kog'Maw, Galio unleashes his ultimate. The hard bear makes an appearance. This time, Doimb lacks his ultimate and cannot cast W, gravitational field, in time. He can merely watch as the enemy ascends skyward and crashes down, serving as Kog'Maw's guardian. 3 heroes from JDG's jungle and support soar in the air. Eliminate Kog'Maw. World Sister calls out, seeking assistance from her teammates. Yet, all 3 are positioned at the forefront of the battlefield. While JDG's dual carries are firmly held at bay by Gu Xing, Doimb's assessment is not without merit. Elise's impact in team fights is minimal. However, that is under the condition of a direct 5v5 confrontation. The battlefield has now been fragmented. JDG's front line has charged towards Abel, and Gu Xing, facing the enemy's dual carries, is free to wreak havoc upon the vulnerable foes without hard crowd control. First, he uses Flash to cocoon Loken, follows up with a WQ combo in human form, then shifts to spider form, unleashing a sequence of skills that obliterates the opponent. Left alone, Doimb dares not advance. After Smeb dismantles JDG's bottom tier 2 tower, he too uses teleport, landing directly in front of Jin Taixiang. This ward placed by Gu Xing leaves Doimb feeling stifled. He cannot act recklessly and can only hope his teammates can eliminate Kog'Maw and escape, thus thwarting the enemy's plan to secure Baron. However, emboldened by Galio's protective presence, Abel decisively initiates a counterattack. Activating W, Biochemical Barrage, Kog'Maw significantly enhances both his range and damage. With the dual percentage damage enhancement from the Blade of the Ruined King and the 3 arrows from the Hurricane, which can carry attack effects, the onslaught is overwhelming. In the face of such a barrage, the 3 frontline members of JDG simply cannot withstand it. Kog'Maw utilizes the active effect of the blade to threaten the most formidable enemy, Shun, slowing him down while accelerating himself, and then spins wildly. My goodness, is that kiting from Kog'Maw truly outrageous? The wide-eyed Hao Kai is astonished. His partner, Tu Wan, is equally dumbfounded. Abel's fluid kiting is simply extraordinary. Their commentary, however, is rather mediocre. One favors the oxygen tank mode while the other is focused on hypnotic analysis. Yet, in terms of rank, they are leagues above other commentators. Former LPL professionals and once the strongest king of the electric division, their discerning eyes can easily recognize the sheer exaggeration of Abel's kiting. Amidst the crowd, Kog'Maw maintains a stable and synchronized kiting rhythm, sparing no opportunity for a basic attack and never standing still to output damage. After each auto attack, he promptly cancels the animation and begins to reposition, spitting venom at JDG's members as soon as the cooldown allows. It's a seamless flow. JDG's top, jungle, and support are utterly incapable of keeping pace with Kog'Maw. Hao Kai exclaims dramatically, entering a state of disbelief, vociferously declaring that Abel can kite his opponents to their demise. The acceleration buff granted by the blade's active effect is pivotal, as it allows him to elude the sluggish Shun effortlessly. Smeb Jax, upon landing and seeing Doimb retreat, waves his hands to protect the backline. Cabe, in a fit of frustration, can only flash in and attempt to strike Kog'Maw, but the damage falls short, leading to his eventual downfall. In this version, Galio provides a percentage damage reduction effect to those he protects, allowing the otherwise fragile Kog'Maw to survive under the aegis of the Colossus. Kog'Maw quietly endures and develops throughout the match, unexpectedly shining in the team fight at the Baron Pit. Hao Kai can hardly believe his eyes. How much damage did Abel inflict in that skirmish? The director promptly reveals the answer: 5,500. Achieving such a remarkable figure in under 25 minutes is undeniably impressive. More importantly, Abel absorbed a significant amount of concentrated damage from JDG, ultimately surviving the encounter. His kiting prowess was maximized to perfection. The director, in the replay of the team fight, deliberately slows down the footage to focus on Kog'Maw. Even at full speed, Kog'Maw's kiting remains fluid, leveraging his speed advantage to maneuver around JDG's top, jungle, and support trio. Every time JDG nearly lands damage on Kog'Maw, he swiftly creates distance. The live chat sentiment shifts dramatically. Where shall we? Come out and apologize. Is Kog'Maw's handling in that team fight truly frightening? I never expected to survive being targeted by 3. JDG is indeed lacking. Pure top-tier kiting. Is it really that smooth? My verdict, just wow. The JDG players fall into a profound silence. With Kog'Maw's survival, It is unequivocal that VG will seize the Baron with the advantage of his percentage damage. JDG's despair is palpable, in the realm of the absurd. The sister shook her head incessantly. Even the green-haired Loken was taken aback. The audacity of that enormous mouth was truly astonishing. How could he possibly remain unscathed? Loken's complexion flushed crimson as a team fight unfolded, showcasing the disparities among ADCs. He himself had dominated the early stages of the match, only to be swiftly eliminated by Gu Xing's damage output. In stark contrast, Abel's Kog'Maw, despite enduring immense hardships in the early game and receiving support from multiple allies during team skirmishes, still managed to unleash devastating damage. Was this impeccable kiting truly achieved without the aid of scripts? Doimb was filled with skepticism. Jin Taixiang found it utterly bewildering. Yet, it was the subsequent team fight that shattered all preconceived notions. After VG secured the Baron and replenished their equipment, they stormed through the upper lane and set foot on JDG's high ground. Kuro's flash had finally cooled down, initiating a reckless W flash that reignited the battle. Compared to earlier, Kog'Maw now boasted additional items, including a Mercury Treads and a Hextech rocket belt. At this juncture, his attack speed had surpassed 20. In response to Shin's taunt, Abel's swift Purify dispelled it instantaneously, followed by the terrifying kiting that left spectators in awe. Kog'Maw's percentage damage was far from mere reputation. The increased range from his biochemical barrage allowed him to output damage effortlessly. The JDG players fell like ripe wheat before a Kog'Maw-powered lawnmower. This fellow was truly an exceptional kiter. Hao Kai, in a fit of excitement, found the flawless kiting to be second nature. The resounding cheers from the audience echoed throughout the arena. VG fans bore witness to Abel's prowess in team fights. Earlier, during the landing phase, they had tempered their expectations, believing this newcomer held boundless potential. Little did they know, the future warrior was already manifesting his talent. The JDG quintet could not diminish Kog'Maw's health below half even until their complete annihilation. Under the camera's gaze, the JDG players gaped, feeling the absurdity of Kog'Maw's maneuvers. A profound sense of despair enveloped them as they watched their opponents dismantle turret after turret with relentless momentum. The moment JDG's nexus shattered, Dai Ji-chun leaped with exhilaration, his face alight with an uncontainable radiant smile. What do you think? Am I not capable? He felt immense satisfaction with his debut in the professional league. Although he had earlier sacrificed a few kills due to disobedience, his subsequent performance in team fights was commendable. It was indeed quite remarkable. Gu Xing smiled encouragingly, offering praise and a gentle reprimand. If he could rectify his landing shortcomings, his performance would shine even brighter. Flattered, Abel floated off the stage as if walking on clouds. What position did Gu Xing hold? He was a top-tier jungler. To have such a player commend him was a source of immense pride for Dai Ji-chun, who yearned to announce his prowess to the world. Gu Xing, however, discerned the gap in strength between JDG and VG. Loken's duo still lacked the intensity necessary for landing. Had Uzi been present, Dai Ji-chun might have struggled to survive the landing phase, let alone maintain his sanity, as JDG's bot lane could not suppress Abel. All Dai Ji-chun needed was to secure a late-game marksman and gradually develop, ensuring he could take control during team fights. With this in mind, Gu Xing resolved to employ some extravagant tactics. "Ah, dearly, our next match can unfold in this manner," he whispered to Li Ruixing. Upon hearing this, Kuro's face lit up with joy, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. No problem, this tactic is quite intriguing. As the next draft phase commenced, VG delighted the audience and commentators with endless surprises. "Lucian, given that Abel has locked in Twitch, this should be for Kuro," Tu Wan remarked. Observing that Kuro seemed to enjoy playing Lucian recently, albeit with a hint of inexperience. "Just practicing a bit," Hao Kai expressed his understanding, noting that VG currently faced no significant pressure to achieve results, thus expanding their hero pool could be beneficial. No sooner had he spoken than a long-forgotten character appeared in VG's hero selection frame. "Scorpion," Hao Kai exclaimed, his brow furrowing. "Is Xing aiming for a renaissance?" The hero, originally named Crystal Vanguard, had seen a resurgence following a rework at the end of Season 5, only to fade into obscurity thereafter. This champion relies heavily on flash for catching opponents, and with only one critical ultimate ability, once that is used in team fights, it becomes a mere tank, serving solely as a damage sponge. Who would have thought VG would select it today? The discussion among the JDG players erupted in hushed whispers. Scorpion has returned? What on earth is happening? Did those guys make a mistake? Shin Yutian remarked. Can you tolerate this? Xingu is clearly looking down on you. Daring to select Scorpion. World May cracked her knuckles, producing a series of sharp sounds, her tone unwavering. Xingu, just wait and see. Today I must prove myself. Choosing a powerful hero would simply lead to victory, but what does it mean to play Scorpion? It's an affront. The mere appearance of the obscure Scorpion was enough to astonish everyone. Yet VG was not finished. Following the confirmation of their lineup, an astonishing turn of events unfolded during the hero swap phase, leaving the audience in disbelief. On the second floor, Gu Xing was assigned Lucian, while Kuro on the third floor acquired Scorpion. Hao Kai nearly uttered a forbidden phrase, but caught himself just in time. Xingu is playing Lucian? VG's absurd hero exchange sparked a tremendous uproar in the audience. The live chat exploded with comments. What is Xingu up to? Xingu is a jungler, and he's playing Lucian. This is a clear indication. There's no way this is a jungler Lucian. I doubt he can even farm monsters, lacking any recovery capability. No matter how skilled he is at jungle mechanics, it won't help. Could this be a bug? Quick, go find a referee to request a redraft. If all else fails, it doesn't seem like there's a problem with the draft. From the camera, Xingu looks quite pleased. The director specifically captured a close-up of the VG player section. Gu Xing was grinning widely, while his teammates laughed heartily, with even Abel joining in the merriment. Tu Wan adjusted his headset, confirming once more that the officials had not received any arbitration requests from VG players or referees, before slowly speaking. VG has no objections to the lineup composition. Please hold on for a moment as we prepare to enter the Summoner's Rift. A wave of noise erupted once more in the venue. Initially, the fans genuinely believed that VG had not swapped heroes. Anticipating that Gu Xing would employ Scorpion in conjunction with Lucian, focusing on honing their proficiency with their practice champions to expand their hero pool. Little did they expect that the narrative would take an unexpected turn. The director, no longer concealing anything, revealed the summoner spells on the loading screen for all to see. To everyone's astonishment, the skill display beside Gu Xing showed the absence of smite, instead boldly presenting cleanse. Meanwhile, Kuro had flash and smite. Hao Kai finally discerned the truth and immediately raised his voice, exclaiming, VG's jungle and mid have decided to swap roles this match. They are about to pull off something extraordinary. The cacophony in the audience surged once more. This time, VG supporters erupted not in disbelief or confusion, but in jubilant cheers of surprise. Even the usually stoic Tu Wan appeared intrigued. This is the first time Brother Xing is taking on the mid-lane role in his career. I wonder how he will perform. And he's playing Lucian, a champion that heavily relies on skill proficiency, Hao Kai added eagerly. Facing the formidable Doimb this season is going to be quite the spectacle. Moreover, both Brother Xing and Doimb are ranked first and second in the LPL Summer Split MVP standings. We thought they would never clash directly, yet here we are. The camera panned to the JDG players' bench. Doimb was seen frantically drinking water. Observing the role swap, he felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu. As though he had witnessed this scene in a dream. Jin Taixiang's thoughts wandered, and in his moment of distraction, he spilled coffee from his paper cup onto his trousers. Flustered, he hurriedly grabbed a tissue to wipe it off. This minor detail caught the attention of World Sister, who immediately mocked. Oh, Taixiang, feeling that much pressure are you? World Sister had initially thought Gu Xing would employ Renaissance, using Scorpion to teach him a lesson, and had been infuriated, intent on reclaiming his dignity. Instead, VG had opted for Gu Xing to play Lucian in the mid lane. World Sister felt an immediate alleviation of pressure. If he can't win the lane, that would be quite amusing. He teased his teammate, being outplayed by Brother Xing's mid lane Lucian. The consequences are too dire to contemplate. Jin Taixiang retorted, Qin Yutian, stop barking. It's as if being suppressed by Kuro's jungle Scorpion would bring you any honor. Upon reflecting on this, World Sister quickly restrained his laughter. We cannot afford to lose this match, understand? Doimb boomed, rallying his teammates. We cannot allow them to treat us like soft persimmons. Support Green Hair echoed, exactly. We must not be mere background characters. If they toy with us and run rampant, we'll have become their stage props. JDG had initially felt little pressure today. Even after witnessing Jin Taixiang's performance, they had no strategy to counter him. Everything hinged on Gu Xing's choice to play Lucian. Typically, a mage's base attack damage hovers around 55. However, Lucian, after acquiring the Doran's Blade, boasts an attack damage nearing 75. This 20 AD discrepancy is the root cause of Doim's potential failure. For ordinary AP champions, to secure a kill with a basic attack, one must wait for minions' health to drop to 55 before striking. Doim threatened his opponents by skillfully casting abilities. However, once the mages repositioned to evade, their minions could easily unleash a round of concentrated fire to eliminate the weakened adversaries, compelling them to forfeit last hits. Yet, Lucian could elevate his auto-attack last hitting threshold to 75. For VG's minions to focus fire on JDG's low-health minions, they would need to exert additional effort for a fleeting moment. As Gu Xing deftly dodged the abilities, the enemy's weakened minion remained unvanquished, allowing him to effortlessly secure the kill with a single shot. Jin Taixiang, upon realizing this, could not help but bite his lip. His strategy had completely unraveled. Not only had he failed to threaten Gu Xing, but he had also expended a considerable amount of mana. He felt indignant. Was Gu Xing's maneuver intentional or merely a stroke of luck? Doim sought further validation. He soon observed Gu Xing attempting to secure a last hit when the minion's health hovered around 75 points. The enemy's snake woman, despite her poisonous explosion, easily evaded the attack, allowing Lucian to dispatch the weakened minion with another shot. Jin Taixiang pursed his lips. 2 trials yielded identical results. It was reasonable to conclude that Gu Xing was indeed acting with intent. Doim found himself questioning his existence. If it were Xiaohu, the junior, or the seasoned meat chicken, he would not be surprised by such adaptability. Ultimately, this was a skill that top mid laners should possess. But Gu Xing was a jungler. It defied logic. Even if the team had a first-tier mid laner like Kuro, it was implausible for Gu Xing to receive such meticulous guidance. Gu Xing, at this moment, likely struggled to comprehend the jungle, let alone possess the capacity to influence the mid lane. There was only one possibility. Gu Xing had deduced this on his own. The more Jin Taixiang pondered, the more alarmed he became. Was that fellow's talent not exceedingly absurd? World 6, could you expedite your pace? Doim urged. Let's ambush Lucian in the mid lane. He is surely doomed. He sought assistance from the world's sister excavator. World 6, why are you lacking momentum this match? It has already been 3 minutes. Can you not contribute anything? Even Kuro, in a position swap, would not struggle so much. I cannot go. Look at Lucian's positioning. He keeps inching upward. What can I possibly do? The world's sister retorted. Currently, World 6 was situated in the lower jungle. This route was meticulously planned, taking into account the formidable strength of VG in the upper half. The top laner SB faced Cabe, presenting a clear advantage. The disparity in individual skill meant that even a weaker champion could exert counter-pressure. The mid lane, however, was a different matter entirely. The snake woman, among the array of mages, possessed decent landing capabilities, yet she appeared as a mere child in the presence of Lucian. Even after Gu Xing had previously suffered a miscalculation in trading blows, he had now regrouped and seized control of the mid lane. With neither solo lane possessing control, the world sister deemed it rather presumptuous to continue roaming the upper half. Kuro, without a second thought, charged into JDG's jungle, leaving the world sister hesitant to engage. Consequently, World 6 was relegated to the lower jungle, relying on the advantages of the bottom lane to safeguard himself. Clearly, Gu Xing is well aware of World Sister's movements, positioning himself strategically to prevent any direct gank from the lower lane into the mid lane. After a prolonged wait for the top laner Cabe to push the wave against the tower, he gradually advances the minion wave across the river, allowing World Sister to cautiously return to the jungle. However, Gu Xing's stance begins to shift downward, and upon switching screens, World Sister realizes the precariousness of the situation. Kuro surmises that he has placed wards in JD's jungle, discerning his movements. Based on his position near the three-wolf camp, he infers that VG's wards are deeply embedded within the jungle. With gritted teeth, World Sister contemplates, why does this guy, instead of farming, persistently meddle in my jungle with his wards? Unbeknownst to him, Gu Xing's task assigned to Kuro is straightforward, to scout World Sister's movements while simultaneously farming to gain experience. The workload is minimal, allowing Kuro ample energy to spare. The choice of Scorpion for Gu Xing is intentional. Firstly, this champion possesses a simple skill set, becoming relatively brainless post-level 6, which Kuro is adept at using. Secondly, the Scorpion's farming speed is exceptionally rapid, with the presence of passive Crystal Spire. It can swiftly clear camps using its high attack speed auto-attacks and Q, Crystal Sweep, for area damage. Consequently, Kuro can allocate surplus time to establish vision and relay World Sister's position to his teammates. Kuro is acutely aware that as long as he can curtail World Sister's early gank routes, the subsequent team fights will see the enemy's excavator proving far less impactful than the Scorpion. The plan unfolds successfully. World Sister finds himself at a loss against the wards placed in his jungle. Before his hero reaches level 9, the red trinkets can only scan fixed areas, rendering their warding ability quite mediocre. The same applies to the control wards, which are costly. 75 gold is a significant sum for the early game Xayah, who is not affluent. After much contemplation, World Sister devises a reasonably effective counter-strategy, the deception tactic. He maneuvers freely within his jungle, gauging Kuro's ward placements based on the movements of VG's heroes. Subsequently, he feigns an approach toward one lane under VG's vision, then makes a wide detour to ambush an enemy hero in another lane. The results are immediate. SB falls victim to this ploy, forfeiting first blood. "What a familiar sensation," exclaimed Kai from the commentary booth. World Sister's gank strategy closely resembles that of the legendary Xing Gu from yesteryears. In fact, this tactic has been learned from Gu Xing, who had adeptly employed it while with VG last year. SB seems a bit careless, Tu Wan quipped unexpectedly. He was once ensnared by Xing Gu using this very tactic during their encounters in Season 6, and it seems he has not learned from his past mistakes. Song Jinghao gazed at the black and white screen, nearly laughing in frustration. The last jungler to employ the deception tactic had become his teammate. Who would have imagined someone would use the same ruse to vex him? Gu Xing, on the other hand, felt a sense of satisfaction. At the very least, one can witness the growth and progress of the young brother, which is indeed a beautiful thing. However, Kuro was in a state of utter panic. After all, he did not consider jungling to be his primary role. Seeing the World Sister successfully gank in the top lane, while he himself accomplished nothing, he could not help but become flustered. Anxious and eager to regain the rhythm, he felt the urge to make a move. In contrast, Gu Xing maintained a calm demeanor, soothing his teammates' emotions and advising him to focus on farming first. How could a Scorpion capture anyone before reaching level 6? Fortunately, Kuro listened attentively to Gu Xing's words and quickly composed himself, hastening his jungle clearing speed. As the match reached the 7-minute mark, the Scorpion successfully attained level 6. Kuro has arrived at the mid lane, initiating his first assault. At the shout of Kai, Li Rue arrived at mid, activating the Crystal Scorpion armor for a burst of speed and flashed in with our Crystal Toxic Spike, ensnaring the Serpent Woman right in front of Gu Xing. Doimb is about to sacrifice his life. The Scorpion's flash are as utterly unreasonable. Jin Taisheng once again lifted his hands off the keyboard, not even considering using his flash. The damage from the Scorpion and Lucian made it remarkably effortless to eliminate a Serpent Woman who had yet to acquire the Seraph's embrace. Initially, he thought little of it, considering it merely a single death, nothing to fret over. However, 2 minutes later, when Doimb brought the World Sister to the mid lane to show Gu Xing a thing or two, he experienced the Scorpion's insidiousness firsthand. The World Sister excavates a tunnel combined with a flash, forcibly launching Brother Xing into the air. Kai's voice was urgent and powerful. Doimb flashes forward, laying down the binding toxic mist to follow up on the damage, but Kuro is right at the side. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Rue activated his speed boost and unleashed his recently cooled down ultimate, firmly suppressing the Serpent Woman. Doimb couldn't keep up with the damage. Relying solely on the World Sister's output was insufficient to kill Brother Xing. With the arrival of version 7.13 on the competitive servers, the Rumble Giant was significantly strengthened, and Xayah no longer built warrior jungle items. The issue was that the burn damage provided by the Rumble was entirely insufficient to eliminate Lucian. Gu Xing unleashed Passionate Shell, repositioning himself with a swift step, and activated his ultimate to unleash a barrage of fire. In a moment of haste, the World Sister made a misplay, attempting to activate our Void Charge to supplement the damage. Brother Xing uses his flash, retreating directly back to his own tower. Tu Wan expressed his dismay. World 6 has fallen for it. After the World Sister concluded her ultimate, she was locked onto by the VG turret. The protection from the tower, combined with Lucian's explosive damage, swiftly eliminated Xayah. On the other side, Doimb has recovered from the suppression, using his ultimate petrifying gaze to control the Scorpion, while he himself is eager to escape. Kai glanced at the mini-map, raising his voice again, but SB has come to assist, aiming straight for the serpent woman's head. Song Jinghao's Echo deployed his hookshot in conjunction with his ultimate, traversing over 1,000 yards, and forcibly sent the serpent woman back to the fountain. Doimb has now consecutively fallen twice. This development has completely collapsed. Ji Huan sighed. The mid-jungle synergy has utterly failed to conquer VG. Jin Taixiang looked utterly bewildered, his expression eliciting laughter, and the live chat was filled with joy and mirth. Why is JD so underwhelming? After all, they are the goalkeeper for the playoffs in Group A, yet they were utterly dominated by VG, who simply switched positions. Are you unaware of VG's formidable strength? Surely you do not think that such a galactic fleet-level team would struggle to overpower their opponents merely by shifting positions. JD seems to lack insight. Although VG has altered their lineup, Kuro and Virtue remain in the mid and jungle roles, maintaining their remarkable synergy. What gives JD the audacity to provoke them? Let me tell you, my friends, Brother Xing's Lucian is quite impressive. His skill level is certainly high. Am I the only one who notices that Kuro always lingers around the mid lane whenever he has his ultimate? He appears to have an affinity for that position. Li Ruihong does not simply enjoy mid lane. He relishes being a shadow to Gu Xing. If Gu Xing were to revert to his usual jungle role, Kuro wouldn't even glance at mid lane, but would instead rush towards the jungle. Every time he teams up with his esteemed ally, he wears a proud expression. As if safeguarding Gu Xing is an extraordinary feat. Can I take this kill? Li Ruihong thinks to himself, delighting in Gu Xing's success even more than if he had secured the kill himself. Gu Xing exhales in relief and generously offers praise. Excellent. We are taking off now. As the game approaches the 10-minute mark, having secured 2 kills, he returns to base to purchase Blade of the Ruined King and begins his reign. At this moment, Doimb's Cassiopeia is rendered nearly ineffective. Merely using Noxious Blast to whittle down Gu Xing's health is no longer a viable strategy, as the damage dealt pales in comparison to the healing from the Blade's passive. To inflict significant damage, one must ensure the poison status is applied to the opponent. However, Gu Xing has his dashes to evade Q. For Kim Taesang, it is a veritable deadlock. Doimb, unwilling to concede, becomes increasingly agitated as he desperately seeks to rectify his disadvantage. Yet Lucian, equipped with superior items, leisurely pushes the mid lane, securing control to protect both the jungle and his teammates on the side lanes. By the 13th minute, Doimb, unable to contain himself, makes an ill-advised advance, which Gu Xing seizes as an opportunity. The two are too close together. Lucian takes a bite from Blade of the Ruined King, slowing the enemy while accelerating himself. According to the laws of the canyon, this could be termed as ensnaring his opponent. Gu Xing, utilizing his speed advantage, strides forward, landing 2 shots before following up with Q, Piercing Light. Doimb, realizing the opponent's decisive counterattack, hastily turns to cast R, Petrifying Gaze. When casting Piercing Light, one must face their adversary. Gu Xing cannot evade it and is momentarily stunned. However, he possesses Cleanse. After dispelling the stun, Lucian raises his weapon and continues to unleash a barrage upon Cassiopeia. Upon witnessing the opponent use their summoner spell to evade his auto-attack range, Gu Xing confidently activates R, Culling, and begins his onslaught. Doimb shifts to the side, attempting to maneuver himself out of the range of Culling. But his movement speed cannot match Lucian's. Indeed, the effectiveness of the summoner spell is rather mediocre. It requires a 2-second wind-up to achieve the full speed boost. Moreover, Doimb maneuvers a serpent lady, who, lacking feet, is unable to purchase boots. Although her passive ability, Elegant Slither, provides increased movement speed at each level, at the 13-minute mark, her low level yields minimal additional speed. In contrast, Gu Xing, upon his last return to base, has already acquired a pair of attack speed boots. Coupled with the movement speed granted by the activation of Passionate Burst, he successfully closes the gap on the Serpent Lady, relentlessly unleashing silver bullets into the enemy champion. Doimb veers to the side, seeking refuge in a narrow passage to conceal his presence. His hiding spot lies in the cramped space between the jungle bush below mid lane and his own feathered beast camp. Gu Xing, having entered the bush below mid lane, utilizes the light feedback from R, Holy Gun Baptism, upon striking a target to discern the enemy's position. Doimb clenches his teeth, and upon placing a ward over the wall, sees the enemy advancing towards the river. He suddenly shifts in the opposite direction, pivoting back towards mid lane. Should his plan succeed, with both parties possessing high movement speed, It would take but a fleeting moment to create distance between them. At that point, Lucian's holy gun baptism would be unable to land on him. However, he never anticipated that at the very moment he placed the ward in the bush below mid lane, Gu Xing would halt his advance and also begin moving in the opposite direction. Jin Taixiang, now bewildered, feels a momentary lapse in his reflexes and fails to react. Both players are inadvertently moving in reverse towards mid lane. Doimb's nearly depleted Serpent Lady is swiftly dispatched by Lucian's silver bullets. Dansha, my goodness. The ecstatic commentary resonates powerfully. What kind of play is this? Gu Xing has remarkably predicted the Serpent Lady's change of direction with blind vision. The multitude of VG supporters erupts into a thunderous cheer upon witnessing Gu Xing's astonishing maneuver. The director provides a replay, specifically adjusting to Gu Xing's perspective. Lucian had exhausted all his wards, relying solely on the trajectory of Holy Gun Baptism to ascertain the Serpent Lady's location. Upon observing the enemy place a ward over the wall, he paused momentarily before opting to sweep back in the opposite direction. The continuous hits on the marked target validate Gu Xing's impeccable judgment. Doimb takes a deep breath, unable to mask his sense of helplessness. Should he continue playing? He feels a profound sense of powerlessness wash over him. The opponent has seemingly deciphered his every thought. It was that ward that unveiled his intentions. Had he not aimed to scout the enemy's movement path in advance, why would he have placed it? Jin Taixiang comprehends that at the moment the ward was deployed, Gu Xing must have surmised his intention to escape the sweeping trajectory of Holy Gun Baptism, expertly grasping his mindset. Just as he is engulfed in frustration, news of a victory in the bottom lane reaches him. A clash erupts between both junglers on the bottom line. World Sister attempts to restrict Abel with Erupt from the Earth, but Kuro's Scorpion is particularly agile, targeting Loken. Jingdong temporarily loses the output from their ADC. Yet Dai Zichuan remarkably survives. Following a skirmish between the two teams, Gu Xing, who had just secured a kill on Doimb, utilizes the explosive fruit from Jingdong's red zone to leap over the wall and arrive at the bottom lane, executing a flawless damage sweep. Meanwhile, SB in the top lane also completes a solo kill. The scales of victory have decisively tilted in favor of VG. The entire JD team exhibits a palpable decline. With a firm grasp on their advantage, VG methodically expanded their economic lead to approximately 7k around the 26-minute mark. Song Jinghao, confident in his prowess as a Riven, utilized EE's flash in conjunction with his ultimate to ensnare Loken, trapping him within the confines of the Hex deck ultimatum. Unyielding, they initiated the fight. Gu Xing unleashed a barrage from a distance, while Abel's Rat activated his ultimate, unleashing a torrent of toxic arrows. The health bars of JD players plummeted swiftly. The damage output from VG's dual marksman and team fights is utterly terrifying, exclaimed the commentator Haokai, as Cabe, stationed at the forefront of the formation, was instantaneously slain by Gu Xing. Lucian advanced, purifying himself from the Medusa's petrification, delivering dual strikes upon Doimb, sending him back to the fountain for recuperation within mere seconds. The JD team crumbled under pressure. Gu Xing, with the movement speed boost and cooldown reduction from his Black Cleaver, deftly maneuvered across the battlefield. Quadra-kill. Haokai shouted in a moment of elation. Xing Ji's damage is explosive, leading to a decisive harvest. Is there a pentakill in sight? No sooner had the words left his lips than the beleaguered Loken, attempting to escape, was suddenly felled. Amidst the cold, unfeeling announcement, the system displayed that the rat had secured the kill. Oh dear, Haokai stammered, what just happened? The audience, initially exuberant, found their enthusiasm doused like a cold splash of water, their cheers abruptly silenced. The pentakill was snatched away by a teammate. Gu Xing was taken aback, unable to suppress a glance at his companion. The pentakill seemed almost within his grasp, with VG members merely required to wait for Gu Xing to claim the final blow. Yet, it was the rat who seized it. Dai Zichuan wore a look of shame, covering his forehead, unable to meet Gu Xing's gaze. The new guy in the team doesn't seem to heed your advice, Xingge, Jihuan jestingly commented. That pentakill was a bit excessive. Haokai regained his composure, nevertheless. This minor squabble does not affect the overall situation. After annihilating JD, VG plans to directly push to obliterate the enemy base. As the enemy nexus teetered on the brink of destruction, Abel quickly stood up to apologize. My bad, Xingge. I was too nervous and didn't notice you had a quadra. You're not upset, are you? Initially, Gu Xing felt disappointed. Opportunities for a pentakill are rare for a jungler. Having it snatched away by a teammate was disheartening. However, he adjusted his emotions swiftly, nearly ready to forgive. Yet, Dai Zichuan's lack of emotional intelligence nearly sent Gu Xing into a frenzy. Can we communicate properly? Why the passive aggression? Abel truly meant no harm. His mastery of communication was on par with that of a spicy hot pot, both belonging to the same level of conversational finesse. Seeing Abel's innocent expression, Gu Xing refrained from overreacting and merely patted his shoulder in encouragement. I just feared you might be upset, and wouldn't let me play in the next match. Dai Zichuan jogged behind Gu Xing, seeking to shake hands with the enemy. You speak as if I were some irredeemable tyrant, Gu Xing retorted helplessly. You play normally. I have no authority to determine your participation. If you wish to know whether you can join the rotation for the next match, you ought to inquire with Hong Mi or Boss Ding, he explained. If you perform well, and Jack returns to secure a small victory, you might just find yourself back in the game. Is that true? Abel asked, visibly excited. Could such fortune befall us? I merely jest. It may not necessarily be a stroke of good luck, Gu Xing mumbled as he strode towards the JD players, confronting their discontented expressions. With empathy, he could grasp their predicament. Today, VG had altered their starting ADC and swapped the mid and jungle positions, rendering their combat strength relatively feeble. Yet, when granted an opportunity, JD failed to seize it. Doimp could scarcely fathom how the major esports media would narrate JD's performance tonight. He intended to halt the broadcast and lay low for a while, resuming his beloved streaming work the following evening. Sister World felt a sense of humiliation, her expression sour as she remained silent. When Gu Xing extended an invitation for a celebratory dinner at the conclusion of the regular season, she hesitated for a moment. Upon learning that it was on someone else's tab, she revealed a small, eager smile and readily accepted. Today's post-match interview bore no relevance to Gu Xing. Upon returning to the lounge, his first action was to pull out his phone and browse the internet. The forum was as lively as ever, and a freshly minted scoring post was generating remarkable buzz. Gu Xing clicked in, discovering a plethora of flattering reviews from the community. Brother Xing's Lucian is that proficient? Such fluid maneuvers. If Brother Xing hadn't sought to create space for himself, relying on Song Jinghao's unstoppable Fiora to level the score, it might have been a different story. However, in the decisive match, EDG executed a cunning and treacherous level 1 team fight, allowing Eboi to secure 2 early kills and disrupt the balance in the bot lane. Gu Xing found himself frequently heading to the bottom lane to fill the gaps, thus hindering his own development. Meanwhile, UT's Orianna cleverly concealed her ball behind a wall during the crucial dragon fight, landing a pivotal ultimate that ensnared 3 enemies and solidified their advantage. VG suffered their second defeat of the summer split. The state grid trailed closely, maintaining a fierce grip on their position in Group A, embodying an unwavering belief in not relinquishing the top spot. Under the current competition format, the first place guarantees a direct entry to the semifinals, while the second must endure an additional BO5 series. Naturally, Hongmi sought to alleviate the difficulty, thus reintroducing Jack for the remaining 3 crucial matches. This would warm up Yuanba, ensuring he adapts well for the playoffs and simultaneously helping the team secure their leading position. The results proved overwhelmingly successful. VG's full roster faced Snake, IM, and Suning, achieving an impressive 2-0 record, sweeping their opponents effortlessly. Ultimately, thanks to their substantial lead, they solidified their first place in Group A with a record of 14 wins to 2 losses. 459, a hefty explosion of gold. Clear the stage, next. Gu Xing bellowed within the VG training facility. In the rift, the Prince of Lu Bu swung his long spear, delivering a mighty blow that struck down the enemy hero, depleting their health bar completely. The adversary slowly collapsed, and Lu Bu, known by the moniker Xayah Tansha, was poised to display his prowess. However, upon lowering his gaze, he beheld the lifeless body of the 4th generation of Jiawen sprawled on the ground. Gu Xing ceased his actions, and the surviving prince remained motionless, as if contemplating the philosophical discourse between Lu Xiaocai and Ji Wuming from the legend of the martial world. Who has slain me, and whom have I slain? Have I become my own executioner? Gu Xing, oblivious to the philosophical deliberations unfolding in the river of the Summoner's Rift, exuberantly shouted into the microphone, Ming Kai, your 1v1 solo skills are lacking. Step back a bit. Gu Xing was utterly perplexed, questioning why the prince could farm so swiftly. He could not fathom it. Not only was the farming rapid, but the maintenance of health points was also remarkable. Consequently, after the wild area duel segment concluded, Gu Xing consistently boasted nearly 100 additional health points. This surplus of vitality could significantly influence the outcomes of subsequent river solos in the early game. Filled with pride, Gu Xing imparted his wisdom. The prince's passive deals percentage-based damage relative to current health, so it is advisable to delay the use of the smite while farming. Moreover, the prince should refrain from employing EQ for traveling while farming. Although it appears to save time, it is far more efficient to walk to the camp and use basic attacks to gather the monsters before executing EQ. These were Gu Xing's insights. To maintain optimal health, one must adeptly utilize attack speed and range. Upon acquiring Debong Junkie, the prince's initial attack speed became unparalleled across the league, complemented by a range of 175 units, surpassing that of other melee champions. Together, these elements allowed for the flawless manipulation of the jungle creatures without sustaining damage. It is well known that the three essential factors of kiting are movement speed, attack speed, and range. By merely selecting E at the outset, the prince could harness two of these pivotal elements. With a modicum of understanding regarding kiting, he could effortlessly outmaneuver the cumbersome jungle monsters. Gu Xing maximized the prince's kiting capabilities, freely attacking the blue buff at the beginning. Such tactics enabled him to farm expeditiously and without injury, ultimately accumulating advantages to secure victory in the 1v1 solo. The factory chief grew increasingly frustrated. As a veteran jungler, he comprehended Gu Xing's insights into farming. Yet, due to his own limitations, Gu Xing could not flawlessly execute every jungle camp, often committing errors. To be fair, none of them were machines. Mistakes were inevitable. However, Gu Xing managed to minimize his missteps with remarkable precision, while others might misfire a couple of auto attacks during a round of jungle farming. He could often afford to miss only a single basic attack. This proficiency granted him a significant advantage in every solo encounter. Ming Kai, resigned, could only shake his head in acknowledgement of Gu Xing's formidable prowess. The chrysanthemum withered, leaving a field of wounds. Gu Xing hummed a tune befitting the prince's identity. Chrysanthemum stage, as he opened a document on his computer desktop, densely filled with the IDs and corresponding records of various junglers, from Gue Jiaoqi to Xiang Wukongdi, and even to LCK's Peanut, Blank, and Masterin, not to mention the presence of Karsa from the Flash Wolves who also joined the fray. The emergence of a new style of jungle solo rules has swiftly taken the professional scene by storm. The jungle position has always been somewhat unique. While laners can hone their landing prowess through duels, some seasoned players still resort to the traditional methods of one tower, one kill, and 100 minions to guide the younger generation. However, how does one measure competitiveness in the jungle? The intricacies of jungle strategies must be reflected in the 5v5 battles within the Rift, rendering players in this role relatively isolated. They often find themselves studying match replays, engaging in custom games to practice farming, or showcasing their skills against training dummies. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that Gu Xing and Xiao Huaxing's innovative approach to a dedicated jungle solo competition has garnered widespread acclaim among players. Gu Xing tapped at his keyboard, revising his battle records against Ming Kai. Ha ha ha, Ming Kai. Our 1v1 duel results now stand at 2 wins to 16 losses. He felt a surge of joy and was eager to share his thoughts. The accented Mandarin of Gue Jiaoqi reached his ears, prompting him to deftly change the subject. Is the win rate really that low? Who did he lose to more frequently? Gu Xing maneuvered his mouse, contemplating Sofm and Xiao Huaxing, both of whom were formidable in solo duels. Even he could only muster a win rate of around 60% against them. Both are core jungle players. Ming Kai remarked with a crestfallen expression, sensing that their skills outstripped those of their more passive counterparts. After being soundly defeated by Xiao Huaxing at last year's World Championship, he had come to terms with the decline of his own abilities. Born in 1993, he had long surpassed his peak performance period. Even at his zenith, Ming Kai had never been particularly noted for his mechanics. Witnessing the influx of increasingly skilled rookie junglers into the league around the S6 season left him nostalgic and somewhat melancholic. Gu Xing, perceptively noticing Gue Jiaoqi's despondency, swiftly assumed a Buddha palm pose. Do not cast AoE. Dear viewers, this was said by Ming Kai. If any herbivorous jungle players feel slighted, take it up with him. Ming Kai couldn't help but laugh, his earlier gloom dissipating. You little. The atmosphere in the live stream was light and jovial, with netizens engaging in lively banter in the chat. Mingkai's jungle speed and 1v1 prowess are truly lacking. It feels as if he doesn't even meet the average LPL standard. What can you do? One grows old. If Xayah is unable to perform, then let us elevate the Grand Prince, Xayah. A victory for the Grand Prince would still count as a win for Gu Xing. He struggles just to take the red buff, and now he wants to compete in a race. Gu Xing, hurry up and stream the matches. There are exciting moments today. Gu Xing noticed the last comment. Who is playing today? He inquired. Mingkai recalled clearly, RNG versus we. The final clash of the regular season. The competition within Group A had concluded yesterday, but Group B still had one match day remaining. Let me check the standings, Gu Xing said as he opened the LPL event interface, perusing the current status of the Group B powerhouses. Much like Group A, the ranking battle in Group B had reached a fever pitch, with OMG and NB locked in a fierce struggle for the playoff ticket. The Starry Light team has assembled the most formidable lineup since the S5 Galactic battleship, yet the NB team is not to be underestimated. Following their relegation in the spring season, they acquired the GT slot and brought the prominent player Jin Gong into their ranks. Now, with the formation of the Jim Goon Swift lineup, their strength is indeed formidable. This year's LPL competition is exceptionally fierce. The league's limited roster of only 12 teams has led to an influx of star players clustering together, and the financial expenditures of each club are quite staggering. After VG's North American Championship last year, every team is eager to partake in the glory, aiming to make a significant impact in the World Championship during S7 held on home soil. In previous years, a lineup such as that of OMG and NB would have undoubtedly secured a spot among the top 6 in the league. However, this summer season, the battle for playoff berths is intense and relentless. Ultimately, Starry Light OMG clinched a playoff spot with a narrow lead of just 1 point. Gazing upwards from the playoff gate, one can see the aesthetically pleasing logo of the IG team. Notably, since solidifying their starting lineup, IG's performance has soared dramatically. The synergy among the Shy, Ning, and Rookie in the top, mid, and jungle roles has become increasingly potent, collectively securing a substantial number of MVP awards for the team, showcasing their innate talent. Had it not been for the dominance of tank heroes in the jungle and top lanes, they might have ascended even higher. Currently, the team stands at 11 wins and 5 losses, firmly positioned in 3rd place, with their status secure enough that the final round of matches will not alter IG's ranking. They can now begin strategizing for their playoff opponents. The fiercest competition lies among the top 2 teams, RNG and we, whose differences are negligible. Today, the victor will claim the throne atop the standings. Gu Xing mused on the scheduling of the matches, wondering if they had predicted that these 2 teams would battle it out until the end before the summer season commenced. Mingkai, intrigued, expressed his eagerness to witness such a critical clash, which is undoubtedly a focal point given its implications for the playoff seeding. Gu Xing opened the live stream, accepting a bag of flavorful pancakes from Jack, planning to enjoy them while watching the match. Xayah, care to join me in watching the game? Mingkai inquired, trying to rally more viewers. The Grand Prince, having nothing else to occupy his time, sauntered over to borrow the microphone and greet Gu Xing in I how. Gu Xing politely acknowledged him. Each time he heard Ferelli's real name, he was reminded of Zhao Zijing and even entertained the notion that the Taoist priest might be an ancestor of the Grand Prince. Let us lower the volume on the commentary a bit so it doesn't interfere with our discussion, Mingkai muttered. Whoa, WE's locking in Kassadin instantly? Gu Xing maintained his focus on the barrage of comments in his live stream while observing the champion selections. Kassadin is a solid choice, he remarked, almost letting slip an exclamation, then quickly corrected himself. Kog'Maw is quite effective. The aircraft can hardly contend with him. At the onset of this summer season, the aircraft underwent modifications, transforming its attack damage output from a balanced 50-50 split between attack damage and ability power to a staggering 80 leaning towards ability power. The once dominant Kassadin, heralded as the bane of mages, has now become a conventional counter to Corki. The Voidwalker's passive ability mitigates magic damage, signifying that Corki's basic attacks cannot significantly diminish his health. Moreover, Corki's innate landing prowess is already somewhat lacking, rendering him incapable of posing a substantial threat to Kassadin's vitality. It can be asserted that in a lane against Corki, Kassadin can confidently navigate through his early vulnerabilities and transition seamlessly into his formidable late-game phase. Whenever I think of Kassadin's matchup against Corki, I am reminded of that infamous kill montage featuring Gu Xing, who now pursues his dreams in the realm of competitive gaming. Let me showcase his prowess with Renekton, suggesting that RNG aims to accelerate the pace of the game. Gu Xing provided a rough analysis of their draft strategy, which aligns with logic. Indeed, if they allow the match to extend into the late game, it is unlikely they will outmaneuver Wei in terms of strategy. This iteration of RNG is not particularly adept at late-game scenarios. They inherited a style of play from Mata that emphasizes vision control and early to mid-game synergy. Dragging the game into the late stages would expose them to weaknesses in both side lane pressure and teamfight formations, where they would be at a disadvantage compared to Wei. It is not to say that extending into the late game guarantees defeat, but the odds of victory diminish significantly. Selecting a champion like Renekton to gamble on early game snowballing is a viable strategy. At the start, Xianghua ventured to the top lane to pair with Let Me, successfully securing first blood against 957. However, Candy swiftly retaliated, ambushing Xianghua in the jungle while he was farming, executing a counterattack. Zhao Jiming was left in awe, noting that Xianghua was now in a precarious position, losing his foothold in the jungle matchup. Gu Xing held a differing perspective, arguing that unless one selects a powerful jungler like Elise, it is challenging for a jungler to establish a significant lead in this current meta. It seems that the Great Prince has not participated in training matches for quite some time, rendering him somewhat oblivious to the rapid changes in gameplay tempo on stage. The starvation strategy that Xianghua developed during the spring season is wreaking havoc in the current meta precisely because relying solely on jungle resources is insufficient for securing victories. Junglers must create advantages for their laners to achieve success. Candy's counter jungle seemed advantageous at first glance, but ultimately it bore little fruit. Lu Xiyu, upon respawning and clearing a couple of camps, would quickly catch up in levels due to the experience compensation mechanism. As Kassadin reached level 6, Zhao Jiming appeared to harbor some discontent regarding RNG, expressing optimism for Wei. I sense that if the game extends to Xayah reaching level 16, RNG's base will soon be in jeopardy. What? Not only Gu Xing, but even Ghostfoot 7 seemed taken aback. Zhao Jiming, please refrain from making erratic statements for the sake of stream entertainment. While Kassadin is indeed a commendable choice against Corki in lane, this does not guarantee victory in the match. This champion is particularly vulnerable to crowd control, especially chain stuns. Once he engages and is immobilized, Kassadin's celebrated agility is rendered ineffective. In the first match, Shi Sunming played Alistar, effectively establishing a control chain in tandem with Renekton, leaving Xayah with limited room for maneuvering. As the two teams dragged the match into its later stages, the contest was precariously balanced at approximately 65-35, with RNG still holding a glimmer of hope for victory, far from the dramatic assertion made by Zhao Jiming that the 16-level Kassadin would obliterate the RNG base in an instant. Observing the skepticism directed towards him from the two top junglers, the wise prince chose to remain silent. However, the proverbial words had already been uttered, and Gu Xing noticed that many viewers in the live stream were humorously fixated on Xayah's level. Kassadin is now level 8, with half the progress bar left before the RNG base detonates. Level 11. Xayah wields a level 2 ultimate, poised to wreak havoc at any moment. My goodness. Kassadin has reached level 15, despite the team trailing by 7k in gold, and we having only destroyed 2 of the enemy's defensive towers. The RNG base will not endure much longer. Level 16. Wow, RNG, prepare for your demise. Heed my command. Explode already. Why aren't you blowing up? As the match reached the 30-minute mark, Xayah finally ascended to level 16, unlocking his 3rd level ultimate. Yet, We's decline was unmistakable, as Gu Xing had predicted. The early game pressure from Candy Dansha had little bearing on the overall rhythm of the match. Lu Xiyu, employing a starvation strategy, continued to forge a significant advantage for his team. However, RNG encountered a minor hiccup while attempting to convert this advantage into a decisive victory. Let Me's Crocodile held a substantial edge, eager to penetrate the enemy formation and scatter Wei into disarray. Yet, his inherent caution made him hesitant to engage in overly reckless maneuvers. Consequently, the Crocodile began to devise a grand strategy. During the team fight, he maintained his distance, activating his ultimate to amass rage. while observing the frenzied damage output from Mystic and the plight of Uzi, who was being besieged by Kassadin. For a moment, he found himself indecisive. What on earth was this crocodile doing? Gu Xing was left astounded. He needed to jump over the wall and join the fray. Ming Kai laughed heartily. Xayah is entering the fray. It's harvest time. Su Hanwei likely did not foresee that the enemy crocodile would disregard him, allowing Xayah to close in effortlessly and diminish Uzi's health. At this juncture, relying solely on Xiaoming's Alistar made it challenging to establish a complete control chain. With the short cooldown of his ultimate, Void Walk, Xayah astonishingly dispatched Uzi amidst the RNG formation. Even through the screen, Gu Xing could sense the helplessness of the fragile ADC when confronted with a fully developed assassin like Kassadin. No amount of fatness mattered against Kassadin's ultimate, which could be readied in under 2 seconds. The marksman had no margin for error. Let me, belatedly realizing the situation, resolved to leap over the wall and join the battle. However, the demise of the core damage dealer, Uzi, had already tilted the scales of victory in favor of Wei for the mid to late game. Fueled by the blue buff and the mana restoration from Voidblade, Xayah wreaked havoc on the battlefield, ultimately obliterating the enemy team. Did you see that? Zhao Zhiming exclaimed with fervor. I told you, when Kassadin reaches level 16, the RNG base will explode. Oh, come on, Mika, Ming Kai retorted. If it weren't for the crocodile's blunder in the last team fight, we would have lost ages ago. Although Kassadin has reached level 16, the economic disparity between the two teams remains palpable. RNG merely needs to play steadily to secure victory. As expected, Let me quickly adjusted his strategy following the previous teamfight setback. Xayah attempted to replicate his earlier tactic, aiming to suppress Uzi's damage output. However, Yanjuanza feigned an advance, only to flash in and execute a close-range E to W, cold-blooded hunt, collaborating with Xiaoming's control to eliminate Kassadin swiftly. With their key carry dispatched, RNG capitalized on their numerical advantage to clean up the aftermath, subsequently pushing to demolish the enemy base. Zhao Zhiming, in despair, lamented, "Xayah, why the rush?" Gu Xing chuckled. "I don't know if Xayah is anxious, but you certainly seem to be." Ming Kai chimed in, "Hold your horses, Zhao Zhiming. There's still another game. Speaking of which, do you hold such high hopes for we?" His curiosity was piqued. The Crown Prince vehemently denied, "I'm not. I haven tea, stop making wild claims." With the live broadcast ongoing, he could never admit to such sentiments. Meanwhile, EDG has firmly secured the second position in Group A, aligning them with the first seed from Group B in the same playoff bracket. If possible, Zhao Zhiming ardently wished to confront Wei, not for any particular reason, but because those who understand, and those who do not, cannot be helped. Moreover, during this spring split, EDG had previously staged a comeback against RNG in the semifinals. Making a rematch with the Royal Club seems somewhat trivial. Alas, things did not unfold as hoped. In the second game, Uzi and Shursing's South bottom lane duo achieved an early kill within 5 minutes. Consequently, Candy had no choice but to frequently assist the bottom lane, alleviating pressure on his brother-in-law. However, this left Little Tiger's gangplank unimpeded in mid lane, allowing him to farm and bolster his economy with wild jungle camps. By the late-game team fights, a fully equipped Kuchi unleashed a devastating explosive package, wreaking havoc. Gu Xing reclined, hands behind his head, completely at ease. As anticipated, RNG secured the Baron and methodically advanced, dismantling the enemy towers and gradually expanding their economic lead. Once they surged ahead by 10,000 gold, they rallied together to flatten the opposing base. Surprisingly, the Wii players remained remarkably composed, gathering their equipment and leaving without a hint of dejection, as if they had anticipated their fate as the second seed in the playoffs. Gu Xing felt a twinge of suspicion. Something seemed amiss. Logically, anyone losing a crucial match affecting rankings would exhibit some emotional response. Yet, the WE members remained unfazed, as if they had known all along that they would advance as the second seed. This instilled a sense of unease in Gu Xing. He pondered deeply, unable to comprehend why we could face defeat with such tranquility. Ultimately, he decided to set this matter aside for the moment, planning to report it to the coach later, allowing Hongmi and Li Zhixuan to devise their own strategies. Currently, the newly designed interface in the official LPL livestream captivated his attention, displaying all 12 teams from Groups A and B along with their respective logos. The top 4 teams from each group have emerged, rearranged and displayed on either side of the screen, divided into upper and lower brackets. Upper bracket, VG, WE, IM, OMG, lower bracket, RNG, EDG, IG, JDG. Teams ranked lower will sequentially challenge upwards in a BO5 format to determine the victors. Ultimately, the elite teams that survive the fierce battles within their respective brackets will face off in a climactic showdown. This summer's finals will take place at Gu Xing in the capital. Zhao Jiming sighed. Alas, it's truly a pity. Why do I feel that the lower bracket is so formidable this time? Gu Xing scoffed coldly. Formidable? Our VG could likely sweep through the entire lower bracket. One should not boast too much, Ming Kai retorted with a rare glint in his eyes. We'll see you at the finals, and then I shall teach you a lesson. Gu Xing remained unfazed. You EDG think you can turn the tables just because you won once? That was merely a fluke. If we truly meet on the final stage, you best prepare for a reckoning. He silently mourned for Ming Kai. I hope that when you witness VG strategies, you can remain as joyous as tonight. After ending the voice call, Gu Xing intended to indulge in a few matches on the Korean server to boost his rank, but was interrupted as a member of the team's management entered the room. Jin Wenhe appeared beaming with joy. The day after tomorrow, we are invited to Tencent Building to shoot a brief vlog and collect the prize money for the S tournament. Applause erupted within the training room. After a prolonged delay of over half a year and numerous negotiations, Riot Games has finally agreed to distribute the first installment of the prize money to the players. Tu Wan Deliang was eagerly awaiting this sum to purchase a house back in Jining. Do Kuro and I have to go as well? Song Jinghao raised his hand to inquire. The S6 World Championship victory had little to do with the two of them. However, if background characters were to be selected, the Tiger team would likely be on the list. You'll all be going. The MSI prize money will be distributed on-site as well, responded Lu Wenjuan. The two Korean players' faces lit up with joy. The prize money for the 2017 mid-season invitational was not substantial. As champions, VG would receive 40 of the prize pool, amounting to approximately 676,000 USD. After taxes and the club's share, each player would receive around 400,000 RMB. For this group of top-tier professional players, the prize amount was not exorbitant. Nevertheless, who would complain about having more money? Hong Mi and Zhu Xiaolong entered side by side. Everyone, look over here, announced Long Gu, standing in the center of the training room, raising his hands to capture his teammates' attention. I have an announcement. His gestures were somewhat exaggerated, but it was necessary to draw attention given Zhu Xiaolong's height, which was significantly shorter than Gu Xing's. VGP has reached the LSBL finals. Long Gu waved his arms. Who wants to watch the match tomorrow? Finals? Kuro was unaware of the secondary league schedule. Is it happening that soon? Yes. The finals will determine one direct entry into next year's top league, while the remaining runners-up will participate in a promotion and relegation match on the first day of the LPL playoffs. Thus, the schedule is relatively tight, Zhu Xiaolong succinctly explained. Then he straightened his chest, a look of pride gracing his face. Our team's young men have truly excelled, boasting an impressive record of 20 wins and 2 losses, securing the top position in the regular season. Gu Xing casually inquired, who are we facing in the finals? YM, replied Zhu Xiaolong. They are our old rivals, a group that has frequently stumbled through LPL without success. We must defeat them tomorrow. The team, founded by PDD, had been striving for an LPL spot since the end of the S5 season, enduring 2 long years without success. The online discourse was rife with opinions. Some proclaimed they were merely mediocre, while others asserted they were purely subpar. Yet, one thing was undeniable. YM was undeniably unfortunate. In the spring of 2016, they faced ED in the finals, which later rebranded to IM, and have since become regulars in the LPL playoffs. After an exhausting 5-game battle, they fell to the bottom tier HYG, only to be soundly educated by the formidable Killer 17. In the summer season, they encountered the dual-boosting lineup of Doimb and Killer 17, subsequently entering the relegation matches, where they were thoroughly dominated by the shining star OMG. In the relegation round, the Emperor, Sima, dispatched them with ease, akin to a child handling a chick. During the spring season of 2017, they faced off against the Suning team led by Wolf and Diana Voidless, meeting yet another defeat before encountering the soon-to-retire Gao Dui in the relegation matches. Among the 6 teams they had previously faced, the only one against whom YM stood a chance was HYG. However, at that time, Gu Xing had not taken on the jungle role and was still experimenting with real-life Lucian in the bottom lane. The entire team consisted of rookies just 6 months into their careers, making their loss to HYG somewhat understandable. In this summer season, they again confronted the formidable VGP. The outcome remains uncertain. I shall go and watch, Gu Xing exclaimed, suddenly intrigued. It is the final relegation match of this season. We must join in the excitement. The LPL will close the relegation pathway in the S8 season, transitioning entirely to a league system where entry requires purchasing a spot. The subsequent secondary league is poised to become a grand training ground. Team owners will no longer be able to secure LPL spots directly from LSBL, and the prior chaos surrounding boosting practices will finally cease. What will replace the small-time boosters remains a mystery. Gu Xing, who had yet to witness an LSBL finals match, planned to experience it tomorrow. I'm going, he joyfully informed Zhu Xiaolong. The regular season had just concluded, and VGS ranking was firmly established, with the first half of the playoffs having no bearing on them. The holiday seemed relatively long, making it an opportune time to attend the matches of their second team and soak in the atmosphere. Jack lazily raised his hand, mentioning that 369 and Gao Tianliang had been pestering him to come watch the matches. Shall we all go together tomorrow? Sure. Let us head out with Boss Ding at noon. Hongmi, hands on her hips, displayed an expression of delight. VG ranked first in the LPL regular season, while the second team, VGP, also held the top position in the secondary league. With both teams dominating the leaderboard, Hongmi was understandably ecstatic. She had just received a task from Ding Jun to observe the promising talents of the second team, intending to scout some extraordinary players. By the way, Gu Xing informed the coach about the peculiarities he had noticed regarding the Wii team. Hongmi's previously relaxed brow gradually tightened with concern. The white crescent moon is up to something again. After pondering for a while, he found himself without any clues. Let us not dwell on it too much. Kuro is rather optimistic at the moment. What is that old saying? When soldiers come, we shall confront them. When water arrives, we shall bury it in earth. Can a mere Wii team truly turn the tides? Tu Wan Delion contemplated for 2 seconds. Were you not thinking the same way during IM9? Kuro, infuriated, retorted. Don't bring that up. The spring season of S5 had begun with a promising start. The Tigers were already fantasizing about which champion skins to select, enjoying hot pot and singing while preparing to travel abroad. Yet, they were unexpectedly rammed into disarray by Aluka's veteran tactics, returning home utterly deflated. The others in the training room erupted into laughter as Tu Wan Delion teased that past incident. Li Ruihong, in a fit of passion, declared, "If we encounter Wii in the semifinals, I will strike with far greater intensity than during the spring finals." He patted Gu Xing on the shoulder, saying, "With you around, who would dare to act recklessly?" Kuro, filled with pride, added, "With Gu's strength, perhaps we will be shattered before we even have a chance to act." "Are you starting to flatter again?" Song Jinghao teased him. "This is not flattery," Kuro exclaimed, jumping up. "I'm merely stating facts." The room was once again filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The next morning, Gu Xing rose, washed up briefly, grabbed his phone, and headed with Jack and Homie to the second team's base. Upon boarding the bus, he spotted Bai Jiahao. "Oh, long time no see." Gu Xing waved in greeting. 369 was pleasantly surprised. "Xingge, you really came." Bai Jiahao had been skeptical when Long Gu mentioned Gu Xing would be present, but now he was delighted to see him in the flesh. "Just here to cheer you on," Gu Xing replied with a smile. "Do you have confidence for today's finals?" Bai Jiahao nodded vigorously. "Absolutely. We will crush YM." The true starting top laner, Zoom, was lounging in his chair, resembling a Snorlax. "Stop with the grand proclamations, 369. Your job today is merely to keep an eye on the water dispenser and pour some water. Nothing more is required of you. Are you still engaging in workplace bullying?" 369 protested. "How about I pour you some water and make you an egg tart instead?" Zoom, known for his calm and measured responses, replied, "That sounds good. I do enjoy egg tarts, but it must be the KFC variety. I won't settle for anything else." Bai Jiahao gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, "You old man, I will ensure you pay dearly for this when we return." The round-faced toothpaste also boarded the bus. Upon seeing Gu Xing and greeting him, he sat down, unable to stifle his yawns. "What is wrong with you?" 369, brimming with energy and devoid of anything to do, took an interest in a teammate's health. "Not much. Perhaps I didn't sleep well and feel a bit drowsy." Toothpaste stretched lazily. "Didn't you go to bed early yesterday?" By Xayah queried, perplexed. How many hours do you need to sleep? Are you hibernating? Toothpaste waved his hand, stifling a yawn as the dragon roared ominously. It was no small matter. He had been tense all night and only succumbed to slumber at 6 in the morning. After all, this marked the final promotion and relegation match in history. VGP had already faced defeat in the spring of this year, and should they encounter failure once more, it would weigh heavily on Toothpaste's conscience, even if the management refrained from voicing their disappointment. The pressure was palpable, and it was only natural for the young newcomer to experience insomnia. Gu Xing observed Toothpaste and Zoom seated in a row, resembling a pair of contrasting figures. Their tilted heads as they caught some sleep were rather amusing. He chose not to disturb the members of the second team, instead retreating to a discreet corner of the back row to embark on an online adventure with Jack. With the regular season just concluded, the discussion on the forum was focused on the 2.5-month journey and the prospects of the upcoming playoffs. Interest in the impending LSPL finals was tepid. The forum contained but a handful of threads. Although YM and VGP boasted significant renown, most spectators only tuned in for the pivotal LPL matches, let alone the lower-tier league. Clicking on a thread pertaining to the LSPL finals, Gu Xing noted the netizens extolling the fame radiated by the first team. Did you see that? VGP is raking it in. After VG clinched the championship, they attracted all the promising young talents, and their momentum appears to surpass even YM's. Isn't that a bit forced? The quality of VG's youth training ranks among the best in the LPL. Excluding newcomers like Xing Gu and Jack, just look at talents like Tu Wan, Sima Laojai, Gao Dui, Sha Niru, and Fa Wang Yuang. They all emerged from the youth training program. I've realized VG is either blessed with geniuses or possesses valuable assets. There's no middle ground. This year's batch of VGP trainees is undoubtedly the cream of the crop. All 6 players participating in the rotation are capable of competing in the LPL. Enough with the flattery. The last player who was hyped to the heavens, Huang Jin's Washow, was ultimately overshadowed by the veteran Gao Dui. Now they're still hanging on to the hope of a bright future. Change the topic, Jack urged. Gu Xing exited the thread and continued scrolling down, only to stumble upon a video from VG's official Weibo, shared by a user named WormBaby. The video featured the voice microphone, aptly named as it captured the event's commentary. Hurry up, Jack exclaimed with palpable excitement. Let me see what you all discussed during the time my buddy was absent. Gu Xing, unable to resist Jack's insistence, clicked on the link in the post, transporting him to the video interface. The microphone segment commenced with the 2 matches against RNG. This scene instantly transported Gu Xing back into his memories. He vividly recalled how, in the first game, he had been countered by Xianghua multiple times, yet through his own and Smeb's brilliant maneuvers, they managed to secure an advantage. Ultimately, as RNG attempted to force a team fight over the Baron, he maneuvered his Lee Sin to sneak into the base for victory. The excerpt from the microphone program captured this moment of sneaky triumph. The urgency in the voices of the VG players, coupled with the cacophony of external sounds from the recording device, effectively stirred the emotions of the audience. As we proceed, I can hear my past self directing with remarkable composure. The enemy's pace in slaying the dragon is rather sluggish. I activate my ultimate and maneuver around the vision to the bottom lane. Rue, be prepared to teleport at any moment. No problem, Kuro readily agrees. Jack, intercept the opponents. Do not allow them to return to base. Yu Wenba obediently complies, using his champion Xayah as a shield to block the retreat of the RNG members. The stakes of the entire match hinge on this moment, hence the enemy's resistance is particularly fierce. Before long, Jack finds himself in a critically low health state. Hurry up, Yu Wenba shouts over the voice chat. I can't hold on much longer. It must be said that the editing skills of the director, hired at a premium by Boss Ding, are quite impressive. They not only switch screens to showcase the dual-threaded action within the canyon, presenting the dynamics of the Dragon Pit and RNG's high ground simultaneously to the audience, but they also cleverly segment the voice chat, assigning each player to their respective battlegrounds. When a teammate speaks loudly, the sound effects in that particular area of the canyon are amplified. If one listens closely through the headphones, they can discern the sounds distinctly from left to right. Even when Jack raises his voice in the microphone, the roars of the dragon and the soft rustle of Xayah's feathers can be heard clearly in the background. After Yu Wenba's urging, Kuro, utilizing his teleport, reaches RNG's high ground and raises his voice, shouting passionately, Jack, you need to sacrifice yourself. If you do, we will win. The thunderous crash of the turret collapsing in the background resonates powerfully, creating an immersive atmosphere that is impeccably executed. The barrage of comments from viewers further enhances the sense of realism. The logic is sound, but why does it feel different coming from Kuro? Kuro is absolutely killing me. He lays his heart bare for Rui, suffering himself, yet sparing the jungler, while for Jack, he's just urging him to throw himself into danger, claiming it will lead to victory. Rui is like this. The great Gu Xing can carry the game. But Jack? Not familiar at all. I see Jack's face turning a shade of distress. Gu Xing nearly finds himself at a loss. During the match, he was fully absorbed, focused solely on securing victory, completely oblivious to the exchanges between his team's two carries. Now, listening to Kuro's shouts in the voice chat, alongside the comments floating across the screen, it's indeed a bit difficult to maintain composure. Jack lets out an exclamation, leaning back in disdain. He merely wished to catch up on what his teammates had discussed in his absence during several matches, only to be met with something rather off-putting. Fortunately, Jack does not have to wait long. Following the conclusion of the voice chat against RNG, they transition to the segment facing JDG. This time, the editors do not play the match audio in its entirety, but intersperse it with pre-match interactions. The camera focuses on the members of JDG and VG casually chatting in the backstage corridor. Chen Yutian, go ahead. How do you want to lose today? I'll accommodate all your wishes. Gu Xing's attitude appears rather audacious. World 6 dismissively retorts, if you're so capable, pick Lucian. I don't believe you can win with that champion. The scene shifts to the BP interface for the second match between the two teams. Are you really going to pick? Tu Wan turns to Gu Xing. At that time, Gu Xing nodded repeatedly, his tone resolute as if he were striking iron. Choose. The world sister herself stated it. I must certainly fulfill her wish. What was it she said? You chose your idol. The barrage of comments reached a peak once again. So that's it. I wondered why Brother Xing played Lucian. It turns out it was to support the former substitute World 6. He truly is gentle. To realize the world sister's desire, he even changed positions with Kuro, playing a mid-lane champion he isn't particularly adept at. I'm genuinely moved. How can you say Brother Xing isn't skilled at mid-lane? He faced off against Doimb. How many in the entire league could achieve that? One can only say that the world's sister brought this upon herself. Why provoke Brother Xing when you have nothing better to do? I can't help but feel that World 6 is the one truly laughing. After all, it isn't him suffering. It's Doimb who faces the embarrassment of being outplayed by a jungler in a position swap. Mystery solved. The world's sister has severed ties with Doimb, deliberately using provocation to force Brother Xing into the mid lane, allowing her elder brother to humiliate Jin Taixiang. Another rift? Gosh, does Doimb come with a built-in grudge buff? Jack was astonished at this revelation. Ah, so you chose Lucian because World 6 boasted before the match? Gu Xing nodded, adding that part of the reason was his own desire to play Lucian. This champion truly is addictive, especially with the project skin. Its feel is incredibly crisp, and he relished every moment. Suddenly, Gu Xing snapped back to reality. Wait, your expression seems off. Do you think that's why I chose Lucian? Jack grinned. I thought you wanted to prove that junglers can play Lucian too. Don't imply such things, Gu Xing replied sternly. We don't play the mockery game with other players. Yu Wenba initially took this seriously but, after some contemplation, sensed something amiss. Old Gu, you saying that lacks credibility. Doesn't your Korean server ID hint at it? That's different. Ming Kai agreed to let me use it, so it's a public joke, Gu Xing countered. His argument well-founded. Gue Jiaoqi, as long as he isn't competing in important external battles, is undoubtedly one of the most optimistic figures in the league. He can always play his own jokes. Furthermore, the ID Little Bear was created by Gu Xing himself, making it seem quite reasonable. While the two were chatting, the microphone program had already progressed to the stage of the team battle with VG's mid and jungle swapping positions. After Smeb's Camille forcefully initiated the fight, Gu Xing, commanding Lucian, unleashed a barrage of silver bullets while shouting, Pentakill, Pentakill. Jack, at this moment, felt too exasperated to comment. You haven't even secured the first kill, and you're already shouting for a pentakill? Gu Xing sighed lightly. I assessed the damage before engaging. I believe the output would be overwhelming. As long as my teammates didn't steal the kills, a pentakill should have been within reach. Yet, it ultimately didn't succeed. In the canyon, Abel's Twitch moved fluidly, and after activating his R full power, both his range and attack power increased. With each crossbow bolt striking enemy champions and draining substantial health. In the midst of battle, Lucian, manipulated by Gu Xing, adeptly adjusted his position through agile movements, rapidly stacking the fervor of war with his passive ability, dual pistols. Harnessing his heightened attack power, he swiftly claimed the lives of his adversaries. Dai Zichuan also executed his E ability, Toxic Eruption, in collaboration with Gu Xing to secure a kill, thereby creating an opportunity for his teammates to achieve a remarkable 4 kills. However, in a twist of fate, he inadvertently struck Loken with an auto-attack, which unexpectedly triggered a critical hit, reducing the fragile ADC to a sliver of health. Following this, the passive poison from Ratus, the character, astonishingly finished off Loken. Originally, Lucian, brimming with confidence and intent on securing a pentakill, now gazed at the lifeless body of the last enemy, his expression a mix of confusion and dismay. The voice chat within the VG team erupted into chaos. Ably, are you out of your mind? You stole that kill. Li Ruixing, even more anxious than Gu Xing, seemed as though he had been robbed of a pentakill himself. I swear, it wasn't intentional. Dai Zichuan fretted, feeling utterly flustered and unsure of how to respond, having aimed to assist Gu Xing in diminishing the enemy's health, only to be met with a critical strike. He was clad in merely 1 critical hit item, the Hurricane of Luana, with a 25 critical hit chance, and it just so happened to land on Loken. Abel was left in a quandary, uncertain whether to consider himself fortunate or unfortunate, as he felt a wave of despair wash over him, fearing the wrath of Gu Xing, the team's undeniable core, whose mere words could lead to his expulsion from the rotation. At that moment, Gu Xing turned his gaze toward him, prompting Dai Zichuan to retract his neck, holding his breath in trepidation. Jack, observing the timid demeanor of his substitute from the sidelines, could not help but burst into laughter, stifling his amusement as he considered the other members of the second team were still resting in the car. Could this death stare of yours become part of a series alongside the renowned moments from previous players? Yu Wenbo exclaimed with delight, his smile nearly reaching the heavens. The earliest instance of a death stare can be traced back to the era of Wei and Ming Kai. To be frank, Ghost Foot 7 occupies a significant position in the LPL's lexicon, far more stable than the standing of Wang Feng in the Chinese music scene. In that fateful match, Ming Kai was ensnared by the casual player, Strawberry, leading to his temperament exploding even before the Nexus did, as he cast a cold glance toward the top laner beside him. Coupled with Ghost Foot 7's lifeless gaze, the entertainment value was undeniably top-notch, and the original death stare image continues to resurface in forums. Don't be ridiculous. Gu Xing expressed his dissatisfaction. I wasn't even complaining about Abel. I was merely surprised. Please refrain from embellishing the story. Moreover, the memes about death stares typically arise from losses, whereas we triumphed over JDG. This time, it was Jack's turn to shrug, stating, "It doesn't matter to the trolls in the forums whether you win or lose. They are quick to create memes." Clearly, Yu Wenbo understood the forum users all too well. As Gu Xing scrolled through the comments, he noticed numerous individuals posting images of their own expressionless stares directed at Abel. He sighed in resignation, fully aware that words would not change his predicament, and reluctantly accepted this reality. The voice microphone program is not merely a showcase of victorious team communications, it also highlights moments from defeats. When it came to the internal dialogue of the team that lost to EDG, the comments shifted from a chorus of support for Jack to a sense of urgency. Jack, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of satisfaction. How about that? After the match, he remarked that whether he was present or not, victory was assured. Now, isn't the disparity evident? Merely swapping out one ADC led to a swift defeat by EDG. The principles of controlled variables have been flawlessly executed. He was as jubilant as a plump Shiba Inu, wriggling in his seat. When I am in the game, EDG is easily crushed. Without me, they are overturned. Gu Xing reminded him that there remains one more hurdle to clear. If you return to VG, you must be able to crush EDG again for the argument to be validated. Defeating EDG? That's a trivial matter. Yu Wenbo was relaxed, asserting that taking down EDG was merely standard procedure. Although Gu Xing found Jack's arrogance irksome, he couldn't help but acknowledge that his counterpart had the means to back it up. To Yu Wenbo, EDG seemed almost toy-like. He speculated that Jack was adept at posturing. Regardless of the presence of teammates, he seized every opportunity to inflict damage upon the enemy. Currently, EDG operated with a rather conservative Korean-style approach. Politely, one might call it steady, Less charitably, it could be deemed cowardly. Upon witnessing Jack's solitary bravado, the immediate reaction of the EDG players was not to retaliate, but rather to introspect. Had they overlooked something? In truth, Yuanba had teammates behind him, which emboldened his aggressive output. Otherwise, such audacity seemed illogical. Given the mental framework of EDG players, they believed that an ADC would never exhibit such reckless output. To play it safe, EDG began to retreat without firing a shot, fleeing in disarray. The more they ran, the more exhilarated Jack became, itching to dash forward and deal damage. The outcome was that VG completely dismantled EDG's formation, leaving no glimmer of hope in the team fight. After watching the microphone program, the two realized they had yet to arrive at the finals venue and decided to lean back in their seats for a moment of respite. The bus glided along the elevated road, reaching Jing'an Sports Center half an hour later. Gu Xing collected his work credentials and entered the backstage area. While Gao Tianliang continued to chatter incessantly, he leaned closer to catch the specifics. Today, we must decisively dismantle Wu Shuang, aiming to capture him as a super ghost. Yigao, chewing gum with bleary eyes, said, Gao Tianliang, let me teach you how to deal with Zhuoding. This method is guaranteed to yield results. Little Tian perked up, leaning in to listen intently. Zheng Qi, too, generously shared his knowledge of strategies. Little Tian, following his train of thought, suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. Good. Just watch me take him down. Gu Xing then recalled that his second team had some ties with YM's mid laner, Golden Left Hand. According to Gao Tianliang, before he turned professional, he had encountered Zhuoding in the solo queue of Electric One, and they had developed a strong friendship. Yigao had even been teammates with Zhuoding in the EG Internet Cafe team. Theoretically speaking, both of them were well acquainted with Golden Left Hand style. The extent of evolution following mutual exchanges remains uncertain, yet Lan Guxing quickly bore witness to it. Merely 3 minutes into the first game of the finals, Gao Tianliang's barrel executed an enigmatic maneuver, flawlessly circumventing the wards set by Zhuoding in the river, launching a surprise assault from a flanking position. Knight, caught off guard, was struck by Gao Tianliang's ability through the wall, instantly succumbing to a state of dizziness. The toothpaste champions Sijuani followed up with a well-timed initiation, securing the first blood with a series of controls. Magnificent. Boss Dingjun, arriving a bit late, entered the backstage lounge only to witness the synergy between the jungler and mid laner of the second team, who swiftly eliminated the enemy's pivotal figure, prompting an involuntary cheer from him. Xiaogu, what are your thoughts on our second team's mid-jungle duo? Ding Jun inquired eagerly, seeking to glean some evaluations from Gu Xing. Gao Tianliang's strategy is quite commendable, Gu Xing remarked candidly. His approach to circumventing vision displays a certain ingenuity, reminiscent of Ming Kai. Lanju Xiaolong beamed with joy, noting that among the newcomers in the LSBL, few exhibited the clarity of thought akin to Xiao Tian, as most relied on individual prowess to secure victories. Such players are indeed a rarity. In the secondary league, aside from Xiao Dai, the others are merely trainees. The Xiao Dai types usually consist of seasoned veterans who have meandered through a few years of professional leagues. With a bit of trickery, they can easily outmaneuver the trainees. Ultimately, the coaching quality in the LSBL is rather subpar, predominantly comprising food enthusiasts with neither the time nor the skill to impart knowledge to novices. Merely keeping the players engaged in late-night Texas Hold'em is considered a success. This results in newcomers in the secondary league being predominantly mechanical players, those who excel in execution alone. In Zhu Xiaolong's view, while VGP's training system stands relatively well in the secondary league, a top laner like himself finds it challenging to provide substantial support to Gao Tianliang in the jungle. His progress to this level has been quite remarkable. Yet, Xiao Tian's performance was far from over. After executing a wave against Zhuoding, he returned to base to convert his economic advantage into combat prowess, proceeding once again towards the mid lane. Wow, Jack is quite astonished. Is he not even clearing jungle camps? Gu Xing focused intently on the television screen. Gao Tianliang's playstyle appeared utterly baffling to others. Instead of farming, he boldly pursued his enemies. Even the fasting strategy of Xianghua could not rival such audacity. There is something here, Gu Xing murmured. He discerned that Gao Tianliang had executed a speed-altering gank, capitalizing on the element of surprise. Zhuoding indeed fell for it. Having played jungle himself, the Golden Left Hand typically empathized with his opponents, contemplating their potential actions. Gao Tianliang's speed-altering gank was entirely beyond his comprehension. The beer man forced out his flash, yet the subsequent rolling barrel left no room for escape. After being slowed, the toothpaste champion swiftly delivered a follow-up. With no maneuvering space left, Zhuoding's victor was once again in peril. Secured, Zhu Xiaolong exclaimed, joyously gesticulating. Prior to the match, he had meticulously studied YM's data. To be fair, this iteration of YM could be regarded as the weakest in history. In the spring of 2017, Xiao Ming departed from the team, prompting Gu Xing to transition into a jungler role. The synergy between him and Zhuoding in the mid-jungle dynamics proved formidable. However, during the mid-season transfer period, he was resolute in his desire to compete in the top-tier league, foregoing salary to join the LPL, ultimately landing a rotational role with IG. Presently, only Zhuoding remains in YM. If he can be contained, YM will crumble into chaos. Gao Tianliang's two outrageous ganks left Zhuoding utterly bewildered. The underdeveloped victor struggled in team fights, failing to penetrate even Zoom's frontline. A single laser striking Shin's passive shield seemed to inflict no damage whatsoever. VGP, leveraging their solid operational strategy, steadily advanced to secure the victory in the first match. Splendid. 369 took on the role of cheerleader backstage, serving tea and refreshments to the starting player, Zoom. Your prowess as a top laner is truly impressive. I dare say you could easily outclass the opposing team. Zoom sipped his drink, finding it as flavorless as the recently concluded match. Is there any egg tart available? I crave an egg tart. I'll prepare it. 369 declared as he pulled out his phone to order delivery, ensuring that by the next break, you shall enjoy a warm egg tart. Only then did Zoom feel satisfied. Remarking, watch closely, I'll demonstrate a teaching match for you, and you can review the recordings later. Gao Tianliang appeared particularly pleased, his square face radiating ease. Even the previously anxious Yageo now wore a cheerful smile. Where shall we celebrate tonight? He was already envisioning the future. Let us not pop the champagne too early. Gu Xing reminded them, cautioning against the possibility of a comeback from YM. History is laden with examples. One must never be complacent. Nevertheless, reality proved Gu Xing's worries unfounded. Although Zhuoding learned from his past mistakes and reinforced his landing phase, denying the enemy mid-jungle opportunities to gank him, he could not withstand the explosive performances from both side lanes. The Nanfu duo in VGP's bot lane, utilizing Varus and Braum, managed to secure 3 lane kills. Neither of them excelled in landing, yet they accomplished this feat primarily due to YM's significantly weaker bot lane. Some comparisons can be quite revealing. Top laner Zoom exhibited remarkable aggression, completely annihilating his counterpart in the top lane. VGP amassed nearly a 5k economic advantage during the landing phase, leveraging their formidable snowballing capabilities to secure another victory, bringing them to match point. At 2-0, they held 3 championship points. As Zhu Xiaolong strategized on stage, his hands trembled, not due to a lack of feedback, but rather the intensity of it. Zoom savored the egg tarts that had been delivered. His demeanor relaxed as he bounced his leg. The flavor of the Kaifeng-style egg tarts was just right, perfectly sweet without being cloying. And he critiqued them while eyeing the remaining tarts. Hurry up with the next batch. Let us finish this within half an hour, so we can enjoy the tarts while they're still warm. Zoom declared with bravado. Jack chuckled at his words, noting that they resembled a famous saying of Gu's. Back then, it was about the ice cola god, and now you're talking about the warm egg tart assassin, right? Laughter erupted among VGP's players, filling the break room with a jovial atmosphere. When the staff knocked on the door, they returned to the stage once more. Gu Xing observed the solemn expression on YM's player's face. Why do I feel that the opposing team is faltering? Jack cast him a glance. If you were in their shoes, you would falter too. The opportunity for the 7th ascent to LPL is slipping away. Who could withstand such pressure? In an explosive display of emotions, YM delivered a series of remarkable plays in the third game. The golden left hand found itself utterly helpless. Shua's personality might suffice for a fighter, but assuming the role of a locker room leader to uplift the team's morale was evidently impractical, mainly because his Mandarin was difficult for others to comprehend, making it challenging to inspire enthusiasm. VGP rallied together, clinching victory in a mere 22 minutes. At the moment they demolished the enemy's crystal, the 5 players on stage embraced each other in jubilation. Woohoo! In the background, Zhu Xiaolong raised his arms triumphantly. Reminiscent of a small punching stone, champions. We are champions. His voice resonated with fervor, leading the team for an entire year. From the uncertainty of spring to the strategic prowess of summer, Zhu Xiaolong sensed his own growth. Inside the Jing'an Sports Center, the first golden rain of this summer began to fall. Let us congratulate VGP. The newcomer commentator Wang Duo shouted passionately, sweeping YM aside with a 3-0 victory, securing a slot for S8 LPL in the spring. The moment was akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate, transforming into a butterfly. He strained his voice, urging everyone to remember their IDs, for they would be the future of LPL. Gu Xing, watching the jubilant expressions of the second team's members on the television screen in the backstage lounge, felt a gentle stirring in his heart. He reminisced about the scene of his first championship win. That summer, similarly basking in golden rain. 5 young boys beamed with joy as they lifted the Silver Dragon Cup in Guangzhou. Reflecting on his current indifference after victory, the contrast was stark. To be fair, anyone who toils relentlessly throughout the year for a singular goal would inevitably feel fatigued. Many players gradually lose their passion for the game after winning, viewing it merely as a job. Some, growing weary of League of Legends, turn to meditation training, even abandoning the game altogether. Although Gu Xing had not reached such extremes, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of weariness. The monotony of a busy life was exceedingly dull. However, today, listening to the spirited voices of the youth training for the impending championship and witnessing their exuberant celebrations after victory, he could feel the vibrant energy emanating from these young individuals. Consequently, the flickering flame within Gu Xing, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, was reignited with fervor. The determination to give his all to win the match made the warmth of that flame course through his veins, invigorating his entire being. Gu Xing smiled softly. He had not anticipated that attending the second team's match in Jing'an would yield such unexpected rewards. The room erupted with applause, everyone generously showering their cheers and applause to celebrate the second team's triumph. Zhu Xiaolong, unable to contain his excitement, dashed towards the stage like an arrow released from its bow. Following closely was the second team's assistant coach, Inless, who also bounded forward with unrestrained joy. As Gu Xing followed the throng of people to the entrance of the corridor, he looked up at the dazzling light effects on stage, halting in his tracks. Old Gu, are you not going up? Jack, whose previously fair complexion was now flushed with excitement, inquired. Let us not, shall we? Gu Xing replied with a smile, shaking his head. If I were to go up, it would only overshadow the moment. He was acutely aware of his popularity within the professional League of Legends scene. Should he step onto the stage and into the spotlight, the audience present, as well as those watching the live stream online, would likely shift their focus from VGP to him instead. This was a celebration for the second team, and he had no desire to steal the limelight. After a moment of contemplation, Jack conceded, You have a point. I won't go up either. There's no need for that. Jack, the boss, Ding Jun, interjected as he approached the backstage area. Upon hearing Jack's words, he couldn't resist making a jab. Your popularity isn't quite on par with little Gu's. Yu Wenbo found himself momentarily speechless. At this moment, the sentiment echoed the famous saying of Ming Kai. Although he felt displeased internally, he found himself unable to articulate a rebuttal. Even though Jack had been part of the team during last year's championship, his playing time had been too brief to warrant the title of veteran. In terms of popularity, he paled in comparison to the 2 Korean mid and top laners, let alone the core jungle and support roles. As Gu Xing gazed up at the second team players celebrating with their trophy, Ding Jun was handed a business card by someone nearby. Hello, I am the representative of Player Kingdom. The individual introduced himself directly. Player Kingdom? Ding Jun instinctively replied. I'm sorry, but we already have a competing sponsor for VG. After last year's championship victory, VG had received numerous sponsorship offers, with the highest number coming from esports-related peripheral brands. After weighing the conditions and the reputation of the brands, Ding Jun had chosen HP as VG's sponsor, which directly conflicted with Player Kingdom. Gu Xing focused on the logo of the wastrel's eye in the upper right corner of the card, listening as the visitor continued to explain. This isn't about sponsorship. We would like to discuss the LPL slot for the second team with you. The representative from Player Kingdom stated, I am unaware of your expected price, but ROG is always ready to negotiate with utmost sincerity. Ding Jun paused for a moment, nodding to indicate that he understood the proposition. Following VGP's championship win, they had secured a spot in next year's LPL. But according to the management regulations released by Riot Games at the end of the S4 season, a single club could only possess one team in each tier of the league. This meant that the slot earned by VGP would inevitably need to be sold. Player Kingdom likely aimed to enter the LPL next year, which is why they had come to the venue to negotiate the transfer of the position. Ding Jun glanced back at the young members of the second team's training squad, who were exuberantly posing with the championship trophy. Their youthful excitement was vividly apparent. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. "Let me return home and think this through. If I am interested, I will reach out to you." Like Wang Xikong from IG, Ding Jun was a wealthy heir who invested significant capital in establishing a club during the nascent days of domestic esports. Their commitment to the industry stemmed from a recognition of esports as a burgeoning field with immense potential. However, there exists a certain sentimentality, distinguishing it from the merciless capital that pursues profit alone. After all, in the preceding years, the realm of esports was far from lucrative. Prior to the establishment of mature professional leagues, the investments made were akin to meat buns thrown to dogs, utterly without return. Ding Jun was reluctant to decide how to allocate the hard-earned spots of the young players when they were basking in the glory of their victory. Given the current fervor surrounding the LPL, there was no concern about selling spots. This was undeniably a seller's market for Ding Jun. "I'm not in a hurry," he thought, opting to delay the decision for a couple of days. The representative from Player S Republic seemed determined to secure their goal, directly presenting Ding Jun with a staggering figure before turning to leave without any hesitation. The numbers echoed in Yu Wenba's ears like thunder, filling his mind. "What did he say?" Jack inquired, trembling with disbelief, eager for confirmation. 58 million, Gu Xing slowly articulated the number. "Are you out of your mind?" Jack exclaimed, furrowing his brow. "What does 58 million even signify? That could buy 2 VG teams." "Your mention of VG pertains only to the first team of the League of Legends division," Ding Jun reminded him amicably. "When including the second team, youth training, and other divisions, our total annual investment hovers around 70 million. The League of Legends operates on a league system with a relatively dense schedule, allowing only about 3 months of downtime per year. Furthermore, given its popularity, player salaries constitute a significant portion of expenditures. Other esports primarily revolve around cup competitions, and due to limited interest in those titles, player salaries tend to be less substantial. This year marked VG Club's most substantial gamble yet, with the stakes set on the upcoming S7 World Championship. Should they succeed, it would solidify their esteemed position in the annals of domestic esports history. That is still a considerable amount, Yu Wenba remarked, his gaze becoming vacant. It could cover the expenses of nearly 10 VG divisions for half a year. Gu Xing nodded in agreement. To him, 58 million was indeed a significant figure. At present, the salary levels of top LPL players have yet to undergo the third rapid inflation. The first surge occurred towards the end of S4, when a multitude of Korean talents arrived in China, with elite players like I earning up to 8 million annually. The second surge followed the conclusion of S6, propelled by the allure of the first championship and the hype surrounding the domestic hosting of the S7 World Championship, resulting in the emergence of players with annual salaries in the 8-digit range. For instance, Gu Xing's contract alone was worth 10 million before taxes. This figure does not even account for earnings from streaming platforms, commercial activities, or prize money distributions. If he were solely to rely on his status as a player, it would take Gu Xing nearly 6 years to amass such wealth from the club. The sum of 58 million could almost encompass his entire professional career. Is that a lot? Ding Jun crossed his arms and scoffed. He barely scratched the surface. The bidding war has only just begun. He turned to observe the departing figure of the Player S Republic representative. "This fellow is putting on quite a show. If we fall for his tricks, we would incur substantial losses." Ding Jun was acutely aware of how much the seat fees would inflate after the cancellation of promotion and relegation matches, sealing the LPL slots. During the winter transfer period of S6, a single LPL slot was valued at around 2 million. With the locking of slots, the value of those seats has now surged to nearly 3 times that amount. Were it not for the discerning eye of a seasoned observer, one might easily be led to believe that the players of the esteemed organization were indeed deceived into thinking that 5,800 was a sum of great magnitude, compelling them to hastily sell the coveted slots secured by their second team. Yet, Dante Jun understood all too well that the bidding war was far from over. External investors, eager to tap into the lucrative LPL traffic, would inevitably drive the limited spots to outrageous prices. Only with an additional 1,000 would such an amount even warrant a glance from him. Gu Xing noticed the YM members retreating from the players' area, their faces etched with profound disappointment. The failure to secure entry into the LPL for the 7th time was indeed a heavy blow. Among the unfamiliar faces, only Xue Ding remained a semblance of familiarity. Knight, expressionless, fidgeted with his fingers as he clutched his peripherals while heading backstage. Yet, as he descended from the stage, he could not resist casting a glance back. At the center of the stage stood his good friend Gao Tianliang and former teammate Yao Gao, proudly holding the championship trophy. Xue Ding bit his lip. The sensation was undeniably disheartening. Among the trio, he found himself the subject of external praise and admiration, hailed as the operational prodigy, the golden left hand, and the next genius mid laner. Some even speculated that his future low point would be akin to that of Xiaohu, bestowing upon him an extraordinarily high evaluation. However, the once promising Xue Ding had, over the course of a year in the professional league, failed to secure a place in the LPL, overshadowed by the likes of the seasoned Gao Dui. Now, his two familiar counterparts had triumphed, lifting the championship trophy and securing LPL qualification for their team. With a tumultuous heart, Xue Ding withdrew his gaze only to find Gu Xing standing at the entrance of the corridor. Words eluded him, and he merely offered a gentle nod in greeting. On stage, host Luo Xin was conducting an interview with the victorious VGP members. Zhu Xiaolong, in his excitement, had burst the buttons of his suit, now clutching his abdomen to avoid any further embarrassment. I extend my gratitude to my teammates, who performed exceptionally today, bringing a championship trophy to VGP, he proclaimed, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. I must also thank Coach Hongmi and Xiao Gu from the first team for their invaluable assistance during our team's struggles. Despite the day being the finals, it was still merely the LSBL, drawing limited attention. With only a few hundred spectators present, mostly devoted VG fans supporting the second team's aspiring players. Upon hearing the names of first-team star players and their coach from long ago, the audience erupted into cheers. This year, I began my journey as a retired player, slowly learning how to be a competent coach. And I have faced numerous challenges along the way. Thanks to the patience of my players, Zhu Xiaolong reflected, his heart laden with nostalgia. The path of a coach starting from scratch was no easy feat compared to Hou Yi, who faced less pressure under the guidance of Hongmi. Zhu Xiaolong's journey was fraught with obstacles. The painful experience of being swept aside by GT in the spring promotion and relegation tournament weighed heavily on him, prompting deep reflection as summer approached, leading him to tailor a new tactical system for the second team. Ultimately, with the support of the first team, Longgu was able to don VGP in the old VG skin, making subtle adjustments to align with the team's style. The road to victory could only be described as a series of twists and turns. The next award to be presented is the FMVP. Luo Xin declared with a sweet smile, casting a glance at her cue card. Let us congratulate Tian, she exclaimed with exuberance. At first, Gao Tianliang appeared bewildered, only coming to his senses after his teammates nudged him forward to accept the FMVP trophy. He was quite taken aback. A decisive 3-0 victory over their opponents signified an insurmountable gap in team strength. Gao Tianliang believed that all four of his teammates had performed admirably, yet he never anticipated that he would be the one to receive this personal accolade. Unprepared for a speech, he improvised on the spot. It was during the 2015 MSI when I witnessed the captain claim victory that I first contemplated entering the professional league. When Xinggu hoisted the trophy at the 2016 World Championship, it solidified my resolve, Gao Tianliang stammered as he gathered his thoughts. Both of these predecessors hold FMVP trophies, and I am fortunate to have received my very first FMVP today. Although the prestige of this award may not compare to that of international tournaments like MSI or the World Championship, it is enough to encourage me to strive for greater heights. I hope that one day, I too can attain the honors they have achieved. The audience erupted into sustained applause, celebrating this rising star in the jungle role. Later, Ding Jun graciously treated them to a hot pot meal at a villa. Everyone performed splendidly today, he said with a beaming smile as he raised his glass in a toast, helping VGP secure our first championship trophy in history. VGP had not been established for a short time, yet had previously garnered no awards. Even during their peak at the S5 LSBL spring split, the team ascended to the LPL as runners-up. That year, the championship of the secondary league was claimed by the Rainbow Team QG, led by Doim Sift. After their promotion to the LPL, VGP underwent acquisitions and restructuring, becoming a vessel for the Royal Club's owner, Gu Xing, to revive. It wasn't until the S7 season, after the first team secured a championship and Ding Jun sought to cultivate youth training, that VGP was revitalized. Thus, it was entirely understandable for Zhu Xiaolong to be overwhelmed with emotion upon winning. As a veteran of VGP who transitioned from player to coach, he had finally helped the team achieve their inaugural championship, and his elation was perfectly reasonable. Long Gu wiped the corners of his eyes and clinked glasses with Boss Ding, the clear and melodious sound resonating through the private room. "I don't indulge in empty words," Ding Jun declared generously. "The bonus from our summer championship will be distributed in a couple of days, and the amount will surely satisfy everyone." The youth training players perked up at the mention of money. After all, most of them pursued a professional career not only for the dream of esports, but primarily to earn a living. "Today, we can also be said to have benefited from VGP's fortune," Gu Xing remarked with a smile, enjoying a meal at the villa on the house. The villa hot pot had an average cost of over 1,000 per person. Unless hosting close friends, he would seldom indulge in such dining. Thus, claiming it was a free meal was not an exaggeration. Hearing this, the second team players straightened their backs, their faces aglow with pride. "Oh, even the stars of esports must rely on our support. Hurry and serve the meat." Zhu beckoned to his teammates, eager to fill their stomachs. As often overlooked second team players, being treated to a meal by Boss Ding was a rare delight. Today at the villa, Zhang Xingran intended to indulge in a feast. Just a couple of extra platters of meat would cost him a week's salary. As he rubbed his belly, Zhu felt a twinge of regret. Had he known better, he wouldn't have devoured so many egg tarts during the competition. "Why is it taking so long to cook?" Yao Gao stared intently at the hot pot. "Why rush?" Gao Tianliang queried. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. Wen Qi sampled a spoonful of dessert jelly to appease his hunger. "I simply relish the sensation of having all the meat cooked and piled on my plate, ready to devour in one go. The slow and methodical approach is not for me." 369 chuckled at him. "That's just a wild boar unaccustomed to fine grains." "Ah, right, right," Yao Gao replied dismissively. Then jabbed back, "What is your plan? To keep watching the water cooler next season?" Bai Jiahao's face flushed. "Impossible. I'll put Zhu on the bench. And then my buddy will have to order takeout every day, turning him into an egg tart master." Zhu chuckled, taking a bite of black-haired beef while deftly countering you. "If you want me to splurge on gold coins, I suggest you wait until your next life." Gao Tianliang, his cheeks puffed out with lobster meat, resembled a trapezoid. He mumbled something indistinctly. "What did you say?" 369 couldn't hear clearly. "Can you speak normally?" Xiao Tian quickly swallowed the lobster meat. "Don't mimic Xue Ding. You now realize how cumbersome it is to communicate with him, right?" Bai Jiahao felt numb. "Fortunately, I'm not on the same team as him. Otherwise, I'd need to hire a translator." "Exactly." Gao Tianliang beamed, pulling out his phone to message Knight. "I must extend my regards to the vanquished." Once the voice call connected, Xiao Tian immediately showcased his signature sarcastic flair. Hello, little hand. Why are you so timid today? After I caught you twice in the first game, you played cautiously, right? Hiding in a disadvantaged position, hoping not to die while retreating to the fountain. Oh dear. What hero are you playing today? I don't recall at all." Several VGP members laughed and joked, while Ding Jun quietly listened nearby, suddenly realizing an important issue. He turned to Zhu Xiaolong to whisper a few words. Gu Xing, sitting next to them, could overhear. After tonight, they needed to promptly arrange for this batch of second team members. It was clear that after VGP advanced to the top league, they would undoubtedly sell their spot. Whether these players would attract the attention of new investors remained uncertain. If the new owners wanted VGP's position without retaining any players, the trainees would have to seek opportunities with other teams. Remaining in the second team was out of the question. Once the promotion and relegation passage was closed, the LSPL would become a breeding ground for young talent. Without LPL spots to practice for, gathering a group of capable players would be meaningless. Any player who had made a name for themselves and possessed even a modicum of skill would not willingly remain in the lower league. As newcomers, the VGP members needed to plan ahead to seize opportunities during the transfer period, securing a position and obtaining a lucrative contract. Ding Jun even contemplated signing an agreement before the expiration of the contract, permitting other teams to approach VGP's new players on the very day the transfer window opens. This would maximize their chances of finding employment. Gu Xing let out a short sigh. glancing around to see the second team's youth training still immersed in the euphoria of their championship victory, feeling genuinely sorrowful for them. A parting was destined to occur. It remains uncertain how many of these 6 players will still be on the same team next year. Dory, have you heard? In the Tencent building of Shanghai, a girl tapped on Shun Guanshan's desk, leaning in to engage her in conversation. What is it, Xayah? Shun Guanshan replied with a look of confusion, unconsciously leaning back and creating distance between herself and her colleague, primarily due to their lack of familiarity. Such proximity was enough to send shivers down the spine of someone with social anxiety. If her boyfriend or Gu Pan were to come so close, she would likely squint her eyes and let them ruffle her hair without a second thought. The VG League of Legends team is coming to our department for a visit today, Xayah exclaimed excitedly, clenching her fists. I've been waiting for them for so long. By the way, I noticed you also watched the LPL. Which player do you like the most? Without waiting for Shun Guanshan's response, she immediately shared her own favorite. I'm rooting for Xinggu. He is handsome, articulate, tall, intelligent, and most importantly, his skills in the league are top-notch. Shun Guanshan's expression became somewhat unnatural. Complimenting my boyfriend in front of me? Thank you very much. She cleared her throat twice, striving to conceal her emotions, and added a sincere remark. Yes. I also quite like Gu Xing, right? I was not surprised by this. More than half of our department are his die-hard fans. Is that so? Shun Guanshan genuinely did not know. She seldom engaged in social interactions, and initiating conversations was out of the question. Furthermore, having only recently been assigned to the team responsible for version updates, her knowledge of her colleagues was limited to their English names. I haven't asked you yet. Xayah propped her elbows on the table, her face alight with curiosity. Why did you choose the English name Dory? It sounds a bit odd. Shun Guanshan had long been prepared with an answer for this question. Because I really enjoy eating this brand of dark chocolate, she said, extending her slender fingers to retrieve a box of Dory from her drawer. I initially wanted a different English name, but they were all taken, so I settled for this one. She refrained from elaborating on the deeper reasons behind her choice. If she were to describe it dramatically, that piece of Dory dark chocolate from 9 years ago had changed the course of her life. Of course, if Gu Xing were to hear this, he might add that it changed the lives of not just one person, but 2. Now I understand, Xayah nodded in realization. But Dory is fine. I heard someone in the neighboring film department named themselves Riori, inspired by a dark chocolate brand, and surprisingly, it was approved. By the way, I heard Xinggu is from Xinhai. You seem to be from Xinhai as well? Xayah wore a contemplative expression. He excelled in mathematics competitions during high school. And I noticed that you have a CMO gold medal on your resume. In a sprawling metropolis like this, only a handful of students make it to the national finals of math competitions each year, let alone from a small town like Hai. Do you know him from before? Xayah boldly speculated. Shun Guanshan felt a sudden flutter of anxiety within her. At that moment, she admired her past self for having purchased a pair of gold-rimmed glasses to serve as a barrier for social interaction, alleviating her symptoms of social anxiety. Now, they were proving to be quite useful. Adjusting her glasses, Shun Guanshan lowered her gaze to conceal her inner turmoil. Just as she pondered how to respond, a loud shout pierced the air. The VG players are here. Someone at the office entrance announced. Colleagues hurriedly streamed out, and Xayah rushed to her workstation, notebook in hand. Dashing outside. Hurry, Dory. If we linger even a moment longer, there won't be any front row seats left. She didn't forget to pull Shun Guanshan along. Don't you want to see Xinggu in person? If I truly wanted to see him, I could gaze at him every day and count the number of his eyelashes. Shun Guanshan inwardly scoffed. Nevertheless, with the intention of not holding back her colleague, she took swift strides and managed to secure a front row seat in the conference room just in time. Barely seated, the members of the VG team entered the room, accompanied by IEG Vice President Jeannie Ba. The applause in the crowded conference room was thunderous. Employees from the entire League of Legends project flocked in, filling the space to capacity. Those who worked in this field were certainly familiar with LOL, many of them being avid players. Naturally, the staff warmly welcomed the VG team, the most popular in the entire league. The deafening applause reverberating in the enclosed room made Tu Wan feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to instinctively hide behind his jungler. Gu Xing, however, remained composed, visibly appreciating the enthusiastic reception from Tencent employees. Today, we have invited members of the VG team to hold a brief awards ceremony and to allow our championship members to participate in a champion skin-sharing session, Jean Eba said with a smile. From the moment you stepped off the elevator and toured the departments, what are your impressions, Xingge? As the head of the League of Legends esports events, Gu Xing felt compelled to show utmost respect. When I walked in, I noticed a room designated for 5-player ranked matches. According to Bobo, it's for employee leisure, which I found quite intriguing, somewhat reminiscent of my visit to the Riot headquarters last year, Gu Xing replied. Genieba nodded. The overall design aims to emulate Riot's model. However, the distinction is that while Riot's internet cafe allows for games like PUBG, ours exclusively features the complete suite of Tencent offerings. Oh, does it include DNF? SB inquired. Visibly pleased. Absolutely, Genieba responded with a smile. Activities such as abyss grinding are certainly possible. That's so cool. Song Jinghao exclaimed, genuinely thrilled. This was his first time visiting both Riot and Tencent, and he was particularly impressed by the free internet cafe available within the company. Next, let us invite our esteemed skin design team to share some delightful surprises they have incorporated into the design process, Genieba announced, calling upon the individuals on stage. Taking advantage of the moment while the staff approached, Gu Xing scanned the conference room, seeking the location of a certain someone. However, after a thorough glance around, he found no trace, only to retract his gaze in confusion and discover that the young lady was seated in the front row, closest to him. He blinked, and a smile spread across his face. Xayah, sitting beside Xingguanshan, sensed Gu Xing's gaze upon her. She was not naive enough to fall into a state of infatuation, understanding that his attention must carry significance. Observing her colleague's suddenly softened expression, coupled with the earlier conjectures, she had an epiphany. Wait, do you truly know Gu Xing? She whispered to Xingguanshan. I saw on Weibo that someone exposed Gu Xing's partner as being from Peking University. You wouldn't happen to be. Given their similar age, shared high school background, and previous involvement in mathematics competitions, along with matching university details, the pieces fell into place. You mustn't tell anyone. Xingguanshan urged. I will be concluding my internship in a couple of days. Please do not stir any trouble. The thought of being publicly revealed before her departure was too daunting to contemplate, given Gu Xing's immense popularity within Tencent, which Xingguanshan was already well aware of. You needn't worry. I am quite discreet, Xayah assured, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. However, could you possibly help me acquire an autograph photo of Gu Xing? A picture together would be even more splendid. She bore no ill will toward him. Keeping this secret to herself was more than sufficient, as divulging it would yield no benefits. Xingguanshan found it difficult to refuse and reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Gu Xing, seated centrally in the conference room, was engrossed in the presentation by the champion skin design team, oblivious to the whispered exchanges between his companion and a colleague. In designing Nami's skin, we primarily integrated Lord Du Wan's vision, while infusing a touch of our own ideas, a Tencent employee named Korin articulated confidently on stage. Although Nami's skin may initially appear rather unadorned, it conceals numerous intricate details. This particular skin was among those he had contributed to. The intent to enrich the LPL championship with additional elements necessitated the engagement of local artists and design teams who possessed deeper insights into the LPL region, which was entirely justifiable. Utilizing a projector, the staff presented prepared images to the audience. For instance, in her recall animation, Nami initially splashes water with her tail. And hidden within one of those splashes is something special. He magnified the image. Inside is an ID. Tu Wan, Jack, with keen eyes, spotted the concealed letters within the frothy waves. Indeed, Lord Du Wan's previous ID was simply his surname. It was only after moving from the second team to VG that he changed it to Kaven, to commemorate his past career. We intentionally embedded this detail within the water splash of the recall animation, Korin explained, casting a hopeful glance toward Du Wan Deliang for validation. Little Du Wan's mouth fell agape. It was not his carelessness, who would go to such lengths to scrutinize water splashes during a recall animation. Thank you. Thank you. Du Wan Deliang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. I only just discovered this after half a year. Korin spoke with growing enthusiasm. In the recall animation, the waves coalesce into a wall of water, within which plays the animation of VG lifting the summoner's cup. If one were to meticulously analyze it frame by frame, hidden secrets would surely be uncovered. Gu Xing was left bewildered. Frame-by-frame analysis? Is it truly necessary to delve into such absurdity? I concealed several frames of your VG's animation of lifting the Summer Finals Silver Dragon Cup, the other party declared with palpable excitement. I exerted great effort to find a cup-lifting animation that seamlessly aligns without revealing any flaws. Even Tu Wan was left in a state of disbelief. Next up is Brother Xing's Qianju. Corin pointed to Gu Xing's name. In the front row, Shun Guanshan lifted his head. The overall concept is what Brother Xing requested. Corin transitioned to the design sketches of Qianju's champion skin to personify the sheep spirit as socially anxious, while the wolf spirit embodies a more extroverted demeanor. Xayah glanced at Shun Guanshan, genuinely impressive. Once she saw through it all, she would discover clues hidden everywhere. Corin enlarged the image, stating, notably, when Qianju recalls. Stands will first rise around, erupting in cheers and flashing lights. There's a detail buried within the lighting effects. Gu Xing focused intently. Blindfold cloth? Corin grinned, indeed. It's not just the blindfold cloth, but also 2 axes, a javelin, and a massive club. They represent Li Xin, Olaf, Nidalee, and Trundle, heroes that Brother Xing utilized during the S6 World Championship. Gu Xing suddenly understood. How thoughtful of you all. I appreciate the effort. Sitting beside them, SB was nearly overwhelmed with envy. Are champion skins really this detailed now? Song Jinghao turned to find Kuro. Li Rue glanced at him. That's because of the sales, alright? Do you really think anyone can enjoy this just for being a person? SB pursed his lips, unwilling to engage with the sycophant. Following this were interpretations of the champion skins for Galio, Nar, and Jin. Gu Xing raised his phone to take pictures, intending to share them with I later. Finally, we wish to present a small gift to the members of VG's championship team, Corin said with a shy smile. A few artists who designed the champion skins created a long painting for the 5 players. He opened a file on his computer desktop and displayed it to Gu Xing and the others. The conference room erupted in a chorus of astonished gasps. The long painting featured not only the champion skins, but also the cartoon representations of the players. For instance, the cartoon version of Ho Ye's Galio, depicted side-on to the camera, was a vivid replica of the S5 Emperor skin, while the massive Galio stood front and center behind Li Zhixuan. Gu Xing's attention was primarily drawn to Qianju. Compared to the giant anti-magic stone Galio, the appearance of the Eternal Hunters was decidedly more delicate. He saw his cartoon likeness holding a longbow adorned with intricate patterns, with the wolf spirit entwined beside him. The masked little lamb, its ears perked up, perched upon Gu Xing's shoulder, assisting him in drawing the bowstring. Its rosy lips parted slightly, as if whispering, "Do not let the distant foe escape." Beautiful. Gu Xing exclaimed involuntarily. As for my leave request, there was an unexpected power outage at home. Fortunately, the several thousand words I had already composed were not lost. However, I left my notebook at work and have not retrieved it. I find typing on my phone rather cumbersome and slow. I have decided to take a day off and will merge the chapters to send them out tomorrow. I apologize for the inconvenience caused.